Did you know in the books, Tyrion caught Jorah with a slave that looks like Daenerys? When Tyrion decides to leave Volantis, he hears "Imp," a deep voice said behind him. In the corner of the room, a man sat in a pool of shadow, with a girl in his arms. Tyrion notes that she appears to have Targaryen features, long silver hair, purple eyes, and very young. Tyrion guesses she is Lyseni, but the man whose lap she filled was from the Seven Kingdoms, burly and broad-shouldered, 40 if he was a day, and maybe older. Jorah Mormont. It would have been more interesting if the show had chosen to adapt this scene. It would have shown Jorah to be a more flawed and complicated character than how he is presented in the show. This video will go through Season 5 of Game of Thrones, which is where we started to see the real decline with show-only storylines that went nowhere like Dawn. The dumbing down of great characters like Littlefinger and Stannis. And despite there being a lot of great things about Season 5, this is where the show gave up trying to adapt George R.R. Martin's novels, which is why he left the TV series. We'll use artwork to show what happened in the book and what was too dark for HBO to adapt. In this episode, Winterfell displays the Flayed Man sigil in the opening credits, indicating House Bolton's control of the castle. Additionally, Pentos and the Eyrie reappear in the sequence for the first time since Season 1. In the Westerlands, a young Cersei Lannister and her hesitant companion Melara Heatherspoon cautiously make their way through the woods. Despite Melara's reluctance to continue, Cersei encourages her to press on. Eventually they arrive at a hut deep within the woods, where they encounter a woods witch named Maggie. Without fear, Cersei boldly enters the hut first. Upon meeting the witch, Cersei demands to know her future. Initially hesitant, Maggie eventually agrees after Cersei threatens her. She requests a drop of Cersei's blood, which Cersei willingly provides by pricking her finger with a dagger. After tasting her blood, Maggie grants Cersei 3 questions. Cersei's first inquiry is about marrying the prince, to which Maggie responds that she will not marry the prince, but will marry the king and become queen. Cersei then asks about having children with the king, and Maggie predicts that the king will have 20 children, but Cersei will only have 3, all of whom will die before her. Lastly, Maggie foretells that Cersei's reign as queen will not last, as a younger and more beautiful queen will eventually replace her, taking everything she holds dear. The novels contain numerous flashbacks, but showrunners David Benioff and D.B. Weiss initially imposed rules of no dreams, no prophecies, no flashbacks when they started the series. They particularly aimed to avoid flashbacks due to the confusion caused by several in their original unaired pilot. However, these rules were eventually disregarded, as this episode features the first flashback in the show's history. The scene featuring young Cersei in a flashback occurs 25 years prior, approximately 5 years before Robert's Rebellion. In the books, Maggie informs Cersei that her future husband will father 16 children, as opposed to the 20 mentioned in the show. The identity of these 20 illegitimate offspring remains unclear, even to Varys, who only knows of 8. In the episode The North Remembers, 5 known bastards are killed, while Gendry manages to escape. The remaining 14 bastards' identities remain a mystery. In the novels, Melara Heatherspoon, a member of House Heatherspoon, accompanies Cersei to Maggie the Frog, while Jane Farman, a timid girl, also joins them but flees when Maggie wakes up. Melara is portrayed as bold in the books, but in the show she exhibits Jane's hesitance. In the books, Melara asks Maggie the Frog if she will marry Jaime in the future. Cersei becomes furious at this question, considering Melara to be a manipulative individual undeserving of Jaime's affection. Maggie predicts that Melara will never marry and will die as a maiden. She ominously warns Melara of her impending death, stating, "Your death is here tonight, little one. Can you smell her breath?" Shortly after, Melara meets her demise by drowning in a well, strongly implying that Cersei played a role in fulfilling the prophecy. In addition to the prophecies shared with Cersei in the books, Maggie the Frog also reveals another prophecy. After the death of her children, the Valonqar, High Valyrian for little brother, shall wrap his hands about your pale white throat and choke the life from you. Cersei believes that the Valonqar refers to Tyrion, but it may actually pertain to Jaime, who was born after her. In the books, Maggie the Frog is depicted as an elderly woman, short and covered in warts, with eyes that have turned a crusty yellow, lacking teeth, and possessing pale green, sagging cheeks. In the show, her initial appearance, where she sits in a chair partially concealed by shadows, pays homage to Colonel Kurtz's introduction in Apocalypse Now. In the present day, Cersei makes her way to the Great Sept of Baelor to pay her respects to her late father Tywin. Upon entering the Sept, she reprimands her brother Jaime for releasing their brother Tyrion, which indirectly led to their father's demise. Cersei never suspects Jaime of releasing Tyrion in the books, instead believing it was the Tyrells due to a coin found in the possession of a mysterious figure who disappeared the same night as Tyrion. It is worth noting that Cersei's criticism of Jaime for joining the Kingsguard can be seen as somewhat hypocritical. Cersei actually manipulated Jaime into becoming a Kingsguard knight so that they could remain together at the Red Keep after Cersei's arranged marriage to Rhaegar. Unfortunately, this plan backfired when it angered Tywin, who saw it as a betrayal of his family's legacy. As a result, Tywin was resigned as Hand and returned to Casterly Rock with Cersei. It was only after Cersei married Robert that they were able to be reunited. This was Charles Dance's last portrayal as Tywin. Charles Dance is listed in the main cast despite only making a brief appearance as a corpse. The 7 vases surrounding Tywin's body are canopic jars holding some of the body's major organs. In the books, embalmment and the removal of certain organs slow down decomposition, akin to ancient Egyptian mummification. However, in Tywin's case, this method proves insufficient, leading to a foul odor emanating from his corpse after a few days. At his funeral, several attendees fall ill, with Tommen even having to leave the Sept to vomit. The books emphasize that Tywin rarely smiles, a characteristic that is also portrayed in the show. However, in the novels, as Tywin's body lies in state, the drying of his mouth causes his lips to curl upward, creating the illusion of a smile. This unsettling sight unnerves both Cersei and Jaime. Tyrion's arrival in Pentos has been made possible by Varys, who frees him from the crate he has been concealed in throughout the entire journey. Varys tells Tyrion that he and Illyrio Mopatis have worked together in secret to restore House Targaryen to the rule of Westeros. Tyrion, consumed by bitterness and self-hatred, appears determined to drown himself in alcohol. Yet, Varys forcefully interrupts his self-pity, reminding Tyrion that he still possesses valuable skills that could be utilized. These talents could be instrumental in placing the rightful candidate on the Iron Throne. The 7 kingdoms desperately need a ruler who is stronger than Tommen but more compassionate than Stannis. This ruler must be adored by the people and capable of maintaining order among the nobility. When Tyrion argues that such a person does not exist, Varys points out that he never specified the gender of this ruler. Varys presents Tyrion with a choice: to drink himself to death in Pentos, or to accompany him to Meereen and engage in negotiations with Daenerys Targaryen. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tyrion agrees to the latter option. In the books, Varys does not accompany Tyrion on his journey to Pentos. Apart from a brief scene, he does not make an appearance in the 4th and 5th novels. Instead, it is Illyrio who welcomes Tyrion in Pentos, engaging in a conversation about Daenerys and her dragons, and persuading him to join her council. Pentos makes its second appearance in the opening title sequence, following its introduction in Winter is Coming. The Unsullied topple the large golden harpy from the top of the Great Pyramid in Meereen to show the Meereenese people they are under Targaryen rule now and their old traditions are gone. The giant harpy statue removed from the Great Pyramid of Meereen symbolizes the old Giscari Empire, which persisted through the cities of Slavers Bay following the fall of the Valyrian freehold, maintaining a thriving slave trade. The Sons of the Harpy utilize its imagery to highlight slavery as a long-standing Giscari tradition. In the books, the statue is torn down immediately after Daenerys conquered Meereen. The Master's long-standing customs and traditions are no longer in effect. Amidst these events, one of the Unsullied soldiers, known as White Rat, has sought solace in a brothel. Tragically, while lying in bed, White Rat's life is abruptly ended when a member of the Sons of the Harpy, a resistance group operating in Meereen, slits his throat. In response to this heinous act, Daenerys is presented with the murderer's mask, left as evidence at the scene. Determined to bring justice, she commands Grey Worm to uncover the identities of those responsible and orders for the fallen soldier to be laid to rest in the Temple of the Graces, serving as a powerful statement against the Sons of the Harpy. In the book, the identity of the Sons of the Harpy remains unknown as they are never seen wearing masks. While they have previously targeted unarmed freedmen on the streets or in their homes, this is the first time they have killed an Unsullied. In the book, the mark they leave near their victims is not a mask, but rather an image of a harpy drawn in the blood of those they have killed. Hizdahr zo Loraq and Daario have returned to Meereen, announcing the success of their mission in Yunkai. Hizdahr zo Loraq and Daario inform Daenerys that the Wise Masters have agreed to transfer power to a council consisting of former slaves and former slave owners. However, in return, they request Daenerys' approval for the reopening of the fighting pits, where slaves were once forced to fight until death. Daenerys firmly rejects their plea. In the books, Daenerys is saddened to learn that the Wise Masters of Yunkai have regained control and demand the reinstatement of slavery, but she reluctantly agrees to their terms. Jon Snow's efforts to train Olly are disrupted by Melisandre, who has been instructed to bring Jon to Stannis for a meeting. In the books, Jon practices and instructs Satin, not Olly, who is not a book character, on how to raise the shield. During the journey to the top of the wall, Jon is uneasy due to Melisandre's presence and inquiries. Stannis clarifies his plan to reclaim the North from Lord Roose Bolton, but he requires an army and wishes for the Free Folk to fight alongside him. He tasks Jon with persuading Mance Rayder to submit and have the Wildlings fight for him. In return, he promises to grant them freedom and land in Westeros. In the books, Sam never boasts about his actions, especially not about killing the White Walker. He consistently refuses to take credit whenever the topic arises. In the books, Stannis planned to strike the Boltons at Dreadfort, not Winterfell. Davos is also absent from Castle Black, as he was dispatched by Stannis to White Harbour to seek the support of Lord Manderley. Littlefinger and Sansa observe Lord Robin Arryn's struggles while he spars with another young boy. During this, Sansa notices Baelish receiving a message, which he reads and discreetly conceals in his sleeve. Lord Jon Royce has agreed to take Robin under his wing and train him in combat, although he expresses doubt about Robin's abilities, remarking that he wields a sword like a girl with palsy. Despite informing Lord Royce that he and Sansa would be journeying to the Fingers, Littlefinger instead leads them westward. Sansa asks about any potential threats from Lord Jon, prompting Littlefinger to explain his lack of trust in the retainers and soldiers who had seen them. He assures Sansa that he is taking her to a place where the Lannisters will never discover her. Robert Arryn, who is referred to as Robin in the show, does not partake in any form of combat or engage in physically demanding activities in the books. He is a frail and sickly boy, and even the slightest physical exertion triggers seizures. Furthermore, Robert is not fostered at Runestone. Lord Royce attempted to take Robert away from the Eyrie, but Littlefinger prevented it. In the books, Sansa remains in the Vale and continues to disguise herself as Elaine Stone, Littlefinger's illegitimate daughter. Meanwhile, Podrick Payne attempts to strategize their next move with Brienne of Tarth. However, Brienne insists that she does not want anyone to accompany her. Podrick reminds her of the oath she made to Jaime to find the Stark girls, but she reveals that Arya did not desire her protection. Brienne also points out that Podrick was not safe in King's Landing, and now that they are far away from the capital, he is secure and they can part ways. Unbeknownst to Brienne, Littlefinger and Sansa's carriage passes by, bringing them closer to their objective. Contrary to the book, Brienne does not bring Podrick along with her from King's Landing for his own safety at Jaime's insistence. Instead, she notices at one point that he is following her, as he is also searching for Sansa and believes in Tyrion's innocence. Brienne allows him to join her and treats him with respect throughout their journey, never being impolite or asking him to leave. During Tywin's funeral, Cersei is approached by Lancel Lannister, who has joined the Sparrows, a religious group, and seeks forgiveness for their past affair and for getting her husband Robert Baratheon excessively drunk on the day of his death. Cersei ridicules Lancel, denies any involvement in her husband's demise, and dismisses him. The Sparrows, a fanatical religious group following the faith of the Seven, are first mentioned. In the books, they were gradually introduced earlier, playing a role in the unrest in the Riverlands witnessed by Arya and Brienne, as well as the riots in King's Landing. However, they have already left the capital at this point. Lancel makes his return. His absence is explained by the character needing time to recover from wounds sustained in the Battle of Blackwater. In the books, his arrow wound led to a life-threatening infection, leaving him bedridden and requiring assistance to attend Joffrey's wedding. Also, he became a devout believer and joined the Warriors' Sons, a militant group of highborn knights serving the faith. While in bed, Loras and the male prostitute Oliver discuss a birthmark on Loras's thigh that resembles Dawn. Margaery interrupts them, expresses her displeasure at their lack of discretion, and sends Oliver away. Loras argues that since his is already widely known, there is no need for secrecy. He also mentions that with Tywin gone, Cersei will no longer be pressured to marry him, leaving her in King's Landing to trouble Margaery. Margaery simply responds with, perhaps. The relationship between Loras and Oliver is a creation of the television series. Oliver is a character that does not appear in the books, and Loras has taken an oath as a Kingsguard, which prohibits him from engaging in romantic relationships. Furthermore, Loras does not pursue any secret affairs following the death of Renly. Additionally, there is no reference to a birthmark in the books. Later, Daario manages to persuade Daenerys to reconsider opening the fighting pits by sharing his personal experience. He explains that his time as a young fighter in the pits equipped him with the necessary combat skills to join the Second Sons. Meanwhile, the news of Drogon's absence for several weeks leads Daario to reflect on the irony of a queen with no dragons. Daario's mother and past are never mentioned in the books. Daenerys decides to visit Viserion and Rhaegal, whom she had confined underground in the Myronese catacombs to prevent them from harming innocent people or escaping like Drogon did. However, as she approaches them, the dragons attempt to attack her, forcing her to swiftly flee the chamber. Jon conveys this proposal to Mance, but he refuses to yield. Doing so would be seen as weakness by his people. Mance Rayder's execution is not solely due to his leadership of the Wildlings and the attack on Castle Black, but primarily because of his desertion from the Night's Watch, an organization he was once a part of. Although he was born among the Wildlings and became an orphan when his parents were killed by the Watch, they took pity on him and raised him as a sworn brother until he could no longer bear the life within the Night's Watch and returned to the Wildlings. In the book, Stannis does not ask Jon to convince Mance to kneel, and Jon's attempts to spare Mance are futile as Stannis denies him the opportunity to save himself by kneeling. As Mance refuses to fight for Stannis, he is sentenced to death by burning. On the night of his execution, Mance faces Stannis, and although he cannot kneel, he wishes him luck in the upcoming battles. Mance is taken to the pyre, Melisandre ignites the fire, and Mance begins to feel the excruciating pain. Unable to witness his suffering any longer, Jon walks away. Others also turn away, including Gilly and Shireen. Just as Mance is about to scream in agony, an arrow pierces his chest. Jon shoots the arrow, granting the man he admired a quicker death. Mance passes away before the flames consume him. In the books, Mance Rayder is not bound to a pyre in the courtyard of Castle Black. Instead, he is suspended above a fire in a wooden cage located north of the wall. This spectacle is witnessed by a multitude of his captured wildling troops. Unlike the calm demeanor portrayed in the book, Mance screams and pleads until his eventual demise. This behavior may be attributed to the fact that he is not truly Mance, but rather the Lord of Bones in disguise, using magic to deceive others. The method of his execution is Stannis' idea, as being burned alive at the stake in the name of the Lord of Light. Instead of Jon being the one to shoot Mance for a quick and painless death, he commands 4 of his fellow brothers, Ulmer, Donal Hill, Garth Greyfeather, and Bearded Ben, to carry out the task. Notably absent from the execution are Selyse, Shireen, Sam, Gilly, Janna Slint, and Tormund. Selyse and Shireen stay at Eastwatch by the Sea and only arrive at Castle Black much later. The title of the episode alludes to Mance Rayder's farewell to Stannis, "I wish you good fortune in the wars to come," and Varys' statement to Tyrion. This episode marks the start of a full season without Bran, Hodor, and Mira Reed. Writer David Benioff explained that their storyline on the show had completely caught up with the available material from the books at that time. In fact, Bran's subplot was significantly ahead of the others, so the showrunners decided that the arrival at the Three-Eyed Raven's cave would serve as a suitable stopping point. This would allow the other storylines to catch up during the already packed 5th season. Additionally, most of Bran's time in the 5th season would be dedicated to training, leading Benioff to compare this omission to not seeing Luke Skywalker's Jedi training between The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. This installment upholds the series' tradition of eliminating a different monarch. Season 1, Robert. Season 2, Renly. Season 3, Robb. Season 4, Joffrey. Season 5, Mance Rayder. Tonesio Terrace and Arya Stark reach Braavos, where Arya is initially frightened by the sound of a horn blown by a man inside the Titan of Braavos. Arya learns that the Titan of Braavos, according to legend, had the ability to walk into the sea and unleash fire on enemy ships. This legend likely originated due to the statue's dual purpose as a defensive structure guarding the harbor's entrance. In times of attack, soldiers could access the statue and use murder holes to pour fire or burning oil onto enemy ships below. They then arrive at the House of Black and White by boat. Arya waits outside, hoping to be allowed in, but an older man rejects her despite her showing him the coin given to her by Jaqen H'ghar and mentioning their previous connection. Arya pleads with the man, explaining that she has nowhere else to go. Arya spends days waiting outside the house, continuously reciting the names of the people she plans to kill. Eventually, she throws away her coin and wanders through the streets of Braavos. In the books, Arya never discards the coin given to her by Jaqen. While searching for pigeons, she encounters a group of young thugs who threaten to take her food and needle. As she prepares to defend herself, the boys scatter when the man from the House of Black and White reappears. Arya follows him back to the house and demands to know his true identity. He returns the coin she had discarded into the water and removes his face, revealing himself as Jaqen. When Arya asks who he really is, he responds, "No one." And that is what a girl must become, indicating that Arya is now welcome to enter the house. The title of this episode is a reference to a temple in Braavos that is dedicated to the many-faced god. The House of Black and White is viewed as a universal sanctuary, given that the many-faced god represents death, and most religions in the series have a deity associated with death. In earlier seasons, Arya's list of people she wanted to kill was much longer compared to the version she recites in this episode. The previous versions of her list included Melisandre, Beric Dondarrion, and Thoros, who are all still alive. These individuals were added to her list in Season 3 because they took Gendry away. Walder Frey is included in the list, but he is not mentioned in the books. This is because Arya is unaware of which of the Freys were responsible for the Red Wedding. Additionally, Elyn Payne, who executed her father, was not included in the show after the actor portraying him retired due to pancreatic cancer, from which he later recovered. In the books, an intriguing event takes place at the House of Black and White. The doors mysteriously open without any human intervention, right after Arya presents the coin given to her by Jaqen and utters the words, Valar Morghulis. Inside, she encounters a figure cloaked with a skull-like face. However, as soon as Arya reveals her name, the face transforms into that of a friendly old man, not Jaqen H'ghar. So, in the book, it is explicitly stated that Jaqen H'ghar remained in Westeros to continue his mission, making it clear that the person Arya interacts and trains with, whom she calls the kindly man, is not the same man. The show's writers had always intended for Tom Lashier to reprise the role in order to streamline the number of characters, but they intentionally left it ambiguous whether the Jaqens encountered by Arya in Westeros and Braavos are truly the same individual. In fact, they have hinted that there might not have been a Jaqen H'ghar at all. Instead, he could be a fabricated identity adopted by various faceless men who consider themselves no one and therefore interchangeable. In the books, Arya engages in bird hunting during her time in King's Landing, but not in Braavos. In Braavos, she assumes the role of a peddler. Arya faces 2 bullies, not 3, when they target Sam. She manages to drive them away without any assistance. This incident occurs long after she is accepted into the House of Black and White. Brienne and Podrick arrive at an inn and have a meal. While they are there, Podrick notices Sansa Stark and Peter Baelish. Brienne instructs Podrick to prepare the horses while she confronts them. Brienne brings up her sworn vow to Sansa's late mother, Catelyn, but Littlefinger reminds her of the accusations against her for Renly Baratheon's murder and the deaths of both Renly and Catelyn. Sansa refuses Brienne's request, and Littlefinger advises her to stay at the inn due to the unsafe road. Suspecting a trap, Brienne and Podrick escape on the horses they have taken. They are pursued through a forest, with Brienne fighting off their attackers while Podrick is thrown from his horse. The effectiveness of a Valyrian steel weapon is showcased for the first time when Brienne engages in combat with a rider. He blocks her strike, but her blade not only holds up, but also manages to shatter his own weapon before landing a blow. Valyrian steel is described in the books as incredibly sharp, requiring no sharpening to maintain its edge. After reuniting, Podrick mentions that both Stark girls rejected Brienne's offer of protection. However, Brienne expresses doubt about Sansa's safety with Littlefinger. In the books, several individuals accuse Brienne of being responsible for Renly's death, including Loras Tyrell, Sir Hyle Hunt, and Sir Illifar. However, Littlefinger is not among those who make this accusation. Sansa's storyline in the TV show diverges significantly from the books and appears to draw inspiration from planned plotlines in the unpublished 6th novel, The Winds of Winter. In the previous book, Brienne and Podrick never intersect with Littlefinger and Sansa. Despite diligently following various leads, they are unable to locate the Stark girls. Instead, they find themselves captured by the Brotherhood Without Banners, now under the leadership of Lady Stoneheart, the resurrected Catelyn, a subplot that was completely omitted from the TV show. Lady Stoneheart mistakenly believes that Brienne and Podrick were involved in a plot to harm the Starks and demands that Brienne kill Jaime. In the books, Brienne and Pod never cross paths with Sansa and Littlefinger, avoiding the confrontation with Littlefinger's guards. Instead, Brienne faces off against the Brave Companions, a group that served as inspiration for Locke's hunting party in Season 3. In King's Landing, Cersei Lannister is given the severed head of another dwarf. Her promise of a lordship in exchange for Tyrion's head has led to people killing dwarves and trying to pass them off as Tyrion. Cersei is angry but refrains from punishing the men who brought her the head to avoid discouraging other bounty hunters. She wants the head disposed of, but Qui-Gon asks if he can keep it for his experiments. The dwarf head presented seems to belong to the dwarf who impersonated Joffrey during his wedding in The Lion and the Rose. The bounty hunters attempted to pass it off as Tyrion by creating a deep gash across the face, but they overlook the fact that Tyrion's wounds have long since healed and turned into scars. Cersei informs Jaime of a gift from Dorne, a viper with Princess Myrcella's Lannister pendant. She sees it as a threat against Myrcella, which Jaime cannot deny. Cersei criticizes Jaime for not being a father to their children, but Jaime argues that their children would be in danger if he had been involved. He promises to handle the situation with Myrcella, and ignores Cersei's mockery of his missing hand. In the books, the Martells never explicitly threaten Cersei regarding Myrcella. Prince Doran only sends her a letter explaining that some of his subjects are demanding justice for Oberyn's death. In response, Cersei dispatches Balon Swan of the Kingsguard to retrieve Myrcella, as she holds a belief that the Dornishmen, especially the Martells, cannot be trusted. Jaime never journeys to Dorne in the books, either by himself or with Bronn, who ends up marrying Lollies and remaining with her at Castle Stokeworth. Instead, Jaime heads to the Riverlands to assist in the siege of Riverrun, as depicted in Season 6 after his return from Dorne. The Lannisters opt to send Balon Swan to present the Mountain Skull as a gesture of goodwill to the Dornish. Further to the north in the Crownlands, at Castle Stokeworth, Bronn is spending time with his betrothed Lollies Stokeworth. They appear to have a decent rapport, but when Lollies mentions that her older sister will inherit the castle upon their mother's passing, Bronn slyly reassures her that individuals like her sister usually get what they deserve, clearly eyeing the castle for himself. Jaime stumbles upon the pair and informs Bronn that Cersei has gone back on her word and offered Lollies' hand to Sir Wylis Bracken instead. Bronn is understandably enraged by the sudden change in plans until Jaime reveals that if he aids in rescuing Myrcella from Dorne, Bronn will be rewarded with a much more suitable match than Lollys. Lollys Stokeworth makes her first and only appearance in the books as a character who is described as simple and extremely overweight. She holds a position as one of the ladies in the court of the Red Keep since the beginning of the series. Unfortunately, during the riots in King's Landing, Lollys falls victim to a brutal attack where she is ambushed and ganked by a group of 50 men. This traumatic event further deteriorates her mental state, and she becomes pregnant as a result. From then on, Lollys is shunned by society and becomes a social outcast. Shae, who was previously serving her, later becomes Sansa's handmaiden. Due to Lollys' low social status, it becomes nearly impossible for her to find a suitable highborn marriage partner. However, this changes when she eventually marries Bronn. They reside in Castle Stokeworth along with Lollys' older sister Felice, who, unlike in the books, never mistreated her. Lollys eventually gives birth to a child out of wedlock, but Cersei, in a fit of anger, forbids her from naming the child after Tywin. Instead, Bronn names the boy Tyrion. Bronn's disrespectful behavior eventually leads to a conflict with Felice and her husband, Sir Balman Birch. Cersei, who wants to eliminate anyone loyal to Tyrion, urges Sir Balman to challenge Bronn to a trial by combat. Bronn emerges victorious and assumes the role of the acting lord of House Stokeworth. Felice seeks Cersei's assistance in reclaiming her castle, but Cersei simply imprisons her instead. Felice meets her demise in prison as a result of Qyburn's cruel torture and experiments. Throughout this entire storyline, Bronn and Lollys never share any scenes together, and Lollys is never introduced to Jaime. In the Water Gardens of Dorne, Ellaria Sand rudely demands an audience with Doran Martell, the reigning prince of Dorne. The first appearance of Dorne in the series was inspired by Moorish Spain in the novels. Interestingly, scenes filmed for Dorne were actually shot in areas of Spain with medieval Islamic architecture, which served as the very inspiration for the books. Despite his bodyguard, Areo Hotah, blocking her path, Doran instructs him to allow her entry. Ellaria expresses her desire to take Princess Myrcella, who is currently in the company of Trystane Martell, in order to send her to Cersei piece by piece as retribution for Oberyn Martell's death. Doran refuses, reminding her that Oberyn had willingly participated in a trial by combat, making his demise lawful and not an act of murder. He asserts that Dorne will not resort to harming children under his rule, even if the Sand Snakes are supporting Ellaria. With a sneer, Ellaria questions how long Doran expects to remain in power before storming out. As she leaves, Hotah and the prince share a meaningful glance, with the former gesturing towards his axe. But Doran shakes his head and refocuses on the Water Gardens as he ponders his next steps. In the books, it is not Ellaria but Oberyn's daughter, Obara, who encounters Doran in the Water Gardens. Due to his ailing health, Doran spends most of his time in the Water Gardens rather than in Sunspear, which is several miles away and where Trystane and Myrcella are located. Obara taunts Doran for not taking any action to avenge their brother and sister, as the Sand Snakes desire Dorne to wage war against the Lannisters. None of them harbor any ill intentions towards Myrcella. In the books, Ellaria strongly opposes seeking vengeance against the Lannisters and advocates for peace. Unlike the other former kingdoms of Westeros, who relinquished their titles and adopted the designation of Lords Paramount, after submitting to Aegon the Conqueror during the Targaryen conquest, Dorne successfully resisted the initial invasion. They later joined the other 6 kingdoms through marriage 2 centuries later, and were granted the privilege to retain their traditional titles, including Prince and Princess. In the books, Doran's guard Areo Hotah does not possess a completely bald appearance. Instead, he has white hair and a beard. In Meereen, Daario and Grey Worm stumble upon a residence believed to belong to a son of the Harpy, who is suspected of being responsible for White Rat's demise. Daario reveals that he has been utilizing the Second Sons as undercover agents in Meereen, as they are less conspicuous than the Unsullied and can blend in with the locals. To demonstrate their effectiveness, Daario punctures a false wall with his dagger, injuring the man hiding behind it. Back at the Great Pyramid, Daenerys and her council engage in a heated discussion about whether to execute the Harpy's son. However, the debate escalates into a shouting match between Mosador and Hizdar zo Loraq. The subplot in Meereen is significantly more intricate in the books. The Sons of the Harpy commit numerous additional murders, prompting Daenerys to deploy the Unsullied, along with freedmen and citizens, to patrol the city. While bathing, she experiences a vision of the enigmatic Quaithe, who cryptically alludes to future events. Later, Xaro from Season 2 pays her a visit, still alive in the novels, and attempts to dissuade her from abolishing slavery in Slavers Bay. Daenerys' refusal and escalating tensions with Yunkai result in a conflict that embroils Qarth and Astapor as well. Eventually, Daenerys manages to broker a fragile peace with Yunkai. Once everyone else departs, Ser Barristan informs Daenerys about her father's madness, contradicting what Viserys had told her. He explains how the Mad King's actions against House Stark ultimately led to the rebellion that nearly wiped out the Targaryen dynasty. Daenerys is somewhat comforted by this revelation, realizing that her deranged father believed he was dispensing justice to his enemies through his atrocities. She assures Ser Barristan that the accused will face a trial. In Meereen, there are no executions or riots depicted in the books. Mosador, who is not a former Meereenese slave or a small council member, is actually one of Missandei's 3 brothers and an Unsullied. Tragically, he and another Unsullied meet their demise when stones from the river wall fall on them, an act carried out by the Sons of the Harpy. Unfortunately, no suspects are apprehended for this crime. Despite the danger, Daenerys offers Missandei the option to return to Naath, but Missandei believes she is safer remaining in Meereen. Barristan Selmy informs Daenerys that only 2 Targaryen heirs survived Robert's rebellion, herself and her brother Viserys. However, in the books, there is a possibility of a 3rd heir, as a young man claims to be Aegon, Rhaegar's son. Although Aegon is believed to be deceased, Selmy is unaware of the fact that he might still be alive. In the books, Barristan Selmy reveals to Daenerys that the Mad King had an inappropriate interest in Joanna Lannister, Tywin's wife, and behaved improperly during her wedding ceremony. In the southern region known as the Flatlands, Tyrion Lannister and Varys embark on their journey from Pentos in a grand wheelhouse, pulled by a multitude of horses. Tyrion, consumed by despair, continues to drown his sorrows in alcohol, as he had vowed to do. Varys reveals that their destination is Meereen, and they plan to pass through Volantis on their way. Varys acknowledges that Tyrion proved to be a capable ruler during his time as Hand of the King, and both of them have experienced the hardships of being outsiders due to their physical deformities, Varys being a eunuch and Tyrion being a dwarf. They relished in amassing power, but at the same time they isolated themselves from society, much like their current situation of hiding within the confines of a large carriage. Varys once again cautions him about the dangers of being seen in public, emphasizing that Cersei has offered a lordship to anyone who brings her Tyrion's head. Tyrion scoffs at the notion and rhetorically questions whether Cersei intends to eliminate every dwarf in the world in her pursuit of capturing him. In the books, Tyrion utters, "The best part of me for the best part of her," to Illyrio Mopatis rather than Varys. Varys does not accompany him on his journey to meet Daenerys. Instead, he is joined by a group of individuals who are all excluded from the show. A sellsword named Griff, who is actually disgraced Knight Jon Connington, and his ward young Griff, who is actually Aegon, the surviving son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Aelia Martell, along with Sir Rolly Duckfield, Septa Lemore, and Howden Halfmaester. Cersei gathers the small council and announces Qyburn as the new Master of Whisperers. The position of Hand of the King will remain vacant until Tommen is older. Tommen appoints Mace Tyrell as the new Master of Coin. Cersei creates the new position of Master of War. Kevan Lannister is offered this new position but refuses, criticizing Cersei's power-hungry actions. Kevan informs Cersei that she now holds the title of Queen's Mother instead of Queen Regent, indicating that Tommen has come of age and can rule independently. In the books, Tommen is still a young child of 9 years old, so Cersei continues to act as regent. In the show, Kevan abruptly leaves, stating he will await King Tommen's instructions at Casterly Rock. In the books, the title of Master of War does not exist, as the Crown's armies are under the command of the Protector of the Realm, either the King or his regent. This situation is reflected in the book, where Cersei assigns new titles, strategically excluding the Tyrells to prevent them from gaining more influence. She deliberately avoids using the term master because she believes it diminishes her own authority. In the book, Pycelle never offers himself as Hand of the King. Instead, it is Mace Tyrell who extends this proposition. Furthermore, Mace does not assume the role of Master of Coin, but rather suggests one of his uncles for the position. Cersei firmly rejects both of Mace's offers, as she is unwilling to grant the Tyrells additional power. Instead, she implores Kevan to become Hand. However, he declines and cautions her against making enemies of the Tyrells. Kevan also candidly informs her that she has failed as a mother in raising Joffrey, demanding that she relinquish her position of authority. This leads to a heated argument, culminating in Cersei throwing wine in his face. Consequently, Kevan returns to Casterly Rock, and the command of the Lannister forces is never bestowed upon him. Jaime assumes this role, although he too refuses to become Hand. Later on, Jaime convinces Cersei to dispatch Mace and one of his vassals to conquer Storm's End and Dragonstone, effectively removing them from their previous positions. At the Wall, Shireen Baratheon is seen teaching Gilly how to read in Castle Black's library. Gilly wishes to know about Shireen's grayscale scars, mentioning that the wildlings lack a specific term for the disease and recounting how her sisters suffered from it before Craster ended their suffering. Queen Selyse interrupts the lesson and sends Sam and Gilly away, cautioning Shireen about associating with wildlings due to the potential threat they pose to Stannis and his family. Despite the warning, Shireen remains skeptical of such a scenario. In this particular episode, an important milestone is reached as Shireen engages in a verbal exchange with her mother Selyse for the first time. Furthermore, this episode marks the first time the name of the disease that disfigured Shireen's face is mentioned, grayscale. While somewhat similar to the real-life disease of leprosy, it is important to note that leprosy is not a fatal disease in itself. In the books, there is no mention of any of Gilly's sisters, including Craster's wives and daughters, having grayscale. Sam, Shireen, and Selyse, who share a scene together, are actually related. Sam's mother Melessa and Selyse are first cousins from House Floron, establishing Sam and Shireen as second cousins. Sam and Gilly never encounter Selyse and Shireen in the books. They were sent to Braavos by Jon long before Selyse and Shireen arrived at Castle Black, so Gilly never receives any reading lessons. Meanwhile, Stannis discusses Jon Snow's refusal to bend the knee. Stannis shares a letter from Lady Lyanna Mormont rejecting his call for House Mormont's allegiance, stating their loyalty lies with the King in the North and the Starks. Lyanna Mormont, the niece of the late Lord Commander Jorah Mormont and the current leader of Bear Island, eventually changes her stance on not supporting Stannis and sends her older sister Alysanne to aid in the liberation of Deepwood Motte. Jon emphasizes to Stannis that the North will only follow one of their own, prompting Stannis to offer Jon the title of Jon Stark, Lord of Winterfell, in exchange for his support against their common enemies. Although tempted by the offer, Jon confides in Sam that he intends to decline, as his duty lies with the Night's Watch. In the books, Stannis' proposal to legitimize Jon and their subsequent discussion regarding Lyanna Mormont's letter occur prior to Mance's execution. In the novels, Jon also rejects Stannis' proposal to legitimize him and release him from the Night's Watch in order to become Lord Stark, but he keeps this information to himself. While it is not entirely unheard of for someone to be released from their vows in the Watch, it has been done sparingly in the past when a noble family had no male heirs left. It is generally frowned upon because it means breaking a lifelong commitment. This was actually the second time in the novels that Jon was offered legitimacy. Prior to the Red Wedding, Robb Stark had hoped to trade Jon for 100 new Night's Watch soldiers and name him his heir, assuming that Bran and Rickon were dead. However, Robb was killed before this plan could come to fruition. In the books, Melisandre imposed an additional condition on Jon in order for him to become Lord Stark and be released from his Night's Watch oath. He must reject the old gods, burn the weirwood tree at Winterfell, and embrace R'hllor. This presents a significant dilemma for Jon, as it would brand him as both a breaker of vows and a heretic in the eyes of the North. Additionally, he is reluctant to challenge Sansa's claim to Winterfell. The process of selecting the new Lord Commander of the Night's Watch begins under the supervision of Maester Aemon. Janos Slynt puts forward Alliser Thorne as a nominee, while another brother suggests Denys Mallister, the commander of the Shadow Tower. In the book, over 30 names are put forward for the position of Lord Commander, including Ed's, but most withdraw due to lack of support. The main contenders are Bowen Marsh, Janos Slynt, Daenys Mallister, Cotter Pike, Othel Yarrick. Alliser Thorne starts as a candidate but steps back to back Janos Slynt after receiving minimal votes in the initial round of voting. In the books, Slynt does not advocate for Thorne, but rather the opposite. Just as the voting is about to commence, Sam interrupts to propose a third candidate, Jon Snow. In the books, it is not Sam but Edison Tollett who puts forward Jon's nomination. In the novels, Sam refrains from delivering a public speech regarding Jon's actions. Instead, he privately influences Daenys Mallister and Cotter Pike, who have a mutual dislike for each other, into believing that Stannis might support the other in order to win. Consequently, both Mallister and Pike vote for Jon to prevent this scenario. Jon's popularity increases as a result, making him Slynt's main rival. In the show, after the votes are cast, a tie is declared, with Snow and Thorne receiving an equal number of votes. With a subtle smile, Maester Aemon casts his own vote in favour of Jon Snow. The members of the Night's Watch cheer for Jon as he becomes the 998th Lord Commander. Daenys Mallister, a contender for the position of Lord Commander, portrayed by J.J. Murphy, who tragically passed away shortly after filming, his role was not recast as he had completed enough scenes for the episode. Benioff and Weiss praised Murphy as the perfect Daenys Mallister and acknowledged that his watch is ended. In the books, it is not Maester Aemon who counts the votes, but rather Sam and Clydas the steward. In the books, it is Stannis, not Sam, who criticizes Slynt. Stannis does not focus on Slynt's actions during the Battle of Castle Black, but instead elaborates on Slynt's corrupt and villainous behavior while serving as the commander of the City Watch of King's Landing. In the novels, the election of the Lord Commander occurs at an earlier point in the timeline, following the Battle of Castle Black. However, due to time constraints, the producers decided to move this subplot to the beginning of Season 5 instead of the end of Season 4. In the books, there are 600 members of the Night's Watch who are eligible to vote, and a 2/3 majority is required to win. At one point, Jorah Mormont's pet raven, which had not been seen since his death, returns and perches on Jon's shoulder, repeatedly uttering the word "Snow." This occurrence convinces many of the men to vote for Jon, ultimately leading to his overwhelming victory as the Lord Commander. Meanwhile, before the trial commences, Mossador takes matters into his own hands and kills the Harpy's son. In an attempt to uphold the integrity of the law, Daenerys publicly executes Mossador, which angers the freed slaves. As she departs, they hiss at her and throw rocks, sparking a riot between the former slaves and their former masters. The execution of Mossador by Daenerys bears a striking resemblance to Robb's execution of Rickard Karstark in Kissed by Fire. Both men were put to death for killing an unarmed prisoner whom they despised. Although these executions fall within the rights of their respective leaders, they prove to be politically unwise decisions. Robb's killing of Rickard resulted in the loss of the Karstark army and severely weakened his chances of winning the war. Similarly, Daenerys' execution of Mossador angers many of her loyal ex-slaves, who view his actions as a form of justice against their former oppressors. Later that night, Daenerys dismisses her council and steps outside. To her relief, Drogon, who has grown somewhat, lands just above her balcony. Drogon sniffs her outstretched hand, but instead of attacking, he flies away, leaving his mother alone. In the book, Drogon is not seen by Daenerys on top of the pyramid. The last time she laid eyes on him, he was flying away after unsuccessful attempts to capture him. In Braavos, Arya Stark is assigned the task of cleaning the main sanctuary of the House of Black and White. She observes Jaqen H'ghar helping a supplicant drink from the temple's well. Arya expresses her desire to learn, but Jaqen dismisses her concerns. When Arya points out that she recognizes various effigies of gods as deities from other religions, such as the weirwood gods of the north and the drowned god of the Iron Islands, Jaqen H'ghar asserts that they are all representations of the same god with whom she should be acquainted. Although he does not explicitly name this god, it is the god of death, believed to appear in different forms to different individuals. Arya is indeed familiar with this god, as her sword-fighting instructor Syrio Forel in Season 1 mentioned that there is only one god and his name is Death. As Cersei Lannister makes her way through a large crowd towards the Great Sept of Baelor, she becomes increasingly irritated by the cheers for Margaery, completely disregarding her presence. The marriage of Tommen Baratheon and Margaery Tyrell takes place, much to Cersei's displeasure. Later that night, the newlyweds consummate their marriage and share their excitement about their future together. Dean Charles Chapman, in an interview, openly shared his discomfort with the scene between Tommen and Margaery. Chapman, perceiving Tommen as a young boy, found it disturbing due to the significant age difference between the characters. It is worth noting that during medieval times, it was legally acceptable for boys to marry at 14 and girls at 12, especially among the higher nobility, who often betrothed their children from infancy. However, consummation of the marriage was necessary for it to be considered legally binding. In the books, Tommen and Margaery share a bed, but due to Tommen's young age of 9, there is no relationship between them at this point in the story. Tommen expresses his belief that his mother is unhappy in King's Landing. Seizing the opportunity, Margaery manipulates Tommen into thinking that as long as Cersei remains in King's Landing, she will continue to treat him like a child, constantly watching over him. The following morning, Tommen and Cersei go for a walk, during which Tommen suggests that Cersei should return to Casterly Rock if it would bring her happiness, as she used to speak fondly of it. However, Cersei declines the offer. Realizing that Margaery is behind this, Cersei pays her a visit, only to find Margaery boasting about her exhausting night with the king. Margaery greets her mother-in-law with newfound confidence, subtly flaunting her queenship in Cersei's face. Feeling defeated, Cersei walks away. Margaery never refers to Cersei as her mother in the novels. During lunch, Reek serves Roose Bolton while he reprimands Ramsay for his brutal act of flaying Lord Serwyn and his family during a routine tax collection. Ramsay defends himself by pointing out that he eventually obtained the taxes. However, Roose reminds his son that instilling fear alone cannot maintain their control over the North, especially if the other houses rise up against them. With Tywin Lannister's demise, the alliance between the Lannisters and the Boltons has effectively ended. Therefore, Roose proposes that the best way to solidify Bolton dominance in the North is through marriage. In Winterfell, the Boltons have defaced all direwolf statues and frescoes in an effort to erase the memory of House Stark. In the books, Ramsay is never sent by Roose Bolton to collect taxes. However, the scene where Ramsay indulges in a lavish meal despite a potential food shortage in the upcoming winter could be a reference to a passage in the books where Ramsay visits House Stout on his way to Winterfell. He demands that the local lord host a feast for him, even going as far as making him slaughter their limited breeding stock for the next year. Ramsay greedily consumes the meat, seemingly unconcerned that the lord is now unable to replenish his herd, leaving him unable to provide for both him and Winterfell in the future. Both the book and the series emphasize that Ramsay fails to consider the long-term repercussions of his impulsive actions. His brutal flaying of individuals, particularly after promising them freedom, instills fear and compliance, but repeatedly breaking his promises does not earn him any lasting loyalty. In the books, Medja Serwyn suffers severe injuries during the Battle of the Green Fork, and later succumbs to his wounds while being held captive at Harrenhal. Clay Sherwin, Medja's son, is killed by the soldiers from the Dreadfort when he joins Roderick Castle in the liberation of Winterfell from the Ironborn. However, Ramsay does not personally kill him, and his body is not subjected to flaying. Following these events, Medja's daughter Janella is left with no choice but to pledge loyalty to the Boltons, although some of her soldiers later join Stannis' army in the north. Sansa Stark is filled with horror upon arriving at Moat Cailin. She immediately realizes that Baelish intends to bring her back to Winterfell, directly into the clutches of the Boltons. Recalling their previous conversation about a marriage proposal, Sansa understands that the proposal was not for Baelish, but for herself. Filled with anger, she vehemently declares that she would rather die than marry Roose Bolton. Littlefinger corrects her and explains that she will be marrying Ramsay Bolton instead. He then tries to calm her down by assuring her that nobody will suspect her presence there and suggests that this could be her best chance for revenge. Reluctantly, Sansa agrees. Littlefinger emphasizes that a marriage lacking consummation can be voided automatically. In the books, this serves as a valid reason for annulment. From a distance, Brienne and Podrick observe Petyr and Sansa approaching Moat Cailin. Understanding that pursuing them through the castle would be pointless, she opts to circumvent Moat Cailin by taking a detour. Despite Podrick's concerns about losing sight of them, Brienne reassures him that they do not need to tail them so closely, as she is aware of their destination. Setting up camp, Brienne discovers how Podrick became Tyrion's squire. Podrick's backstory originates from the first book, yet it was omitted from the initial season due to his introduction in Season 2's The Prince of Winterfell, and his rise to prominence in Season 4. Podrick commends Brienne's combat skills and takes pride in being her squire, despite her initial treatment towards him. Brienne expresses regret for her past behavior towards Podrick and offers to train him in swordsmanship and horseback riding. Podrick then inquires about Brienne's history with Renly. She recounts how, as a young girl, her father hosted a ball to find a suitable match for her among the young lords. Brienne was initially thrilled by the attention, only to feel humiliated when she realized they were merely mocking her. Before she could flee, Renly comforted her and danced with her, dismissing the others as unworthy of her tears. Brienne also acknowledges Renly's preference for men, but admits that it did not diminish her love for him. She reflects on the pain of failing to protect loved ones and vows to avenge Renly by targeting Stannis, whom she suspects of involvement in Renly's assassination through Melisandre's shadowy figure resembling Stannis. Despite Brienne's initial dismissal of Jaime's claims about Renly's reality in Dark Wings, Dark Words, she now openly acknowledges her awareness of this fact. Additionally, she reveals that she is her father's sole surviving child, contrary to the books which mention her older brother's tragic drowning at the age of 8, as well as the deaths of her 2 younger sisters in infancy. Although her personal account of dancing with Renly is shared from her perspective in the second novel, she never discusses it with Podrick, and it was omitted from the second season due to time constraints. In the books, at the age of 7, she was betrothed to the son of Lord Caron, who tragically passed away along with his family due to an illness. Her second engagement was with Ronette Connington at the age of 10, but he insulted her upon meeting her, referring to her as a sow in silk and a freak. Brienne later got her revenge by defeating him in a tournament. Lastly, at 16, she was promised a 56-year-old Humphrey Wagstaff, who threatened to discipline her if she did not conform to societal expectations. Brienne challenged him to a duel instead, resulting in her breaking several of his bones and ending the betrothal. At the Wall, King Stannis Baratheon attempts to persuade the newly appointed Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jon Snow, to accept his proposal of legitimization. However, Jon firmly declines Stannis' offer and reiterates his loyalty to the Night's Watch. He emphasizes the neutrality of the Night's Watch in the affairs of the Seven Kingdoms and questions Stannis about his departure plans. Jon points out that Castle Black's resources are limited and cannot sustain the Night's Watch, Stannis' army, and the wildling prisoners indefinitely. Stannis acknowledges the situation and assures Jon that his army will soon depart to confront the Boltons at Winterfell before the harsh winter conditions trap them at the Wall. He leaves the decision regarding the fate of the wildling prisoners to Jon, giving him the authority to choose between executing them or exploring the possibility of negotiation with Tormund, who may be more receptive than Mance. When Stannis suggests appointing Alliser Thorne as the new commander of Eastwatch by the Sea, Jon counters by stating that it is better to keep one's enemies close rather than far away. As Davos prepares to leave with Stannis, he encourages Jon to reflect on the second-to-last stanza of the Night's Watch Oath, emphasizing their duty as protectors of the realms of men. Davos also assures Jon that Stannis' guidance stems from the king's fondness for him. In the books, the relationship between Jon and Stannis is considerably more strained. Stannis shows little regard for Jon's decision to remain loyal to the Night's Watch and uphold its political neutrality. He frequently implies that he has the power to have Jon executed and force the Watch to join his own army. However, Jon remains unfazed by these threats. Instead, he advises Stannis to seek support from the lesser houses and mountain clans of the north, suggesting that they retake smaller castles from the Ironborn before marching on Winterfell. Surprisingly, Stannis heeds Jon's counsel, and it is not Davos who is currently seeking allies in White Harbor, but Melisandre who provides Jon with guidance on how to handle Stannis. Later, the waif confronts Arya in her quarters, repeatedly questioning her identity and striking her when she responds with no one. Jaqen intervenes, reprimanding the waif for her actions. He points out that Arya cannot truly be no one since she is dressed in Arya Stark's clothes, possesses silver stolen by Arya Stark, and was prepared to use Arya Stark's sword against the waif. Acknowledging this, Arya discards her old garments and stolen silver in the lagoon, but keeps Needle hidden in a seawall. Arya is then permitted by Jaqen to advance to an inner chamber, where she assists the waif in preparing corpses. When Arya asks about the fate of the bodies after cleaning, the waif remains silent. Faye Marsay makes her first appearance as the waif in the series, although she is not explicitly named as such on screen. In the books, Arya gives her this nickname due to her pale complexion, small size, and emaciated appearance resulting from a failed poisoning attempt. Maisie Williams experienced her first costume change since the conclusion of Season 1. Williams expressed that discarding her old clothes and donning new ones on the show was a deeply satisfying experience. In the books, Arya conceals her cherished weapon, Needle, in a crevice beneath the stairs of the House of Black and White. After relinquishing her belongings in the canal, she returns to the House of Black and White in a state of complete nudity. However, this portrayal was not feasible in the show due to Maisie Williams being only 17 years old during the filming of the episode. At Winterfell itself, Sansa and Littlefinger are greeted by the Boltons and their households. Sansa, in an effort to maintain her composure, graciously accepts Roose's welcome, displaying the same politeness that had once protected her in King's Landing. From a distance, Miranda, Ramsay's bedwarmer and secret lover, observes with a mix of jealousy and anger. In the books, it is not Sansa but her closest companion, Jane Poole, who is compelled to marry Ramsay Bolton. Jane accompanied Sansa to King's Landing. After Ned's failed coup, Littlefinger kept Jane in one of his brothels in King's Landing and took Sansa to the Vale as his illegitimate daughter using the name Elaine, as depicted in the show. He then forms an alliance with the Lannisters by arranging for Jane to marry the Boltons while pretending to be Arya, who is presumed dead at that time. Despite the Boltons suspecting that Jane is not Arya, they agree to maintain the deception because this marriage strengthens their control over the North and very few people actually know what Arya looks like. Sansa remains in the Vale, where Littlefinger plans to marry her off to Harold Harding, the closest living relative of Robert Arryn. Littlefinger had cunningly manipulated Lysa into keeping the Vale out of the war, anticipating that the frail Robert would soon pass away, allowing him to reclaim the North from whoever remains. The showrunners have revealed in interviews that they deliberately condensed the Jane and Sansa storylines into one during the writing of Season 2 because the Vale plot was relatively minor and they wanted to keep Sansa involved in the events taking place in the North. Although Jane plays a significant role in the books, her presence in the series was limited to an uncredited extra appearance in Episode 1 of Season 1. She is one of the girls in Sansa's needlework class who later laughs when Arya flicks food in Sansa's face. And a brief mention in Cripples, Bastards, and Broken Things. Later, in the mess hall, Jon inquires about Maester Aemon's health from Sam. He learns that Aemon's condition is deteriorating and entrusts his care to Sam. Jon then proceeds to assign various roles to the members of the Night's Watch. He designates a black brother to oversee the construction of a new latrine pit for the wildling prisoners, playfully suggesting that it may be a suitable task for someone with red hair. The brother takes the remark in good humor and joins in the laughter with the others. Jon also demonstrates respect for Sir Alliser Thorne by appointing him as the new First Ranger, acknowledging his experience. In the books, Jon refuses to promote Alliser Thorne. Following the election, Stannis warns Jon that Thorne and Janos Slynt are already causing trouble within the Night's Watch regarding the legitimacy of Jon's election. Finally, Lord Commander Snow orders Janos Slynt to restore and man the abandoned Castle Greyguard. Despite being informed that it is an order, not a choice, Slynt defiantly refuses multiple times, disregarding the consequences. Jon orders for Janos to be brought out into the courtyard, adhering to his father Eddard Stark's law that the one who passes the sentence must carry out the execution. Janos, who once heartlessly took a baby girl from her mother and killed her, is now reduced to tears and pleads for mercy, realizing the consequences of his treasonous actions. He promises to comply with any request Jon makes and confesses his long-standing fear. Jon momentarily hesitates, but then gathers his resolve and swiftly beheads the cowardly former commander of the City Watch with a single stroke of Longclaw. In this act, Jon not only administers a small measure of justice to one of the men who betrayed his father and murdered Robert Baratheon's children, but also sends a powerful message. Observing the execution from a distance, Stannis Baratheon silently approves, acknowledging Jon's firmness in carrying out his duty. As Janos Slynt is taken to the chopping block, he once again boasts about his powerful friends as he did in the Nightlands. He was likely referring to Cersei, who granted him the title of Lord but did not intervene when Tyrion sent him to the wall, making this threat mostly empty. He also relied on Alliser Thorne for protection. Hence his disbelief when Thorne steps aside to let Slynt be taken away. In the books, the impact is even greater. Slynt had Ned dragged and presented in front of the Sept of Baelor, proudly displaying his head to the onlookers after the execution. Sansa even wished for someone to cut off Slynt's head for this. He later attempted to have Jon executed for joining the Wildlings. While Jon is aware of Slynt's involvement in Ned's death in the books, though it never influenced his decisions, Kit Harington mentioned uncertainty about Jon's knowledge of this in the series. In the book, Jon offers Slynt a new position far away, giving him one night to accept. When Slynt refuses to leave the next morning, Jon initially orders his hanging, but then decides to behead him instead. Thorne briefly considers intervening, but ultimately does not, much to Jon's disappointment. Jon later sends Thorne and 8 other rangers on a scouting mission beyond the wall to locate Tormund. Thorne is angered by this, believing Jon's intention is for him to either refuse the mission, providing Jon a reason to execute him similar to Slynt, or perish beyond the wall. Despite his anger, Thorne accepts the mission, vowing to return to settle their differences, whether alive or as a white. In Littlefinger's establishment, the Sparrows launch an assault on the High Septon, while he is in the company of prostitutes disguised as the Seven. Subsequently, he is compelled to parade naked through the streets while the Sparrows denounce him as a transgressor. Enraged by the disgrace, he urges the small council to apprehend the Sparrows and execute their leader, the High Sparrow. Despite her lack of sympathy, Cersei opts to have a meeting with the High Sparrow, who reveals himself to be a modest individual serving meals to the destitute without shoes. The High Sparrow does not attempt to conceal the actions of his fellow Sparrows. Cersei informs him that he will not face arrest or execution, and that the High Septon has been detained instead, much to the High Sparrow's surprise. According to George R.R. Martin, the Sparrows draw inspiration from the medieval Catholic Church and the Protestant Reformation. Jonathan Pryce makes his first appearance as the High Sparrow, a character whose real name remains unknown. It is worth noting that none of the High Septons of the faith are ever given names. The Sparrows are a religious group that emerged during the War of the Five Kings in response to the mistreatment of those who follow the faith of the Seven. In the books, the Sparrows play a more prominent role. Lancel becomes devout and joins the Warriors' Sons instead of the Sparrows. The Warriors' Sons is a religious military order comprised of knights and nobles, while the Poor Fellows are made up of commoners. The show combines both groups as the faith militant. Cersei's first encounter with the High Sparrow takes place in the Great Sept of Baelor, not on the streets of the city. At this point, he has already assumed the role of High Septon due to the actions of the angry Sparrows who had taken over the Great Sept and compelled the corrupt Septons to appoint him as their leader. The meeting is orchestrated as a display of authority. Cersei's Kingsguard is barred from entering the Sept, and she is made to wait until the High Sparrow completes his prayers. Furthermore, he emphasizes that all of her allies within the faith have been stripped of their influence and reprimands her for various grievances that they have with the crown, including the execution of Ned Stark on sacred grounds. In the books, it is not the High Septon, but rather Septon Olidor who was regarded as a potential candidate for the role following the demise of the previous High Septon. The TV show's High Septon, who was disgraced by the Sparrows and imprisoned by Cersei, he is actually smothered with a pillow on her orders by Osney Kettleblack. This is because Cersei believes Lancel revealed the truth about their affair and Robert's murder to him. This allowed the High Sparrow to seize power. Upon her return to the Red Keep, Cersei instructs Qyburn to dispatch a message to Peter Baelish. As Qyburn writes the message, the body of Gregor Clegane convulses beneath the covering, but Qyburn quiets him down calmly. In the books, there is minimal communication between Cersei and Littlefinger. Littlefinger casually informs Cersei that the Lords of the Vale are against him, but he shows no concern and does not seek assistance from King's Landing. Instead, he simply requests some old tapestries. Littlefinger is unaware of Stannis' presence at Castle Black, as well as his plans to confront the Boltons in the novels. In another part of the castle, Baelish subtly warns Ramsay against harming Sansa and discusses the situation with Roose, who remains suspicious of Littlefinger's true motives in betraying the Lannisters. Baelish points out the weakened state of the Lannisters, with Tywin dead, Jaime lacking political influence due to his lost hand, and Cersei being overshadowed by Margaery, who holds a fondness for Sansa. Despite this, Bolton insists on reading any messages that Littlefinger may send back to the capital. Later, Sansa is shown to her old room, which now feels unfamiliar after all this time. To her surprise, the servant attending to her warmly welcomes her back and quietly assures her that the North has not forgotten. When Sansa is told that the North remembers, it is the first time the phrase is spoken aloud in an episode. In the book, none of the Winterfell servants offer their support. In the Free Cities, further south, Tyrion Lannister and Varys finally reach Volantis. Exhausted from their carriage ride, Tyrion disregards the potential dangers and insists on exploring. They navigate through the bustling markets on the Long Bridge, where Varys enlightens Tyrion about the significance of the tattoos worn by Volantene slaves. In the books, Tyrion's journey to Volantis is not accompanied by Varys. Instead, he is joined by a group consisting of Jon Connington, a disgraced knight and sellsword, along with his ward, young Griff. Additionally, there is a healer named Haldon Halfmaester, Rolly Duckfield, and Septa Lemore. Varys almost loses track of Tyrion, but eventually finds him captivated by the sermon of a Red Priestess. Tyrion's curiosity is piqued as he recalls Thoros of Myr being the sole Red Priest in King's Landing. In the books, Tyrion recollects Thoros, another Red Priest who was dispatched to King's Landing years ago to convert Robert to the Lord of Light. The Red Priestess passionately speaks in, High Valyrian recounting her own experience as a former slave. Like other Red Priestesses, she prophesies the arrival of a savior, a Dragon Queen. However, Tyrion's interest diminishes when the priestess abruptly pauses her sermon and locks eyes with him. While attentively listening to the Red Priestess's sermon in High Valyrian, Tyrion demonstrates a clear understanding of her words. High Valyrian, akin to the Latin spoken during the Roman Empire, is primarily used by the clergy and maesters in their daily practices. However, members of noble houses are still taught this language, although their proficiency may vary. For instance, Arya received some basic lessons from Maester Luwin, but lacked the ability to comprehend the Valyrian conversation between Thoros and Melisandre in Season 3. On the other hand, Sam possesses a reasonable command of High Valyrian, while Tyrion possesses enough knowledge to comprehend it, yet not enough to engage in a full-fledged conversation. Unlike in the show, Tyrion's head is not rubbed by a brothel guard, but rather by one of the city guards. Tyrion then leads Varys to a brothel where they encounter a prostitute dressed as Daenerys. In the television series, the character of the prostitute dressed as Daenerys is a nod to the books, where she is seen sitting on Jorah Mormont's lap when he notices Tyrion. The outfit was initially created as a joke by costume designer Michelle Clapton, who was challenged by the showrunners to design the most extravagant costumes possible. Varys suggests that a woman who garners attention from both sermons and prostitutes is worth meeting. Tyrion attempts to engage with a dark-haired prostitute, but when she agrees to provide her services, he finds himself unable to go through with it. He then goes to relieve himself by the side of the bridge, causing Varys to momentarily lose sight of him. This differs greatly from Tyrion's portrayal in the books, where he engages in paid intercourse with a slave despite feeling guilty and realizing that the girl, who doesn't speak the common tongue, is distressed. However, he chooses her because the other options are considerably older. In Volantis, slaves bear facial tattoos that signify the type of labor they are assigned to. This detail was previously mentioned by Talisa Magar, a native of Volantis, in Season 2. Volantis, the final free city of Essos to be introduced after Pentos and Braavos, makes its debut. Due to the need for numerous new sets in Season 5, especially for Braavos, the production team had to repurpose existing sets and costumes as much as possible for Volantis' appearance in this episode. Sets like Moat Cailin, Harrenhal, and the Molestown brothel were adapted to serve as interiors, while the Roman Bridge of Cordoba in Spain was filmed and digitally altered to become the Long Bridge of Volantis. As Tyrion finishes, he is unexpectedly abducted by Jorah Mormont, who proclaims that he is taking him to the Queen. The shot of Tyrion urinating from the brothel is framed in the same high-angle perspective as the shot of him urinating off the wall in Season 1. In the books, Tyrion is eventually kidnapped by Jorah Mormont, but this occurs in a brothel in Selhorys, a city near Volantis, after a challenging boat journey down the Rhoyne River. Jorah kidnaps Tyrion openly, threatening to kill anyone who tries to intervene. During the night in Volantis, Jorah Mormont incapacitates a fisherman and commandeers his boat, taking Tyrion Lannister with him. Peter Dinklage's boat scene at the start of this episode closely resembles a scene he did for the Chronicles of Narnia. In both instances, he is bound, gagged, and lying in the bottom of a wooden boat. In Dawn, Jaime Lannister and Ser Bronn find themselves aboard a Pentoshi merchant ship bound for Oldtown in the Reach. In the books, Jaime and Bronn do not journey to Dawn. Bronn remains in King's Landing with his new wife, while Jaime is tasked with convincing Brynden Tully to surrender Riverrun in the Riverlands. This event occurs in the show during Season 6's episode No One. Cersei dispatches Balon Swan to Dawn on an official mission to retrieve Myrcella, deliver the Mountain Skull to the Martells, and participate in Cersei's plot to assassinate Trystane Martell. Despite Obara and Tyrien's private suggestion to Doran to eliminate Swan, Doran prohibits any harm to come to him. Initially, there were no intentions to venture into Dawn during Season 5, since no significant characters were present there. However, Brian Cogman proposed the idea of sending 2 established characters to Dawn and teaming up Jaime with Bronn. During a meeting of the Small Council, Master of Coin Mace Tyrell delivers troubling news regarding the Iron Bank of Braavos beginning to demand repayment of debts owed by Westeros. Initially, they have requested a tenth of the Iron Throne's outstanding debts, an amount the Crown can only partially afford due to the significant expenses incurred in rebuilding the royal fleet. Mace proposes that House Tyrell could provide the necessary funds temporarily, but Cersei is reluctant to grant them more influence over the crown. Instead, she decides to send Mace to Braavos to negotiate for an extension, believing that his high status will demonstrate the seriousness with which they view their debts. Unaware of Cersei's ulterior motives to remove him from the capital, Mace views this assignment as a great honor. Additionally, Cersei assigns Sir Meryn Trant of the Kingsguard to accompany Mace as a guard. Following Mace's departure, Pycelle remarks bitterly on the dwindling numbers of the small council members in the capital, with only himself, Cersei, and Qyburn remaining. Despite this, Cersei believes that the council has not yet become small enough. In the books, Mace Tyrell never makes an offer to settle the crown's debt with the Iron Bank. In fact, Cersei completely disregards their demands for repayment, despite Pycelle's objections. Even when envoys from the Iron Bank approach the small council, Cersei insults them and declares that she has no intention of repaying them until all rebellious kingdoms are subdued. Consequently, the Iron Bank promptly demands the immediate repayment of all loans in Westeros and refuses to provide any further credit, effectively crippling the economy of the realm. Additionally, the bank dispatches an emissary named Tycho Nestoris to support Stannis' war efforts without any reservations or inquiries, with the sole condition that he repay the crown's debt upon claiming the Iron Throne. In the books, Cersei instructs Mace Tyrell to lay siege to Storm's End, while Harry Swift is tasked with negotiating with the Iron Bank in Braavos. Interestingly, Harry Swift is accompanied by Rafford Raff the Sweetling instead of Meryn Trant, who is responsible for the murder of Lomi. In the show, it was Polliver who killed Lomi. Cersei convenes with the High Sparrow, who, thanks to her influence, has ascended to the position of the new High Septon of the Faith of the Seven, seeking to forge a fresh alliance between the Crown and the Faith. To counterbalance the significant political power held by the Tyrells, Cersei highlights the widespread devastation caused by the War of the Five Kings. She notes the burning of septs, attacks on clergymen, and even the violation of Silent Sisters, resulting in a grim accumulation of holy men's bodies in the streets. Acknowledging the High Sparrow's observation that wars often compel obedience through force rather than faith, Cersei draws attention to the historical role of the Faith Militant in upholding the justice of the Seven before the Targaryens' dissolution of the Order centuries ago. Proposing the reinstatement and arming of the Faith Militant as part of the envisioned alliance between the Crown and the Faith, Cersei suggests that this army would safeguard the faith, clergy, and common people, while also serving as a tool against the Crown's adversaries. She then alerts the High Sparrow to the presence of a notorious wrongdoer, shielded by wealth and influence within their midst. In response, the High Sparrow expresses a desire for the Father to deliver fair judgment upon this individual. In the book, it is not Cersei who expresses concern about the mistreatment of commoners, septs, and Silent Sisters, but rather the High Sparrow. He advocates for the reinstatement of the Faith Militant, the military branch of the Faith of the Seven. In the past, the Faith had its own courts to enforce religious laws, but when secular courts were established by the Targaryens and their lords, the Faith lost this authority. Centuries ago, King Maegor the Cruel disbanded the Faith Militant through legislation. The High Sparrow specifically mentions the Hounds Gang's pillaging of the Soulpans as evidence for restoring the Faith Militant, although it was actually the Brave Companions, a sellsword company, who committed this act, with Rorge impersonating the Hound by wearing his helmet. Cersei is furious at the accusation made by a former bannerman, but she sets aside her pride and agrees to the Sparrow's request, unaware of the troubles caused by the Faith Militant in the past. In exchange, the High Sparrow promises to forgive a portion of the Crown's debt to the Faith, approximately 1/6 of the total debt, and recognize Tommen as the rightful king. The newly formed Faith Militant launch an assault on the streets of King's Landing, targeting taverns, brothels, and vendors selling religious idols. The City Watch stands by, unable to intervene as chaos ensues. Littlefinger's brothel is ransacked, with prostitutes like Mare being dragged out onto the streets by their hair. Oliver is struck and ignored as the Faith Militant barges in. He hears screams from another room. The Sparrows use knives and hurl homophobic slurs at the men. Oliver flees as one of the men screams off-screen. The Faith Militant, including Lancel, have the 7-pointed star symbol of the Faith carved into their foreheads. The Faith Militant in the books do not engrave the 7-pointed stars on their foreheads. They simply paint the star on their brows or attach a badge of it to their garments. It was only the most fervent members who chose to carve the star into their chests, rather than their foreheads. Lancel leads a squad to apprehend Loras Tyrell while he spars in the practice yard, citing Loras's actions as sins against the laws of gods and men. In the book, Lancel opts to join the Warrior's Sons rather than the Faith Militant since he is nobleborn. Actor Eugene Simon deliberately allowed his fingernails to grow for a period of 3 months in order to accurately portray the appearance of a devoted member of the Faith Militant. Margaery Tyrell confronts Tommen over her brother's arrest. Tommen, however, asserts himself and demands Loras's release from Cersei. Cersei calmly explains that she did not order Loras's arrest and suggests that Tommen speak to the High Sparrow for his release. In the books, Loras is never apprehended. He willingly departs from King's Landing on a mission to seize Dragonstone on behalf of the Crown. His intention is for the Red Wine Fleet, currently besieging Dragonstone, to subsequently return to the Reach and defend against the attacks by the newly crowned Euron Greyjoy. Cersei permits his departure, secretly hoping for his demise and to be rid of him. Furthermore, the Sparrows in the books do not engage in raids on brothels and wine stores. Tommen's belief in the High Sparrow's compliance leads him to the Great Sept of Baelor with a small group of guards. However, the Faith Militant blocks their path, insisting that the High Sparrow is in prayer and cannot be disturbed. The Kingsguard propose violence to clear the way, but Tommen, unwilling to risk bloodshed on sacred grounds, hesitates. The commoners' insults only add to the tension, prompting Tommen to retreat to the Red Keep. When Tommen departs from the steps of the Sept of Baelor due to his reluctance to spill blood on sacred ground, Margaery, disappointed in Tommen's lack of assertiveness, decides to bring her grandmother Olenna to the capital to address the situation. Jon Snow is instructing new recruits in the training ground of Castle Black, while Stannis Baratheon and his wife Selyse observe, accompanied by their daughter Shireen. Selyse expresses concern that Stannis may prefer Jon as his son, as she has only given him stillborn children and weak offspring. Stannis reassures her that it is not her fault. Melisandre joins them and strongly supports Stannis, stating that the Lord of Light is indifferent to Shireen's grayscale affliction, emphasizing that she still carries her father's blood. After Selyse leaves, Melisandre talks to Stannis about the upcoming battle to seize Winterfell from the Boltons. She questions whether Stannis plans to abandon her as he did during the Blackwater, but Stannis promises that he will not do so this time. Despite Jon's warning about the Northmen's aversion to her religion, Melisandre chooses to remain at Castle Black, recognizing the potency of her powers there. Jon, as the new Lord Commander, reviews paperwork alongside Samwell Tarly, examining letters from minor houses presenting new recruits. Jon hesitates when Samwell presents a request letter for Roose Bolton, citing his role in Robb's death. Sam points out that Roose Bolton is now the Warden of the North and can provide more recruits compared to the lesser houses Jon is unfamiliar with. He emphasizes the Night's Watch's commitment to political neutrality. Reluctantly, Jon signs the letter to the Boltons with disdain. In the books, Stannis strategizes to launch an attack on the Dreadfort before Winterfell. Following Jon's counsel, he opts to gather support from the smaller northern houses and the mountain clans initially, and to free some of the minor castles such as Deepwood Motte. In the television series High Sparrow, Roose Bolton recognizes the potential danger posed by Stannis if he manages to rally the northern houses to his cause. Despite the losses suffered by many northern houses during the Red Wedding, the remaining forces of the major houses, combined with the smaller houses, could form a significant army. In the books, Jon Snow reminds Stannis that Roose has superior shelter and food supplies, making both Winterfell and the Dreadfort well prepared for a prolonged siege. Additionally, Roose's combined forces outnumber Stannis by a ratio of 5-1, giving them the ability to defeat him at any given moment. In the books, Jon never sends any correspondence to Roose Bolton, but instead directs his letters to King Tommen, where he requests assistance in the form of men and weapons. He clarifies that despite Stannis and his forces being stationed at Castle Black, Jon does not possess authority over them and has no intention of involving himself in Stannis' affairs. As Sam leaves, Melisandre makes her entrance. She implores him to aid Stannis in reclaiming Winterfell, emphasizing that his knowledge of the castle could be crucial in winning the battle, even if he doesn't become a Stark. Melisandre also brings up the larger war at hand, questioning Jon about his allegiance to life or death, while removing her dress and sitting on his lap. She urges Snow to embrace her, as the Lord of Light created men and women for a purpose. Despite being tempted, Jon declines, citing his vows and Stannis' disapproval, to which Melisandre suggests keeping it a secret. When Melisandre reminds him of breaking his vows in the past, Jon admits his enduring love for his deceased lover Ygritte. Melisandre fixes her dress and exits, leaving Jon with Ygritte's famous words, "You know nothing, Jon Snow." Melisandre refrains from attempting to seduce Jon in the novels. She does, however, display a keen interest in him and urges him to embrace her companionship, as she has foreseen him, in her visions, engulfed by adversaries and treachery. Upon Jon acknowledging the presence of enemies within the Watch, Melisandre cryptically retorts, "You know nothing, Jon Snow." Later, Stannis is in his chambers at Castle Black, engrossed in other letters when Shireen enters. Stannis starts to express his regret for bringing her along on the campaign, considering Castle Black to be an unsuitable place for a child. However, Shireen interrupts him. She expresses her contentment in accompanying him and reveals that she had anticipated being left at Dragonstone, as per Selyse's wishes. Shireen then bravely questions her father if he feels ashamed of her due to her deformity. Stannis rises from his seat and recounts the tragic tale of how Shireen contracted grayscale as a baby. Despite the grim predictions of her fate, Stannis defied all advice and sought every possible means to cure her. He adamantly declares that Shireen is his daughter and belongs with her family. Overwhelmed with emotion, Shireen embraces her father, tears of joy streaming down her face, and Stannis, after a moment of hesitation, returns the hug. In the books, the origin of Shireen's grayscale and her recovery from it are not disclosed. Currently, Shireen and her mother Selyse are stationed at Eastwatch by the Sea, thus she does not interact with Stannis. In the books, Selyse refrains from making any negative remarks about Jon or Shireen. Sansa Stark seizes the chance to explore her family's underground crypts at Winterfell. Upon reaching the tomb and statue of her aunt Lyanna Stark, she discovers the feather token left by Robert Baratheon during his visit to the castle years ago. The feather that Robert placed on the statue of Lyanna's tomb in Winter is Coming remains untouched even after 4 years have passed. The showrunners explained that due to Winterfell being abandoned and no janitorial crew present, the feather has been left undisturbed. Peter Baelish appears and expresses his expectation of finding her there. Sansa mentions that her father, Eddard Stark, rarely spoke of Lyanna, yet she would occasionally find him in the crypts lighting candles at her tomb. Despite never meeting Lyanna due to her premature death, Sansa acknowledges the widespread belief that she was a woman of great beauty. In the novels, Littlefinger and Sansa choose to stay in the Vale with no intention of returning to King's Landing. They do not explore the Winterfell crypts or discuss Lyanna Stark. Jane Poole, posing as Arya, is the one married to Ramsay at Winterfell, while she also does not enter the crypts. Theon and Lady Dustin, a loyal Bolton ally, later have a private conversation in the crypts, rather than paying their respects. Littlefinger recounts an encounter from his youth, where he had the opportunity to witness the renowned beauty of Lyanna Stark. During a grand tournament hosted by Lord Went of Harrenhal, notable figures from all over Westeros, including the Mad King, Crown Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, Robert Baratheon, and Lyanna herself were in attendance. Littlefinger, a young boy with no notable background, was in awe of witnessing such legendary figures gathered in one place. Despite being betrothed to Robert at the time, in the final joust, Prince Rhaegar emerged victorious against Sir Barristan Selmy, causing the crowd to erupt in cheers. However, the atmosphere quickly turned silent when Rhaegar bypassed his wife, Aelia Martell, and placed a crown made of winter roses on Lyanna's lap. This act, followed by Rhaegar's subsequent elopement with Lyanna, ignited Robert's rebellion, leading to the downfall of the Targaryen dynasty. Reflecting on the consequences of Rhaegar's choice, Littlefinger ponders the countless lives lost. Sansa, however, interjects, accusing Rhaegar of kidnapping and raping Lyanna. Littlefinger responds with a knowing look and moves on to another area of the crypts. The tourney at Harrenhal is a significant event frequently mentioned in the books, but this episode marks the first time it is referenced in the series. Rhaegar's affection for Lyanna Stark and her subsequent abduction were the catalyst for Robert's rebellion against the Mad King. Sansa observes that Littlefinger is dressed in riding attire, and he clarifies that he is returning to King's Landing in response to a letter from Cersei, emphasizing the importance of not arousing suspicion by refusing her request. Sansa realizes that she will be left alone with the Boltons, but Littlefinger reveals his strategy to her. Stannis must soon launch an attack on the Boltons before the winter snows arrive, and he believes that Stannis will likely emerge victorious due to his exceptional military leadership. The Boltons will be outnumbered by Stannis, as the other northern houses would readily betray their current lord. Once Stannis triumphs, he plans to appoint Sansa as the new ruler of the North, recognizing her as the last known surviving Stark heir, and in honor of her father Eddard's support for Stannis. Sansa asks about the possibility of Stannis being killed, to which Littlefinger explains that by marrying Ramsay Bolton, Sansa will have the opportunity to infiltrate the Bolton family and eventually aid in their downfall from within. Regardless of the outcome, Sansa will become Littlefinger's influential ally in the North. Littlefinger bids Sansa farewell with a kiss on the lips before departing. Littlefinger does not mention Stannis' intentions to attack Winterfell or Sansa's backup plan in the books. Both he and Sansa are not present at Winterfell, but rather in the Vale. Littlefinger's plan is to unite Sansa with Harold Harding, the prospective Lord of the Vale, through marriage. As Jaime and Bronn sail past Tarth, which Jaime mistakenly identifies as Estamont, the captain corrects him, clarifying that they are actually passing the Sapphire Isle. This mention of the Sapphire Isle triggers Jaime's thoughts of Brienne. Jaime reveals to Bronn that he bribed the captain to allow them to disembark on a small boat near dawn, specifically outside Sunspear and the nearby water gardens. Below deck, Bronn questions Jaime's motives for wanting to protect Princess Myrcella personally, suggesting that it is because Jaime feels responsible for Tyrion's escape and hopes to make amends. In response, Jaime curtly denies this, falsely attributing Tyrion's escape to Varys. Bronn then suggests that if Jaime ever encounters Tyrion again, he should send his regards. This remark angers Jaime, who vows to exact revenge on Tyrion for their father Tywin's murder if they ever cross paths again. In the books, Jaime never explicitly mentions or thinks about killing Tyrion if they were to meet again, although he does consider the possibility of having done so to prevent Tywin's death. Jaime also feels deep regret for lying about Tyrion's former wife Tysha, which was forced upon him by Tywin. This remorse may explain why seeking revenge on Tyrion is not a major focus for him. Bronn ferries the pair to shore at nightfall as Jaime is unable to row with only one hand. The following morning, Bronn dispatches a snake near Jaime's head and cooks it for breakfast. Concerned that the ship's captain might reveal their presence in Dorne, Bronn is reassured by Jaime's claim of bribing him with a hefty sum of gold. Despite this, Bronn remains anxious. A patrol on horseback soon discovers their footprints in the sand. Jaime and Bronn attempt to deceive the sentries by posing as stranded travelers whose boat capsized, but their efforts fail. The sentries demand they surrender their weapons for identification and capture. Bronn impales his sword in the sand before swiftly throwing his dagger at the lead sentry's throat. A skirmish ensues, with Jaime struggling to fight effectively left-handed. Bronn eliminates one sentry's horse to even the odds for Jaime. Although Jaime is initially overpowered, he manages to use his metal hand to seize the sentry's sword and deliver a fatal blow with his left hand. With the other sentries defeated, Bronn remarks on their newfound sand steeds, capable of enduring long journeys without fatigue. Jaime insists on burying the bodies to avoid suspicion, prompting Bronn to begrudgingly dispose of them himself due to Jaime's physical limitations. In the books, Jaime's replacement hand is crafted from solid gold. However, for the television show, the hand was changed to gold-plated steel to allow Jaime to more realistically defend against sword strikes, as gold is considerably softer than steel and would quickly become dented. Author George R.R. Martin himself acknowledged that Jaime was not yet skilled enough to effectively wield his left hand in combat. In the meantime, elsewhere in Sunspear, Ellaria Sand has a meeting with 3 of the Sand Snakes, who are the illegitimate daughters of her lover, Oberyn Martell. Obara Sand, the eldest, is born to a peasant. Nymeria Sand, often referred to as Nym, is the daughter of an eastern noblewoman. Lastly, there is the youngest, Tyenn Sand. She is Ellaria's own daughter. Ellaria informs them that Prince Doran Martell has decided against raising Dorne's armies to seek vengeance for his brother's death. Concerned about the lack of military forces to confront the Lannisters, they express their worries. However, Ellaria reassures them that an army is unnecessary. She suggests that by assassinating Cersei's daughter, Myrcella, who is currently under Doran's protection, they can ignite a war without the need for a large-scale military campaign. In the books, Ellaria and the Sand Snakes have no intention of causing harm to Myrcella. Ellaria pleads with them not to seek revenge, and while the Sand Snakes harbor plans for vengeance against the Lannisters, they do not involve any harm coming to Myrcella personally. Tyenn's plan, later executed unsuccessfully by her cousin Arianne Martell, is to crown Myrcella and declare her the Queen of Westeros, as titles can be inherited by women in Dorne. This scheme is designed to provoke the Lannisters and Tyrells into a war with Dorne. Obara raises a concern, highlighting a potential issue. As Bronn feared, the captain tried to sell Jaime out in Plankytown. However, the Sand Snakes took offense to his demand for payment in exchange for such crucial details, instead of freely offering it. Consequently, they captured and subjected him to torture until he divulged the information. Nymeria skillfully uses her whip to topple a bucket, revealing that they had buried the ship's captain up to his neck in the sand. with a bucket filled with venomous scorpions covering his head. The scorpions seen on the merchant's head were not computer-generated, but real live scorpions. A specialized handler was responsible for bringing them in for this particular episode. Realizing the urgency of the situation, they now find themselves in a race against time to secure Myrcella. Ellaria inquires if the three girls are aligned with her, fully aware that this declaration would ignite a war in Dawn. Tyene is described in the books as having a fair complexion, golden hair, and blue eyes. In the books, Tyene Sand is not actually the daughter of Ellaria Sand. Among the 8 sand snakes, only the 4 youngest are Ellaria's children, while the 4 eldest have different mothers. Obara is direct and militant, confronting threats head-on. Nymeria is cunning and strategic, preferring to assess situations before taking action. Tyene, on the other hand, is impulsive and reckless. Although their initial scene was longer and included more arguments to highlight their differences, this was later established throughout the season. Nymeria and Tyene affirm their allegiance, while Obara reflects on her initial encounter with Oberyn. She recounts how he appeared one day claiming to be her father and taking her away from her mother. Although her mother wept, Oberyn presented her with a choice, stating that everyone must select their battles and weapons. He threw his spear at her feet, gesturing towards her mother's tears and his weapon, prompting her to make a decision. Obara chose the path of the spear and war, and now she reaffirms her loyalty to Ellaria by hurling her spear to impale the ship captain's head. Once they are out at sea, Tyrion requests that Jorah remove his gag. Despite Jorah's reluctance to reveal any personal details, Tyrion deduces his identity from certain clues, such as the bear sigil on his armor. Jorah confesses to Tyrion that the queen he is escorting him to is not Cersei, but Daenerys. Recalling Jorah's past espionage on Daenerys for Varys, Tyrion realizes that Daenerys must have discovered Jorah's betrayal and subsequently banished him. Therefore, Jorah kidnapped Tyrion in the hopes of regaining Daenerys' favor by presenting him as a gift. Tyrion finds humor in the situation, as he was already en route to meet Daenerys, rendering the kidnapping unnecessary. He warns Jorah that there is no guarantee Daenerys will forgive him, and she may even view Tyrion as an ally instead. In response, Jorah silences Tyrion with a slap to the face. Jorah delivers such a powerful punch to Tyrion that it results in a broken tooth. In the books, Jorah Mormont refrains from stealing a boat. Instead, at Volantis, he, Tyrion, and their companion Penny embark on a ship bound for Qarth. Daenerys Targaryen gazes down at the streets of Meereen from her royal apartments in the Great Pyramid of Meereen, while Sir Barristan Selmy reminisces about Rhaegar Targaryen. He mentions that despite the city's inhabitants appearing content from afar, Rhaegar had a different approach. Barristan recalls how Rhaegar would venture out of the Red Keep to interact with the common folk, often singing to them. He would take on the role of a street performer, captivating the crowds with his voice. Surprisingly, Daenerys learns that her brother Viserys had only portrayed Rhaegar as a ruthless warrior, unaware of his musical talents and his ability to bring joy to the people. Barristan derides the notion that Rhaegar was a fearsome warrior, emphasizing that he was a kind-hearted man. When questioned about their use of money, Barristan reveals that they used it for various purposes. Sometimes they donated it to wandering minstrels, once Rhaegar gave it all to an orphanage in Flea Bottom, and on another occasion, they spent it on excessive drinking. In the novel, Barristan Selmy never explicitly mentions that Rhaegar detested killing, but rather that he did not have the same passion for the art of combat as Robert or Jaime. Rhaegar did not perform for money, instead retreating to Summerhall to compose songs in solitude, occasionally sharing them with a select audience who were often moved to tears. Daario Naharis then informs Daenerys that the day's visitors are waiting in the throne room, with Hizdahr zo Loraq being the most important among them. Knowing Barristan's aversion to politics, Daenerys offers him the day off, suggesting that he indulge in making music in the city below, as Daario will support her in the throne room. Hizdahr once more implores Daenerys to consider reopening the fighting pits of Meereen, citing the traditional commencement of the fighting season. Despite Daenerys' continued refusal, Hizdahr logically presents his case, highlighting that the fighting pits have historically served as a unifying source of entertainment for both the slave masters and slaves. He acknowledges that reviving this significant tradition may not resolve all of her challenges immediately, but it could serve as a step towards uniting her people. The title of the episode, Sons of the Harpy, alludes to the faction that opposes Daenerys' reign over Meereen, and adopt the guise of the Harpy, a symbol historically associated with the slave masters and the ancient Giscari Empire, which perpetuated the tradition of slavery in the cities of Slavers Bay. Meanwhile, the Sons of the Harpy launch an attack. The Unsullied give chase, only to find themselves surrounded by a significantly larger number of the Sons of the Harpy. A brutal battle ensues throughout the streets of Meereen. Among the ambushed Unsullied is Grey Worm, who manages to kill many of the attackers but sustains injuries. He loses his helmet, gets slashed in the leg, and is stabbed in the side. Despite his wounds slowing him down, Grey Worm pulls the dagger out of his own chest and uses it to kill an enemy by stabbing him in the throat. In Season 2, it was revealed that the Unsullied are trained to disregard fear and pain, even consuming a special tonic to numb their senses in the books. Jacob Anderson, who portrays Grey Worm, discussed the careful consideration between him and the writers regarding his groans when attacked by the Sons of the Harpy. As Grey Worm clarifies in the following episode, these sounds were not due to pain or fear of death, but rather the fear of never reuniting with Missandei. However, Grey Worm is the only one left standing as the majority of the Unsullied have been defeated. Just in the nick of time, Sir Barristan arrives and saves Grey Worm from certain death. By diverting the attention of the remaining rebels, he engages in combat with 8 Sons of the Harpy, successfully killing 7 of them. Unfortunately, the 8th manages to stab him in the abdomen. Sir Barristan falls to his knees, but before the attacker can deliver a fatal blow, Grey Worm impales him with his spear, ending his life. Grey Worm then struggles over to the unconscious Sir Barristan, before collapsing from his own wounds. In the books, Barristan Selmy and Grey Worm do not engage in combat with the Sons of the Harpy. Various incidents involving the Harpies occur, such as an ambush on the Unsullied during their night patrols in pairs. During one of these attacks, 3 freedmen and 6 Unsullied are killed, including one of Missandei's Unsullied brothers, but not Grey Worm. Ian McElhinney, the actor portraying Barristan Selmy, expressed surprise upon learning about his character's demise. He had previously read the novels where Barristan was still alive and playing a significant role with his own point of view chapters. McElhinney became suspicious when he noticed his shooting schedule was shorter than usual. There was much debate regarding whether Barristan Selmy should have been kept alive, as he was in the books. Even McElhinney himself, upon learning of Selmy's planned death, argued with the writers to prolong Selmy's presence on the show. Ultimately, it was decided that his death was necessary to further isolate Daenerys as the season progressed, and to create space for Tyrion to become Daenerys' trusted advisor in the future. Sir Barristan valiantly defeats 13 Sons of the Harpy before succumbing to his injuries. Missandei keeps a watchful eye on the injured Grey Worm, who remains unconscious due to the wounds he sustained while battling the Sons of the Harpy. Daenerys and Daario Naharis stand guard over the fallen Sir Barristan Selmy. Hizdahr enters the scene to offer his condolences. Daario proposes a strategic retreat to the pyramid, using it as a stronghold to eliminate the Sons of the Harpy. However, Daenerys decides to take a different approach by gathering the leaders of the prominent families in Meereen, including Hizdahr. These leaders are then brought to the catacombs where Rhaegal and Viserion are held captive. As Daenerys' Unsullied slowly guide the leaders towards the dragons, the menacing growls of the creatures echo through the darkness. Daenerys emphasizes that good mothers never give up on their children. They may discipline them if necessary, but they never abandon them. With a nod to Daario, she signals for one of the leaders to be pushed further forward. Suddenly, Rhaegal unleashes a burst of flames, engulfing the man before both dragons tear him apart and consume him. Daenerys suggests that the dragons can determine the innocence of the captives and briefly touches Hizdahr's back, as if contemplating pushing him forward. However, she decides against it, pretending that she doesn't want to overfeed the dragons and allows the remaining men to be led away. In the book, Hizdahr zo Loraq finds himself incarcerated, but it is Barristan Selmy who later takes charge of his imprisonment, escaping the fate of death during a Harpy assault. In the novel, Daenerys refrains from using her dragons to intimidate the leaders of the noble Meereenese families. Instead, she adopts a different approach by taking children from each family as hostages, appointing them as cupbearers without causing them any harm. Additionally, she imposes a requirement for blood money from all the families as compensation for every individual who falls victim to the Sons of the Harpy. Sam peruses a message from Slaver's Bay addressed to Maester Aemon, providing an update on Daenerys' circumstances. Sam commends Daenerys' bravery, yet Maester Aemon expresses concern for his great niece's safety as she faces isolation, siege, and a lack of guidance, with her only remaining relative being incapacitated and distant. In the book, Aemon's already declining health worsens after he catches a cold on the Cinnamon Wind, a ship manned by a crew from the Summer Islands who had encountered Daenerys when she was seeking passage at the Qarth docks. They inform Aemon that she is alive and has successfully hatched new dragons, which briefly improves his health. Jon Snow arrives to have a private conversation with Aemon, seeking counsel on a divisive decision that will likely alienate half of the Night's Watch. Aemon acknowledges that Jon is already disliked by many at Castle Black, but advises him to have faith in his leadership. He warns Jon that the role of Lord Commander will not be easy, but encourages him to muster the courage to make tough choices. Aemon instructs Jon to kill the boy and let the man emerge. The title of the episode, Kill the Boy, alludes to the counsel Maester Aemon imparts to Jon regarding his transformation into a leader to fulfill his duties to the Night's Watch. Interestingly, this is the same guidance he once gave to his own brother, Aegon V Targaryen, when he ascended to the throne. Jon then encounters Tormund and proposes forming an alliance with the Wildlings, urging Tormund to lead them beyond the wall and unite them. He promises to grant them passage through the gates and land to settle south of the wall. It has been verified that the wall dates back 8,000 years, whereas in previous episodes it was only referred to as being thousands of years old. In exchange, the Wildlings will fight alongside the Night's Watch against the White Walkers. Initially hesitant, Tormund is persuaded when Jon releases him from his chains. Tormund discloses that most of the Wildlings are at Hardhome. Jon offers horses and men to help bring them back. Tormund mentions the need for ships to transport his people, to which Jon suggests borrowing from Stannis. Tormund's final request is for Jon to accompany him to ensure the Wildlings' safety from any potential traps set by the Night's Watch. In the book, Jon initially establishes a peaceful relationship with a faction of Wildlings whom he encounters in the Haunted Forest, while conducting the induction of new recruits at the Weirwood Grove. Through them, he becomes aware that a significant number of Wildlings have sought refuge in Hardhome. Consequently, Jon dispatches Cotter Pike on a rescue mission to that location. Additionally, he entrusts Val, who is Mance Rayder's sister-in-law, with the task of venturing beyond the wall to locate more free Wildlings. These Wildlings are presently under the leadership of Tormund, who managed to evade capture during the Battle of Castle Black and elude Stannis' forces. Jon extends an offer to this group, granting them unrestricted passage through the wall. Those who are unable to engage in combat are given the opportunity to settle in the gift, while the remaining individuals will join the Night's Watch and occupy the 16 vacant castles along the wall. However, certain conditions are imposed upon them, including the surrender of their valuable possessions in exchange for sustenance, as well as the provision of 100 boys as hostages at Castle Black. Following intense negotiations, Tormund reluctantly accepts these terms due to the relentless onslaught of the others, or White Walkers, which has significantly diminished their numbers. In the novel, Tormund arrives at Castle Black willingly to discuss peace, never having been captured. Rather than Jon accusing Tormund of being a coward, it is Tormund who initially insults Jon by calling him a liar and turncloak, even throwing his empty drinking horn at Jon's head twice. Eventually, Tormund agrees to surrender his valuable possessions, 2 heavy golden armbands adorned with the ancient runes of the First Men. Despite Jon's offer for him to keep the armbands, Tormund refuses, stating that he will not be seen as someone who made the free folk relinquish their treasures while keeping his own. Their relationship strengthens when Tormund shares the heartbreaking story of his son's death, whom he had to kill after he returned as a White. The members of the Night's Watch are not pleased with the news of the alliance, expressing concerns over the loss of innocent lives at the hands of the Wildlings. Even Jon's comrade Ed opposes the decision, pointing out that the wildlings were responsible for the deaths of their friends Gren and Pip. Despite this, Jon remains steadfast in his plan, arguing that abandoning the wildlings at Hardhome would only result in their destruction by the White Walkers, who would then turn them into more whites to bolster their army. In the library, Sam confides in Gilly about his desire to become a maester at the Citadel before joining the Night's Watch, just as Stannis enters. Stannis recalls how Sam's father, Randyll Tarly, emerged victorious over Robert Baratheon at the Battle of Ashford. Curious about how Sam defeated a White Walker, Sam explains that he used a dagger made of dragon glass. Stannis notes that dragon glass is abundant in Dragonstone. Sam has been studying dragon glass and its effectiveness against White Walkers, but has not made any breakthroughs yet. Stannis advises him to keep researching before taking his leave. The Battle of Ashford, which marked the initial mention of Robert's defeat in his rebellion against the Mad King, stands as the sole battle where he faced defeat. Sam mentions Oldtown in the Reach, the place where the Citadel of the Order of Maesters is situated. He expressed his desire to become a maester himself, but his father Randyll compelled him to join the Night's Watch in order to disinherit him. If Randyll truly wanted to remove Sam from the picture, he could have had him join the Order of Maesters, as they also renounce all titles and inheritance. However, the books reveal that due to House Tarly's strong warrior tradition, Randyll specifically wanted Sam to join a military group. Ashamed that Sam chose an intellectual order, Randyll went to extreme lengths by restraining Sam for 3 days and nights, with a tight chain symbolizing a maester's chain wrapped around his neck in a mocking manner. This traumatic experience had such a profound impact on Sam that Jon had to intervene and command him to go to Oldtown, despite Sam's objections. Sam discovers from ancient records that the Children of the Forest forged dragonglass weapons to combat the others, delivering 100 of them annually to the Night's Watch. Upon hearing Sam's account of dragonglass's effectiveness against the others, Stannis instructs the Castellan to commence mining the material and crafting weapons from it. Brienne of Tarth and Podrick Payne reach an inn close to Winterfell. Podrick proposes that Sansa might find safety in Winterfell now that she is distanced from the clutches of the Lannisters. However, Brienne firmly believes that Sansa will not be safe amidst the Boltons, the very people responsible for the murder of her mother and brother. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted by a servant. Sensing the servant's loyalty to the Starks, Brienne reveals her unwavering allegiance to Catelyn and manages to persuade the servant to deliver a message to Sansa. The first Winterfell set encompassed the courtyard, the Grand Hall, and a single bedroom during the first 2 seasons. However, in the current season, the castle is showcased in greater detail, necessitating the construction of supplementary staircases, corridors, and bedrooms atop the existing courtyard and Grand Hall. In Winterfell, Ramsay Bolton and his bedwarmer Miranda are engaged in a conversation regarding Ramsay's impending marriage to Sansa. Miranda expresses her envy towards Sansa, particularly since Ramsay had previously promised to marry Miranda when he was still a bastard. Ramsay dismisses Miranda's feelings of insecurity, leading her to suggest that she may also find someone to marry. Ramsay becomes furious and forcefully asserts that Miranda belongs to him and will not be leaving. He also mentions that her jealousy is becoming tiresome, warning her of the consequences for those who bore him. Upon hearing this, Miranda vows never to bore him again. Miranda, the daughter of the Kennel Master and Ramsay's lover, is not a character that exists in the books. The only character with the name Miranda is Miranda Royce, a noblewoman from the Vale who has no connection to the Boltons. In the books, Sansa remains in the Vale and develops a close friendship with this Miranda. However, the only similarity between the show's Miranda and the book's Miranda is that they both feel jealous of Sansa because of their feelings for Sansa's future husband, Ramsay in the show, and Harold Harding in the books. The show's Miranda also appears to be loosely inspired by the Bastards Boys, a group of Ramsay's subordinates at the Dreadfort who assist him in his cruel activities. The oldest member of this group is Ben Bones, the Kennel Master. Sansa's handmaiden delivers a message from Brienne, reassuring Sansa of her allies in the north. The elderly woman advises Sansa to light a candle in the highest window of the broken tower if she ever requires aid. While exploring the castle, Sansa visits the tower where Bran was pushed out of the window by Jaime. Miranda approaches Sansa, feigning friendliness, and discusses her mother's tragic fate. Miranda then guides Sansa to the kennels, where she encounters Reek, formerly known as Theon Greyjoy, sleeping in a cage. Upon being awakened by Sansa, he simply shakes his head when she addresses him as Theon, and cautions her against being in that area. Witnessing Reek's pitiful state, Sansa storms off in anger. Sansa has not encountered Theon in the books since departing Winterfell with her father in the first book. By the 5th book and a preview chapter of the 6th book, Alayne, Sansa is residing in the Vale. Meanwhile, her friend Jane Poole is coerced into marrying Ramsay Bolton and pretending to be Arya Stark. During the preparations for dinner, Reek admits to Ramsay that Sansa had seen him in his cage earlier that day. Ramsay pretends to be angry and threatens severe punishment for not informing him sooner, but ultimately forgives Reek. At the dinner table, Ramsay behaves well initially, raising a toast to his marriage with Sansa. However, he quickly reverts to his cruel ways by making Reek apologize to Sansa for the deaths of her brothers Bran and Rickon. After much struggle, Reek manages to mumble an apology. Ramsay then proposes that Reek should give Sansa away at the wedding, as he is now the closest thing she has to family, and Roose Bolton absent-mindedly agrees. In the books, it is Barbary Dustin, not Ramsay, who informs Theon that he ought to be the individual responsible for presenting Ramsay's betrothed. Lady Dustin, who happens to be Roose Bolton's sister-in-law, his previous wife was her sister, aligns herself with the Boltons due to her deep-seated resentment towards the Starks. This animosity stems from the fact that her husband perished under Ned's command during the rebellion led by Robert, and Ned failed to return his remains to her. Noticing Ramsay's growing arrogance, Roose decides to shake things up by having his new wife Walder announce her pregnancy with a boy. Ramsay is visibly upset by the news, much to Sansa's satisfaction. In the 5th book, it is revealed that Walder Bolton is expecting a child, as mentioned in the final chapter of Theon's storyline. However, neither she nor Roose make any official announcement about it. After the evening meal, Ramsay expresses his concerns about the unborn child potentially threatening his claim to the north. Roose scolds his son for his behavior during dinner, but appears to brush off his worries. He proceeds to recount the tale of Ramsay's birth, how he had forced himself on a miller's wife who had married without his approval after executing her husband. A year later, she arrived with Ramsay, asserting that the child was his. Initially, Roose contemplated having her punished and the baby killed, but upon seeing Ramsay, he was convinced of the boy's paternity and chose to raise him. Legitimizing bastards is an exceedingly uncommon practice in Westeros, resulting in the absence of formal regulations regarding succession in such cases. Ordinarily, any legitimate son would inherently become the rightful heir, superseding an older bastard son. However, when the older bastard son is legitimized, the decision of appointing an heir rests solely with the father. Exploiting this legal loophole, Roose Bolton strategically employs the threat of making his son with Walder Bolton the new Lord Bolton, aiming to reinstate Ramsay's obedience. The show does not mention it, but in the novels, Ramsay was born because his mother, the miller's wife, had married the miller, but did not seek Roose's approval for their marriage due to the Boltons' adherence to the banned custom of first night. This tradition allows a lord to spend the wedding night with any commoner bride. Despite marrying in secret to avoid this fate, Roose discovered their union during a hunt and punished them accordingly. When Ramsay's mother brought infant Ramsay back to Roose a year later, he immediately recognized him as his son, due to Ramsay inheriting the unique grey, almost white Bolton eyes. Instead of keeping Ramsay at the Dreadfort right away, Roose gave his mother her deceased husband's mill and livestock as a bribe to ensure Ramsay's true parentage remained a secret. Ramsay only arrived at the Dreadfort 2 years prior to the War of the Five Kings, but his mother's whereabouts remain unknown. Roose then discloses to Ramsay that Stannis has amassed an army at Castle Black. Stannis aims to claim the Iron Throne, with the path to King's Landing leading through Winterfell, indicating his intentions to seize the north as well. Seeking Ramsay's assistance in thwarting Stannis, Roose proposes an alliance, to which Ramsay consents. Stannis informs Davos that they would begin their march towards Winterfell the following morning. Despite Davos' suggestion to wait for Jon and the wildlings, Stannis dismisses the idea, believing that any delay would only benefit the Boltons. Concerned for the safety of Selyse and Shireen, Stannis decides to bring them along, fearing for their well-being at the Wall among criminals. The next day, Stannis, accompanied by Melisandre, lead his army on the journey to Winterfell. In the books, Melisandre, along with the newly arrived Selyse and Shireen, choose to stay at Castle Black, while Stannis leads his forces towards Deepwood Motte instead of Winterfell. Stannis receives assistance from the Northern Mountain clans, who have been convinced to support him. Meanwhile, Davos is not accompanying Stannis on this campaign, as he is in White Harbour to secure Lord Wyman Manderly's support. Grey Worm awakens later to find Missandei sitting beside him. He asks about Barristan Selmy's fate after the attack by the Sons of the Harpy, but Missandei sadly shakes her head. Grey Worm feels a deep sense of failure towards Sir Barristan, his comrades, and Daenerys. However, Missandei refutes his claim, assuring him that he should not be ashamed for being wounded as he was ambushed and outnumbered. Despite her comforting words, Grey Worm admits his shame for feeling fear when he was stabbed. Missandei reminds him that fear of death is a natural instinct shared by all. Yet, Grey Worm clarifies that it is not death itself that terrifies him, but rather the thought of never being able to see Missandei again. This confession deeply touches Missandei, prompting her to express her affection by kissing Grey Worm. Daenerys inquires of Missandei whether it would be wise to resume the operation of the Fighting Pits. Missandei simply observes that she has noticed Daenerys' tendency to heed her advisors even when lacking personal experience, while disregarding them when she deems them to be mistaken. Daenerys pays a visit to the imprisoned Hizdahr, who pleads for his life. Daenerys informs him that she has made the decision to reopen the Fighting Pits, but exclusively for free men. Furthermore, she reveals her intention to unite with the people of Meereen by marrying into an esteemed ancient family, and amusingly notes that she already has a suitable candidate kneeling before her. Leaving Hizdahr bewildered, she allows him to contemplate his survival and his imminent role as Meereen's prince consort. Daenerys, in a strategic move to establish peace with Yunkai, agrees to wed Hizdahr, thereby granting him the title of King of Meereen. As Jorah and Tyrion progress on their voyage towards Meereen, Tyrion tries to improve their relationship after Jorah's aggressive outburst during their previous conversation. Tyrion wants to know about their current location. Observing Jorah rise to catch a glimpse of the mist-covered remnants on the distant horizon, Tyrion realizes that they are en route to traverse the remnants of Old Valyria. This path, albeit shorter, is shunned by pirates due to Valyria's notorious reputation. Although apprehensive, Tyrion's anticipation remains intact as he eagerly anticipates witnessing the remnants of what was once the most magnificent civilization in the world. This marks the debut of Old Valyria, the historic homeland of the Targaryens, on the series. The region was devastated and fragmented into numerous small islands following the catastrophic event known as the Doom of Valyria, caused by a series of volcanic eruptions called the 14 Fires. The depiction of the ruins on the show draws inspiration from the ruins of Angkor Wat, an ancient Buddhist temple in Cambodia that is mostly submerged and overgrown. In the novels, there are references to the red skies of Valyria, a foreboding red hue in the sky that could be attributed to active volcanoes or some other mysterious phenomenon. Tyrion and Jorah Mormont opt for booking passage to Qarth on a ship in Volantis instead of sailing in a stolen boat. Tyrion and Jorah gaze upon the magnificent sight of domes, towers, and aqueducts, while Tyrion recites a poem about the tragic doom of Valyria. Jorah joins in, adding his voice to the somber melody. Suddenly, emerging from the mist, they witness the awe-inspiring sight of Drogon soaring through the sky. Despite having heard tales of dragons, Tyrion is completely astounded to witness one in the flesh. Jorah, too, is rendered speechless as Drogon appears even more colossal and majestic than before. They fail to notice the statues on nearby figures coming to life and lunging towards their boat. These are the Stone Men, unfortunate victims of grayscale who have been banished to live out their days in isolation amidst the ruins. Jorah warns Tyrion to avoid their touch and valiantly fights them off. However, as Tyrion finds himself bound, he becomes trapped at one end of the boat, with a Stone Man closing in on him, while Jorah battles others at the opposite end. Just as the Stone Man is about to seize him, Tyrion rolls off the boat and plunges into the water, desperately seeking an escape. To his dismay, he is then dragged beneath the surface by more stone men lurking below. During the scene where Tyrion is submerged underwater by a stone man, resulting in him blacking out, it marks the lengthiest blackout sequence in the history of Game of Thrones. This was intentionally done to lead viewers to briefly believe that Tyrion had perished. In the novels, the encounter with the Stone Men occurs earlier in the story, during Tyrion's journey to Volantis instead of Meereen. It is not Jorah who contracts grayscale, but Tyrion's guard, Jon Connington, a character who does not appear in the show. Connington, who was once the hand of the Mad King, fought for Rhaegar during Robert's rebellion. However, after failing to prevent Robert from killing Rhaegar Targaryen, the king stripped him of his wealth, lands, and titles, exiling him to Essos. Connington spends his days as a sellsword in the Golden Company until he is reluctantly tasked with bringing Tyrion to Daenerys. In the book, during their journey along the River Rhoyne, they face the Stone Men in an area known as the Sorrows. Connington saves Tyrion from drowning and is infected on the tip of his finger, not the forearm. Connington, accompanied by his son, young Griff, displays animosity towards Tyrion. Young Griff, on the other hand, is much more amiable, and Tyrion soon discovers that the boy is actually Aegon Targaryen, the son of Rhaegar Targaryen, who was believed to have been killed along with his mother, Elia Martell, by the Mountain. Though Varys had substituted the baby and secretly transported the real Aegon to Illyrio Mopatis, Aegon is convinced that once they encounter Daenerys, she will wed him, and together they will conquer Westeros with her armies and dragons. Tyrion advises him to be more pragmatic, suggesting that he should return to Westeros first to gather allies and armies so that he can receive Daenerys as an equal. This particular storyline has been entirely left out from the television series. After a while, Tyrion awakens to find himself on a shore, pulled from the water by Jorah. They reassure each other that they were not affected by the Stone Men. Jorah expresses his desire to locate a fishing village and secure a boat. Tyrion agrees, and Jorah sets off to gather firewood for their camp. Unbeknownst to Tyrion, Jorah inspects the cracked skin on his wrist, confirming that he contracted grayscale during the encounter with the Stone Men. In Braavos, Arya continues her training with the Faceless Men. She meticulously cleans a corpse, which is then taken away by two men. Arya's curiosity is piqued by what lies beyond the door through which the corpse disappeared. As she moves to step through the door, the waif blocks her path and securely shuts the door. Arya is eager to learn about the fate of the body she cleans, but the waif cryptically assures her that she will find out in due time. Growing frustrated with the lack of answers, Arya insists on playing the game of faces. The waif reminds her that she has already attempted the game unsuccessfully. She presses Arya to reveal her true identity, to which Arya simply responds that she is nobody. The waif instructs Arya to return to her duties and is preparing to leave when Arya questions her own identity. The waif shares a tale of her past, revealing how she sought vengeance against her stepmother, who tried to poison her. She challenges Arya to determine the truth in her story, emphasizing the importance of convincing lies in the game of faces. The waif's backstory in the books differs from the show. Her stepmother was kind to her until she had her own daughter. Then, the stepmother attempted to kill her by seeking the help of the many-faced god, but was unable to go through with the sacrifice required. She then tried to poison the waif, but was unsuccessful. Upon learning of the stepmother's actions, the waif's father offered a sacrifice of 2/3 of his wealth and the waif herself to the many-faced god in exchange for his wife's death. The god answered his prayer, and the waif was brought to the house of Black and White to serve after the healer in the house of the Red Hands revealed the truth. Later, while Arya sleeps, Jaqen H'ghar arrives to test her once more. Arya attempts to weave a story about her journey to the Faceless Men, incorporating falsehoods. However, Jaqen easily detects her lies and reprimands her with a switch each time. He harshly corrects her when she claims to have despised the Hound, emphasizing that she is deceiving not only him, but herself as well. In the book, Arya is not subjected to any physical reprimand by the kindly man, even when she tells lies. Tyrion Lannister and Jorah Mormont continue their journey on foot towards Meereen, located on the far eastern side of Slaver's Bay. They had lost their boat while passing through the treacherous Smoking Sea and the ruins of Old Valyria. Unfortunately, they haven't come across any villages to acquire a new boat or provisions, much to Tyrion's annoyance. As a result, they are forced to slowly make their way, surviving on berries and roots. During their walk, the topic of Tyrion's presence in Volantis arises, and he is surprised that Jorah hadn't asked about it earlier. Tyrion reveals that he fled from Westeros because he had killed his own father, Tywin. He explains that his father had falsely accused him of a crime and then betrayed him by engaging in an affair with the woman Tyrion loved. Jorah understands the motivation behind Tyrion's actions. Tyrion then acknowledges that despite Jorah's current misery, he can at least say that he had a good father. Jorah questions how Tyrion could have known his father, Jorah Mormont. Tyrion explains that he had once visited the Wall and had the opportunity to meet him. However, as the eulogy for Night's Watch members goes, his like will not be seen again. Jorah is shocked to realize that his father is deceased. Tyrion apologizes for assuming Jorah already knew and expresses his condolences. Jorah inquires about the circumstances of his father's death, to which Tyrion can only share the information he heard. Gior led an expedition beyond the Wall, but a mutiny occurred, resulting in his murder by his own men. Jorah silently processes this heartbreaking news and changes the subject, emphasizing the need to keep moving forward. In the books, Tyrion and Jorah never engage in a conversation regarding the demise of Jorah's father. Tyrion remains oblivious to the fact that Jorah has been killed, as well as the identity of his killer. As for the latest book, Jorah remains unaware of his father's passing and is also unaware of his last wishes, which entailed joining the Night's Watch. However, in the television adaptation, there is a scene where Sam writes letters seeking assistance from the Lords of Westeros in Season 3. He explains that the White Walkers have returned and that the Lord Commander has perished. One of these letters undoubtedly reaches the Small Council, which Tyrion is still a part of at that time. Tyrion's claims regarding Jorah's jousting are not overly exaggerated, especially in the books. While it is true that Jorah did not physically remove Jaime from his horse during the joust at Lannisport, the judges did declare him the victor. Furthermore, Jorah managed to defeat 6 other opponents on that very same day, leaving a lasting impression on Robert, who personally bestowed knighthood upon him. In the television adaptation, Jorah was knighted after the Siege of Pike. A grieving father arrives at the House of Black and White with his sickly daughter, Gita. He shares with Arya that he has exhausted all resources seeking help for his daughter's suffering. Arya, in an attempt to comfort the girl, fabricates a story about her own past illness and miraculous recovery at the temple's well. This leads Gita to drink the poisoned water, finding peace in death. Arya's successful deception earns her a place in the Hall of Faces alongside Jaqen H'ghar, where thousands of faces are stored. Jaqen H'ghar questions Arya's readiness to abandon her identity and become no one, ultimately concluding that she is not prepared for such a transformation, but is indeed ready to embrace a new persona. The majority of the Hall of Faces was built as a functional set, with only the uppermost sections being digitally created. The art department meticulously crafted around 550 plastic faces that adorned the pillars, using casts of approximately 32 distinct individuals. Notably, among those whose faces were cast were various crew members, including showrunners Benioff and Weiss, as well as their families. While walking, Tyrion asks about Jorah's reasons for supporting Daenerys Targaryen and how she could surpass other rulers. He also questions why Westeros would back her, considering her father's reputation as the Mad King. Jorah clarifies that he used to be skeptical and lacked belief in concepts like destiny. However, witnessing Daenerys emerge unscathed from the flames with her baby dragons changed his perspective. He now firmly believes in her and acknowledges her rightful claim to the Iron Throne. Despite Jorah's conviction, Tyrion remains doubtful. He points out that the Targaryens were notorious for their descent into madness, including Daenerys' own father, which raises concerns about her ability to be a competent queen. Upon noticing a slaver ship in the distance, Jorah swiftly brings Tyrion down to the ground. Despite their attempt to hide, they are already spotted by the slavers who emerge from the trees and capture them. The leader of the slavers, Malco, plans to take them back to Volantis. However, Tyrion successfully convinces Malco that Jorah is a highly skilled knight from Westeros and would be more valuable if sold to the fighting pits in Meereen, which have recently reopened. Tyrion and Jorah find themselves on their way to Meereen and Queen Daenerys once again. In the book, Jorah's resistance results in casualties among the slavers, so they opt to transport him to the fighting pits. Similarly, the slavers have no plans to harm Tyrion physically, instead choosing to use him as a source of amusement in the fighting pits. Interestingly, in the novel, Tyrion chooses not to disclose Jorah's true identity to the slavers. Peter Baelish arrives in King's Landing and is on his way to meet Cersei when he is confronted by Brother Lancel and some other sparrows. Lancel warns Baelish that they have purged King's Landing of its corrupt ways and the new King's Landing will not tolerate his prosecution business. Baelish dismisses these threats. Cersei, meeting with Baelish, continues to deny her involvement in Loras Tyrell's arrest by the Faith Militant. Baelish is not fooled and warns that House Tyrell will not tolerate this insult. Cersei claims that she is the insulted one since Sir Loras, who was promised to her, prefers the company of men. Cersei then explains why she summoned Baelish. She is suspicious where his loyalties truly lie, and asks him whether she can rely on the Vale to fight for the throne if the time comes. Baelish assures her that young Robin heeds his advice, and he will always counsel loyalty to the throne. Baelish then reveals that Sansa is back in Winterfell, where Roose Bolton has arranged for her to marry Ramsay, while omitting the fact that he was responsible for the arranged wedding in the first place. Cersei is infuriated by the Boltons' betrayal. To add fuel to the fire, Baelish adds that marrying the last remaining Stark gives the Boltons a stronger hold over the north than an alliance with a hated southern house. Baelish counsels patience and suggests letting the Boltons and Stannis fight each other, and when the victor is still recovering from the battle, step in and defeat him. He suggests that Cersei's uncle Kevan Lannister muster a force or have Jaime Lannister lead an army to the north. Cersei contemptuously claims that her uncle doesn't have the courage to lead an army, while Jaime is away on a sensitive diplomatic mission. Baelish proposes that the soldiers of the Vale could fight instead, but Cersei is unsure of Baelish's ability to lead an army. Baelish convinces her, stating that he lives to serve. All Baelish wants in return is to be named Warden of the North. Cersei agrees to his proposal. In the books, Littlefinger does not return to King's Landing or have any meetings with Cersei. Instead, he simply sends her a request for some ancient tapestries. Consequently, he never discloses to her that Sansa is under the custody of the Boltons, nor does he ask to be appointed as Warden of the North after defeating them. Additionally, Cersei never discusses any plans to confront the Boltons using Littlefinger's armies from the Vale. In the books, it is actually the Lannisters themselves who propose the idea of marrying Ramsay Bolton to the fake Arya Stark. Cersei's frustration towards the Boltons for seizing Sansa and manipulating her to gain control over the North is somewhat ironic. This is because her father Tywin had the same strategy in mind in The Lion and the Rose. Despite forming an alliance with House Bolton and appointing them as the official rulers of the North, Tywin's hidden agenda was to arrange a marriage between Tyrion and Sansa, placing them in Winterfell. The show hinted at this plan, which was explicitly stated in the novels. Tywin's hope was that the Boltons and Greyjoys would weaken each other, allowing the Lannisters to claim the North from whoever emerged victorious. Although it remains uncertain whether Cersei would have pursued Tywin's scheme, it is now irrelevant since the Boltons have already betrayed the Lannisters. They argue that their agreement was solely with Tywin, and therefore it died with him. Littlefinger's strategy diverges in the books. He conceals Sansa in the Vale under the guise of his illegitimate daughter, Elaine, with the intention of marrying her off to Harold Harding, who was poised to become the Lord of the Vale after Robert Arryn's or Sweet Robin's demise. Given Robert's frail state, Littlefinger anticipates a swift succession, possibly hastened by the administration of perilous medications by a maester under his command. This union would grant Sansa influence over the Vale, and with Littlefinger's belief that the Boltons will be vanquished either by Stannis or the northern houses, she could then assert her claim to Winterfell, potentially with the support of Harold's Vale armies. Myrcella is taking a leisurely walk with her fiancé, Trystane Martell, while Prince Doran Martell and his bodyguard Areo Hotar observe from a vantage point. Doran remarks on how well they complement each other, yet expresses concern over the potential risks of their engagement. He emphasizes the need for himself and Areo to ensure their safety. Doran inquires if Areo recalls how to wield his long axe, to which Areo confidently confirms his proficiency. Bronn and Jaime make their way towards the water gardens, donning clever disguises borrowed from the fallen Martell soldiers. Bronn performs the melody "The Dornishman's Wife," which narrates the tale of a man entangled in a romantic liaison with a Dornishman's spouse. The Dornishman, upon discovering the affair, exacts revenge by slaying the man. Although Bronn doesn't complete the song in this particular instance, he does so in the subsequent episode. Interestingly, in the books, it is Mance Rayder who initially sings this song when Jon enters his tent for the very first time. Ellaria Sand and the Sand Snakes have already infiltrated the gardens. Ellaria instructs her companions to seize Myrcella, urging them to do it in the name of Oberyn. Doran Martell takes proactive measures in the books by having the Sand Snakes detained before they can act on their intentions to seek revenge on the Lannisters. This results in their schemes being thwarted. Surprisingly, Ellaria is also taken into custody despite her vocal opposition to engaging in any conflict with the Lannisters. This episode, called Unbowed, Unbent, Unbroken, is named after the House Martell motto, symbolizing Dorne's unconquered status through guerrilla tactics. Jaime and Bronn successfully infiltrate the water gardens and soon stumble upon a surprising sight: Myrcella and Trystane sharing a passionate kiss. Trystane and Myrcella do not engage in any displays of affection, such as kissing, in the books. The timeline in the books is shorter at this stage, and although they have a good relationship, it remains uncertain whether romantic feelings exist between them. Jaime attempts to persuade Myrcella to leave with him, but Trystane becomes suspicious of the bloodstains on their Dornish attire. In a swift move, Bronn knocks Trystane down, leaving Myrcella in a state of shock. Despite Jaime's efforts to lead her away, their escape is abruptly interrupted by the Sand Snake's attack. Bronn engages in a fierce battle against Tyene and Nymeria, while Obara targets Jaime with her spear, forcing him to retreat from Myrcella's side. Obara commands Nym to seize Myrcella, but before they can escape, they are confronted by Areo and Prince Doran's guards, who swiftly surround them and demand their surrender. Consequently, Jaime, Bronn, Ellaria, and the Sand Snakes find themselves apprehended and taken into custody. According to Dornish law, Myrcella would be the rightful ruler of Westeros after Joffrey's demise, not her younger brother Tommen. Hence, Tyene and Arianne Martell, Prince Doran's daughter, devise a plan to declare Myrcella the Queen of Westeros, aiming to provoke a conflict with House Lannister and entice them into Dorne's grasp. The encounter between Areo Hotah and the Sand Snakes in the books differs significantly from the show. Instead, Tyene aims to crown Myrcella and manipulate her as their puppet queen to provoke the Lannisters into attacking. Arianne Martell plans to execute this scheme after her cousins are imprisoned, as they head to Hellholt for the coronation with Aerys Oakheart and Gerald Darkstar Dane. During the encounter, Darkstar tries to kill Myrcella and flees, while Oakheart fights the Dornish soldiers but is killed by Hotah. Arianne and her companions are captured, and Myrcella survives but is left disfigured, losing an ear and gaining a hideous facial scar. Also in the book, Jaime and Bronn are not present in Dorne, as it is Balon Swan who was sent by Cersei to bring Myrcella back officially, without any sneaking or fighting involved. The fight scene between Jaime, Bronn, and the Sand Snakes in this episode received a lot of criticism for its poor choreography, photography, and editing. Writer Brian Cogman and director Jeremy Podeswa disclosed that they had limited time to film the scene at the Alcazar of Seville, a UNESCO World Heritage Site in Spain. Despite the script calling for a night scene to match Jaime's stealthy mission, they were only able to film during the day. This restriction, along with limited camera placement options, forced them to shoot in the outer plaza instead of the corridors, impacting the shots and energy of the fight. Additionally, the actors had little time to train individually and rehearse together, leading to the use of stunt doubles and quick cuts to hide them during the fighting sequences. Olenna Tyrell arrives in King's Landing upon hearing about her grandson's arrest. Olenna observes that the stench of King's Landing can be detected from a distance of 5 miles. The literature frequently portrays the unpleasant odor of King's Landing, which is a consequence of its rapid construction as the Targaryens' capital, lacking sufficient long-term planning. The subsequent growth and overcrowding have given rise to impoverished areas such as Flea Bottom, where proper sewage systems are lacking, making the maintenance of adequate hygiene an ongoing challenge. Olenna Tyrell has refrained from returning to King's Landing in the books ever since the High Sparrow ascended to the position of High Septon. It is Mace Tyrell and Randall Tarly who undertake the task of compelling Margaery's release. In the show, Olenna attempts to persuade Cersei to free Loras, but Cersei maintains that the Faith militant was responsible for his arrest. Olenna cautions Cersei that her actions have jeopardized the crucial Lannister-Tyrell alliance, which is responsible for providing food to the capital. Cersei reveals that the High Septon has scheduled a preliminary hearing to assess the validity of the charges against Loras and expresses belief that he will be cleared of all accusations. Tywin had a tendency to irritate individuals who had scheduled appointments with him by either making them wait or only partially acknowledging their presence while he focused on writing letters. This behavior was evident in his treatment of Tyrion and Cersei in Season 3. Cersei, in turn, is now attempting to employ the same tactic with Olenna, but Olenna quickly recognizes Cersei's pretense and reminds her of the importance of the Lannisters' reliance on the Tyrells' wealth and influence. Cersei's willingness to risk angering and alienating a crucial ally for her own trivial amusement highlights a point previously made by Tywin in Season 3, where he criticizes Cersei for allowing Joffrey to create chaos and attributes it to one of her significant flaws, overestimating her own intelligence. This is the first time Olenna is referred to as the Queen of Thorns on the show. The High Sparrow begins by questioning Loras, who vehemently denies the accusations against him. Following this, Margaery is interrogated and she also denies any involvement. However, the situation takes a turn when Olyvar, posing as Loras's squire, confesses that the accusations are true. Olyvar goes on to reveal that Margaery once caught them together, showing no surprise. He even mentions a birthmark on Loras that resembles Dawn, leaving Loras shocked and enraged. Convinced by the evidence presented, the High Sparrow orders Loras's arrest. Margaery, for bearing false witness, is also taken into custody. As Margaery is being dragged away, she desperately calls out for Tommen, who is frozen with uncertainty, while Olenna looks disdainfully at Cersei's smug expression that she can barely contain. In the novel, Margaery is arrested by Cersei on false charges of infidelity and treason, not due to providing false testimony to protect her brother Loras. The books merely allude to Loras's romantic involvement with Renly Baratheon. Following Renly's demise, Loras does not engage in a relationship with Olyvar, a character exclusive to the television series. Consequently, Olyvar does not testify against Loras, who was never prosecuted for his orientation or any other offense. However, 3 of Margaery's relatives are apprehended alongside her on similar accusations. By that point, Loras has already departed King's Landing of his own accord to assist the Lannister troops in the siege of Dragonstone. Tommen is not present during Margaery's arrest or any subsequent proceedings. His uncle Kevin confines him to the Red Keep, thus keeping him completely unaware of Margaery's detainment. In previous seasons, the Tyrells' attire was characterized by gentle hues and understated tones, reflecting their amicable relationship with the ruling Lannisters. They now exude a bolder aura, adorned with deeper shades of green and opulent golden accents. In Winterfell, Sansa is accompanied by Miranda in her chambers. Miranda offers to assist Sansa in preparing for her wedding to Ramsay by helping her bathe. While washing Sansa's back, Miranda brings up 3 other girls who had been involved with Ramsay, only to be mistreated by him when he grew tired of them. Miranda discloses that Violet, the girl who seduced Theon in The Bear and the Maiden Fair before he was castrated, was murdered by Ramsay due to her pregnancy. A new character named Tansy, portrayed by Jazzy DeLissa, was introduced. Although Miranda states that Ramsay lost interest in her, it was hinted that Miranda herself orchestrated Tansy's demise out of jealousy. The third girl, Kira the blacksmith's daughter, is referenced in the book, but was killed purely for amusement, not for being too talkative. She never appeared on screen. The novels do not mention Ramsay impregnating Violet or any other woman, but there is a character named Kyra. When the Boltons attacked, a girl from Winterfell called Kyra was taken captive. Ramsay let Kyra and Theon escape, but pursued and ultimately killed Kyra. However, because she provided him with a formidable challenge, he later named one of his new dogs after her. Suspecting Miranda's true intentions, Sansa surprises her by inquiring about the depth of her feelings for Ramsay. She calmly reminds Miranda that she is a Stark of Winterfell and will not be intimidated by her, instructing her to leave so she can finish bathing on her own. Despite her composed demeanor, Sansa is visibly shaken by Miranda's revelations. Later, when Reek arrives to escort Sansa to the wedding, she declines his offer to hold his arm, even after he pleads with her to do so. He states that Ramsay will punish him if she refuses, but Sansa coldly questions whether he believes she cares about Ramsay's actions towards him. Without another word, she confidently strides past him. Sansa's bridal gown was of such great length and weight that it left a noticeable trail devoid of snow wherever she stepped. Consequently, the wedding set had to be covered with new snow after each shot in which Sansa made her way down the aisle. Additionally, her gown was stitched with fragile cotton thread to allow for easy tearing, but due to multiple takes, it had to be mended numerous times. At the wedding, Theon is dressed in an outfit reminiscent of Robb's attire from the Red Wedding, but without any direwolf pins, as the Boltons have eradicated all direwolf symbols in Winterfell. Sansa, on the other hand, is adorned with pins featuring her mother's trout sigils, symbolizing her Tully lineage. Then, in the presence of the Godswood, Reek presents Sansa to Ramsay during the wedding ceremony. The faith of the old gods of the forest, which is still observed in the north, does not have any religious leaders, such as Septons in the faith of the Seven. This is why Roose Bolton personally presides over the wedding ceremony between Ramsay and Sansa. Surprisingly, Ramsay allows Reek to refer to himself as Theon Greyjoy. The ceremony is officiated by Roose Bolton and attended by numerous Northern lords. As they retire to the bedroom, Ramsay begins by interrogating Sansa about her before commanding her to undress. Reek, intending to leave, is stopped by Ramsay, who insists that he stays, cruelly taunting him about their shared past. Ramsay callously tears open the back of Sansa's dress, forcefully pushing her face down over the edge of the bed. While Sansa obediently remains motionless, tears silently stream down her face. Reek, visibly distressed, begins to cry silently as Ramsay proceeds to Sansa, forcibly consummating their marriage. The depiction of Ramsay's assault on Sansa received widespread criticism for its explicit nature. However, the same scene in the books, featuring Jeyne Poole instead of Sansa, was significantly more explicit. Ramsay orders Theon to undress Jeyne and then proceeds to coerce him into performing oral on her under the threat of losing his tongue. Theon reluctantly complies with Ramsay's command. Subsequently, Ramsay brutally Jeyne, even going as far as implying that he forces her to engage in disturbing acts with one of his hunting dogs. The aftermath is marked by Jeyne's uncontrollable sobbing echoing through the halls of Winterfell, causing discomfort among the attending Northern lords who are still present at the wedding. In defense of the scene, Sophie Turner expressed her appreciation for its twisted nature as it showcased Sansa's escape from Joffrey's clutches, only to end up with a character even more despicable. Turner also acknowledged that audiences became more sympathetic towards Sansa following this episode. The show's creators decided to merge Sansa's storyline with that of her friend Jeyne Poole because they believed that the Vale subplot in the books was not significant enough to justify sidelining one of their main characters, so they altered the plot to keep Sansa engaged in the Northern storyline, where she could also interact with Theon. Jon sets off for Hardhome alongside Tormund and a band of rangers, following a conversation with Sir Alistair Thorne and Sam. Prior to their departure, Sam presents Jon with some dragon glass weapons, reminding him of their effectiveness against the White Walkers. Later, Sam and Gilly pay a visit to Maester Aemon, who is bedridden and nearing the end of his life due to old age. Gilly brings her baby, little Sam, to lift Aemon's spirits. In Season 3's Mysa, Maester Aemon affectionately calls Gilly Gillyflower, a term that reminds him of the time they first met. Aemon joyfully observes that the baby's laughter resembles that of his younger brother, Egg, King Aegon V, when he was an infant. This affectionate nickname originates from George R.R. Martin's renowned prequel novels, Tales of Dunk and Egg. Aegon later ascended to the throne as King Aegon V Targaryen. Due to being fourth in line for succession, he was also known as Aegon the Unlikely. Aegon's kingship came about because his two elder brothers had already passed away, and Aemon had willingly relinquished his rights to inheritance by becoming a maester. As Aegon held populist views that were unpopular among the nobility, they exerted pressure on Aemon to renounce his vows and claim the crown. However, Aemon considered this dishonorable and instead chose to join the Night's Watch, removing himself from the realm of politics. In a moment of clarity, Aemon solemnly advises Gilly to leave the wall with her son before winter and the White Walkers arrive. Throughout the night, as Aemon's condition worsens and he drifts in and out of consciousness, Sam and Gilly remain by his side. Gilly encourages Sam to rest while she watches over Aemon, predicting that he will need to conduct the funeral during the day. However, Sam insists on staying with the old maester, who has always been kind to him. Towards the end, Aemon awakens from a dream, still lost in memories of his youth. He calls out to his brother, Egg, and mentions a peculiar dream in which he was an old man. Shortly after, Aemon peacefully passes away. Maester Aemon holds the distinction of being the first character in the show to pass away on screen due to natural causes. The only other characters known to have met the same fate are Hoster Tully, who was only seen as a lifeless body during his funeral in Walk of Punishment, and Old Nan. It is worth noting that Old Nan's death was never explicitly mentioned on screen. Peter Vaughan, the actor who brought Maester Aemon to life, would sadly pass away on December 6, 2016, approximately a year and a half after his final appearance on the show aired. In the books, some key events at the Wall, like Maester Aemon's passing and Sam and Gilly's intimate moment, occur on a ship heading to Oldtown via Braavos. Following Stannis and Melisandre's arrival at the Wall, Jon decides to send Maester Aemon, Sam, Gilly, and Mance Rayder's baby, or Gilly's baby in the show, away. During the journey to Oldtown, Aemon falls ill due to his fragile health and eventually passes away. Despite Sam's heartfelt eulogy, the captain prohibits a funeral pyre on the ship, leading to Aemon's body being preserved in a cask of blackbelly rum until a proper funeral can be held in Oldtown, which means his body could be burned later for its valuable king's blood. Following Aemon's passing, this is where Gilly sleeps with Sam. At Winterfell, Sansa pleads with Reek for assistance, revealing the horrors she has endured at the hands of Ramsay. Reek, however, warns her to obey Ramsay or face even worse consequences. Despite this, Sansa confronts Reek about his loyalty to her family, prompting him to apologize. She then instructs him to light a candle at the top of the broken tower to signal her family's allies. Reluctantly, Reek agrees to help and heads towards Ramsay's room with the candle. In the courtyard of Castle Black, Sam pays tribute to Aemon before setting his funeral pyre ablaze, proclaiming to all present that he was of Targaryen descent, but now his watch has ended. Sir Alliser discreetly cautions him that one after another, Sam is losing all his friends. Within the pages of the books, Jon dispatches Alliser and 8 other rangers to locate Tormund. Thorne's whereabouts remain a mystery as he has not made his way back. Later on, Sansa is escorted to meet Ramsay at the ramparts, which are currently being built. Seizing an opportunity while Ramsay is preoccupied, Sansa discreetly takes hold of a corkscrew resting on a nearby barrel and conceals it. Ramsay confidently discusses his strategy for triumphing over Stannis' army, emphasizing the advantage of their soldiers' training to combat in snowy conditions compared to Stannis' forces. He also expresses his ambition to become the future Lord of Winterfell and the Warden of the North. Sansa points out to Ramsay the potential claim of the unborn baby, especially if it's a boy, as a true-born child. Ramsay, in turn, asserts his legitimacy as Roose Bolton's eldest son, legitimized by the king, but Sansa quickly reminds him of his own bastard status. Despite Ramsay's obvious anger, he acknowledges that bastards can still rise in the world, citing Jon's appointment as Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Jane is confined to her room at Winterfell, and Ramsay never engages in any political discussions with her. It is through Miranda Royce, who is unrelated to the show character Miranda or the Boltons, that Sansa learns about her half-brother, Jon, being elected as the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Ramsay then shifts the conversation to the reason for summoning Sansa, revealing the gruesome sight of the old woman's corpse, who had promised to aid her. He discloses that Reek betrayed Sansa, causing her to hold back tears as Ramsay gleefully orders his men to return her to her chamber. Meanwhile, Brienne watches Winterfell Castle intently from her inn-room, awaiting the signal to rescue Sansa. In the books, the Boltons are informed about Stannis' actions not by their scouts, but by a betrayer within Stannis' army, Arnulf Karstark, the uncle of Rickard Karstark, and the overseer of Karhold, who covertly cooperates with the Boltons. The elderly lady who was skinned by Ramsay does not appear in the books. Stannis' forces establish a temporary camp amidst a fierce snowstorm. Davos Seaworth holds a meeting with Stannis and delivers the news that 40 horses perished the previous night, with more expected to meet the same fate by sundown. The Storm Crows, a mercenary group, have deserted under the cover of darkness. Davos suggests returning to Castle Black and waiting out the inclement weather due to the scarcity of provisions. However, Stannis adamantly refuses, fearing the reputation of being labelled the King Who Ran. Moreover, with winter approaching, remaining at Castle Black for an extended period may allow the Boltons to regain their strength. Unable to find an alternative means to persuade Stannis, Davos departs. Davos and Melisandre do not accompany Stannis in the books. Davos journeys to White Harbour in order to secure the backing of Lord Manderley, while Melisandre remains at Castle Black. Stannis does not rely on sellswords in the novels. He heeds Jon's counsel and unites the Northern Mountain clans, along with volunteers from House Mormont and select minor northern houses. Alongside his own forces, he commands an army of 5,000 soldiers who join him in the mission to free Deepwood Motte from the Ironborn. Subsequently, they advance towards Winterfell, and not a single soldier abandons their cause. Stannis inquires Melisandre about their chances of winning at Winterfell. Melisandre confidently confirms, referencing the vision he witnessed in the flames. However, Stannis begins to doubt the accuracy of what he saw. Melisandre tries to reassure him that her prophecies will be fulfilled, but she also mentions the necessity of a sacrifice involving king's blood to secure their triumph, hinting at sacrificing Shireen. Stannis is enraged by the proposal and commands her to depart. In the book, Melisandre never implies the idea of sacrificing Shireen. Jon, however, suspects that she plans to offer either Maester Aemon or Mance Rayder's only infant son as a sacrifice in order to obtain their king's blood. This suspicion leads Jon to send them away for their own protection. Additionally, some of Stannis' soldiers propose the idea of making a sacrifice, but they never mention any particular individual. Melisandre does not speak of seeing herself walking on the battlements of Winterfell in the books, nor does she mention a vision of House Bolton's flayed man banners being taken down. Later on, Gilly is assaulted in the dining hall by two fellow Night's Watch brothers, but Sam and Jon's direwolf, Ghost, rush to her aid. Sam sustains severe injuries in the scuffle, and Gilly attends to his wounds. Jon's direwolf Ghost is portrayed by a skilled wolf named Quigley. Gilly makes a move on him, and they engage in intimacy. In the book, Gilly, overwhelmed by grief, makes advances towards Sam, who initially resists but eventually succumbs. Subsequently, she declares, "I am now your wife," as the wildlings perceive a continued relationship after intimacy as equivalent to marriage. Initially, Sam experiences profound guilt for breaking his vows of celibacy. Jorah is traded by Malco to Yezzan Zokagaz. Malco's portrayal of Jorah Mormont is riddled with inaccuracies, seemingly aimed at inflating his worth. While it is true that Jorah participated in the Siege of Pike, which Malco mistakenly refers to as Spike, he was not the first to breach the walls, nor did he wield a flaming sword. That distinction belongs to Thoros, although Jorah did come in second. Furthermore, Jorah had no involvement in Drogo's demise. He merely dispatched Drogo's blood rider, Kotho. Prior to Yezzan's departure, Tyrion manages to persuade him that Jorah and himself make a formidable team, leading to Tyrion being purchased as well. Yezzan Zokagaz is depicted as extremely overweight and wearing yellow attire in the novels. In the books, Tyrion and Jorah are not acquired for pit fighting. Tyrion and his companion Penny, who is not featured in the series, are purchased for amusement in the fighting pits. Jorah is in a dire condition. Following his slaying of 3 of the slavers who boarded his vessel, the others proceeded to brutally assault him and even marked his face with the symbol of a disobedient slave. Tyrion convinces Yezzan's supervisor to also purchase Jorah, asserting that he is part of their entertainment. The slavers are unaware of Jorah's Westerosi knighthood, and he is sold at a relatively low price, a tiny fraction of what was paid for Tyrion. Tyrion does not defeat any of the slavers in the book. Meanwhile, in Meereen, Daenerys and Daario engage in a conversation regarding her upcoming marriage to Hizdahr zo Loraq. Despite turning down his proposal to marry him instead, Daario suggests that on the day the fighting pits are reopened, she should round up all the great, wise, and good masters and execute them. Dany hesitates, fearing the repercussions of being seen as a ruthless ruler, but Daario counters by stating that all rulers are either butchers or meat. In the book, the Stormcrows serve as the sellsword company under the command of Daario, but this sellsword company is given to Stannis in the TV show. In the book, Daario proposes to Daenerys the idea of gathering all the slave masters from Meereen, Yunkai, and Astapor and executing them. He goes as far as suggesting that she should extend an invitation to them for her wedding to Hizdahr, only to unleash a brutal massacre similar to the infamous Red Wedding, although he doesn't explicitly draw this parallel since the Red Wedding is less renowned in Essos. Daenerys is taken aback by this proposition and resolves to persist even more fervently with her peaceful endeavours. In the Great Sept of Baelor, Lady Olenna has a meeting with the High Sparrow to discuss the imprisonment of her grandchildren, Sir Loras and Queen Marjorie. Despite briefly finding common ground over the challenges of old age, she insists that he release them, only to be met with his refusal, stating that they will face punishment for their crimes. The High Sparrow emphasizes the importance of applying the gods' laws equally to everyone. In an attempt to sway him, Olenna initially tries to bribe him, but upon discovering that he cannot be influenced by money, she resorts to threatening to cut off the Tyrell support for the capital by halting food shipments. Once again, the High Sparrow remains undeterred, reminding her that the nobility of Westeros have lost sight of the fact that they are outnumbered by the common people. He urges Olenna to contemplate the consequences when the masses no longer fear the privileged few. Olenna Tyrell has not made a return to King's Landing in the books following Marjorie and Tommen's wedding, making her interactions with the High Sparrow and Littlefinger unique to the television series. In the meantime, within the Red Keep, King Tommen expresses his frustration over his inability to assist Marjorie. He expresses his desire to initiate a conflict on her behalf, confessing his affection for her in front of a stunned Cersei. In order to retain authority over the matter, Cersei proposes to communicate with the High Sparrow on his behalf and support the release of Marjorie and Loras. Despite harboring doubts, Tommen, who is still overwhelmed by the situation, reluctantly agrees. Cersei's declaration to Tommen, "I would destroy entire cities," hints at her future decision to use wildfire to destroy the Sept of Baelor in order to save him from Marjorie's influence. In the books, Tommen is confined to the Red Keep, tasked with stamping the royal seal on various documents without being involved in small council gatherings by Cersei. Currently, Tommen is oblivious to Marjorie's detainment and upcoming legal proceedings. Prince Doran instructs Ariohota to escort Myrcella to Jaime in his quarters, as Jaime is worried about her safety. Myrcella, who possesses a discerning mind compared to her brothers, displays skepticism towards Jaime's diplomatic mission to bring her back to King's Landing. In response, Jaime simply mentions the involvement of complicated matters. However, Myrcella firmly declines his request and declares her intention to marry Trystane. In his jail cell, Bronn melodiously sings The Dornishman's Wife, while the Sand Snakes, Obara and Nymeria, listen with a mixture of annoyance and amusement. As the song concludes, the two parties engage in a verbal exchange, trading witty insults. During the mid-1990s, Jerome Flynn pursued a singing career alongside fellow actor Robson Green. Together, they achieved multiple #1 hits on the UK charts, including a 7-week reign with their rendition of Unchained Melody. Tyann, intrigued by Bronn's arm which she had wounded in their previous altercation, casually asks about it, to which Bronn nonchalantly dismisses it as just a new scar. The conversation takes an unexpected turn as they discuss Tyn's beauty, a topic that Bronn initially disregards. However, his perception begins to shift when Tyrion starts undressing, capturing his undivided attention. Tyrion playfully brings up Bronn's arm once again, causing Bronn's nose to suddenly bleed and his vision to blur. Tyrion reveals that the poison on her weapon originates from Asshai, a renowned city known for its sorcerers and alchemists, which is also the birthplace of Melisandre. The sand snakes are confined to cozy chambers within the Tower of the Sun in the books, rather than being imprisoned in a dungeon. Each of them is situated in a separate room. Bronn collapses, attempting to downplay his sudden illness. However, Tyrion discloses that her daggers were coated with a slow-acting poison known as the Long Farewell. Her seductive advances towards Bronn were intended to accelerate his heart rate, thereby expediting the poison's effects. She gestures towards an ampule hanging from her necklace containing the antidote. However, she only offers it to Bronn under the condition that he acknowledges her as the most beautiful woman in the world. As Bronn's strength wanes, he musters the energy to affirm her request, prompting Tyrion to toss the ampule to him. With a smug smile, Tyrion comments that she also finds him attractive, before redressing and taking a seat beside her mildly amused half-sisters. Bronn did not travel to Dorne in the books, thus he did not fall victim to poisoning, and the existence of a poison known as the Long Farewell remains unknown. As Olenna returns to her palanquin, she receives a letter sealed with Baelish's mark. In his pillaged brothel, Littlefinger encounters Olenna, initiating a tense exchange between the two. Olenna promptly reminds him of their shared responsibility in orchestrating Joffrey's demise. She warns him that if her house were to crumble, she would have no incentive to safeguard his involvement, and further threatens him with the knowledge that her men have been instructed to eliminate him if he attempts to silence her through covert means. Littlefinger proceeds to explain his reason for returning to King's Landing. He simply could not decline Cersei's summons and was compelled to provide her with information. He assures Olenna that he will bestow upon her the same offering he presented to Cersei, a charming young man subtly implying that it would be Lancel in this particular instance. In the books, House Tyrell dispatches Mace Tyrell and his vassal Randall Tarly, Samwell's father, to the capital for negotiations to secure Margaery's release, accompanied by a sizable contingent of Tyrell soldiers to exert pressure on the Sparrows. Sir Loras, having not been apprehended, is not part of the bargaining process. He has already departed King's Landing to aid in the siege of Dragonstone. Yazan leads his fighters to Meereen, where they are tested in the lower pits to identify those worthy of fighting in the Great Pit of Daznak. The fighters showcase their skills in front of a hesitant Daenerys who has been convinced by Hizdahr that it is customary for Meereen's ruler to visit the lower pits before the main tournament. The metallic chest plate adorning Daenerys' gown at the arena is designed in the likeness of dragon wings, with the heads of her trio of dragons emerging from the center. Jorah makes an early entrance into the pits upon realizing that Daenerys is observing, and he pushes down Yezan, who attempts to scold him. Jorah emerges victorious against the other fighters without causing any fatalities, leaving a strong impression on Daenerys and preventing her from leaving. However, when Jorah discloses his true identity, Daenerys' expression quickly turns into a scowl, and she orders for him to be taken away. Before the Unsullied can act, Jorah presents Daenerys with a gift, and Tyrion makes a dramatic entrance into the arena, revealing his identity to the astonished Queen. In this particular episode, Tyrion has officially exceeded his storyline in George R.R. Martin's novels, given that he had not yet encountered Daenerys in the volumes published at that time. Martin has mentioned that the two characters will eventually intersect in a future novel. Showrunners Benioff and Weiss explained that they chose to accelerate this moment, rather than delaying it to the following season due to creative reasons. They believed it was the right decision since Tyrion and Daenerys are considered the best characters in the show. Bringing them so close together this season only to have them not meet would have been incredibly frustrating. Additionally, they emphasized that the show is moving at a relatively fast pace and they do not intend to drag out the adaptation of the books. Daenerys never participates in any trials for the fighting pits in the books, and she only reopens them after her marriage to Hizdahr. Furthermore, in the most recent book, Jorah has not yet reunited with Daenerys since she expelled him from her service. The Sons of the Harpy have temporarily ceased their attacks. the fifth novel delves extensively into Daenerys' struggle against the Yunkai Masters, who are amassing an army to oppose her. Although the episode suggests that this conflict is also unfolding on the show, much of it takes place off-screen during the fifth season. The episode's title, The Gift, alludes to Tyrion being the gift from Jorah to win back Daenerys' favor. However, it could also be in reference to Sam giving Jon dragonglass weapons for his trip to Hardhome, Melisandre telling Stannis that a sacrifice is needed for victory in Winterfell, and Littlefinger providing a witness as a gift to Olenna Tyrell to implicate Cersei. In the cells of the Sept, Cersei encounters Margaery and offers her some food. However, Margaery refuses, making it clear that she is aware of Cersei's involvement in her and Loras's imprisonment. Concerned about being overheard, Cersei vehemently denies any responsibility. Margaery taunts Cersei, mocking her feeble attempts to save her, and suggesting that Tommen loves her because she lacks the ability to fake innocence and decency. Margaery even goes as far as to imply that she was willing to send Cersei away. Concealing her anger, Cersei informs Margaery that her trial will commence soon and emphasizes the importance of her presence for her son. In a fit of rage, Margaery hurls the stew at Cersei and orders her to leave. With a smug smile, Cersei exits the cell. Margaery's friendly facade towards Cersei has always been maintained until now. In the novels, it is Cersei, not Margaery, who hurls a pitcher of water at her captor. In this brief encounter, they touch upon the legal proceedings that await Margaery and Loras. Finn Jones, the actor who plays Loras, has mentioned in interviews that the Sparrows are driven by a thirst for power rather than religious beliefs. This assertion appears to be supported by the events in the previous episode, Unbowed, Unbent, Unbroken, where the Sparrows accused Loras of a crime, but showed no interest in prosecuting Oliver, who confessed to the same offense. Furthermore, in the same episode, Olenna criticizes the High Sparrow for focusing solely on the wrongdoings of the nobility in a city teeming with criminals. The arrival of Brother Lancel serves as a revelation for Cersei, as she realizes the impending turn of events, causing her triumphant expression to falter. Disregarding Cersei's futile attempts at intimidation, the High Sparrow orders a group of Septors to apprehend her, ultimately confining her within a cell. In the book, Lancel Lannister admitted his wrongdoings as well as those of Cersei, their illicit relationship and the murder of Robert Baratheon, to the previous High Septon. Consequently, Cersei orchestrated the assassination of the Septon through her hired soldier, Osney Kettle Black. However, Cersei's arrest later occurred not due to these crimes, but rather because of Kettle Black's confession. She manipulated him into falsely admitting to the High Sparrow that Margaery engaged in adultery with him. Nonetheless, the Faith found Kettle Black's testimony suspicious as he appeared overly eager, leading them to subject him to torture. Eventually, he confessed that Cersei was the mastermind behind this scheme to discredit Margaery. The television adaptation simplifies this storyline by eliminating Kettle Black and directly implicating Cersei through Lancel, who possesses a greater understanding of her actions, including her involvement in Robert's demise and her incestuous relationship with Jaime. The High Sparrow criticizes the Sept of Baelor as a massive, ornate structure constructed on top of the original Chapel of the Faith, which stands as one of the oldest buildings in King's Landing. King's Landing, established approximately 300 years ago by King Aegon the Conqueror, predates the Great Sept significantly, as it was commissioned by the devout King Baelor around 130 years ago. In the throne room of Meereen, Daenerys contemplates the fate of Tyrion and Jorah. She questions Tyrion about why she shouldn't execute him, considering the enmity between the Lannisters and her house. Tyrion asserts that he has already killed both of his parents, making him an enemy of the Lannisters as well. However, Daenerys remains unconvinced that someone who has murdered their own family would be a valuable asset in her service. Tyrion counters by openly pondering whether she is deserving of his loyalty. When commanded to explain why he has traveled from the other side of the world to join her cause, he reveals that he learned about her remarkable journey through rumors and Varys. He describes her as a lost girl born amidst a storm who managed to amass a barbarian horde, a formidable army, conquer 3 cities, abolish the slave trade, and hatch 3 dragons, all with minimal assistance. Tyrion suggests that she might be worth living for, considering he has lost everything he previously held dear. Furthermore, he emphasizes that despite her powerful army and mighty dragons, Daenerys still requires his counsel due to her lack of political experience and practical knowledge of Westeros. She ultimately consents to spare his life, but asks about what should be done with Ser Jorah. Jorah Mormont and Tyrion have not made an appearance in the books before Daenerys. Daenerys appears determined to fulfill her promise of executing him if she were to encounter him again, as it would be unacceptable for a queen to break her word. Tyrion defends Jorah, stating that he is undeniably loyal to her and quite possibly harbors romantic feelings for her. However, he also points out that Jorah did not trust her enough to disclose his mission of spying on her for King Robert, which raises doubts about his trustworthiness to stand by her side. Nevertheless, Tyrion argues that, just as a queen should honor her commitments, she should also refrain from killing those who are devoted to her. Jorah is then banished from the city by Daenerys. Considering his grayscale, Jorah decides to go back to Yezan Zokagaz and proposes to join his team in the Great Pit Tournament. He assures Yezan that he will emerge victorious for the queen, and afterwards, Yezan can profit greatly by selling Jorah on the black market. In Braavos, Arya adopts the persona of Lana, a seller of clams, and impresses Jaqen H'ghar by convincingly transforming into a completely different individual. Arya is known as the Cat of the Canals in the books, not as Laena. She constructs a detailed and highly plausible backstory to support her new identity. As Laena, she is sent by the Faceless Man to the harbour, where she witnesses an individual known as the Thin Man, rejecting a contract to insure a man's boat, leaving the man in dire straits. Upon reviewing the sailor's itinerary, the insurance seller, referred to as Thin Man, informed him that he would not be able to provide insurance coverage. Upon further examination, it is because the sailor's planned journey included passing through the Smoking Sea and the ruins of Old Valyria. This route is notoriously perilous, and even pirates steer clear of it whenever possible, as depicted in Season 5's Kill the Boy, where Tyrion and Jorah encountered an attack by the Stone Men. Jaqen reveals that the Thin Man's business is akin to a gamble, as he frequently fails to fulfill his obligations. When a ship captain perishes at sea, he is expected to fulfill his promise and compensate the family, but he often neglects to do so. Jaqen instructs Arya to eliminate him and presents her with a gift for the Thin Man, a vial of poison. The waif expresses doubt regarding Arya Lana's ability to succeed in this mission. In King's Landing, Septa Unella persistently demands that Cersei confess in exchange for her freedom. Despite her intense thirst, Cersei remains defiant and refuses to comply, even resorting to drinking water from the floor. In her cell, Qyburn pays her a visit and informs her that her trial for the alleged crimes of fornication, treason, incest, and Robert's murder will commence soon. Cersei angrily dismisses these accusations as mere falsehoods. Qyburn further reveals that Grand Maester Pycelle has summoned Kevan Lannister to assume the role of Hand of the King. However, Kevan has already arrived and adamantly refuses to visit Cersei in her imprisonment. Qyburn also discloses that Tommen has become withdrawn, isolating himself from others and refusing to eat due to his emotional state. Before departing, he cryptically mentions that the work continues on their clandestine project. Cersei does not succumb to the demands of the Septors in the books, refusing to confess even though they are beating her. Cersei discovers that Pycelle betrayed her loyalty by reaching out to Kevan, who had previously departed King's Landing for Casterly Rock following a disagreement with her. Pycelle, who had been a staunch supporter of Cersei in the past, abandons her due to her failed leadership, particularly after she brought Qyburn onto the small council, a move he strongly disapproved of. In the book, Kevan comes back to the capital to take over Cersei's role as regent, appointing Mace Tyrell as the new Hand of the King and removing Qyburn from the small council. Cersei faces a multitude of charges in the books, including fornication, treason, incest, and the murder of Robert Baratheon. Additionally, she is accused of being responsible for the death of the second High Septon. This particular Septon was silenced by Osney Kettle Black under Cersei's orders, as Lancel Lannister had already confessed to him about their affair and Robert's murder. following days of imprisonment and sleep deprivation, Cersei herself eventually confesses to her extramarital affairs. Tommen remains occupied within the Red Keep, signing off on official documents crafted by the small council. At just 9 years old, he is shielded from external affairs and remains oblivious to the imprisonment of the two women. Sansa, filled with bitterness and determination, confronts Reek regarding his recent act of betrayal. Reek, with a tone of apology, assures her that he was actually trying to assist her and emphasizes that there is no escape from Ramsay's clutches. He reveals that Theon Greyjoy attempted to flee but was captured by Ramsay, who subjected him to unimaginable torture until he was stripped of his identity as Theon. Sansa, in a cold and detached manner, expresses her approval of Theon's suffering and reminds Reek of the role he played in her family's downfall. She makes it clear that if she had the opportunity, she would inflict upon him the same torment Ramsay did. Reek, filled with shame, acknowledges that he deserved the torture due to the terrible things he had done, specifically mentioning the killing of those boys. Sansa's anger intensifies upon hearing Reek's dismissive reference to her brothers as mere boys, rather than acknowledging them as Bran and Rickon. This forces Reek to finally confess that the boys he killed were not Bran and Rickon, but rather two innocent farm boys. Sansa is left stunned by this revelation, and her anger towards Reek begins to subside. However, she continues to press him for information on where her brothers might have gone, addressing him as Theon once again. Overwhelmed by guilt and despair, Reek breaks down and flees from the room, crying out, "Not Theon, Reek." Theon keeps the secret about Bran and Rickon from Sansa and everyone else in the books, since Sansa is residing in the Vale, and they have not crossed paths yet. Roose Bolton insists on keeping his army within Winterfell to deplete Stannis' forces by cutting off their supplies, as Winterfell is well stocked to withstand a siege lasting up to 6 months. This strategy is expected to lead to a rebellion within the Baratheon ranks and weaken them significantly. In contrast, Ramsay proposes a plan to swiftly defeat Stannis by requesting his father's support with only 20 good men. In the book, Hosteen Frey, not Ramsay, proposes the idea of attacking Stannis instead of remaining in Winterfell. Roose Bolton is forced to dispatch the Freys and the Manderleys to confront Stannis, as the two houses are in conflict with each other within Winterfell, and this action will alleviate some of the tension in the castle. Also, the Boltons discover Stannis' strategies through a betrayer within his army, Arnulf Karstark. Instead of a minor raiding group under Ramsay's command, Roose dispatches a significantly larger army comprised of troops from House Frey and House Manderley. Daenerys and Tyrion deliberate on Varys' significance, with Tyrion affirming to Daenerys his confidence in him and suggesting that he may have been instrumental in preventing her demise in the past. Varys successfully convinced Tyrion that Daenerys is a leader worthy of his allegiance. Tyrion and Daenerys are engaging in a conversation regarding their aspirations. As Tyrion brings up the topic of Tywin's dreadful parenting, Daenerys confesses that she no longer harbors any delusions about her own father. Intrigued by the circumstances surrounding Tyrion's act of killing Tywin, Daenerys asks him about it. In a sardonic manner, Tyrion assures her that if she chooses not to end his life, he will eventually reveal the details. It is worth noting that when Tyrion informs Daenerys about his mother Joanna's demise during his birth, it signifies the initial mention of her name on screen. Interestingly, both Tyrion and Daenerys experience the loss of their mothers during their own births. Fathers slain by a member of House Lannister and siblings who were abusive. Daenerys has decided to keep Tyrion as her advisor, but she has taken away his wine, believing that a drunkard will not be of any use to her. When Tyrion asks about what advice she seeks, he is almost exasperated by her ambition for the Iron Throne. He proposes that she should consider staying in Slavers Bay and establishing a new kingdom in Meereen, praising her for reopening the fighting pits and her upcoming political marriage. Daenerys assures him that she will remain to help bring stability and ensure the end of the slave trade, but she emphasizes that Essos is not her true home. When Tyrion questions who will support her in Westeros, Daenerys optimistically states that the common people will back her, although Tyrion knows this is unlikely. He then asks about her experience ruling Meereen with only the support of the commoners, lacking the backing of the wealthy elite, and extends this to the situation in Westeros with its great houses. Tyrion points out that houses Targaryen and Stark have been severely weakened by the actions of their fathers. He suggests that House Tyrell might be persuaded to switch sides due to Cersei's machinations, but Daenerys remains resolute in her belief that the great houses are like a wheel, with one on top and others below, all oppressing the common people. Tyrion cynically remarks that many have dreamed of stopping the wheel, but Daenerys asserts that she intends to break it. In analysing the situation in Westeros, Tyrion overlooks several great houses that could potentially shift the balance in the War of the Five Kings. Houses Greyjoy, Martell, and Arryn possess formidable armies that remain largely intact. Among these, the Martells emerge as the most strategic choice due to their historical ties to the Targaryens and animosity towards the Lannisters. Despite their neutrality in past conflicts, the Greyjoys harbour resentment towards the Baratheons for their defeat in the Greyjoy Rebellion, making them potential allies for Daenerys. Additionally, Tyrion suggests the possibility of forming an alliance with the Tyrells, who have a history of supporting the Targaryens and are currently at odds with the Lannisters. While the books portray Daenerys as compassionate towards slaves and impoverished individuals, she never explicitly suggests abolishing the feudal system within the Seven Kingdoms. At the Wall, Gilly continues to attend to Sam's injuries. Ollie arrives with some food after hearing about what happened. After Gilly leaves, Ollie expresses his concerns about aligning with the wildlings, especially Tormund, who led the attack that resulted in his parents' death. Sam assures Ollie that Jon is aware of the risks and knows what he is doing. He explains that unless Jon succeeds, both the Night's Watch and Westeros will be defenseless against the White Walkers. Sam acknowledges that Jon's decision may not be popular, but it was a difficult choice that had to be made. He reassures Ollie that Jon always finds a way to come back. However, Ollie remains skeptical. Sam explains to Ollie the importance of making tough decisions, even if they may not be understood by others at the time. This conversation hints at Jon's eventual murder, in which Ollie plays a part. Later in the series finale, The Iron Throne, Jon is faced with a similar difficult choice. Sam also mentions Jon's tendency to always return, foreshadowing his resurrection in Season 6. Ollie may have already been approached by Thorne and the other conspirators when he visits Sam, and he seems to be searching for any excuse to avoid joining them in their scheme to assassinate Jon. Jon Snow, Tormund, and their companions from the Night's Watch and the Free Folk reach the wildling settlement of Hardhome in an attempt to persuade the remaining wildlings to unite with them in the imminent battle against the White Walkers and their legions of Whites. Jon's plans with the wildlings in the series differ significantly from those in the book. In the book, Jon sends an envoy named Val to find Tormund beyond the wall, as Tormund did not participate in the Battle of Castle Black and was never captured. However, in the series, Jon encounters a group of wildlings, including Wun Wun, while in the Haunted Forest to swear in new recruits. Realizing the potential threat they pose, Jon offers both groups shelter south of the wall. It is during this time that he learns of a large wildling population at Hardhome, prompting him to send another envoy there. Meanwhile, the two wildling groups begin their journey south to safety. Unlike in the book, Jon's intention is to offer the wildlings the opportunity to join the Night's Watch rather than permanently settle in the land south of the wall. In the books, Tormund is depicted as having 4 sons and a daughter named Munda rather than 2 daughters. In the books, Whites are depicted as slow and awkward. The initial 3 seasons of the series also illustrated them in a similar manner, until the conclusion of Season 4 in The Children, where they exhibited increased speed and agility, hinting at their heightened ferocity when White Walkers are in close proximity. Director Miguel Sapochnik has verified that the creators aim to visually distinguish the Whites from the conventional, sluggish zombies featured in The Walking Dead. In contrast, Whites are considerably more resilient, capable of functioning even after sustaining brain damage, provided they retain their joints and muscles, and are most effectively eradicated through the use of fire. The Lord of Bones, declining to form an alliance with a crow, disrespects Tormund for aligning himself with Jon Snow, who is considered an enemy. In response, Tormund takes hold of the Lord's staff and fatally strikes his once comrade. Christopher Hivju, the actor who portrays Tormund, allegedly shattered all 4 prop sticks provided to him during the scene where he mercilessly defeats the Lord of Bones. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the elders of the wildlings decide to convene in the town hall to listen to Jon's proposition. This proposal entails forging an alliance between the Free Folk and the Night's Watch, as they both face a shared adversary, the Undead. In this particular episode, the demise of the Lord of Bones takes center stage. However, in the books, the Lord of Bones had already passed away at this juncture. He had been confined at Castle Black, where Melisandre employed her mystical abilities to transform him into Mance Rayder, and vice versa. Consequently, it was the Lord of Bones who faced execution, while Mance Rayder remains alive. Having not laid eyes on Mance Rayder since he was captured at the Wall, the wildlings are curious about his whereabouts. Snow reluctantly discloses that he is deceased, revealing that he was the one who shot him with an arrow. The group is enraged, but as they prepare to attack him, Tormund steps in to defend Snow. He recounts how Rayder was on the verge of being burned alive as a warning from Stannis Baratheon, and how Snow chose to end his life swiftly instead of subjecting him to a painful death in the flames. Some of the leaders, like Khasi and the giant Wun Wun, are swayed by Tormund's words, while others, such as the Then warrior Loboda, begin to walk away. Jon offers them dragon glass daggers, mentioning that his comrade had slain a White Walker with one. Despite Jon's efforts, the wildlings remain skeptical. Michelle Clapton, the costume designer, created 6 distinct types of clothing to represent 6 subgroups of wildlings, despite the fact that there are approximately 90 different clans of wildlings. These include the main wildlings from the Haunted Forest, such as Tormund, coastal wildlings who embellish their attire with seashells, like Khasi, wildlings from the Frostfang Mountains who incorporate bone fragments, like the Lord of Bones, cave dwellers who utilize face paint, Thens who carry bronze axes, and giants who simply cover themselves in any available cloth, fur, or bone fragments. While around 5,000 freefolk gather to embark on their journey to the Wall, the Night's Watch commences the task of collecting the dragon glass daggers within the tent. In the novels, Jon's absence from Hardhome is notable as he is preoccupied with negotiating with the wildling leaders near Castle Black. Instead, he delegates the task to Cotter Pike, the commander of Eastwatch by the Sea, in order to persuade the wildlings to travel to Castle Black by ship. As Pike is not a point-of-view character, the events at Hardhome occur off-screen. The only information Jon receives is a hastily written Raven message from Pike, revealing their dire situation surrounded by dead things in the woods and even dead things in the water. By the end of the book, Jon and Tormund make plans to personally journey to Hardhome to offer assistance, leaving the outcome of the conflict uncertain. The showrunners of the series deemed it crucial to depict the events at Hardhome, thus keeping Jon involved in this storyline. Ed approaches Wun Wun, who holds one of the daggers, inspecting it with curiosity. Dragon glass weapons are not given to the wildlings by Jon or anyone else in the books. Wun Wun communicates with Edison Tollet in the old tongue of the First Men, a language that was introduced to Westeros more than 12,000 years ago. This language is now nearly extinct in most of Westeros, as the Andal language, Common Tongue, has been adopted by the majority, including the North, over the centuries. Only those living beyond the Wall, like the Giants and Thens, who had minimal interaction with the Andals, still use a basic version of the Old Tongue. Suddenly, the sound of barking dogs and the intensifying winds of an approaching storm fill the air. Recognizing these as signs of the White Walker's arrival, Loboda commands the gates of Hardhome to be closed, leaving many of the free folk on the other side to their unfortunate fate. As the storm engulfs the village, the cries of those trapped outside the walls of Hardhome quickly fade away. Moments later, a vast army of undead wights begins to breach the gates and scale the walls. Jon, Tormund, Loboda, and Khasi, along with their comrades, valiantly battle to ensure that as many individuals as possible have a chance to reach safety on the ships. Unfortunately, Edison Tollet, Wun Wun, and several others find themselves trapped within the town hall, which becomes a target for the relentless wights and is engulfed in flames. On the summit of a hill that overlooks Hardhome, a group of White Walkers on undead horses are observing the battle, with the Night King among them. Upon spotting them and realizing the importance of dragonglass, Jon and Loboda head towards the burning town hall, only to be met by a White Walker warrior. While Loboda confronts the threat, Jon Snow goes in search of the dragonglass. Loboda meets a swift demise as his axe shatters upon contact with the White Walker's crystal sword. Jon manages to secure a dragonglass dagger, but is repeatedly thrown aside by the White Walker until they both end up outside the town hall. Jon retrieves Longclaw and raises it in a desperate defense against the White Walker. To their surprise, both fighters witness the Valyrian steel blade holding strong after clashing with the White Walker's weapon. Jon takes advantage of the opportunity and strikes the White Walker, causing his body to shatter into fragments of ice. This confirms that Valyrian steel is just as deadly to them as dragonglass. The Night King, observing the battle from afar, appears somewhat intrigued by this unexpected development. Meanwhile, Khasi bravely fights off numerous whites before facing a group of undead children. Overwhelmed by fear, she is unable to defend herself as they attack and ultimately kill her. The White Walkers unleash more whites, sending them hurtling over the cliffs of Hardhome. Jon, Ed, Tormund, and the remaining defenders make a desperate escape to save their lives. This marks the first occasion where we are able to have a clear view of the character confirmed to be the Night King, portrayed by Richard Brake. In the episode Oathkeeper, the character was briefly shown. The Night's King is a distinct character from the books, an ancient Lord Commander who fell under the spell of a White Walker woman and established his own realm. The appearance of the Night King was accomplished through the utilization of silicon prosthetics and digital ice. According to the books, Sam discovers that the sole two known means of slaying another are obsidian, also referred to as dragonglass, and dragonsteel. The latter is presumed to be Valyrian steel. Regrettably, the technique for producing Valyrian steel has been lost since the Doom of Valyria, resulting in such weapons such as Jon's sword Longclaw becoming exceedingly scarce. Wun shields them from the whites, tossing them aside and using a burning log as a weapon. With his protection, they reach the last boat and row to safety. Jon and his companions watch in terror as the Night King emerges on the dock, commanding the undead wildlings to rise. The Night King and his army then withdraw in silence. A genuine boat was overturned using ropes and a crane to capture the scene where the terrified wildlings overwhelm one of the rowing boats. The stunt performers bravely plunged into the icy water, necessitating the presence of a safety team equipped with scuba gear to promptly rescue anyone who might become trapped or lose consciousness. The original plan for the battle sequence at Hardhome was to have a smaller scale and film it in Iceland, just like all the other scenes beyond the wall. However, the scene underwent extensive revisions and was transformed into a major battle scene later in the production schedule of Season 5. Approximately 400 extras received training in combat, and out of them, the best 220 were selected for filming along with 50 stuntmen. Kit Harington, or Jon Snow, mentioned that the filming of this particular episode required a duration of 3 to 4 weeks to capture a sequence that would ultimately amount to 20 minutes of screen time. The production of this particular episode necessitated a substantial allocation of funds towards CGI, reaching a stage where the visual effects team had to approach HBO for additional financial support. Miguel Sapochnik, the director of this episode, drew inspiration from Spielberg's Jaws when crafting the attack scene. The intention was to create a sense of horror reminiscent of a horror film, rather than an action or battle sequence. I look for an emotional and dramatic spine to the sequence, whatever it is. In this instance, it struck me that this is not a battle, it's a massacre. Instead of just an action sequence, I wanted to make it a tragedy. The Battle of Hardhome, also known as the Massacre at Hardhome, stands out as the sole major battle featured in an 8th episode. The battle was planned to be on a grander scale, with the whites slaughtering thousands of wildlings outside the palisade. However, director Miguel Sapochnik informed showrunners David Benioff and D.B. Weiss that the budget was insufficient for such a large production. They removed certain elements to cut costs, but insisted on keeping Wun the giant. Sapochnik proposed focusing on the action inside the palisade, with the wildlings hearing muffled screams and catching glimpses of the horror outside, while desperately trying to keep the whites at bay. Ice spiders, a common legend associated with the White Walkers, are described in the novels. Old Nan recounts ice spiders to Bran in the context of the White Walkers and the Long Night. However, despite these references, the show creators had no plans to include them in the series, resulting in their absence from the show. During the night at Stannis Baratheon's army camp, Melisandre stares deeply into the flames of her tense brazier in hopes of receiving visions from the Lord of Light. Suddenly, in the distance, multiple tents catch fire, causing chaos among the men and a horse to run away in flames. Ramsay Bolton and his 20 men have launched a surprise raid on the camp, destroying a significant portion of their food supplies and heavy siege weapons. The fire also claims the lives of hundreds of horses. Davos grimly observes that their situation has become critical. Lacking sufficient food to return to Castle Black or to advance towards Winterfell, and without their siege weapons, their chances of taking the castle are slim. Stannis questions how this breach occurred, with Davos pointing out that the Boltons' knowledge of the North's terrain made it easy for them to infiltrate the camp. Stannis suspects collusion or negligence among the Watchmen and orders their execution. He decides to use the dead horses for sustenance, buying them some time in their dire circumstances. In the books, the Boltons do not attack Stannis' camp. Instead, Roose Bolton is compelled to dispatch Freys and Manderlys to confront Stannis in battle, as they were engaged in internal conflicts at Winterfell, resulting in multiple casualties. Stannis does not need to seek assistance from Castle Black for additional provisions. His struggles primarily stem from being trapped in a severe snowstorm. Stannis' countenance turns solemn and somewhat dazed, as he firmly believes there is only one viable course of action to pursue. He commences by instructing Davos to make his way back to Castle Black and beseech Jon Snow for additional provisions. Davos finds himself perplexed, as even if Jon were to agree to resupply them, the provisions would likely not arrive in time. He wonders why Stannis would choose to send him instead of a mere messenger. Stannis maintains that it is because he requires his Hand of the King to engage in diplomatic efforts to win Jon's support. However, the truth is that Stannis dispatches Davos elsewhere to prevent him from impeding his forthcoming plans. Upon their arrival at the Wall, Jon Snow, Tormund, and the remaining wildlings from Hardhome are then met with a tense atmosphere. Sir Alliser Thorne initially hesitated to allow their old enemies entry, but eventually relented and ordered the gates to be opened. As thousands of wildlings, including women, children, and the giant Wun Wun, pass through the Wall to Castle Black, the men of the Night's Watch watch them with suspicion. Alliser calmly acknowledged Jon's compassionate act of saving so many lives, but warned that it could ultimately lead to their demise. Jon is reunited with Samwell Tarly, however. He is filled with despair as he expresses that their mission was an utter catastrophe, resulting in the rescue of only a minuscule portion of the wildlings at Hardhome. In response, Sam directs Jon's attention towards various wildlings who are passing by, emphasizing that if they had taken no action, each of these individuals would have perished. Thus, Sam asserts that their efforts were not a total failure. The reason behind Jon's decision to march the remains of the wildling army north of the Wall to Castle Black, instead of using ships to drop them off somewhere south of the Wall, is never explicitly explained. However, from a geographical standpoint, it would have made more sense for the ships to sail to Eastwatch Harbour just south of the Wall, considering that Hardhome is located on a tip of land north of the Wall. By doing so, they could have simply marched south without having to traverse a long and potentially dangerous area north of the Wall and then cross at Castle Black. One possibility is that this decision was influenced by an earlier script for Hardhome, where the battle was on a smaller scale and the wildlings fled to Castle Black over land instead of by boats. Another possibility is that Jon chose the longer route over land in order to persuade more wildlings along the way to join their cause. Alliser Thorne is currently absent from the Wall as Jon dispatched him and 8 other rangers on a quest to locate Tormund, but they have yet returned. Davos pays a visit to Stannis' daughter, Shireen Baratheon, in her tent to bid her farewell. Shireen is engrossed in reading a book authored by Grand Maester Munchen, which delves into the historical account of the Dance of the Dragons, a significant civil war in the annals of the Seven Kingdoms. They share a moment of amusement as they discuss a failed attempt by a knight to slay the dragon Vhagar by employing a mirrored shield to sneak up on it, only to be swiftly incinerated by the cunning creature. As a token of his affection, Davos presents Shireen with a meticulously carved wooden stag figurine. Intrigued by his kindness, she inquires about his motives, prompting Davos to reveal that he carries a sense of guilt for not fulfilling his late son Mathos' desire for him to acquire literacy. Having perished in the war, Mathos' wish was realized through Shireen's teachings, thus prompting Davos' benevolence toward her. Davos never presents Shireen with any gifts in the books. Their conversations are mostly unique to the show, and in the books, their interactions are minimal. In Season 2, the showrunners were uncertain about including Shireen in the series. This led to the statement in the Nightlands that Stannis has no sons or potentially no daughter. Kerry Ingram was cast as Shireen in Season 3, but initially only hired for 1 year due to uncertainty about her future in the show. However, both the character and Ingram's performance were highly appreciated, leading to her continued presence in the next 2 seasons. This decision turned out to be fortunate when author George R.R. Martin revealed Shireen's significant role in the future novels, where she would ultimately be sacrificed. It was implied that her sacrifice would be for the impending battle against the others, rather than the retaking of Winterfell. Jaime Lannister is accompanied by Ariohota as they enter the primary chambers of the Water Gardens. They are there to meet Prince Doran Martell in an opulent solar, where they are joined by Ellaria Sand, Doran's son, Trystane Martell, and Jaime's niece, Myrcella Baratheon. They all relax on a set of couches arranged in a circle, with Myrcella and Trystane affectionately embracing each other. Jaime observes that Myrcella is now dressed in a revealing Dornish-style gown, and she expresses how the warm climate of Dorne suits her well. Doran questions Jaime about his clandestine mission to Dorne to take Myrcella back to King's Landing. Jaime claims he was concerned for her well-being, but Doran presses him on why he didn't opt for a messenger raven to deliver a letter instead. Jaime reveals that they had received a menacing message. Myrcella's Lannister lion pendant was found lodged in the mouth of a deceased viper. Ellaria receives a stern look from Doran as Myrcella, puzzled, clarifies that her pendant was actually stolen from her chambers. In the book, Doran dispatches his niece Nymeria to accompany Myrcella to the capital city of King's Landing, while also entrusting her with the responsibility of assuming her late father Oberyn's position on the small council. Meanwhile, Trystane remains in Sunspear. In the novels, Ellaria is the mother of 4 out of Oberyn's 8 daughters, Elia, Obella, Doria, and Loreza, all of whom are minors, while Tyene is Oberyn's daughter from an unnamed scepter. Tyene in the show is a combination of 2 characters from the book, Tyene, a skilled poisoner, and Elia, a younger girl striving to prove herself to her older half-sisters. Doran has 3 children in the novels, a daughter named Arianne and sons named Quentyn and Trystane. However, in the show, he only has Trystane, who consequently becomes his heir by default. Jaime then asks about Doran's intentions regarding his beheading, but Doran, now displaying more sympathy after learning about the threat Jaime received, assures him that he has no such plans. He explains that his primary goal is to prevent a devastating war, as he has witnessed the horrifying consequences of conflict firsthand. Countless bodies strewn across battlefields and innocent orphans left to starve in their own cities. Doran firmly believes that it is his duty to protect his people from such suffering. Ellaria, however, confronts him directly, questioning whether he intends to form an alliance with the Lannisters by breaking bread with them. To everyone's surprise, Doran affirms that this is precisely what he intends to do. As wine is poured for Jaime, Doran raises his own goblet and proposes a toast to King Tommen, the first of his name, wishing him a long and prosperous reign. Jaime reciprocates the gesture, but Ellaria, filled with disgust, deliberately spills her wine onto the floor. Doran wishes to know about Tommen's command to return his sister to the capital, and Jaime politely confirms that he does. Doran expresses his inability to disobey his king, thus stating that Myrcella will indeed return to King's Landing. Initially upset, Myrcella's mood changes when Doran presents his solution. His son Trystane will accompany them and assume the seat on the small council that was previously granted to Oberyn and left vacant by his death. Doran emphasizes that in order for the alliance between the Iron Throne and Dorne to continue, the engagement between Trystane and Myrcella must remain intact. with Trystane taking his late Uncle Oberyn's place on the small council. Jaime finds Doran's request to be entirely reasonable, and Myrcella is overjoyed that she will not be separated from Trystane. As Ellaria prepares to leave, she rudely remarks that it is no surprise that Doran lacks a backbone. In response, Doran firmly grabs her arm and speaks in a lowered voice, expressing his hope for her long and happy life as the mother of his nieces. However, he warns her that if she speaks to him disrespectfully again, it will not bode well for her. In the book, Ellaria refrains from speaking harshly to Doran. It is the Sand Snakes, primarily Obara, Nymeria, and Tyene, who are not Ellaria's daughters, who mock him for not seeking vengeance for his brother, although they do not desire any harm to befall Myrcella. Ellaria pleads with her nieces to abandon any thoughts of revenge against the Lannisters, as she fears that a full-blown war will result in numerous innocent casualties. Jaime also wants to know about the destiny awaiting Bronn, who remains incarcerated. Bronn assaulted Trystane while attempting to seize Myrcella, prompting Jaime to be questioned about the typical penalty for striking a prince in his homeland. Jaime respectfully argues that Bronn was merely obeying orders and should not be penalized for carrying out Jaime's instructions. Trystane concurs, mentioning that he has grasped the importance of mercy from his father, but he has one stipulation. In the prison cells, Nymeria and Tyene Sand engage in a friendly spar to pass the time, while Obara attempts to get some rest. The guards enter and release Bronn, prompting Tyene to taunt him as he exits. Areo escorts Bronn back to the Solar where Doran, Jaime, and the others are waiting. Bronn expresses regret to Trystane for his earlier actions and assures him it was not intentional. Jaime then reveals to Bronn that the Martells have agreed to his release with one stipulation. Without a word, Areo swiftly strikes Bronn in the face with his elbow, causing him to fall to the ground. As retribution for his previous actions against Trystane, the Sand Snakes are not confined together within the same cell in the books. Nymeria and Tyene engaged in a hand-slapping game as an inside joke. At a rap party, Benioff became intoxicated and challenged Jason Momoa to a friendly match. Arya, disguised as Lana, is once again maneuvering her cart through the winding canal streets of Braavos, peddling an assortment of shellfish. Maisie Williams was required to acquire the skill of shucking oysters for this particular season. As Arya passes by the Thin Man, who specializes in selling insurance to sailors, Arya is entrusted with a mission by the Faceless Men to eliminate him using poisoned oysters. However, just as she approaches her target, she abruptly halts and fixates her gaze on a boat docked nearby. Emerging from the vessel is Mace Tyrell, the Master of Coin, accompanied by Sir Meryn Trant, the commander of his guards. Sir Meryn happens to be one of the individuals on Arya's list of people she intends to kill, a list she recites as part of her daily prayers. Sir Meryn had played a role in the betrayal of her father and the demise of her water dancing instructor, Syrio Forel. Mace has been dispatched by Cersei Lannister to negotiate with the Iron Bank of Braavos, which has begun demanding repayment of the kingdom's substantial debts. His objective is to secure additional time from the bankers to address this predicament. The design of Braavos drew inspiration from the Netherlands during the Dutch Golden Age and Venice. The temporary architecture in Braavos was influenced by the wealthy merchants and bankers of the Netherlands, while the small canals and Romance culture were reminiscent of Venice. Interestingly, the exterior of the Iron Bank of Braavos was actually a local Croatian church, as the production team did not have permission to film inside. Upon reaching the dock, Mace is cordially greeted by Tycho Nestoris, the representative of the bank. Mace engages in polite and friendly conversation with Tycho, oblivious to the fact that his attempts at humor fall flat. Throughout this encounter, Arya remains motionless, her attention solely fixed on Sir Meryn, disregarding the Thin Man's pleas for a taste of her oysters. The character King Maegor III, mentioned by Mace Tyrell as the king who attempted to ban moneylending, is a creation of the television show. In the novels, there was only one king named Maegor, commonly known as Maegor the Cruel. Throughout the series, he has been referenced multiple times as the king responsible for constructing the Red Keep, and its formidable fortification known as Maegor's Holdfast. In the Histories and Lore episode, The Red Keep, it is mentioned that he had all the workers killed afterward to protect the secret of the keep's tunnel system. Maega also popularized the use of wildfire and infamously crushed and disbanded the Faith Militant. Due to his dark history, most Targaryen kings avoided naming their children after him. George R.R. Martin suggested that the deliberate error was made to further portray Mace as an incompetent individual who confuses historical facts. The Madam of the Brothel introduces several girls to Meryn one after another, but he rejects each one, considering them too old. Finally, she presents her finest and most expensive a stunning young lady named Anara, but Meryn once again dismisses her, claiming she is also too old. Gradually, the Madam realizes that Meryn has a disturbing preference for young girls who are barely in their teenage years, similar to Arya's age. In response, she brings out a very young girl who Meryn reluctantly accepts, gruffly stating that he expects another, fresh one the following day. As Meryn departs, the Madam unexpectedly encounters Arya and hastily sends her away. Arya's encounter with Mace Tyrell and Meryn Trant is depicted in a preview chapter from the yet-to-be-released 6th book, The Winds of Winter. However, in the books, Arya encounters Harys Swift and Rafford Raff the Sweetling instead. Swift, appointed by Kevin, serves as the Master of Coin and handles matters concerning the Iron Bank. Raff, who is not featured in the show, acts as Swift's bodyguard. In the books, Arya seeks revenge against Raff for killing her friend Lomi, while the show attributes this act to Polliver. Notably, Arya has already avenged Lomi's death by killing Polliver in a previous episode. It is worth mentioning that in the books, Raff's disturbing preference for young girls is transferred to Trant in the show, whereas Trant does not exhibit such inclinations in the novels. Arya later comes back to the House of Black and White without any success, as she decided to give up on her initial task for the Faceless Men. When Jaqen H'ghar inquires about what occurred, she deceives him by claiming that the Thin Man was not interested in her oysters that day. Jaqen humorously remarks that this might be the reason why he is referred to as the Thin Man, and Arya assures him that she will carry out the assassination the next day. Despite Jaqen appearing to have doubts about her story, he does not show any visible reaction to it. Arya's focus on eliminating the insurance seller is not interrupted by Meryn Trant or Raff in the books. Instead, she notices the insurance man testing the authenticity of each coin by biting it. Consequently, she cleverly dispatches him by having him bite into a poisoned coin. Her triumph at killing the insurance man promotes her to a new assignment at a nearby theatre, where she crosses paths with Rafford. In the courtyard, Arya escorts Ellaria and the Sand Snakes to Prince Doran, who sits in his wheelchair. Doran presents Ellaria with a choice. She can either pledge her loyalty to him, promising not to repeat such actions, or face death. Suppressing her tears, she humbly kneels and kisses his hand. Doran expresses his belief in granting second chances and forgives her, yet he sternly cautions her against expecting a third opportunity. Ellaria eventually discovers Jaime in a study, engrossed in writing a letter to King's Landing to inform them of his return. However, his writing skills are subpar as he struggles to use his non-dominant left hand. Ellaria playfully comments that his handwriting resembles that of a 7-year-old. She then reflects on the irony of how she and Oberyn were ostracized in King's Landing due to their sexuality, while Jaime faces scorn for his incestuous love for Cersei. Jaime remains silent, offering no response or acknowledgement. Ellaria muses that if Jaime were a Targaryen a century ago, no one would have batted an eye at his relationship with Cersei. In a cryptic manner, possibly influenced by Doran, she mentions that she knows your daughter, Myrcella, had no involvement in Oberyn's fate, and perhaps even Jaime is innocent in that regard, which is true, as Oberyn willingly volunteered for the trial by combat. With that, Ellaria exits, leaving Jaime to contemplate what appears to be her apology. Stannis pays a visit to Shireen, visibly shaken, yet attempting to speak to her with kindness. Inquiring about her reading, she elaborates on the Dance of the Dragons, a significant civil war between Rhaenyra Targaryen and her half-brother Aegon, both vying for the Iron Throne. The Seven Kingdoms' great lords sided with either contender, splitting the realm in two and plunging Westeros into chaos. Brother turned against brother, and dragons clashed in the brutal conflict. House Targaryen suffered greatly and never fully recovered. Stannis wants to know about her preference between Rhaenyra and Aegon, to which she responds that she wouldn't choose either, as picking sides led to the Civil War. Stannis solemnly remarks that sometimes circumstances compel a man to choose, even if he doesn't wish to, but staying true to oneself reveals the necessary path, making the decision inevitable, despite the distaste. Shireen expresses her willingness to assist him, but he points out that she doesn't know his desires. Undeterred, she offers her help, and he acknowledges that there is a way. Asserting her identity as Princess Shireen of House Baratheon, she insists on aiding him. They embrace, and as Stannis holds her tightly, he whispers, "Forgive me." In the book, Davos, Melisandre, Shireen, and Selyse are not part of Stannis' entourage. Davos was dispatched to White Harbour beforehand. Melisandre stays at Castle Black, while Selyse and Shireen are situated at Eastwatch by the Sea before eventually arriving at Castle Black. Afterwards, Shireen emerges from her tent and observes the soldiers congregated around. She asks about the whereabouts of her father. Approaching the forefront of the gathering, she catches sight of Melisandre positioned before a wooden pyre featuring a prominent stake in its center. In an attempt to locate her father, she raises her voice, only to be seized by soldiers who forcefully escort her towards the pyre and fasten her to the stake. Melisandre, in a soothing manner, endeavors to pacify her by assuring that it will all conclude shortly. Shireen's anguished cries reverberate throughout the camp, yet no one steps in to intervene. Subsequently, Stannis and Shireen's mother, Selyse, appear amidst the crowd. Shireen catches sight of them and implores her mother and father for assistance, but they remain inert. Selyse audibly asserts to herself that the sacrifice aligns with the desires of the Lord of Light. Melisandre initiates her prayer and declares the offering of the girl's life to the Lord of Light. Proceeding to ignite the pyre, she firmly believes that sacrificing Shireen will earn the favor of the Lord of Light. Stannis is convinced that without taking action, they will all perish from starvation in the snow. Despite Shireen's desperate pleas to her parents, especially her mother, Selyse, breaks down and pleads for the sacrifice to be stopped. However, soldiers prevent her from intervening, leaving her on the ground in tears. Shireen's cries grow more terrified as the flames engulf her, causing even Stannis to turn away in anguish as she meets a tragic end. Shireen's impending sacrifice was hinted at in Season 2's Valar Morghulis. Following Stannis' defeat in the battle at Blackwater Bay, he expresses regret for killing Renly, convinced by Melisandre that the murder was necessary for his path to kingship. Melisandre ominously predicts a prolonged war with countless casualties under Stannis' orders, foretelling his betrayal of his loyal followers, family, and former values. She assures him that all sacrifices will be justified as he is the chosen son of fire and the warrior of light, destined to rule as king. Liam Cunningham, during Comic-Con 2017, confessed that he took the actual prop of the little wooden stag from the set after filming the scene where his character Davos presents it to Shireen. He decided to give it to his own daughter for her collection, instructing her to wait until the episode featuring the stag to understand its significance. However, at that time, Cunningham was unaware of Shireen's fate since he was not involved in the filming of that particular scene. When he and his daughter watched the complete episode together, they were understandably disturbed by the dark implication of the gift. Numerous television writers and historians have drawn comparisons between Stannis' decision to sacrifice Shireen and the Greek myth of Agamemnon. In the myth, Agamemnon angers the goddess Artemis by killing one of her sacred deer. Following the advice of a seer, he sacrifices his daughter Iphigenia in order to appease the goddess and ensure favorable winds for his fleet to sail to Troy. It is worth mentioning that while the sacrifice leads to success for Agamemnon in conquering Troy, it ultimately fails for Stannis. In the discussion of the scene depicting Shireen being burned alive, co-showrunner David Benioff disclosed in the Inside the Episode featurette that George R.R. Martin informed them that, in the then unpublished books, Stannis would prioritize his ambitious aspirations of becoming the king of Westeros over familial affection by sacrificing Shireen. Benioff mentioned that he and co-showrunner D.B. Weiss were initially shocked, but knew they needed to use it. In the royal box, Daenerys is joined by Tyrion Lannister, Missandei, and Daario Naharis. The Harpy statue situated outside the fighting pit is now without a face. Daenerys ordered the removal of most of these statues in Meereen. due to their connection with slavery in the city surrounding Slavers Bay. Nevertheless, the Harpy statue at the fighting pit served as a crucial support structure, preventing its complete demolition and only allowing for its defacement. Hizdahr zo Loraq arrives tardily, explaining that he was finalizing the event's arrangements. Daenerys had already wed Hizdahr in the book by the time the fighting pits were reopened. The decision to exclude their wedding in the show remains a mystery. As the first combatants enter the field, Hizdahr signals for Daenerys to initiate the fight with a clap of her hands. Daario engages in a verbal confrontation with Hizdahr during the initial match, diverting Daenerys' attention from the action. Her focus shifts back to the arena when Jorah Mormont delivers the customary dedication to her. The melee commences with 6 fighters, Jorah facing off against a Norvosi long axe wielder. The Norvosi lands multiple strikes on Jorah, eventually toppling him to the ground. Nevertheless, Jorah manages to draw his dagger and drive it into the Norvosi's chest after a brief struggle. In the meantime, a Braavosi water dancer effortlessly defeats his Dothraki adversary before turning his focus to Jorah. The Plaza de Toros in Osuna, Spain served as the setting for Daznak's pit. The filming of this scene spanned a period of 12 days and featured 1,000 extras who were later digitally replicated. Jorah Mormont encounters a Braavosi water dancer as his second opponent in the fighting pit. This warrior practices the same agile fighting style that Arya was taught by Syrio Forel in the first season. Jorah realizes he is severely overpowered by the water dancer and sustains numerous cuts from the rapier of his opponent. Simultaneously, a Miranese pit fighter successfully pierces his opponent's chest during the skirmish. Ultimately, the water dancer manages to knock Jorah down and is on the verge of delivering a fatal strike, but fails to notice the pit fighter who eliminates him from behind. Subsequently, Jorah engages in combat with the pit fighter and emerges as the sole survivor of the battle. In the chapter set in Daznak's pit in the novel, Jorah is absent as he is imprisoned in a cage at Yezzan's camp. Instead of Jorah, Daenerys encounters Tyrion, who is not a warrior and is not seated beside her, but is participating in a dog-riding performance with another dwarf named Penny, not included in the television series. At the conclusion of their act, Tyrion and Penny are supposed to be executed by lions, but Daenerys intervenes to prevent it. Daenerys catches a glimpse of Tyrion, not recognizing him, while Tyrion considers revealing his true identity to her, but refrains from doing so upon seeing Ser Barristan Selmy, who was still alive in the books, fearing that Selmy would harbor strong prejudices against the Lannisters. Jorah gazes at Daenerys intently, then abruptly seizes a spear and hurls it towards the royal box, piercing a son of the Harpy who was sneaking up behind Daario. The sons of the Harpy suddenly reveal themselves on every level of the arena, launching a merciless slaughter of both collaborating masters and freedmen, including Hizdahr. Jorah and Daario swiftly escort Daenerys away from the royal box, while Tyrion comes to the rescue of Missandei. With the exits blocked, the group takes a defiant stance in the center of the pit, alongside the remaining unsullied defenders. Realizing their overwhelming disadvantage, Daenerys clasps Missandei's hand and closes her eyes, prepared to confront her impending demise. In that instant, a piercing draconic screech fills the air as Drogon swoops down into the arena, releasing a massive burst of flames. As Drogon sinks his teeth, crushes, and ruthlessly incinerates the Suns, a wave of scatters through their ranks. However, the Suns manage to gather their courage and launch a counterattack, thrusting their spears into the dragon's resilient scales. In a desperate attempt, Daenerys swiftly intervenes to remove the embedded spears, causing Drogon to turn towards her with a thunderous roar. Yet, instead of attacking, he unexpectedly calms down. Seeking safety for both herself and Drogon, Daenerys climbs onto his mighty back and commands him to take flight, becoming the first Targaryen dragon rider in more than 100 years. With the sons of the Harpy temporarily defeated, Daario, Jorah, Missandei, and Tyrion watch in awe as Drogon soars into the distance. The audio commentary on the Blu-ray for this episode mentioned that Drogon's vulnerability in the fighting pits was due to his young age as an adolescent dragon, as his fully protective adult scales had not yet developed. Rowley Earlham, the stunt coordinator for the marine sequence, revealed that a 45-foot flamethrower controlled by motion was employed on set to replicate Drogon's attack on the Sons of the Harpy. Additionally, Earlham mentioned that an astounding number of 20 stunt performers were set ablaze in a single day for this scene, setting a new record in the history of productions. Interestingly, this record was later surpassed in Season 7's The Spoils of War. This episode implies that Hizdahr remained loyal to Daenerys throughout her reign in Meereen, as evidenced by his death at the hands of the Sons of the Harpy. The Harpies later go on a killing spree, targeting both masters and freedmen indiscriminately. In the books, Sir Barristan Selmy, who is still alive at this point, apprehends Hizdahr on charges of attempting to poison Daenerys and colluding with her enemies. The evidence Hizdahr tried to kill Daenerys is when he offered her a bowl of poisoned honeyed locusts, urging her to consume them. She declines the offer. Belwas consumes the poisoned locust and falls gravely ill. Following Daenerys' absence, Hizdahr seizes control of Meereen. Barristan Selmy harbors suspicions that Hizdahr was behind the attempted poisoning of Daenerys, and that he may be collaborating with the Sons of the Harpy, potentially even leading them. Barristan has Hizdahr imprisoned and, together with other loyal followers of Daenerys, establishes a council to govern Meereen until her return. In the book's depiction of the Daznak's pit scene, the Sons of the Harpy do not launch a direct assault, as their attacks are never carried out openly. Furthermore, Drogon's landing in the pit is not motivated by a desire to rescue Daenerys, but rather by the enticing scent of blood. He only retaliates against the spectators when provoked by the animal trainers. As a result of the ensuing chaos, approximately 200 individuals lose their lives either due to Drogon's actions or being trampled in the ensuing panic. Drogon in the books is struck by a single spear thrown by an animal handler. The episode's title, The Dance of Dragons, alludes to the historical civil war Shireen learns about, which occurred 170 years prior to the events of the series and depicted in House of the Dragon. As the snow starts to thaw, Melisandre feels joyous. Meanwhile, Stannis, still mourning, readies himself to march towards Winterfell. Unfortunately, one of his commanders delivers the devastating news that almost half of his soldiers have deserted, particularly the sellswords who have taken off with all their horses. Another soldier brings even more grim tidings. Selyse has taken her own life out of despair over her daughter. While inspecting her lifeless body, his commander informs him that Melisandre has fled. Upon receiving the news, Stannis was informed that only half of his men had deserted during the night. However, in reality, more than 75% of his entire army had abandoned him, including half of his Baratheon soldiers and all of the sellswords. According to Roose Bolton's scouts, Stannis' army, which had been reinforced by the sellswords, was estimated to be 6,000 strong. Yet, when Stannis' forces arrived at Winterfell, a wide shot revealed that he only had around 1,300 men remaining. In the novels, Melisandre does not witness any prophecies of Stannis triumphing over the Boltons, and chooses not to join him and his troops on their journey to Winterfell. Instead, she decides to stay at the Wall where her abilities and visions are more potent. While trying to foresee the Lord of Light's champion in the fire, Melisandre only sees visions of Jon Snow, including some of him encircled by skulls and others of him encircled by adversaries brandishing daggers. In the novels, Stannis' storyline is considerably more detailed. Following Jon's counsel, he recruited approximately 2,500 soldiers from the northern mountain clans and House Mormont. After successfully capturing Deepwood Motte and decimating most of Asher Greyjoy's forces, House Glover pledged their allegiance, bolstering his army to over 5,000 men. Despite a Bolton spy within his ranks, Alice Karstark's assistance led to the traitor's capture. Subsequently, the Iron Bank offers him financial support to hire mercenaries. At the Wall, Jon Snow informs Sam about what he saw at Hardhome. He expresses his concern about the White Walkers potentially climbing the Wall, given the scarcity of dragon glass and Valyrian steel in Westeros to combat them. Sam proposes traveling to Oldtown to study and take over Aemon's role as the new Maester of the Watch, as he believes this is the best way he can contribute since he cannot fight. Worried about Gilly and her child's safety, Sam wishes to bring them along. Jon reminds him of the Citadel's rules against maesters having relationships, but is amused by Sam's response that it's already too late for that. Sam assures Jon he will return, they share a toast, and Jon bids farewell to his only friend. In the books, Sam expressed a desire to become a maester in his youth, but his father Randall strongly opposed the idea due to House Tarly's warrior tradition. Despite prior traumatic experiences from his dad, Jon eventually sends Sam to Oldtown to study as a maester in order to research the threat of the others. However, in the show, the situation is reversed, with Sam himself volunteering to go to Oldtown against Jon's initial objections, until Jon realizes that Sam's skills are more valuable to the Night's Watch in that capacity. Sam departs for Oldtown much earlier in the narrative. Jon instructs him to travel to the Citadel to delve into the mysteries of the White Walkers as a maester. Along with this task, Jon also commands Sam to bring Gilly, Maester Aemon, and Mance Rayder's child to safety, fearing Melisandre's intentions. Despite Gilly's sorrow, Jon assures her that her son will be cared for and educated under his watchful eye. Advancing through the fields with less than half of his original troops, Stannis instructs his men to prepare for the siege, only to be ambushed early on by the Bolton army. The mounted Bolton forces easily overpower Stannis' weary and horseless army. Injured and fatigued, Stannis manages to fend off 2 remaining soldiers amidst the chaos before collapsing against a tree. Brienne of Tarth receives a warning from Podrick Payne about Stannis' arrival and decides to leave her post waiting for Sansa's signal. Following the battle, she encounters a wounded Stannis. Brienne reveals her identity and recounts how her king was killed by a shadow resembling him created by his own brother. She then prepares to execute Stannis by drawing her sword. Stannis, resigned to his fate after losing everything, calmly instructs Brienne to carry out her duty. Despite a brief moment of hesitation, Brienne ultimately strikes at him with her sword. It seems that she executes him by beheading, and the show's creators assert that Stannis is unquestionably deceased. However, George R.R. Martin has affirmed that Stannis is undeniably alive, at least within the pages of the books. In the novels, Brienne has not come across Stannis since she participated in the meeting between him and Renly in the second book. She and Podrick are not near Sansa or Stannis' army when he marches towards Winterfell. They remain in the Riverlands in their search for the Stark sisters, which proves fruitless, and are captured by the Brotherhood without banners. Initially, Stannis had a multitude of final phrases prepared for when Brienne arrived to seek vengeance upon him. However, the majority of these lines were omitted as the writers recognized Stannis' tendency to be concise in his speech. The demise of Stannis in this installment effectively brings an end to all branches of House Baratheon. Stannis' wife and daughter have also passed away, along with his siblings Robert and Renly, neither of whom left behind any legitimate heirs. While King Tommen is recognized as a Baratheon by law, he does not share any biological connection with his supposed father, King Robert. As of now in the series, Gendry is the sole surviving individual known to carry Baratheon lineage. Meanwhile, Ramsay eliminates the remaining Baratheon soldiers and makes his way back to Winterfell. In Winterfell, Sansa utilizes a corkscrew she had concealed to free herself from her room and heads towards the tower to ignite her signal. Upon lighting the candle, she witnesses the clash between the Boltons and Stannis' army, seizing the opportunity to flee Winterfell. Frantically navigating the ramparts, she encounters Miranda and Reek. Miranda menaces Sansa with a bow, prompting Sansa, fatigued and aware of her inability to evade an arrow, to urge Miranda to end her life while a part of her true self remains. Miranda discloses to Sansa that Ramsay requires her solely for producing an heir, nothing more, emphasizing that Ramsay does not need Sansa intact for that purpose. Bracing herself for the worst, Sansa faces Miranda as she readies her bow, yet Theon breaks free from the Boltons' control, causing Miranda to miss her shot. Seizing the opportunity, he hurls Miranda over the ramparts, leading to her instantaneous demise upon impact with the courtyard below. In the book, Sansa and Theon flee, but with Ramsay's return imminent, they find themselves trapped. Opting to leap off the rampart in hopes of landing in deep snow and surviving the fall, they clasp hands and jump together. In the novels, Theon and Jane Poole manage to escape from Winterfell well before Stannis confronts the Bolton army. Their getaway is facilitated by a bard named Abel and 6 women, who are actually Mance Rayder and 6 spearwives. Jon Snow and Melisandre send them to rescue Jane, whom they mistakenly believe to be Arya, as she is being held captive by the Boltons. Eventually, Jane and Theon find themselves in Stannis' camp, where Stannis seizes Theon and intends to execute him for his crimes. This is done in an attempt to pacify the Northerners, who believe Theon is responsible for the deaths of Bran and Rickon Stark. As for the fate of Mance and the other Spearwives, it remains unknown. In the novels, Theon does not murder Miranda while trying to escape, since Miranda is a creation of the show. In the novels, the Boltons find themselves in a precarious position. Despite having superior shelter and more food supplies compared to the Baratheon forces, Roose is compelled to dispatch the Freys, his sole dependable allies, from Winterfell due to their conflicts stemming from the Red Wedding with certain northern houses. With the Freys now gone to fight Stannis in the books, the Boltons inside Winterfell are left surrounded by northern houses who harbour deep animosity towards them and could potentially turn against them at any given moment. Furthermore, Roose has also sent away the White Harbour troops, unknowingly providing Lord Manderley with an opportunity to align with Stannis. In order to avoid a prolonged siege, Roose is compelled to abandon Winterfell to confront Stannis' forces in the field. Despite Stannis advancing towards Winterfell in the midst of a blizzard, his soldiers are more seasoned than the Bolton forces, who lack experience in open combat or are led by individuals with questionable reputations. Additionally, Stannis' attack is hinted to involve the utilization of a frozen lake. In Braavos, Sir Meryn Trant is inspecting 3 young girls in the Braavosi brothel. 2 of the girls cry and scream as Meryn whips them, while the 3rd girl remains stoic. Meryn dismisses the 2 crying girls and strikes the stoic girl in the stomach. To his surprise, the girl is revealed to be Arya Stark disguised as Gita, the sickly girl who Arya had poisoned earlier. Arya removes her face mask, takes out a knife, and mercilessly stabs Meryn in the eyes and chest before gagging him to silence his screams. She then reveals her true identity, accuses Meryn of killing her dance master, Syrio Forel, and ultimately slits his throat, calling him No One. The violent sequence in which Arya eliminates Meryn Trant was purportedly the costliest demise scene in the entire series, and it was influenced by Quentin Tarantino's craftsmanship. In the novels, Meryn Trant remains alive and never departs from King's Landing. Arya's act of killing Meryn is a combination of 3 murders she carries out in the novels. Firstly, she repeatedly stabs the Tickler in Westeros. Secondly, she kills Daeron, a deserter from the Night's Watch, which becomes her first kill in Braavos. As a consequence, the Faceless Men punish her with blindness. Lastly, she takes the life of Rafford Raff the Sweetling, a Lannister soldier from King's Landing who accompanies the Master of Coin. Raff is on Arya's list of people she seeks vengeance against for murdering her friend Lomi. Arya sarcastically repeats the insults Raff once directed at Lomi as she fatally stabs him twice. Her physical transformation is enough for Raff not to recognize her. Thus, she doesn't require a disguise. Additionally, Meryn Trant's character in the show incorporates Raff's pedophilic tendencies from the book. Although Raff never physically harmed girls with a stick, Arya then makes her way back to the House of Black and White and surrenders the face she used to conceal her true identity. However, Jaqen H'ghar and the Waif suddenly appear and claim that Arya had no right to take Meryn's life, insisting that a debt must be repaid. As the Waif seizes Arya, Jaqen produces a vial, presumably containing a poisonous substance. Surprisingly, Jaqen drinks the poison himself and collapses, prompting Arya to desperately plead for him to stay alive. Arya declares that he was her friend, only to hear Jaqen's voice from behind her utter the words, "He was no one." When she turns around, she discovers that the Waif has now assumed Jaqen's appearance. Curious about the person lying on the ground with Jaqen's face, Arya inquires about their identity. In the body of the Waif, Jaqen responds by stating that he is no one. Arya proceeds to remove multiple faces from the individual on the floor, eventually revealing her own face. Suddenly, her vision begins to fade as her eyes turn a milky white, causing her to scream for assistance. Maisie Williams has revealed that during the scene where Arya removes faces from Jaqen H'ghar's corpse, a stiff cloak made of wire was used to prevent any movement. 7 individuals took turns lying under the cloak on the floor, each being filmed for a brief moment while Williams mimics removing a mask. Subsequently, Williams herself performed the action, with her body double replicating the motion. These individual shots were later combined during post-production. Arya's sightless eyes were not a result of digital manipulation. Maisie Williams donned sizable 16mm wide contact lenses. It remains uncertain whether the Jaqen H'ghar who takes his own life was the same faceless man who welcomed Arya into the House of Black and White, or even the same individual she encountered in Westeros during Season 2. When questioned, writer Brian Cogman cryptically mentioned, "There is no Jaqen H'ghar, he is no one." This suggests that the persona of Jaqen H'ghar is a guise utilized by various faceless men, as they view themselves as no one and therefore interchangeable. In the novels, the preserved faces of the faceless men can only be used as masks after undergoing a blood magic ritual that causes the mask to bond with the wearer's face. Selyse Baratheon is the first notable character to take her own life, with Jaqen H'ghar following closely behind. In Dawn, Ellaria bids farewell to Myrcella with a kiss. Jaime, Bronn, Myrcella, and Trystane also say their goodbyes to the Martells before heading back to King's Landing. Tywin Sand playfully flirts with Bronn. On the ship, Jaime and Myrcella engage in a conversation about Cersei. Jaime awkwardly confesses to Myrcella that they have no control over who they love. Surprisingly, Myrcella reveals that she already knows Jaime is her biological father and expresses her happiness about it. The two share a heartfelt embrace. However, Myrcella's expression suddenly changes. Her smile fades and her nose begins to bleed. She collapses into Jaime's arms. Meanwhile, back in Dawn, Ellaria wipes the blood from her own nose and takes the antidote for the poison that was on her lips. Nell Tiger Free revealed that the depiction of Myrcella's demise was initially intended to be more visually explicit. She was provided with blood-colored mashed bananas to regurgitate, mistakenly perceiving them as a representation of her brains. Ultimately, the creators opted for a gentler fate for Myrcella, considering her kind-hearted nature warranted a more pleasant demise. Ellaria discarded the handkerchief, which was produced using computer-generated effects, as all efforts to use a real handkerchief resulted in it falling directly into the water instead of elegantly drifting with the wind. In the novels, the interaction between Jaime and Myrcella is absent since Jaime remains in the Riverlands instead of going to Dawn. Sir Balon Swan is tasked with bringing Myrcella back. Myrcella never directly hints at suspecting Jaime as her father, but there are implications that she might have her own suspicions. In the 5th book, Jaime considers disclosing the truth to her, yet he hesitates, due to concerns that the Martells could cancel her betrothal to Trystane upon learning the truth. Myrcella remains alive in the novels. The Sand Snakes once tried to crown her and declare her as the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms to incite conflict with the Lannisters. To thwart this plan, Myrcella was harmed by the renegade Dornish knight Sir Gerald Darkstar Dane, resulting in the loss of an ear and a significant facial scar. Meanwhile, in Meereen, the absence of Daenerys leaves her council uncertain about how to proceed. Tyrion acknowledges the complicated emotions that both Jorah and Daario have for her, understanding all too well the complexities of loving the wrong person. The three engage in a heated debate regarding Jorah's betrayal, but they agree not to pass judgment until Daenerys returns. It is revealed that Drogon was spotted carrying her towards the north, prompting the council to decide that their search for the Queen should begin there. Despite still recovering from his injuries, Grey Worm volunteers to accompany Jorah and Daario, as does Tyrion. However, Daario firmly rejects both offers. He argues that Grey Worm is needed to lead the Unsullied in maintaining control over the city, while Tyrion is the only one among them with actual political experience. Daario expresses confidence that, with Missandei's assistance, they will be able to keep Meereen under control until they successfully bring Daenerys back. Following Daenerys' disappearance with Drogon, the leadership of Meereen takes a different turn in the novels. Hizdahr zo Loraq proclaims himself as the king of Meereen after marrying Daenerys, only to be overthrown and imprisoned by Barristan Selmy. Barristan accuses Hizdahr of collaborating with Daenerys' enemies and attempting to assassinate her with poisoned locusts. Barristan assumes the role of the Queen's Hand and governs Meereen with a council that includes Grey Worm and other loyal followers of Daenerys, excluding Daario, Jorah, and Tyrion, who are not part of the council for various reasons. In the novels, Daario and Jorah Mormont do not set out to find Daenerys. Instead, it is Daenerys' blood riders, Aggo and Rakaro, along with the majority of her original khalasar, who embark on the search for her. During this time, Daario is being held hostage by the Yunkai, while Jorah is held prisoner at Yezzan's camp. Upon witnessing Daario and Jorah's departure from the city, Tyrion finds himself approached by Varys in a composed manner. Playfully taunting Tyrion about his abandonment in Volantis, Varys expresses satisfaction in seeing Tyrion adapt to a suitable role. He kindly reminds Tyrion of his own expertise in governing a city teeming with individuals plotting against one another, hinting at his and his network of informants' willingness to assist. Varys does not make an appearance in Meereen in the books. However, during the period when Daenerys goes missing, Varys briefly shows up in King's Landing. In order to deceive Cersei into believing that Tyrion is responsible for their deaths, Varys uses a crossbow to kill Kevan Lannister and Pycelle. As a result, he remains in the capital. This particular scene is the only one featuring Varys in the 4th and 5th novels. She discovers herself on a magnificent hill far from Meereen amidst a vast expanse of green grass. Drogon, still recuperating from his injuries sustained in the Meereen arena, shows no interest in returning by flight. Regrettably, he also displays no inclination towards hunting for sustenance. In search of food, Daenerys ventures off, only to be taken aback by the sudden appearance of 3 Dothraki blood riders. In a matter of minutes, the entire khalasar has her cornered. Realizing the peril she is in, she swiftly removes a ring and discreetly drops it in the grass, intending to leave a trace. These pearls were once possessed by her late mother, who tragically passed away during childbirth. In the books, Daenerys does not part with a ring in this manner. Eventually, a Dothraki scout on horseback appears, but upon seeing Drogon, he quickly flees on foot. In order to sustain herself, Daenerys resorts to consuming the horse that Drogon kills for food. Later on, the scout returns with the khalasar, leading to their discovery of Daenerys and Drogon. Daenerys, stranded in the Dothraki Sea with Drogon, is observed wearing riding leggings. The likelihood of her donning such attire during the opening of the fighting pits in the previous episode was questioned by certain television viewers. In King's Landing, Cersei readies herself for her penance. Septa Unella arrives in Cersei's cell and demands a confession. Reluctantly, Cersei is taken before the High Sparrow to admit her wrongdoings. She acknowledges her affair with Sir Lancel, but vehemently denies any inappropriate relationship with her brother Jaime. Cersei pleads to visit her son Tommen at the Red Keep. The High Sparrow allows her this visit, but warns of an impending trial to address the remaining accusations of incest and regicide. Cersei is then taken to a cell, stripped, washed roughly, and given a hasty haircut. She is paraded naked through the streets of King's Landing from the Great Sept of Baelor to the Red Keep as a form of punishment. Septa Unella accompanies her, chanting shame and ringing a bell while 6 members of the Faith Militant escort her. The crowd hurls insults and filth at Cersei as she walks, causing her feet to bleed. Upon reaching the Red Keep, Cersei is met by her uncle Kevan Lannister, Grand Maester Pycelle, and Qyburn. Qyburn tries to console her by draping a cloak over her. A giant silent knight in golden armor, introduced as the newest Kingsguard member, appears. Qyburn advises Cersei to go inside for treatment of her injured feet, and the knight carries her away as her expression turns steely. HBO faced initial challenges while filming Cersei's Walk of Penance due to the Catholic Church of St. Nicholas, which serves as the Great Sept of Baelor, declining permission to film nudity within their premises. However, they eventually agreed to the nude walk through the streets, provided it did not encroach upon sacred territory. Consequently, the production team constructed artificial fronts of both the church's interior and exterior to capture the scene. HBO took extensive measures to ensure that no information was leaked during the filming of Cersei's Walk of Atonement. It has been reported that more than 200 security guards were employed to prevent paparazzi from accessing the set. Additionally, the cast and crew were strictly prohibited from carrying cell phones on set, and were obligated to sign confidentiality agreements, which included the risk of facing fines amounting to $250,000 if they were to disclose any details or images of the scene. Despite these precautions, the Daily Mail managed to obtain a paparazzi photograph capturing the backside of Lena Headey or her body double, both of whom were covered in dirt. To capture the full body shots of Cersei, actress Rebecca Van Cleve was enlisted as a nude body double from a pool of 1,000 applicants. As a significant aspect of Cersei's humiliation in the story revolves around the common people mocking signs of aging and the visible effects of 3 pregnancies on her naked body. George R.R. Martin mentioned that Cersei's Walk of Atonement draws inspiration from the punishment endured by Jane Shore, who was a mistress of King Edward IV of England. Following Edward's passing, his brother and heir, King Richard III, subjected Shore to a humiliating walk through the streets of London barefoot and in her undergarments, as punishment for her alleged promiscuity and involvement in conspiracy, while onlookers jeered at her. During Cersei's confession to the High Sparrow, he refutes the allegations that her children were not fathered by Robert and were instead the result of incest with Jaime. He accepts her claim that these accusations were spread by Stannis. In the books, the High Sparrow's decision is further explained. Regardless of his personal beliefs, he is cautious not to accuse her of this, as it would make Stannis the rightful heir to the Iron Throne if Cersei's children were proven to be illegitimate. Stannis, who now follows the Lord of Light instead of the Faith of the Seven, is considered a heretic by the Sparrows. If he were to ascend the throne, it would undoubtedly lead to the downfall of the Faith militant. Therefore, the Sparrows aim to keep Cersei in power, albeit symbolically stripped of her authority. In the book, Qyburn refers to the new member of the Kingsguard, who escorts Cersei following her walk of penance as Sir Robert Strong. However, there are suspicions among various characters, such as Kevin and many readers, that he is actually a reanimated Gregor Clegane. In the novel, Strong Clegane is depicted wearing a visored helmet that conceals his face entirely, leading to speculation that he may not even have a head. This is supported by Qyburn's claim that Clegane had perished, and a large skull, presumed to be Clegane's, was sent to Dorne as a gesture of appeasement to the Martells. The Lannister family's history has had previous walks of atonement. Kevin reflects on the past, revealing that Tytos Lannister, the grandfather of Cersei, had almost destroyed their house due to his poor leadership, influenced by his mistress, who influenced him. Following Tytos's demise, Tywin's initial move to restore the family's reputation was to publicly shame and disempower the mistress through a naked walk of atonement. During Cersei's penance walk in the book, she reflects on Ned's beheading and holds Joffrey accountable for disregarding the agreement to send Ned to the wall. She encounters individuals who bring to mind Robert, Tywin, Tyrion, Joffrey, and her childhood companion, Melara. She envisions spotting Ned with Sansa by his side and a shaggy grey dog that could possibly be Lady. Davos, back at Castle Black on Stannis' orders, urges Jon to seek help from the wildlings. Jon declines, stating that the wildlings wouldn't support Stannis and that their current situation is not their concern. Both are surprised to see Melisandre return to the wall in a state of shock and despair. Despite Ser Davos pressing her for information, particularly about Shireen, Melisandre remains silent. Recognizing the emptiness in her eyes, Davos allows her to depart. In the book, Jon receives a threatening letter from Ramsay Bolton, known as the Bastard Letter or Pink Letter, claiming Stannis and his supporters are dead and Mance Rayder is imprisoned. Ramsay demands that Jon hand over Arya, who is actually Jane Poole, Melisandre, Selyse, Shireen, Mance's son, Val, Mance's sister-in-law, and Reek, unknown to Jon as Theon, or he will kill the entire Watch. The authenticity of the letter is questioned due to the absence of the customary piece of skin sent by the Boltons. George R.R. Martin has indirectly suggested the letter is false, as he mentioned that Stannis will confront the Boltons in the upcoming 6th book. This letter leads Jon to declare his intention to abandon his Night's Watch vows and march on Winterfell, ultimately resulting in his assassination. In the novels, Melisandre, Selyse, and Shireen stayed at Castle Black while Stannis headed north to free the region. Davos is sent to White Harbour to enlist the Manderleys. However, Lord Manderley has been influenced by the Freys, who allege that it was the Starks who initiated the attack during the Red Wedding, transforming into wolves and murdering Manderley's son, Wendell. Davos is captured and condemned to death upon his arrival, but after many days of relatively comfortable imprisonment, Lord Manderley reveals that it was all a ploy to make the Freys and Lannisters believe that he still supports them, and to retrieve his eldest son Wylis from them. He remains faithful to the Starks and has discovered that the Stark boys are still alive. Manderley assigns Davos the task of bringing back Rickon Stark from the island of Skargos, which will spark a rebellion by the remaining northern houses against the Boltons, and promises to swear allegiance to Stannis if Davos is successful. This storyline was entirely left out from the television series. That evening, Jon is engrossed in reading messages when his steward Ollie informs him that a wildling has information about the whereabouts of his long-lost uncle. Jon Snow hastily joins Thorne in heading towards a gathered group of watchmen, only to be confronted with a sign bearing the word traitor. Surrounded by his brothers, Jon is taken aback. Thorne initiates the attack by stabbing the Lord Commander, uttering "For the Watch," followed by the others as they join in the betrayal. Jon Snow is mercilessly stabbed one after another, all in the name of "For the Watch." Eventually, a tearful Ollie steps forward, before receiving the final fatal blow from him, as he too repeats the pledge. The brothers abandon Jon to perish alone in the cold snow. In the episode Winter is Coming, Ned Stark advised his sons that the individual who makes the decision should also carry out the action. Each of the three Starks who adhered to this principle, Ned, Robb, and Jon, tragically met their demise in the same season they executed the sentence. Ned executed Will in Season 1. Robb executed Rickard Karstark in Season 3. Jon executed Janos Slynt in Season 5. In the novels, steam rises from Jon's wounds and blood as it makes contact with the snow. Just before losing consciousness, Jon softly utters the word "ghost." Interestingly, Robb's final words were "grey wind," the peculiar occurrence of both of them mentioning the name of their respective direwolves before succumbing to their injuries has given rise to a fan theory suggesting that they walked into their direwolves. Unfortunately, Robb had no chance of survival as Greywind was slain shortly after his demise, meaning he might have died twice. However, the situation differs for Jon and Ghost, as Ghost was not present at the time of Jon's stabbing. It is plausible that Jon may have walked into Ghost and thus managed to survive. Numerous television critics and writers have drawn parallels between the demise of Jon and the assassination of Julius Caesar. Both incidents involved an ambush and a stabbing carried out by their own subordinates. The fatal blow in both cases was delivered by a trusted friend and protege, with Ollie being responsible for Jon's demise and Brutus for Caesar's. In this particular installment, 7 main characters meet their demise: Jon Snow, Stannis, Selyse, and Shireen Baratheon, Myrcella Lannister, Meryn Trant, and Miranda. In the novels, the circumstances surrounding Jon's assassination by the Night's Watch differ from the show. They do not kill him for his actions regarding the wildlings, but rather because he intends to break the Watch's political neutrality. Upon hearing about Ramsay's victory and demand for Arya's return, Jon decides to leave Castle Black with a group of wildlings to confront the Boltons, planning to kill Ramsay for the abuse inflicted on his sister. This is seen as a betrayal of the Watcher's vows and potentially dangerous, leading to a group of conspirators attacking Jon in broad daylight. Wick Whittlestick is the first to stab him, followed by Bowen Marsh, who is in tears. Jon falls after being stabbed multiple times, not recognizing all of his attackers. Ollie is not involved in the attack as his character does not exist in the books. The assault takes place openly, with other watchmen and some of Stannis' men present, rather than in secret at night with only the mutineers. Alliser Thorne's involvement in the attack on Jon is not depicted in the books. Following the episode's airing, US President Barack Obama personally inquired with director David Nutter about Jon's fate. Nutter's reply was, "Jon Snow is unequivocally deceased." The episode's title, Mother's Mercy, alludes to the mother, a representation of mercy in the faith of the Seven. Did you know George initially planned to have a 5-year time skip after the War of the Five Kings ended, which the show should have done by taking a year off after season 4. We could have had Arya spend 5 years training with the faithless assassins, and we could skip all the sweeping flaws. Daenerys could have spent that 5 years ruling Meereen and allowing her dragons to grow. Jon could have spent that time as Lord Commander with Stannis manning all the castles on the wall. Sansa and Littlefinger could have spent that time making the Vale completely theirs. Cersei could have spent that time misruling the Seven Kingdoms so that Myrcella could declare herself queen with the support of Dorne. Bran could have spent that time becoming a powerful Greenseer. Tyrion could have made it to Meereen, and episode 1 could have been Tyrion finally getting an audience with Daenerys. At the wall, Jon's lifeless body lies abandoned by the mutineers. Ghost's mournful howls and frantic scratching at the door draw the attention of several individuals, including Davos, who emerges from his quarters to investigate. Davos discovers Jon's corpse just as Ed and a few other brothers arrive. Together, they bring the body indoors, where Ed prepares a table and expresses his anger towards Thorne before closing Jon's eyes. Davos inquires if Ed trusts any of his comrades, to which Ed responds, "The ones in this room." After some persuasion from Davos, Ed agrees to bring Ghost inside. Melisandre appears, claiming she witnessed Jon fighting in Winterfell through the flames. Davos and the other brothers express skepticism about the deceased Lord Commander's involvement, prompting Melisandre to retreat to her quarters. Davos and Edison Tollet were absent during Jon's assassination in the novels. Davos had been dispatched by Stannis to White Harbour before the Battle of Castle Black to secure House Manderley's support, and did not return to Castle Black. On the other hand, Jon appointed Edison as the head steward of Long Barrow, one of the 16 castles situated along the wall. Alliser Thorne, Othel Yarwick, and Bowen Marsh convene a meeting with the remaining Black brothers stationed at Castle Black, where they proceed to elucidate their rationale behind the assassination of the Lord Commander. The majority of the brothers begin to comprehend their perspective and align themselves with the mutineers. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Davos astutely observes that Thorne has likely taken action by now. In response, Ed then proceeds to rally the loyal brothers, urging them to seek retribution by attempting to eliminate Thorne. Davos, however, counters their resolve by highlighting the overwhelming numerical disadvantage they face, dismissing the notion that Ghost alone would suffice as a formidable ally. Nevertheless, when Ed mentions Ghost, Davos reminds them that there are others in close proximity who are indebted to Jon for saving their lives. Recognizing that he is referring to the wildlings, Ed instructs his comrades to secure the door and prevent anyone from entering, while he clandestinely ventures out to seek assistance. Alliser Thorne's speech bears a resemblance in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, where he justified his reasons for assassinating Caesar to the people of Rome. The showrunners have individually addressed the question of why Thorne would turn against Jon after permitting the wildlings to pass through Castle Black. David Benioff explained that Thorne's actions were driven by selflessness, similar to Brutus, as he believed it was necessary to protect the Night's Watch. On the other hand, D.B. Weiss argued that Thorne's actions were purely motivated by a thirst for power, fueled by his animosity towards Jon and the wildlings. It remains uncertain in the literary works whether Othel Yarwick is one of the individuals responsible for stabbing Jon. Initially, Wick Whittlestick inflicts the first stab wound, followed by Bowen Marsh. Due to the overwhelming shock, Jon fails to identify the other two assailants. In the north, Ramsay and Maester Walken handle the deceased body of Miranda. Ramsay reflects on their initial encounter, mentioning that unlike others who feared him, Miranda did not. When Walken inquires about burial or a funeral pyre, Ramsay decides to have her remains fed to the hounds. Charlotte Hope made her final appearance as Miranda, the daughter of the kennel master and lover of Ramsay. However, Miranda does not exist in the books. In the novel, Ramsay has a group of followers called the Bastards Boys, and among them, Ben Bones serves as the kennel master at the Dreadfort. Notably, there are no women among this group. In the novel, Ramsay's two servants, Yellow Dick and Little Walder Frey, met their demise, while Mance Rayder, along with a band of wildlings, aided Theon and Jane Poole, not Sansa, in their escape from Winterfell. Despite the unknown perpetrators of their deaths, Ramsay never displays any grief for his slain servants. Instead, he channels his anger, viewing their murders as a direct affront to his person. Rose Bolton asks Ramsay about the preemptive attack on Stannis Baratheon's army and questions if it gives him a sense of victory now that Sansa is gone. Ramsay reassures his father that they will retrieve Sansa, mentioning that he has dispatched his most skilled men to locate her. Roose emphasizes the importance of Sansa in uniting the North against the Lannisters, hinting at the consequences if Ramsay fails to bring her back. His unborn brother would inherit instead. After surviving the fall from Winterfell's wall, Theon and Sansa flee through the Wolfswood only to realize that men with hounds are already on their trail. Theon attempts to mask their scent by crossing a river. Leading a frightened Sansa, they successfully make it across and seek refuge by a fallen tree, where Theon embraces Sansa in an effort to keep her warm. Despite their efforts, the sound of barking dogs persists, prompting Theon to try and divert their pursuers' attention, instructing Sansa to continue north towards Castle Black and Jon. A group of Bolton men, dispatched by Ramsay with the Bastard's boys, discover them. Theon falsely claims that Sansa was injured during their escape and that he abandoned her to her fate. But the hounds eventually locate her. The leader taunts Theon about the consequences he will face from Ramsay, preparing to return them to Winterfell. Just as the situation escalates, Brienne and Podrick arrive, sparking a confrontation. Brienne dispatches most of the Bolton men, while Podrick demonstrates the skills she has taught him. Despite briefly holding his own against another attacker, Podrick is overpowered, only to be saved by Theon, who seizes a sword and slays the Bolton man. Sansa gratefully accepts Brienne into her service. The pledge of loyalty that Brienne shares with Sansa mirrors the one she shared with Catelyn in Season 2's The Ghost of Harrenhal. In Season 5's The House of Black and White, Sansa had to decline Brienne's assistance due to Littlefinger's interference. In the novel, Theon and Jane Poole, who is replaced by Sansa in the series, do not come across Brienne after their escape from Winterfell. Instead, Mors Umber, the uncle of Greatjon who does not make an appearance in the series, escorts them to Stannis' camp. At this particular point in the novels, Stannis has not yet confronted the Boltons in battle, and Jane still maintains her charade of being Arya. Additionally, Asha, Theon's sister, known as Yara in the series, is also present at Stannis' camp as a captive. Stannis commands for Jane to be sent to Castle Black, while he plans to execute Theon for his crimes. In the books, Jane Poole, replaced by Sansa in the series, suffers multiple broken ribs when Theon lands on her, but the snow effectively cushions their fall. Additionally, her nose starts to turn black due to frostbite a few days later. They manage to evade any pursuit from Bolton forces as a blizzard descends upon the castle, concealing their escape. Brienne and Pod's quest to find Sansa in the Riverlands proves to be unsuccessful as they are apprehended by the Brotherhood without banners. Their journey does not intersect with the Stark girls, and they do not play a role in the happenings in the north. In the solitude of her chamber in King's Landing, Cersei finds herself in deep thought when a servant discreetly enters and delivers the news of a ship's arrival from Dorne. Filled with anticipation, Cersei's heart leaps with joy as she rushes towards the harbour, hoping to reunite with her beloved daughter, Myrcella. However, her relation quickly turns to despair as she catches sight of Jaime's somber expression, standing beside a covered figure. Overwhelmed with grief, tears stream down Cersei's face as she comprehends the devastating truth that her precious daughter has passed away. Myrcella fell victim to an attack by Sir Gerald Darkstar Dane in the books, where he viciously slashed at her before fleeing. Despite surviving the ordeal, Myrcella was left with severe disfigurement. She is now en route to King's Landing under the protection of Nymeria Sand. Cersei learns of Myrcella's fate from Kevan while she remains incarcerated, just before embarking on her walk of atonement. Despite the fact that Bronn is said to have returned from Dorne alongside Jaime, he curiously does not appear in the scene where Cersei, Lena Headey, witnesses Jaime's arrival at King's Landing with Myrcella's body. It has been rumored that Headey and Flynn had a contractual agreement preventing them from sharing scenes or being on set together, supposedly due to a really bad breakup. However, Flynn has refuted these claims. Then in the Red Keep, Cersei asks Jaime about the very first time he encountered a lifeless body. In response, he recounts that it was their mother's. Cersei proceeds to recount her own recollection of the terror she experienced upon witnessing their mother's lifeless form. She divulges the prophecy of Maggie to Jaime, yet he disregards it as mere foolishness. Cersei never mentions in the books that Myrcella possesses a personality that is completely different from her own. During their conversation about their mother's passing, Cersei mentioned to Jaime that she had often pondered whether their mother's lips were peeling back from her teeth. This could be a subtle nod to a specific detail from Tywin's funeral in the novels. As his body lay in repose, Cersei and Jaime observed how the drying of his mouth caused his lips to curl upwards, creating the illusion of a smile. This sight unsettled them, as Tywin was not known for smiling frequently. In the novels, Cersei engages in conversations about Maggie's prophecy with Qyburn and her companion Taena Merryweather, but never with Jaime. Taena disregards the prophecy as meaningless, while Qyburn reassures Cersei that prophecies can be prevented. Meanwhile, Jaime is situated in the Riverlands and has gradually distanced himself from Cersei due to his disdain for her involvement with other men. In the meantime, Margaery remains confined by the faith, and the High Sparrow pays her a visit. Inquiring about Loras, she is met with the condition of confessing first. Acknowledging that no one is exempt from sin, she is informed by the High Sparrow that she is heading in the right direction, but still has a considerable journey ahead. In the Water Gardens, Ellaria assists Doran in reaching his wheelchair, while they both reminisce about Oberyn. Doran expresses his admiration for his late brother's adventurous life when admitting that he envied him. However, Ellaria disagrees by stating that Doran would not have fared well as an adventurer, just as Oberyn would have made a poor ruler. Doran never admits to feeling envious of Oberyn in the books. Once Doran settles into his chair, Maester Caliot delivers the devastating news of Myrcella's death. Before Doran can react, Tiana unexpectedly attacks Areo Hotah from behind, fatally stabbing him. Simultaneously, Ellaria plunges her knife into Doran's chest. Shockingly, his other guards remain motionless, revealing their allegiance to Ellaria. As Doran lies on the floor, Ellaria angrily berates him for his passivity in the face of his sister and brother's brutal deaths, asserting that the people of Dorne stand with her now. In his final moments, Doran pleads with Ellaria to spare Trystane, but she callously dismisses his request. Doran then succumbs to his injuries, leaving behind a pool of his own blood. Similar to the novels, Doran was initially intended to expose his allegiance to the Lannisters and express his intention to align with Daenerys. Siddig confirmed that he portrayed his role accordingly, as evidenced by the subtle reference to his guard in Season 5's Unbowed, Unbent, Unbroken, implying the need for his axe. However, due to widespread criticism of the Dornish subplot's ineffectiveness, the showrunners decided to alter the storyline. The filming of the Dorne scenes for Season 5 took place in Seville. Alexander Siddig revealed that the decision to eliminate his character Doran was made just before the filming of the 6th season commenced. Contrary to what the showrunners claimed, they had always planned to kill off Doran in the season premiere, despite his contract for 4 episodes, which he was ultimately compensated for. Obara and Nymeria make their way onto Prince Trystane's vessel, declaring their purpose to end his life. Nymeria presents Trystane with the option to select which one of the Sands he wishes to engage in combat, and he opts for Nymeria. However, his fate takes a grim turn as Obara swiftly impales him from behind, resulting in his demise as he confronts Nymeria. In the books, Ellaria repeatedly implores the Sand Snakes to abandon their quest for vengeance against the Lannisters, advocating for peace and an end to bloodshed. She never conspired against Doran, with Obara being the one to accuse Doran of inaction in seeking justice for his family. Arianne, Doran's own daughter, was the one who attempted to provoke conflict with the Lannisters, not through Myrcella's murder, but by attempting to crown her as the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, citing Dorne's inheritance laws where women can also inherit titles, making Myrcella the rightful heir after Joffrey. Trystane stays in Sunspear in the books, whereas Myrcella is en route to King's Landing with Nymeria. Within the pages of the novels, Cersei schemes to eliminate Trystane by ordering Balon Swan, who is sent to Dorne to retrieve Myrcella, to carry out the assassination. Nevertheless, Doran receives advance notice of the plot and manages to prevent it. Varys and Tyrion stroll through the streets of Meereen disguised as merchants. They encounter a hungry woman with her baby, and Tyrion kindly offers a coin for the baby to have a meal. The woman, startled by Tyrion's Valyrian, mistakenly believes he intends to purchase her baby for consumption. Varys steps in to clarify that the money is meant for the baby's nourishment. The woman, relieved by the explanation, gratefully accepts Tyrion's act of kindness. While Tyrion is proficient in High Valyrian in both the books and the show, the Low Valyrian dialect in Meereen has distinct pronunciation from other areas. Despite Varys' fluency in both High Valyrian and Lycian Low Valyrian, due to his upbringing in Lys, he too encounters challenges with the Meereenese dialect. Varys and Tyrion are absent from Meereen in the books. Varys did not accompany Tyrion to Essos, and by the conclusion of the 5th novel, A Dance with Dragons, he remained in King's Landing. Tyrion, who has not yet encountered Daenerys, is currently with Jorah in the Second Son's camp. In Daenerys' absence, Meereen is governed by a council led by Barristan Selmy, who is alive, Grey Worm, and other loyalists of Daenerys. Tyrion expresses the importance of locating the head of the Sons of the Harpy to restore tranquility in Meereen. Varys informs him that his network of spies has been dispatched throughout the city, assuring him that valuable information will soon be obtained. Suddenly, their conversation is disrupted by a frantic crowd fleeing from a massive cloud of smoke. They navigate towards the source of the smoke, only to discover that all the ships in the harbour have been engulfed in flames. Tyrion remarks that their plans of sailing to Westeros will have to be postponed for the foreseeable future. Despite the absence of such a large-scale assault in the 5th book, A Dance with Dragons, Daenerys also comes to the realization that there must be a local mastermind orchestrating the attacks, whom she refers to as the Harpy. Various suspects have been identified, primarily from influential Meereenese families who suffered losses during Daenerys' conquest. A high priestess and a few local aristocrats who pose as allies, but may be secretly conspiring against Daenerys. Her husband, Hizdahr zo Loraq, who remains alive in the books, falls into this category, particularly after managing to negotiate a temporary truce with the Sons. Another theory suggests that the Harpy could be a freedman who perceives Daenerys as making too many compromises with the former slave masters in Yunkai and Meereen, and is attempting to instigate a civil war between her and the masters through this method. In the books, Daenerys has no ships, which were utilized in the construction of siege machinery for the purpose of capturing Meereen. In the vast Dothraki Sea, Daario and Jorah search for Daenerys and stumble upon the scorched carcass of a ram left behind by Drogon's flames. Confirming they are heading in the correct direction, they observe multiple hoofprints nearby. Jorah deduces that the Dothraki have passed through this area, and he discovers the ring deliberately discarded by Daenerys on the ground. In the novels, Daario and Jorah Mormont do not embark on a quest to find Daenerys. Instead, it is Daenerys' blood riders, Ago and Rakaro, along with the majority of her original khalasar, who set out to search for her. During this time, Daario is being held captive by the Yunkai, while Jorah stays by Tyrion's side as a member of the Second Sons. Daario's statement about growing old is a sentiment echoed by Brown Ben Plum, a former sellsword of Daenerys who switches allegiance to Yunkai, only to betray them and rejoin Daenerys thanks to Tyrion. Plum's observation that there are old sellswords and bold sellswords, but no old bold sellswords, highlights the harsh reality that those who take risks and remain loyal to the weaker side often do not survive long, while only pragmatic individuals who switch sides to the stronger faction tend to endure. Daenerys is seen walking with her hands tied, escorted by 2 Dothraki to Khal Morro as a present. In a strategic move reminiscent of her dealings with Krasnys in Season 3, Daenerys cleverly conceals her fluency in the Dothraki language to encourage candid conversations among them. This tactic mirrors her previous ploy to acquire the Unsullied. The Khal intends to assault her, but she reveals her identity as Khal Drogo's widow. Khal Morro releases her restraints and assures her safety. Upon requesting an escort back to Meereen in return for 1,000 horses for her safe return, Morro's wife informs her that she must reside in the temple of Vaes Dothrak with the other Khal's widows for the rest of her life and become part of the Dosh Khaleen. Morro's conversation with his blood riders regarding the ultimate pleasure in life might have drawn inspiration from the film Conan the Barbarian, 1982, as acknowledged by the showrunners. In the film, Conan declares that the greatest joy lies are crushing your enemies, seeing them driven before you, and hearing the lamentations of their women. In the show, it seems that Dothraki Khals engage in polygamy, as evidenced by Morro having 2 wives. However, it is important to note that this is a personal decision and not a mandatory practice. While some Khals may have multiple wives whom they do not hold in high regard, Drogo, for instance, did not have any prior wives before marrying Daenerys. Furthermore, he remained devoted to her and did not seek any additional wives thereafter. During her encounter with Moro, Daenerys asserts that she cannot bear children as told to her by Mirri Maz Duur in Fire and Blood. In the books, Daenerys is brought before Jaqen, not Moro. Jaqen was one of the Khals who departed with several khalasar following Drogo's passing. In the city of Braavos, Arya is visually impaired and resorts to begging for money on the streets. It is during this vulnerable moment that the waif approaches her, wielding 2 fighting sticks, and hands one to Arya, and proceeds to mercilessly attack her. Arya valiantly attempts to defend herself, but her efforts prove futile. Eventually, the waif ceases her assault and ominously declares that their paths will cross again on the morrow. To portray Arya as blind, Maisie Williams, the actress, donned large 16mm contacts that obstructed her vision during the still, dialogue-driven sequences. However, for the action scenes, she opted for contacts with tiny pinprick holes to ensure she could see to some extent. In the books, Arya loses her sight due to milk she consumes from the faceless men, unaware of its effects. This blindness is a consequence of her unauthorized killing of Tyrion, a deserter from the Night's Watch, and is also a part of her training to join the faceless men. She continues to reside in the House of Black and White and tending to deceased bodies. Occasionally, she ventures into the streets disguised as a beggar named Beth to gather intelligence. At Castle Black, Thorne and other high-ranking members of the Night's Watch approach the chamber, accompanied by additional armed members. Thorne addresses Davos from behind the locked door, assuring him and the Watch members of complete amnesty. He proposes a fresh horse and a secure passage for Davos to travel south or in any desired direction, even offering to let him take Melisandre along. Davos playfully mocks Thorne by requesting mutton. He humorously explains that he is not a skilled hunter and fears going hungry on his journey, hence the need for mutton. Thorne assures him that food will be provided, emphasizing that the offer stands as long as everyone in the room surrenders before sundown. In the books, Alliser Thorne was dispatched by Jon to explore beyond the wall prior to Jon's murder. Thorne played no part in the plot to kill Jon and has yet to make his way back to Castle Black. His current whereabouts remain a mystery. In the solitude of her bedroom, Melisandre's countenance reveals a profound sense of disappointment, as if she has been deceived and led astray by the Lord of Light. A table adjacent to her bed holds an assortment of containers, including small vials containing potions and other liquids, as well as a mirror. With a heavy heart, she unfastens the buttons of her dress. Gradually, she removes the dress entirely, standing vulnerably before the mirror. As she removes her sizable necklace, the once radiant gem loses its luminosity. Within the mirror's reflection, Melisandre's visage undergoes a metamorphosis, reverting back to the woman she has been rumored to be for 4 centuries. Completely unclothed, her head bowed in despair, this episode validates the widely accepted fan theory that Melisandre is centuries old and her youthful appearance is a result of magical glamour. George R.R. Martin informed the showrunners of this detail early on during the series' development, and it was then shared with Carice Van Houten to enhance her portrayal of the character. Both the books and the series have hinted at Melisandre's true age. In the 5th novel, she reflects on having practiced her art for years beyond count, and in the 2nd season, she mentions to Stannis that she has been fighting far longer than you, following his defeat at Blackwater Bay. Oliver Ford Davies, Maester Cresson, mentioned that Van Houten had informed him that Melisandre was 400 years old. Bran Stark continues his training under the Three-Eyed Raven at the tree located beyond the wall. During his training, he witnesses a scene from Winterfell where he sees his father, Uncle Benjen, Aunt Lyanna, Old Nan, and Sir Roderick Cassell. Additionally, Bran is surprised to see a young Hodor whose real name is revealed to be Wireless, and realizes that he was once intellectually normal and could talk. Despite Bran's desire to stay in the vision, he is pulled out by the Three-Eyed Raven, who cautions him about the dangers of lingering too long. This is the first reappearance of Bran Stark, Mira Reed, and Hodor since Season 4. Their absence for more than a season was intentional, as it allowed for a focus on Bran's training and gave other characters' narratives the chance to progress. In the books, Bran's storyline was already ahead of the rest, with only one chapter left unadapted. Bran's magical visions of the past are expanded upon in the 6th season, incorporating flashbacks from other characters like Ned Stark with new material. Lyanna Stark makes her first appearance in a flashback scene depicted riding a horse and dressed in boy's attire, a nod to her tomboyish nature similar to her niece Arya. Described as one of the most skilled riders in the land, regardless of gender, she is portrayed by Cordelia Hill due to her resemblance to Maisie Williams. In the books, Ned Stark has mentioned that his late sister bore a striking resemblance to Arya when she was younger. In the midst of Bran's recollection of Winterfell, a youthful Ned Stark imparts some advice to Benjen, cautioning him to always keep his shield up. This very line is later echoed by Jon when he addresses Ollie in Season 5's The Wars to Come. In the novel, Jon reiterates this warning to his fellow brother, Sat. In Bran's vision, Lyanna states that Eddard is expected to depart Winterfell for the Eyrie. In Westeros, it is tradition for young noble boys to be hosted and educated at allied castles, not only as a customary rite of passage, but also to enhance their knowledge and skills, and to establish enduring relationships with other noble families. As previously indicated in Season 1, Eddard was fostered at the Eyrie by Jon Arryn, leading to a close friendship with Robert that lasted a lifetime. Max von Sydow has made his debut as the Three-Eyed Raven, taking over the role from Struan Roger, who portrayed the character in Season 4's The Children. In the novels, Hodor is actually named Walder. However, in the show, his name is altered to Wylis, possibly to prevent any mix-up with Walder Frey. In the novels, it is suggested that Wylis is the son of Nan's grandson, who perished in the Greyjoy Rebellion, and that he is in his late teens during the War of the Five Kings. However, in the show, Hodor Wylis is portrayed as being in his late 30s when Christian Nan was chosen for the role. In the vision of Winterfell's past that Bran witnesses, it is not their older brother Brandon who instructs young Ned and Benjen, as one might assume. Instead, it is a young Roderick Cassel, the Master-at-Arms at Winterfell. One can identify him by his distinctive sideburn whiskers. Interestingly, Daniel Portman, who plays Podrick on the show, is Roderick's real-life son, so he couldn't portray a young Roderick. Upon exiting the vision, Bran encounters Mira Reed, who is still grieving her brother's death. Despite Mira's doubts about her role in Bran's training, Leaf assures her that Bran will require her assistance once he departs from the tree. The role of Leaf, portrayed by Octavia Selena Alexandru in Season 4, was recast with Kay Alexander. However, this was not the sole change for the Children of the Forest. Between Season 4 and 6, they underwent a significant transformation in their appearance, thanks to advancements in special effects and a higher budget. Consequently, they now bear a much closer resemblance to their counterparts in the book. Their eyes emit a cat-like glow, their skin has a natural nut-brown hue with deer-like spots, and their faces have become less human-like overall. Through the use of CGI, their features have been rounded, their eyes enlarged, and the distance between them increased. Despite these changes, the Children of the Forest still differ from their depictions in the book, often being referred to as little squirrel people. In the book, they possess large ears and only 4 claw-like digits. At Castle Black, night has fallen and Jon's loyal Black brothers have yet to surrender. When Sir Alliser Thorne gives Davos a final ultimatum, Davos defiantly draws his sword, while the others follow suit. In response, the acting Lord Commander orders the door to be forcefully broken down with a sledgehammer. However, before the mutineers can breach the door, Ed returns with Tormund and a wildling army. Despite Thorne's demand for the Watchmen to stand and fight, only one foolishly attempts it and is swiftly defeated by Tormund, resulting in a nearly bloodless takeover. One archer recklessly shoots a crossbow bolt into Wun Wun's back, provoking the enraged giant to grab him and violently smash him against a stone wall before throwing his mangled body at Thorne's feet. Witnessing this, the Watchmen quickly surrender and lay down their weapons. Thorne tries to attack, while Ollie, consumed by anger, charges at Tormund with a sword. However, Thorne is apprehended and Tormund effortlessly disarms Ollie, pushing him into the waiting arms of others. No harm comes to any of the wildlings. The occurrence in the books where Wun, the giant, seizes the Night's Watch member who shoots him in the back and hurls him against a wall takes place in a different context and earlier than depicted in the show. Before Jon's assassination, one of Stannis' knight named Patrick is mortally wounded by Wun. Jon intervenes just in time to witness Wun grasping Patrick's feet and forcefully smashing his head against a wall. However, while Jon tries to defuse the situation, the mutineers seize the opportunity to fatally stab him. This particular scene in the book originated from a bet between author George R.R. Martin and his friend Patrick St. Denis regarding a football match between the New York Giants and the Dallas Cowboys. As Martin's team, the Giants, emerged victorious, he intentionally included the scene of a giant killing Patrick. In a tavern located in King's Landing, a man proudly brags about his audacious act of taunting Cersei during her Walk of Atonement, much to the delight of the other customers. Once he concludes his tale, he departs from the tavern to relieve himself against an exterior wall. While engaged in this act, he unexpectedly encounters Sir Gregor Clegane, who swiftly dispatches him by forcefully slamming his head against the wall. Sir Gregor rejoins Cersei's company. In the novel, Cersei finds herself confined within the walls of her chambers, constantly monitored by the Sparrows, a group consisting of a Septa and 3 novices. Her ability to receive visitors is severely limited, with only Kevan and Qyburn being granted access. It is worth noting that Tommen remains unaware of Cersei's humiliating walk of punishment. Throughout her life, Cersei never instilled strength in Tommen. Instead, she consistently favored and indulged Joffrey, neglecting to discipline him and rarely attending to Tommen and Myrcella. However, following Joffrey's demise, Cersei undergoes a complete transformation. In the book, she mercilessly suppresses any display of defiance or resilience from Tommen, resorting to having his whipping boy beaten or even compelling Tommen to whip him himself. At various points, Tyrion, Tywin, Jaime, and Kevan all come to the realization that Cersei is profoundly ill-suited to be a mother. Myrcella's funeral is taking place at the Great Sept of Baelor, but Cersei is unable to attend due to being confined to the Red Keep by Tommen. Tommen fears that the Faith Militant will arrest Cersei if she enters the Sept. Inside the Sept, Jaime and Tommen discuss Myrcella and Prince Trystane. Tommen holds Cersei responsible for Prince Trystane's death, yet he reassures Jaime that he is not angry with her. Jaime persuades Tommen to visit his mother and offer her an apology. Tommen's affirmation that Myrcella was adorned in gold for her interment validates Maggie the Frog's prediction from the wars to come, which foretold that Cersei would bear 3 offspring, and gold will be their crowns, gold their burial shrouds. Just as Tommen departs, Jaime confronts the High Sparrow. Threatening the High Sparrow, Jaime is surprised by the High Sparrow's lack of fear of death. The High Sparrow explains that his followers, though insignificant individually, possess collective strength to challenge even empires. Jaime admits to being involved in the death of his cousin Altyn, and helping his brother escape to the High Sparrow. However, in the books, Jaime never has this discussion with the Sparrow, nor does he confess to these actions to anyone. While Jaime was assisted in his escape from the Starks by his cousin Cleos Frey, he did not actually kill him. Cleos was instead slain by outlaw archers. Despite his lack of concern for his cousin, Jaime stripped Cleos of his weapons and armor before leaving his body for the scavengers. Tommen pays a visit to Cersei at the Red Keep and expresses his remorse for not displaying more assertiveness during her time of imprisonment. He deeply regrets allowing the High Sparrow to confine her and admits that he should have taken more drastic measures, such as demolishing the Sept with the High Sparrow inside. Tommen humbly acknowledges that he requires Cersei's assistance in becoming a resolute ruler. Surprisingly, Cersei remains unusually quiet throughout their conversation, but as soon as Tommen finishes speaking, she warmly embraces him. In Meereen, Varys and Missandei are in conversation about Daenerys' captive dragons. Missandei and Grey Worm inform Tyrion that Rhaegal and Viserion have not been eating since Daenerys' departure. Tyrion explains that dragons do not thrive in captivity and predicts that they will resume eating once unchained. He also suggests that dragons possess enough intelligence to remember their companions, indicating that they are unlikely to harm Missandei upon reuniting, given her past interactions with them. Tyrion and Varys descend beneath the pyramid, with Tyrion venturing into the darkness alone. As one of the dragons emerges from the shadows, Tyrion maintains eye contact. When the second dragon appears, Tyrion sets down his torch and cautiously approaches. To soothe them, Tyrion speaks softly, noting that some believe dragons to be more intelligent than humans. He recounts a childhood memory of wishing for a dragon as a name day gift, only to be told they were extinct, which left him in tears. Now he marvels at the opportunity to encounter living dragons up close. Eventually, Tyrion manages to release the locking pin on the first dragon's collar, with the second dragon following suit. After freeing them, the dragons retreat, prompting Tyrion to swiftly return to Varys. Tyrion instructs Varys to strike him if he ever proposes a similar course of action in the future. Dragons are believed to be extinct in Westeros and Essos. The Season 5 episode, The Dance of Dragons, revealed that most dragons perished 170 years ago during a civil war within the Targaryen family known as the Dance of Dragons. In this episode, Tyrion hinted at a possible reason for the dragons' demise. The later Targaryen generations kept the dragons in chains and confined spaces, hindering their growth. As a result, most dragons remain small in size, comparable to a cat, which could have impacted their ability to mature and reproduce. This information draws from discussions in the books involving Barristan Selmy, Daenerys, Jorah, and Tyrion. It is not Tyrion, but Quentyn Martell, the son of Doran Martell, a character absent from the show, who dares to enter the catacombs to try and tame Daenerys' dragons. Believing that his Targaryen blood will help him succeed, as dragons are known to favor Targaryens, he ultimately fails, leading to the dragon's escape. Rhaegal sets him on fire, and he succumbs to his burns 4 days later. Tyrion's ability to gain the dragon's trust in the show sparked theories among fans that he may be a Targaryen, possibly fathered by the Mad King rather than Tywin. The scenes set in the crypts of Meereen, where the dragons were confined during seasons 4 and 5, were actually filmed in the cellars of Diocletian's palace in Croatia. Varys informs that the slave masters have successfully regained control of both Yunkai and Astapor. In the 4th season, Daenerys entrusted the governance of Astapor to a council of freedmen, but one of them, a butcher named Cleos, betrayed the council and declared himself king. However, he has now been overthrown by the former slavers. Similarly, the slavers have also reclaimed Yunkai, although they previously reached a truce with Daenerys in the 5th season. In the novel, the cities of Slavers Bay play a more intricate role, with Yunkai being recaptured by the slavers. They form an alliance with other slave cities in Essos and hire mercenary companies to fight against Daenerys, who is already facing attacks from the Sons of the Harpy in Meereen. Cleos attempts to negotiate a marriage alliance with Daenerys, but she refuses due to his refusal to abolish slavery. If she were to leave Meereen, it is likely that the slave masters would seize back their city in her absence. Eventually, Cleos is defeated and Astapor falls into a series of power struggles. The majority of the population perishes due to plagues, famine, and the subsequent looting of the city. Before her disappearance, Daenerys reluctantly makes peace with Yunkai. In the city of Braavos, Arya, still living as a beggar, encounters the waif once again. The waif asks about Arya's name, to which she responds by claiming to be no one. In response, the waif strikes her, asserting that she doesn't believe Arya's words, and neither does Arya herself. Despite Arya's attempts to retaliate, the waif mysteriously disappears, and in her place stands Jaqen H'ghar. He makes a promise to Arya, assuring her that if she reveals her true name, she will have shelter for the night, food to eat, and her sight will be restored. However, each time Arya insists that she has no name. Satisfied with her response, Jaqen instructs Arya to follow him, declaring that she is no longer a beggar. At Winterfell in the north, Ramsay and Roose engage in a discussion with Harold Karstark regarding the predicament involving Sansa and Jon. Ramsay proposes the idea of launching an attack on Castle Black, but Roose cautions him about the consequences, emphasizing that such an action would provoke the entire north to turn against House Bolton. House Karstark, a former vassal house of the Starks, has made the decision to form an alliance with the Boltons. This decision is particularly interesting given that House Karstark is a cadet branch of House Stark, which was established during an ancient conflict with the Boltons. Carlon Stark, the founder of House Karstark, was one of the younger sons of the king in the north, born 1,000 years prior to the events of the show. As he was unlikely to inherit his father's land and title, Carlon's bravery in quelling the Bolton rebellion earned him a piece of land, a keep, and the title of Lord from the king. Over time, Carlon's keep, originally known as Carl's Hold, came to be called Carhold, and the descendants of the Carl's Hold Starks became known as the Karstarks. In the novel, the Karstarks are aligned with them because Robb executed their Lord Rickard, which resulted in their army being unaffected by the Red Wedding and remaining mostly intact. In the novels, there is no character by the name of Harold Karstark. The character in the show is a combination of two Karstarks from the books, Harrion Karstark, the surviving son of Rickard Karstark, and Arnulf Karstark, Rickard's uncle and the Castellan of Carhold. Harrion was captured by the Lannisters, and his fate remains unknown. Arnulf pretends to support Stannis, but secretly collaborates with the Boltons to seize control of House Karstark. His plan involves marrying Rickard's daughter, Alice, to his own son, but Alice exposes Arnulf's treachery to Jon Snow, despite her resentment towards Jon's family for executing her father. Roose further warns Ramsay that if he continues to act recklessly, he will be cast aside. Just then, Maester Vulcan enters the room and delivers the news that Roose's wife, Walda, has given birth to a baby boy. Roose assures Ramsay that he will always be regarded and treated as his firstborn child. However, Ramsay, perceiving the newborn as a threat to his inheritance, expresses gratitude for his father's words and proceeds to fatally stab him in front of Vulcan. As the new Lord Bolton, Ramsay commands the Maester to spread the false narrative that Roose was poisoned by their enemies. He then personally feeds Walda and his half-brother to the Hounds in order to solidify his control over Winterfell. Roose Bolton's demise mirrors Robb's fate in the Reigns of Castamere. Both were treacherously murdered by trusted men who stabbed them in the chest to solidify their own positions. Their wives and children also met a tragic end on the same day. According to showrunner David Benioff, Ramsay's actions were not impulsive, but rather a calculated move he had been planning for a while. It is worth noting that Harold Karstark's lack of reaction to the killing suggests he may have been aware of, or even complicit in the plot. Roose Bolton in the novels had a legitimate son named Domeric from a previous marriage, who unfortunately passed away. Roose strongly suspects that Ramsay was responsible for poisoning him. Following his marriage to Walda Frey, Roose confides in Theon that he fears Ramsay will also harm any offspring he has with Walda. However, Roose appears unconcerned about this possibility, as he believes he won't live long enough to raise the child to adulthood anyway. Moreover, he sees it as a way to prevent a child lord from potentially damaging House Bolton. The demise of Roose Bolton further reinforces the belief that Castle Harrenhal is plagued by a curse, as mentioned in Season 2. It is believed that anyone who holds the castle, even for a short period, will meet an untimely death. This has already proven true for Lady Went, Janos Slynt, Tywin, Locke, and Robb, making Roose Bolton the next in a long list that includes House Strong from House of the Dragon. The only exception to this pattern is Littlefinger, who was appointed as the nominal lord of Harrenhal, but never visits the castle and is still alive in the books. In the depths of the forest, Brienne shares with Sansa the details of her encounter with Arya, while Sansa hesitates to discuss the torment she endured under Ramsay Bolton's oppressive rule in Winterfell. Consumed by guilt for betraying the Stark family, Theon makes the decision to depart from the group and return home instead of joining the Night's Watch. Tearfully, he expresses to Sansa that Brienne and Pod will be better equipped to protect her, but assures her that he would have accompanied her all the way to Castle Black if necessary. Requesting permission to take one of the horses, the two share a heartfelt embrace. In the novel, Brienne remains in the Riverlands without encountering Arya. Therefore, she does not rescue Sansa or share any information about Arya. Brienne's storyline in the series was combined with that of Mance Rayder from the books, whose death was staged by Melisandre. Following this, Jon sends Mance to Winterfell to rescue his supposed sister, Arya, who is actually being held captive by the Boltons, although it is revealed that the girl pretending to be Arya is actually Sansa's friend, Jeyne Poole. Jeyne is later taken in by Stannis after being rescued. At Pike, the night is filled with darkness and storms. Yara Greyjoy, with a sense of urgency, reads aloud a letter to King Balon Greyjoy, informing him of the devastating news that the Glovers have successfully recaptured Deepwood Motte, annihilating all Ironborn forces stationed there. Yara emphasizes that this failure signifies the end of their invasion, as Deepwood Motte was their final stronghold in the north. Deepwood Motte, as depicted in the books, is not the final stronghold in the north controlled by the Ironborn. In fact, Torrhen Square remains under the occupation of Dagmar, who is still alive in the novels. According to the books, it is not the Glovers, but rather Stannis and his newly recruited forces who liberate Deepwood Motte. Subsequently, they restore the stronghold to the Glovers, thereby earning their loyalty. Balon remains resolute in his determination to continue the fight. Yara counters his stance, arguing that further invasions of the north would be futile, as they lack the ability to hold conquered strongholds against the mainland armies. Moreover, she highlights the insignificance of these distant mainland strongholds to the Ironborn, as they are far removed from the sea. Balon attributes the invasion's lack of success partially to Yara's decision to allocate men for Theon's rescue, a move she adamantly refuses to apologize for. Yara expresses her disapproval of her father's campaign in the north, mocking the idea that capturing more northern territories will only result in acquiring more pinecones and stones. In the novels, Asha voices her opposition to the invasion in two instances, during a conversation with her uncle Victarion and while defending her candidacy in the Kingsmoot. She instructs her men to unload treasure chests filled with pinecones and rocks in front of the gathered ship captains, using sarcasm to highlight the meager spoils gained through bloodshed in their attempts to conquer the north. This display aims to persuade the Kingsmoot to seek peace with the north, rather than continue the cycle of conflict. Notably, Asha never directly criticizes her deceased father in these instances. Yara brings up the Greyjoy rebellion to Balon, mentioning the loss of her two brothers during the Siege of Pike. However, it is clarified that only Meryn Greyjoy died in the Siege of Pike, while Roderick died earlier in the war at the Battle of Seaguard. In response, Balon warns Yara that if she does not follow his orders, he will find someone else to carry on his legacy. Balon then walks across the swaying rope bridge, which acts as a divider between two towers of Pike. Despite the raging storm, he notices a figure obstructing his path on the bridge. Requesting the individual to step aside, Balon soon discovers that the man is none other than his younger brother, Euron Greyjoy. Expressing his surprise at Euron's survival, Balon is met with mockery as Euron belittles the drowned god, claiming himself to be the deity. Curiosity piqued, Balon questions Euron about a rumor circulating regarding his loss of sanity during a tempest, resulting in his crew having to restrain him to the ship's mast to prevent him from leaping overboard. Euron neither confirms nor denies the rumor, instead revealing that he silenced his crew by severing their tongues, craving tranquility. Furthermore, Euron asserts that Balon's reign has endured for too long, asserting that it is time for someone else to assume power. Dismissing Euron's claim to true Ironborn status due to his mental instability during a thunderstorm, Balon attempts to strike him with a blade. However, Euron swiftly retaliates by hurling Balon off the rope bridge, leading to his demise. With the passing of Balon Greyjoy, all 5 kings who lent their names to the War of the Five Kings have now perished: Renly, Joffrey, Robb, Stannis, and Balon. In the books, Balon met his demise second, following Renly, while Stannis remains the sole survivor in the 5th book. Furthermore, all 3 usurpers identified by Melisandre during the blood ritual in Second Sons, Balon, Robb, and Joffrey, have now passed away. Within the novels, Balon was the initial casualty among the trio, preceding Robb. The delay in Balon's demise on the television series may have been due to the Greyjoy storyline being somewhat paused after the 2nd season. During the funeral of Balon, Yara expresses her determination to the priest, Aeron Greyjoy, who happens to be Balon's younger brother, that she will locate the individual responsible for this heinous act and subject them to a gruesome fate of being devoured by sharks while they are still breathing. Yara solemnly vows to carry out this act of retribution once she ascends to the Salt Throne. However, Aeron reminds her that she does not hold the title of ruler yet, as the law dictates that the Kingsmoot is responsible for selecting the next leader. Yara counters by asserting that her father had intended for her to assume the role of ruler, but Aeron firmly states that her father's desires do not supersede the law. Balon's demise upholds the series' custom of eliminating a monarch each season. This particular episode serves as confirmation for the widely accepted fan theory that Balon Greyjoy was indeed murdered by his own brother. In the books, the murder occurred off-screen, but much earlier, just before the Red Wedding. Through Catelyn's point of view, readers discover that news of Balon's mysterious death, resulting from an accidental fall from a bridge, is spreading throughout the Seven Kingdoms. When Balon's bloated and broken body washes ashore, with his eyes devoured by crabs, Euron suspiciously announces his return to Pike a mere day later. In the Forsaken sample chapter from the 6th novel, The Winds of Winter, which was released after this episode aired, Euron privately confesses to his brother Aeron that he was responsible for Balon's demise, maybe through the involvement of a faceless man, as well as the deaths of his other two brothers, Robin and Harlan. The drowned man overseeing Balon's funeral is none other than his brother and Yara's uncle, Aeron Dampere. He emphasizes that the Iron Islands follow the tradition of Kingsmoot, a ceremony where ship captains elect the next ruler, implying that the king of the Iron Isles is always chosen through this process. However, in the books, the throne is typically passed down from father to son, and it has been thousands of years since a Kingsmoot was last held. Aeron's motive for organizing one is that in Theon's absence, who is still held captive by the Boltons, Euron, Balon's eldest brother, has the strongest claim to the throne. By holding a Kingsmoot, Aeron hopes that their other brother, Victarion, who is not featured in the series, will be elected instead. Furthermore, the throne itself is referred to as the Seastone Chair in the novels, while the king is titled King of Salt and Rock. Pilou Asbæk, the actor portraying Euron, is only 5 years older than Alfie Allen, who plays his nephew Theon, and is actually 37 years younger than Patrick Malahide, who portrays Euron's older brother, Balon. Davos pays a visit to Melisandre, who appears to be wearing her usual glamour. When Davos inquires about the possibility of reviving Jon, Melisandre confesses to witnessing such an act, but claims she is unable to perform it due to her loss of faith in the Lord of Light, as her predictions regarding Stannis Baratheon failed to materialize. Despite Davos's plea for her to attempt it, she reluctantly agrees. Melisandre cleans Jon's wounds using whispered High Valyrian incantations, but to no avail. Tormund departs shortly after, and Melisandre utters a final "please" in the common tongue before leaving the room disheartened. Ed and eventually Davos follow her. However, once the room is empty, Ghost, who had been slumbering beneath the table where Jon lay, stirs and Jon abruptly awakens, gasping for breath. Jon is the second individual to be brought back to life by a Red Priest after Beric Dondarrion. The sole other person to come back from the brink of death without the aid of a Red Priest is Gregor Clegane, who made an appearance in the same episode. In the books, Catelyn also experiences a resurrection and becomes known as Lady Stoneheart. The episode's title alludes to the homecomings or new journeys of various characters. Bran's visit to Winterfell through a vision, Theon and Euron's return to the Iron Islands, and Arya's permission to go back to the House of Black and White. Kit Harington was given strict instructions to deceive his family, friends, and fellow cast members about Jon's resurrection, making it a highly guarded secret. Surprisingly, Sophie Turner, Sansa, fell for his lie. At the Wall, Jon Snow regains consciousness and takes in a deep breath. Gradually, he rises to a sitting position and surveys the surroundings. His gaze falls upon his stab wounds, filling him with horror and confirming that the events were not merely a dreadful dream. Davos Seaworth, alerted by the commotion, enters the room and is both shocked and relieved to see Jon awake. Hastily, he rushes to assist Jon, who struggles to stand. Concerned, Davos inquires if Jon remembers anything. Still in a state of shock, Jon affirms that he recalls being betrayed by Olly and Alliser Thorne, who attacked him for bringing the wildlings to Castle Black. Melisandre enters the room, astounded that her resurrection ritual has succeeded. Approaching Jon, she inquires about his experiences after death. Jon disappoints her by confessing that he saw nothing. Despite this, Melisandre clings to the remaining shreds of hope and asserts that the Lord of Light has brought Jon back for a purpose, emphasizing that Stannis was not the prophesied prince that was promised, but that someone else must fulfill that role. Sensing the need for privacy, Davos requests Melisandre to leave them alone so that Jon can acclimate to his revived state. The initial reference to the prince that was promised prophecy, chosen by the Lord of Light, is found in Essos. This figure is frequently mentioned in the novels with the belief that the prince is the rebirth of the legendary hero who vanquished a great darkness millennia ago, thought to be the first White Walker invasion. The decision by the showrunners to omit many book prophecies was intentional, which is why Melisandre labelled Stannis the Lord's Chosen in Season 2. Jon expresses regret that he attempted to do what he believed was right, only to be killed for it, and questions why he was brought back to life. Davos responds that they may never find out, but it is irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, and the crucial aspect is to keep fighting and continue living for as long as possible. Jon believed he knew how to do so, but now he is uncertain. He feels like he failed. Davos remarks that now he must go and fail once more. In contrast to Beric Dondarrion's resurrection, Jon's revival appears to have fewer negative consequences. Beric mentioned that with each revival, he feels like he is losing a part of himself. Edison Tollett also remarks to Jon that his eyes are still brown, indicating that he has not transformed into a White or White Walker. According to the novels, Jon's eyes are described as grey, resembling those of his father, Ned. After regaining some strength, Jon puts on his Night's Watch armor and the Lord Commander's cape. He makes his way to the courtyard where he sees many free folk and his fellow brothers waiting for him. Despite still struggling to walk properly, Jon descends and warmly greets the surprised Tormund. Tormund playfully interacts with the resurrected Lord Commander before giving him a tight hug, causing Jon some discomfort due to his stab wounds. Jon then exchanges greetings with the relieved Edison Tollett, and they share an embrace. Jon, confident that he is still himself and not a White, humorously suggests postponing the burning of his body for the time being. Samwell Tarly, Gilly, and her baby son Sam are currently sailing on a ship across the narrow sea towards Oldtown. This is the first time Gilly and Sam have ever been on a ship, and unfortunately, Samwell is feeling seasick and has resorted to using a chamber pot. Gilly tries to comfort him by mentioning that they will arrive soon and expresses her excitement about seeing Oldtown, which the ship's captain described as the most beautiful city in Westeros. Despite Samwell's initial plan to study at the Citadel, he realizes that he cannot bring Gilly and her child with him, as the Citadel only permits men to enter its premises. Samwell chooses to bring Gilly and Sam to his family's estate at Horn Hill in order to ensure their safety. Although he has a strained relationship with his father, Randyll Tarly, Samwell reassures Gilly that his mother and sister will treat them kindly. Samwell is determined to shield Gilly and her child from any danger. Gilly entrusted her son to the care of Castle Black in the books. The child she carries is the offspring of Mance Rayder, as Jon compelled her to exchange the infants, dreading that Melisandre would offer Mance's son as a sacrifice for his royal blood. Horn Hill, the ancestral castle of Sam, is situated at a short distance from Oldtown, the intended destination for both Sam and Gilly. As the name implies, Oldtown holds the distinction of being the oldest town in Westeros, having been established 6,000 years ago by the First Men. In ancient times, it served as the capital of the southern kingdom of the Reach, under the governance of House Hightower, while the northern kingdom was ruled by the Gardeners from Highgarden, until the Andals merged both kingdoms. Beyond the wall, Bran once again experiences a vision from the past. This time, he finds himself alongside the three-eyed raven at the Tower of Joy in Dorne, just after the conclusion of Robert's Rebellion. Standing before the tower are the last two members of the Targaryen Kingsguard, blocking the path of a small group of Northmen, led by Eddard Stark himself. The three-eyed raven points out that one of Ned's companions is Howland Reed, Mira's father. Howland Reed is depicted with his house sigil, which features a circular lizard. George R.R. Martin did not create detailed illustrations of the sigils for each house, giving the production team creative freedom to interpret descriptions from the books. Sir Arthur explains that they were ordered by Rhaegar Targaryen to guard the tower, and so they remained there even as Rhaegar and the Mad King met their demise. Eddard inquires about the whereabouts of his sister Lyanna, but Dain simply extends his best wishes to Stark for the upcoming wars. The two Kingsguard unsheathe their swords, with Sir Arthur declaring, "And so it begins," prompting Eddard to retort, "No, now it ends." The confrontation ensues, with Dain swiftly dispatching a few of Ned's Northmen with his dual swords, while Sir Gerald falls to Ned's blade. Eventually, Sir Arthur engages Eddard in a one-on-one duel. Bran expresses his astonishment at Sir Arthur's prowess, with the three-eyed raven confirming that the Sword of the Morning surpasses Ned's skills. Dain gains the upper hand easily and knocks Ned's sword out of his grasp, only to be caught off guard by Howland's fatal strike through the back of his neck. Eddard appears visibly uneasy at the outcome, but proceeds to deliver the final blow to the incapacitated Sir Arthur without hesitation. Bran is taken aback, having heard tales of the duel and never anticipating his father's involvement in such events. Young Ned Stark informed Arthur Dayne that he had searched for him at the Trident. The Battle of the Trident marked a significant victory for Robert Baratheon in his rebellion against the Mad King, culminating in the defeat of Crown Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. The deaths of Kingsguard members Jonathor Darry and Lewin Martell, along with Barristan Selmy's injury, further shifted the balance of power. With the loyalty of many houses wavering after Rhaegar's demise, the Mad King was soon overthrown, paving the way for Robert to claim the Iron Throne. Arthur Dayne, a member of the Kingsguard, had a distant familial connection to Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. This connection stemmed from Rhaegar's great-grandmother, who happened to be a Dane. In Season 1's Lord Snow, the first mention of Sir Arthur Dayne is made. He is known for knighting Jaime and is also referenced by Joffrey in Season 4's Two Swords. During this scene, another member of the Kingsguard uses dialogue from Oswell Went, who was present at the Tower of Joy in the book. However, actor Eddie Eyre confirmed that he portrayed Gerald Hightower, another legendary knight mentioned by Joffrey and later by Pycelle in the episode when discussing the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard's role on the Small Council. Despite Hightower being the Lord Commander, the novels depict him as both older and taller than Dayne. Arthur Dayne was known for his skill in wielding a massive greatsword named Dawn. This unique weapon, crafted from meteorite metal, emitted a faint white glow. It earned him the title Sword of the Morning. Unlike traditional Valyrian swords, Dawn does not automatically pass down from father to son. Only those deemed worthy are allowed to wield it, resulting in generations where the sword remained unused. In one particular episode, Dayne is seen using two swords, but it has been confirmed that the sword adorned with a morning sunburst is indeed Dawn. Young Ned Stark does not use his family sword Ice in the battle against the Kingsguard. This decision is not a mistake, as greatswords were primarily symbolic and impractical for regular combat. Ice is typically reserved for executions. In the books, it was 7-on-3 with only Ned Stark and Howland Reed surviving the encounter. Eddard rushes towards the tower upon hearing a woman's scream emanating from one of its windows at the conclusion of the duel. Bran attempts to follow Eddard, calling out to him, but is interrupted by the Raven urging him to depart. Ned briefly glances back as if hearing Bran before entering the tower. Despite Bran's efforts to pursue, he is abruptly pulled out of the past and returned to the cave by the three-eyed Raven, who warns him of spending too much time in the past. Bran experiences a mix of anger and sadness, but the Raven assures him it was for his own protection, emphasizing that the past is unchangeable. The Raven reveals he has been waiting for Bran for a millennium, and that Bran will not share his destiny. However, before leaving the cave, Bran must acquire all knowledge. Bran did not witness the showdown at the Tower of Joy in the books. Instead, it was experienced by Ned Stark. In the first novel, Ned's dream hints at the events after the battle, with a scene where Lyanna, on the brink of death, pleads with Ned to make a promise. The show, however, chose to omit this scene in Season 1 due to the showrunners' aversion to flashbacks, which they considered a lazy storytelling technique. However, they made an exception in Season 6, when Bran was able to magically conjure these visions. The three-eyed Raven in the books never cautions Bran about spending excessive time in the past. Instead, he wants him to. The three-eyed Raven claims to have awaited Bran's arrival in the cave for a millennium. It is strongly suggested in the literature that he is, in fact, Brynden Bloodraven Rivers, an illegitimate child of King Aegon the Unworthy, who once held the position of Hand of the King following the Blackfyre Rebellion, but was subsequently banished to the Night's Watch due to a dishonorable execution. He journeyed to the Wall as Maester Aemon's companion. Upon assuming the role of Lord Commander, he vanished under mysterious circumstances while on a raging expedition beyond the Wall. If this theory holds true, he would have been present for approximately 50 years, although it could simply indicate that he has witnessed centuries of events through the use of greensight. Daenerys Targaryen proceeds with the Dothraki to Vaes Dothrak, where she is guided into the temple of the Dosh Khaleen by Khal Moro's Bloodriders. The High Priestess instructs the Bloodriders to depart and disrobes Daenerys, presenting her with a robe typical of the Dosh Khaleen. While dressing in her new attire, Daenerys warns the High Priestess that she will soon regret her actions, as she was once the wife of a powerful Khal, the ruler of Meereen, and the mother of dragons. The High Priestess counters by revealing that she was once the wife of the late great Khal, Savo. Just like Daenerys envisioned conquering the world alongside Drogo, the High Priestess had similar aspirations with Savo. However, Savo met his demise, leading her to become part of the Dosh Khaleen. She has found contentment in her current situation, much like Daenerys may eventually find if she is permitted to join them. When Dany expressed bewilderment, the priestess clarified that Khaleesi's are expected to return to Vaes Dothrak immediately following their Khal's passing, a tradition that Daenerys defied by venturing out into the world. She elaborated that all the Khalasars have convened to determine the fate of various cities and tribes, and now they must deliberate on what to do with Daenerys for her failure to adhere to the Dosh Khaleen's customs, with the best possible outcome being her acceptance into their ranks. Meanwhile, in Meereen, Varys has captured Vala, who works for the Sons of the Harpy. Varys reassures Vala that he has no intention of subjecting her to torture and proposes a bargain. In exchange for disclosing the source of funding for the Sons of the Harpy, he promises her and her son safe passage on a ship headed to Pentos, along with a sum of silver to begin anew. Varys cautions Vala that refusal to accept the terms will result in her execution for her crimes, leaving her child without a mother. In the meantime, Tyrion engages in casual conversation with Missandei and Grey Worm. Despite offering to play games, they show no interest. Just as Tyrion considers starting a drinking game, Varys arrives and reveals that the wise masters of Yunkai, the good masters of Astapor, and the free city of Volantis have been backing the Sons of the Harpy in secret. While Grey Worm suggests attacking the cities, Missandei cautions against it, fearing it would leave Meereen vulnerable. Armed with this knowledge, Tyrion requests Varys to use his network of spies to deliver a message for them. In the books, a significant subplot unfolds as Yunkai forms an alliance with multiple slave cities and 3 sellsword companies in their endeavor to reclaim Astapor. Their ultimate aim is to launch an assault on Meereen. While there are suspicions regarding the existence of a central leader among the Sons of the Harpy, the identity of this individual remains unknown. In the uncomfortable discussion involving Tyrion, Missandei, and Grey Worm, Tyrion proposes a drinking game reminiscent of Never Have I Ever, a game he previously played with Bronn and Shae in Game of Thrones Season 1's Baelor. In the books, Tyrion uses a board game named Syvas, akin to chess, and engages in matches with various sellswords to occupy his time. In the capital city of King's Landing, Qyburn is accompanied by the Little Birds, who were once spies for Varys. Qyburn attempts to gain the trust of the children by offering them candied plums from Dorne. Soon after, Cersei, Jaime Lannister, and the resurrected Ser Gregor Clegane arrive. Cersei instructs Qyburn to gather intelligence from Dorne, Highgarden, the North, and any other regions where enemies are scheming to exploit their vulnerabilities and undermine their rule. It is widely known on the show that the newly appointed member of the Kingsguard is the resurrected Gregor Clegane. However, in the books, only a select few individuals, Cersei, Pycelle, and the small council, are privy to the information that Qyburn has brought him back to life. Some characters, including Cersei's uncle Kevan, have suspicions that Clegane was resurrected through dark magic. Nevertheless, since Clegane's skull was supposedly sent to Dorne as a gesture of goodwill towards the Martells, it remains uncertain whether there is indeed a head beneath the helmet. Cersei instructs Qyburn to employ Varys' Little Birds for espionage within the confines of King's Landing, rather than venturing beyond the city as depicted in the books. During the small council meeting, which included Pycelle and Lord Mace Tyrell, Sir Kevan Lannister, the current hand of the king, with Lady Olenna Tyrell present to advocate for the release of Margaery and Loras Tyrell, the sudden entrance of Cersei, Jaime, and Sir Gregor startled Pycelle and Mace. When questioned about their presence, Cersei claimed her status as the queen, only to be corrected by Olenna, who pointed out that the rightful queen is the one married to the king, Margaery. Jaime, as the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, argued for his right to attend. Pycelle mentioned Sir Gerald Hightower's past presence on the council, but dismissed it due to the Mad King's behaviour. Cersei accused Kevan of neglecting her daughter Myrcella, while Jaime urged action against Ellaria Sand and the Sand Snakes in Dorne. Unhappy with the situation, Sir Kevan and the small council departed from the hall. Jaime mentioning that the women responsible for Myrcella's murder have seized power in Dorne and eliminated House Martell, indicates that Ellaria and the Sand Snakes have no intention of carrying on the Martell name, which is now defunct following the deaths of Doran and a childless Trystane. They may even attempt to pin Doran's assassination on the Lannisters. In the books released thus far, none of these events have occurred. Doran and Trystane are still alive, and Doran confesses to pretending to cooperate with the Lannisters in order to ultimately betray them. In the novels, Cersei's freedom to carry out her schemes is restricted following her Walk of Atonement. Her uncle Kevan confines her to her chambers and places her under tight surveillance. She is prohibited from moving about freely, has been deprived of her power and followers, and is no longer included in the small council. However, she gradually regains some of her freedom as the story progresses. Olenna Tyrell was never granted a seat on the small council in the books. Despite the council's ability to bring in outside advisors as needed, Olenna did not participate as she had already departed King's Landing prior to Margaery's arrest. Cersei refrains from attempting to join the meeting due to being restricted to her quarters. King Tommen Baratheon, filled with anger along with his Kingsguard, pays a visit to the High Sparrow in order to obtain permission for Cersei to visit her daughter's final resting place in the Great Sept of Baelor. However, the High Sparrow responds by stating that Cersei is not allowed to visit as she has yet to be absolved of the other sins she is accused of. Tommen expresses his disapproval of the High Sparrow's holier-than-thou treatment towards Cersei, especially considering that she has already atoned for 2 of her crimes. Despite their contrasting views, the High Sparrow acknowledges his admiration for the profound love that Cersei holds for her son, Tommen, attributing it to the divine love of the mother. Tommen remains unaware of the humiliation his mother endured, as there is no interaction between him and the High Sparrow in the books. Upon questioning by Tommen about his intentions towards his mother, the High Sparrow explains that he is simply following the guidance of the Seven. As Tommen departs, he advises the king to seek wisdom from the Seven. In Braavos, Arya Stark, who is now blind, resumes her training with the Waif and Jaqen H'ghar. The Waif, being strict, repeatedly punishes Arya whenever she tells lies. Additionally, Jaqen instructs Arya to mix potions without being able to see. Throughout her training, Arya continues to spar with the Waif while also answering questions about her family and the Hound. Arya confesses that she chose to leave the Hound to die instead of killing him, despite her desire for his death. The Waif then proceeds to interrogate Arya about the individuals on her list: Cersei, Gregor Clegane, and Walder Frey. In the books, Arya's list of people to kill does not include Walder Frey, as she is unaware of the specific Freys who were involved in the Red Wedding. Her intention is to eliminate all the Freys. The Waif expresses her surprise at the brevity of Arya's list, prompting Arya to inquire which name she wishes to have added. Despite Arya's assertion that she is nobody, the Waif remains unconvinced and attempts to strike her. Nevertheless, Arya manages to evade the attack and evade the Waif, catching her off guard. Upon confirming Arya's proficiency in blind combat, Jaqen approaches her and proposes to restore her sight in exchange for revealing her name. Arya responds by stating that a girl has no name. Jaqen then guides Arya to a well, where he draws a bowl of water and offers it to her. Initially hesitant as others who have drunk from it have perished, Arya is reassured by Jaqen that there is nothing to fear if she truly is no one. Arya drinks from the bowl and her vision is restored. When Jaqen inquires about Arya's identity, she simply replies that she is nobody. Small John Umber and his group from House Umber journey to Winterfell to rendezvous with Ramsay Bolton, the recently appointed Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North. During their encounter, Small John and Ramsay engage in a conversation regarding their respective relationships with their fathers. Small John reveals the unfortunate demise of his father, Great John Umber, but candidly admits that he would have taken his life if circumstances had allowed. Ramsay, on the other hand, refutes any involvement in the death of his late father, Roose Bolton, asserting that he was instead poisoned by his adversaries. However, Small John remains skeptical and chooses not to place his trust in Ramsay's words. Clive Mantle, the actor who portrayed Great John Umber in the series, was unavailable for the second and third seasons. As a result, Umber did not attend the Red Wedding and managed to survive. Small John Umber, Great John's son, now confirms that his father has passed away off-screen. In the books, Great John remains alive after being captured during the Red Wedding, while his loyal son, Small John Umber, is killed. It is Hodder, Horsebane Umber, Great John's uncle, who pledges allegiance to the Boltons out of concern for his nephew's safety, not because Jon Snow allowed wildlings beyond the wall. Mors Crowfoot Umber, Hodder's brother, remains faithful to the Starks and joins forces with Stannis, taking half of the remaining Umber troops. However, he harbors resentment towards the wildlings due to the abduction of his only daughter. Small John has arrived to establish an alliance with the Boltons against Jon Snow and the wildlings. However, he refuses to submit to Ramsay, citing the betrayal of Robb Stark by Roose. Small John then discloses that he has a present for Ramsay, who eagerly wonders if it is a girl, hoping for Sansa Stark. Small John responds differently, and guards from House Umber enter the room with two hooded individuals. The first one is revealed to be Osha, while the second one is Rickon Stark, the youngest child of Ned Stark. Osha and Rickon seem uneasy to find themselves in Ramsay's presence. When Ramsay asks Small John to confirm Rickon's identity, a retainer from House Umber enters the room carrying the severed head of Rickon's direwolf, Shaggy Dog. Rickon's expression of distress confirms that it was indeed his beloved pet. Satisfied, Ramsay sarcastically welcomes Rickon home with a gleeful tone. Small John Umber's decision not to pledge a formal oath of loyalty to Ramsay was interpreted by some as a sign that the Umbers are merely pretending to support the Boltons, with intentions of eventually turning against them. Various fans and even director Daniel Sackheim suggested that the Umbers might have fabricated the supposed death of Shaggy Dog, noting that the wolf's head presented by Small John appeared unusually small. However, this never came to be. After some time had passed, Jon assumed the role of overseeing the public execution of the traitors who were responsible for the mutiny at Castle Black. These traitors included Bowen Marsh, Othel Yarwick, Alliser Thorne, and Ollie. Jon, in his position of authority, inquired if any of these men had any final words to share. Bowen expressed his belief that Jon should not be alive, emphasizing that it was unjust. Yarwick pleaded with Jon to inform his mother in White Harbor that he had died honorably while fighting against the wildlings. Alliser admitted that he had faced a difficult choice, to betray his commander or the Night's Watch. He further argued that Jon's decision to bring the wildlings posed a dangerous problem that needed to be halted. Despite their differences, Jon acknowledged Alliser's unwavering commitment to the Night's Watch, as he genuinely believed he was acting in the best interest of the Night's Watch. Jon proceeds to Ollie, who remains silent and stares angrily at Jon. Jon hesitantly severs the rope, putting an end to the lives of all four traitors. He gazes at Ollie's motionless body. Subsequently, Jon removes his cloak and passes it to the bewildered Ed. Jon informs Ed that he is free to do as he pleases with the cloak, thereby unofficially appointing Ed as the 999th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Jon exits the courtyards and proclaims that his watch is over, leaving the other brothers in astonishment. Despite the fact that 6 watch members took part in Jon's tragic stabbing, only 4 individuals received death sentences by the conclusion of this episode. It is plausible that the remaining 2 were eliminated off-screen or perish during the quick clash between the Watch and the Wildlings in the preceding episode. At Castle Black, Edison Tollett is watching Jon Snow packing his belongings. Ed reproaches Jon for abandoning his duty to the Night's Watch, emphasizing the importance of the oath he took. In response, Jon explains that he sacrificed his life for the Night's Watch but can no longer trust his fellow brothers after the betrayal he experienced. Ed reminds Jon of the imminent threat they both witness at Hardhome, emphasizing that the enemy is still approaching. Suddenly, the sound of horns announces the arrival of travelers. Sansa Stark, Brienne of Tarth, and Podrick Payne enter through the gates and dismount in the courtyard. Sansa is not the one sent to Castle Black at Stannis' command in the books. Instead, it is Jane Poole, who is still impersonating Arya. Jon eagerly rushes out to reunite with his half-sister Sansa, whom he hasn't seen since their family departed Winterfell. They share a heartfelt embrace. Later that night, they engage in a conversation reminiscing about their shared childhood. Sansa converses with Jon regarding the day they departed Winterfell. In the books, Jon and Sansa had minimal interaction during their childhood and during King Robert's visit, as Jon typically had a closer relationship with Arya. However, despite this, Sansa never mistreated him to his face and always referred to him as her half-brother rather than a bastard. In the episode, Sansa suggests reclaiming Winterfell from the Boltons, but Jon expresses his weariness of fighting, particularly after the execution of Olly. Sansa reveals that the Boltons possess approximately 5,000 soldiers. This information was disclosed when she managed to flee from Winterfell. However, the Boltons' forces grew significantly after houses Karstark and Umber pledged their allegiance to them. According to Ramsay's own admission in the Battle of the Bastards, their numbers escalated to 6,000. In the books, it is Theon who informs Stannis about the Bolton forces, estimating them to be around 5,000 men, while he is held captive at Stannis' camp. Additionally, Theon mentions that there are an additional 3,000 soldiers from other houses. Melisandre assures Davos that she will follow Jon Snow's orders as the prince that was promised. When Davos asks about Stannis, she reveals that he was defeated in battle. Melisandre hesitates to discuss Shireen when asked. Brienne interrupts their conversation, recognizing them as part of Stannis' former group. Holding a grudge against Melisandre for King Renly Baratheon's death, Brienne warns her that she remembers and does not forgive. She also discloses that she executed Stannis after he confessed to using blood magic to kill Renly. At Runestone, Robin Arryn practices archery under the guidance of Lord Jon Royce. Despite his efforts, Robin's skills in archery are just as lacking as his swordsmanship. Peter Baelish makes a grand entrance with a group of Arryn guards and a pet falcon, presenting a belated name day gift to Robin, much to the young lord's joy. Royce brings up the fact that Baelish had mentioned taking Robin's cousin Sansa to the Fingers, but news arrived that she had been wed to Ramsay Bolton. Baelish explains that they were ambushed by Bolton men on their journey, leading to a tense exchange between him and Royce. Accusations fly as Peter suggests that Royce betrayed Sansa's whereabouts to House Bolton. When Royce denies the claims, Peter reminds everyone that Robin is the Lord of the Vale and seeks his judgment. Robin proposes throwing Royce from the Moon Door, causing tension among the knights present. Royce pledges his loyalty to Robin, and upon Baelish's advice, he is spared punishment. It dawns on Royce that Littlefinger holds sway over Robin. Together, Peter and Robin decide to rally the Vale Knights to march north and assist Sansa. The Vale is once again featured in the title sequence, which was last shown in Season 5. Similar to that particular episode, the events unfolding in the Vale of Arryn are not actually set in the Eyrie, but at Runestone, the stronghold of House Royce. In the book, Robert Arryn refrains from engaging in any demanding physical endeavors, such as archery practice, due to the risk of triggering seizures caused by even the slightest physical exertion. Additionally, he never experiences the opportunity of being fostered at Runestone. Littlefinger does not bestow any gifts upon Robert Arryn, nor does he ever mention any intention to harm Lord Jon Royce. In Meereen, Tyrion Lannister, accompanied by Grey Worm, Missandei, and Varys, convenes with delegates from the Good Masters of Astapor, the Wise Masters of Yunkai, and the slave-trading city of Volantis, who have arrived by sea. The vessel transporting the leaders displays the emblem of Astapor from the literature on its sails, a harpy clutching chains and manacles in its claws. The ancient Giscari Empire adopted a harpy clutching thunderbolts in its talons as its crest, and the cities of slaves that persisted after its collapse utilized a modified version of this. Upon the diplomatic mission's arrival at the harbour, Grey Worm advocates for the use of military force. However, Tyrion explains that he can relate to the plight of slaves due to his own experience as a slave for a single day. Missandei counters his claim, asserting that he has not truly endured the hardships of slavery. The emissaries present include Tyrion's former slave master, Yazan Zokagaz, the Yunkai Wise Master, Razdalmo Iraz, and the Volantin Triarch, Biliko Penimion. The individuals who are masters of speech, Razdal and Yezan, symbolize Yunkai and Astapor, respectively. The third master is suggested to represent Volantis. This is in line with Varys' explanation in the previous episode that the Sons of the Harpy receive financial support from Yunkai, Astapor, and Volantis. The third envoy is notably dressed in attire reminiscent of Volantis. In the book, Yezan, an extremely obese wise master of Yunkai, differs from the good master of Astapor. He is the one who purchases Tyrion at an auction. Despite this, Tyrion considers him to be one of the more just and reasonable slave masters, as Yezan strongly advocated for a truce with Meereen. The Yunkai lords presented their demands to Daenerys in the books well in advance of her flying off on Drogon's back. In their meeting chambers, Yezan is impressed by Tyrion's transformation from a nearly worthless slave to the de facto ruler of Meereen. The slave-trading cities propose to offer Daenerys Targaryen and her mercenaries a substantial sum of money if they depart from Slavers Bay. When Missandei defends Daenerys' actions in freeing slaves, Razdal argues that slavery has been a long-standing tradition. Tyrion points out that they can still prosper without the need for slaves, citing his own family's wealth in Westeros, where slavery is prohibited. Upon hearing their proposal, Tyrion presents a counter-offer. He suggests a 7-year grace period to phase out slavery and compensate slave owners to soften the blow of losing their slaves, on the condition that they cease all support for the Sons of the Harpy. He warns them that they will not receive a better deal elsewhere. Tyrion allows them time to consider his offer, despite Grey Worm and Missandei's insistence on abolishing slavery. In the book, Yezan exchanged 5,000 silvers for Tyrion, rather than a solitary gold honor. Additionally, or also in the books, after Daenerys is presumed dead, the Yunkai and her allies demand the death of the dragons. Tyrion and his group are later met by a group of former slaves in the Meereen throne room. One freedman questions when Daenerys will come back, while another is shocked by Tyrion's negotiations with slave traders. Tyrion asserts that he is striving to govern the city in Daenerys' absence. The freedmen are skeptical of Tyrion, a foreigner and a newcomer, and seek reassurance from Grey Worm and Missandei. Despite their doubts, both Grey Worm and Missandei publicly support Tyrion's diplomatic efforts in front of the freedmen. In private, Grey Worm and Missandei caution Tyrion that the Masters will outsmart him, despite his attempts to outmaneuver them. Although Tyrion's assertion that there has been no slavery in Westeros for centuries is accurate from a technical standpoint, it is important to acknowledge that serfdom, which is prevalent throughout Westeros, has a lot of similarities with slavery. Jorah Mormont and Daario Naharis arrive at the outskirts of Vaes Dothrak and dispose of their weapons, as it is considered sacrilegious to wield a blade within the city. Jorah approximates the population of the Dothraki within the city to be around 100,000. Once inside the city, Jorah and Daario encounter Aggo and Ego, who see through Jorah's pretense of being a wine merchant. While Daario deals with Ego, Aggo confronts Jorah. Jorah finds himself in a perilous situation, but Daario comes to his rescue just in time, using the stiletto he had concealed. As a precautionary measure, Daario crushes Aggo's skull with a rock to conceal his use of a bladed weapon. In the books, Jorah provides a detailed description of Vaes Dothrak. The Horse Gate, adorned with 2 enormous horse statues, serves as the entrance to the city. Underneath the Horse Gate lies the God's Way, named after the shattered idols that represent the gods of the conquered peoples. This pathway divides the eastern and western markets. Although the Dothraki themselves do not engage in trade, they permit foreign merchants to utilize the markets, enabling them to avoid the burdensome taxes imposed by cities like Qarth. Jorah advises Daario to claim that they come from the Western market, as it is where individuals from the West, particularly the free cities, conduct their business. By doing so, their presence will not appear unusual. On the other hand, the Eastern market caters to individuals from East Essos, specifically a region known as Yi Ti, which bears resemblance to Imperial China, and its inhabitants possess an East Asian appearance. In the show, Vaes Dothrak primarily consists of tents, with only a few wooden structures including the Temple of the Dosh Khaleen. In the meantime, the High Priestess provides Daenerys with an explanation about the other crones. Some of them hold a strong dislike towards Daenerys, believing that the Dothraki should not mix with other races. However, the High Priestess disregards their opinions, stating that the Dothraki have always embraced interbreeding and have never been concerned about maintaining blood purity. To support her argument, the High Priestess points out another member of the Khaleen, a young girl named Ornella from the Lazarene tribe who was taken from her village at the age of 12. Daenerys requests a moment to herself, and the High Priestess assigns Ornella to accompany her. During their walk, Daenerys discovers that Ornella's Khal, leader, passed away when she was just 16 years old. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted by Jorah and Daario, who capture Ornella as a hostage. Daenerys, unsurprised by their presence, abandons their escape plans as the chances of leaving Vaes Dothrak and returning to Meereen are extremely slim. Instead, she reveals that she has her own plan. Daenerys addresses Ornella as Khaleesi, queen, rather than a Khaleen, crone, and asks if she is willing to assist them. Reluctantly, the girl agrees. In the books, Daario and Jorah Mormont do not embark on a quest to find Daenerys. Instead, it is Daenerys' blood riders, Argo and Rakaro, who set out to search for her. At this juncture, Daario is being held captive by the Yunkai, while Jorah is imprisoned at Yezzan's camp. In the heart of King's Landing, beneath the towering Great Sept of Baelor, Septa Unella makes her way into Queen Margaery Tyrell's cell and escorts her to a secluded meeting with the High Sparrow. Inquiring what she would do if granted freedom that day, the High Sparrow listens as Margaery expresses her desire to reunite with her family and her husband, Tommen Baratheon. While acknowledging her devotion to her loved ones, the High Sparrow warns Margaery about the dangers of attachment, drawing from his own past as a humble cobbler. Margaery impresses the Sparrow with her familiarity of the Book of the Stranger, a text that she reveals was introduced to her by Septa Unella. Amused, the High Sparrow chuckles and concurs that Unella has a tendency to read at people rather than to them. The High Sparrow shares a tale from his younger days, revealing that he used to indulge in a promiscuous and reckless lifestyle. However, a transformative moment occurred after a night of debauchery where he woke up surrounded by his naked and intoxicated companions. Filled with a sense of disillusionment, he decided to make a drastic change in his life and embrace the teachings of the Faith of the Seven wholeheartedly. Abandoning his profession as a cobbler, he dedicated himself to serving the impoverished and needy. The novels do not delve into the High Sparrow's personal history or family background. With the belief that he has discovered a way to connect with Margaery, the Sparrow grants her permission to visit her brother, Loras Tyrell. It remains uncertain whether the High Sparrow and Margaery ever engage in conversation during Margaery's captivity in the novels, as neither of them serve as point-of-view characters. Margaery discovers Loras dirty and sprawled on the cold cell floor. Loras, having lost all hope, expresses his desire for his captivity to come to an end and implores Margaery for assistance. In response, Margaery encourages Loras to remain resilient, emphasizing that he is the very embodiment of House Tyrell's future. She also warns him about the Sparrow's manipulative tactics, urging him to stay strong and not succumb to their schemes. Loras remains free from captivity by the faith in the books. He actively participated in the siege of Dragonstone, sustaining severe injuries. As of the current point in the books, he continues to survive. At the Red Keep, Cersei Lannister interrupts Grand Maester Pycelle, advising King Tommen to make peace with the High Sparrow and the Faith Militant. Cersei dismisses Pycelle from the room, pretending to discuss updates from the small council meetings with her son. Tommen suggests that the Iron Throne should not provoke the Sparrows further to protect Margaery. Cersei reminds Tommen of the humiliation she faced at the hands of the Sparrows and manipulates his feelings for Margaery. She convinces him that the High Sparrow does not respect the monarchy or society. Tommen then discloses a secret that the High Sparrow confided in him. Due to his young age and being shielded from his mother's and Margaery's imprisonment, Tommen never exchanges words with the Sparrow. Armed with this newfound information, Cersei storms into a small council gathering attended by Kevan Lannister, Olenna Tyrell, and Jaime Lannister. Although initially met with hostility from Kevan and Olenna, Cersei manages to persuade them to lend an ear. She proceeds to disclose the High Sparrow's sinister plan to subject Margaery to the Walk of Atonement. Olenna is appalled by the Sparrow's intention to degrade her granddaughter. In response, Jaime implores the council to grant the Tyrells permission to march their army into King's Landing, crush the Faith Militant, and secure Margaery and Loras within the safety of the Red Keep. However, Kevan reveals that Tommen explicitly forbade him from utilizing the Lannister army under his command to take action against the Great Sept, fearing that the Faith Militant would retaliate by harming Margaery. Jaime proposes an alternative solution, suggesting that Olenna dispatch House Tyrell's army to the city instead. He points out to his uncle that Tommen's orders only pertain to his own army, leaving room for other forces to intervene. Therefore, Kevan would not be violating any commands if his troops simply stand down upon the arrival of the Tyrell army. The Tyrell forces would encircle the Great Sept, intimidating the Sparrows into releasing Margaery and Loras, all without shedding a drop of blood. By the time Tommen discovers their actions, he will already be content with the outcome. Kevan's interest is piqued, although he still expresses reservations in the event of failure. Cersei seizes this opportunity to exploit his deep-seated animosity towards the Sparrows, who took away his only surviving son and heir, Lancel Lannister. Olenna concurs that bloodshed is inevitable at this point, and it is preferable for it to be the Sparrows' blood rather than their own. According to Jaime's explanation, the Lannisters currently possess the second most formidable military in Westeros, under the leadership of Kevan. Consequently, the Tyrells now boast the largest army, having engaged in less intense battles and thus maintaining a relatively intact force. Olenna Tyrell departed from King's Landing in the books prior to Margaery's arrest and has not made a comeback since then. Cersei, on the other hand, has been restricted to her quarters by her uncle Kevan and is only allowed to receive visitors under supervision. Theon Greyjoy arrives back at Pike, his ancestral home, only to receive the devastating news of his father's demise, Balon Greyjoy. His sister, Yara, harbors resentment towards his return and his previous refusal to abandon the Dreadfort when she attempted to rescue him from Ramsay Bolton. Theon confesses that Ramsay had shattered his spirit, leaving him broken and fragmented. Yara confirms this by mentioning the gruesome gift they received from Ramsay, a box containing Theon's severed manhood. Yara suspects that Theon's return signifies his intention to claim the title of King of the Iron Islands, but he vehemently denies any such desire. Instead, he selflessly offers his support to Yara, expressing his wish for her to rule and promising to assist her in any way possible. In the latest book, Theon remains absent from the Iron Islands. Upon their reunion, both Theon and Asha, known as Yara in the show, find themselves imprisoned by Stannis. Asha was captured when Stannis liberated Deepwood Motte and was subsequently brought to Winterfell along with Stannis' forces. Stannis plans to execute Theon for his act of treason, but Asha tries to convince him not to burn her brother alive. Theon's arrival at the Iron Islands mirrors his homecoming in Season 2's The Nightlands, where he gazes up at the Pike Tower from a ship. Upon entering the main hall, Yara sits by the fire, showing no immediate intention to acknowledge him, reminiscent of his father Balon's behavior in the Nightlands. Interestingly, Pike is not included in the opening sequence despite its significance in the episode. Osha is presented to Ramsay Bolton at Winterfell, where he expresses uncertainty about her value compared to Rickon Stark. Osha, in turn, disavows her loyalty to the Starks, claiming it was coerced. She then tries to manipulate Ramsay by seducing him, attempting to take the knife he was using to peel apples. Ramsay appears to fall for her ploy, mentioning how Theon Greyjoy took longer to win over, but eventually revealed Osha's past actions. Realizing she has been deceived, Osha tries to attack Ramsay, only to be fatally wounded by him. As she lies dying, Ramsay resumes his apple peeling without a care. After some time has passed, Jon receives a letter from Ramsay Bolton. The contents of the letter reveal that Ramsay has captured Rickon Stark and is holding him at Winterfell. Ramsay threatens to commit heinous acts if Sansa is not returned to him. He cruelly mentions his intention to slaughter every wildling at Castle Black, subject Sansa by his men, and even feed Jon and Rickon to his vicious dogs. In the books, Ramsay also dispatches a letter, referred to by fans as the Pink Letter. The contents of the letter differ entirely from those depicted in the television series. Ramsay asserts that he has slain Stannis and annihilated his army. He declares that he has taken Mance Rayder, rather than Rickon, captive and brutally harmed the 6 Spearwives. He demands that Jon surrender his bride Arya, who was actually Jane Poole, Sansa's companion, Theon, Melisandre, Selyse, Shireen, Mance's infant son, and sister-in-law Val. The letter makes no mention of Jon's decision to permit the wildlings to cross the wall. Due to Jon's choice to march against Ramsay, thereby violating the Night's Watch's neutrality, he is assassinated by his fellow Black brothers. In response to this distressing news, Jon turns to Tormund for assistance. He inquires about the number of men Tormund can gather for the upcoming battle. Tormund's reply is disheartening, and as he states that he only has 2,000 capable fighters at his disposal, which is significantly less than the estimated 5,000 soldiers under Ramsay's command. Despite the odds stacked against them, Sansa expresses her determination to reclaim their ancestral home and rescue their brother. She believes that the noble houses of the North will rally behind Jon, recognizing him as the true heir of Eddard Stark and the rightful Warden of the North. Inspired by Sansa's words and the support she anticipates, Jon makes the decision to confront Ramsay and bring him down. Unlike in the books, the show has Jon and Sansa aware that their siblings, with the exception of Robb, are alive. By the conclusion of the 5th book, Arya, Bran, and Rickon are all believed to be deceased. Brienne never encountered Arya, therefore she could not have informed Sansa of Arya's survival had they crossed paths. Sansa did not come across Theon, so she remains unaware of Bran and Rickon's survival. Sam encountered Bran Stark while passing through the wall, but Bran made him promise not to disclose this information to Jon, which he never did in the books. During the Calarvejven, the Khals engage in a heated debate regarding the appropriate course of action following the deaths of Yggo and Aggo. Khal Morro skillfully diffuses the tension by reminding them that Aegon was a valued member of his Khalasar, and he dismisses the notion of seeking out the killer, deeming it foolish for someone to get themselves killed in the first place. Subsequently, Daenerys is escorted into the scene by the 2 priestesses she had formed a bond with earlier. Khal Morro believes that she should be inducted into the Dosh Khaleen, while another Khal expresses his desire to have her as his Khaleesi. Meanwhile, another suggests the idea of exchanging her for 10,000 horses from the Wise Masters. Daenerys rejects them all. She recalls that her spouse, in the very temple they presently gather, vowed to command a Dothraki army to reclaim the Iron Throne for his Khaleesi by crossing the Narrow Sea. However, all they have accomplished is pillaging and looting neighboring villages. She proclaims that they are all insignificant and feeble, hence she will take charge and lead them herself. After a brief pause, Morro and the Khals erupted into laughter. Despite their contempt, Daenerys' smile remained unwavering. She calmly reached out and grasped the handle of a burning brazier, yet she did not flinch. In a monotone voice, Daenerys informed them that they would not serve, they would perish. With those words, she tipped over the brazier, igniting the floor of the hut within moments. The Khals frantically tried to flee the rapidly spreading flames, only to discover the temple's sole exit blocked, the bodies of the 2 guards lying lifeless outside. Khal Morro stood alone as he turned to confront Daenerys, who pushed the final brazier in his direction. As the fire intensifies, the Dosh Khaleen and Khalasars assemble outside in a state of disarray, witnessing their sacred sanctuary engulfed in flames. Gradually, the doors crumble, and from within emerges Daenerys, her garments reduced to ashes, yet her body unscathed by the scorching heat. The entire leadership of Vaes Dothrak now lies in ashes. Overwhelmed by a mixture of awe, horror, and trepidation, the multitude of thousands immediately prostrate themselves before Daenerys, with the High Priestess and the remaining Dosh Khaleen following suit after a brief moment. Jorah and Daario step forward, joining the front ranks of the crowd and humbly bow in reverence. In a parallel to the moment Daenerys emerges from Drogo's funeral pyre, unscathed with her newly hatched dragons in Season 1's Fire and Blood, her hair remains unharmed. At the wall, Sansa Stark is summoned to a meeting in Mole's Town by a message bearing the sigil of House Baelish. Accompanied by Brienne, she angrily confronts Peter Baelish about Ramsay Bolton's actions. Brienne and Podrick embark on a quest in the Riverlands to locate the Stark girls in the books, but find themselves captured by the Brotherhood without banners. Meanwhile, Sansa and Littlefinger reside in the Vale, completely detached from the happenings in the north, and neither group make their way to Mole's Town. In the episode, Baelish tries to reassure her by mentioning the Knights of the Vale waiting at Moat Cailin. However, Sansa remains suspicious of him, especially when he claims ignorance of Ramsay's cruelty. After recounting her traumatic wedding night, Baelish expresses horror and apologizes, offering his protection. Despite his promises, Sansa questions his capabilities and threatens him with Brienne's sword. Baelish agrees to leave at her command, but not before informing her of Brynden Tully's recapture of Riverrun and suggesting she seek out the remaining loyal Tully forces. Sansa reveals she already has Jon Snow's army of wildlings at her disposal, to which Baelish corrects her by calling Jon her half-brother before departing. In the encounter between Sansa and Littlefinger in Mole's Town, it is worth noting that the town lies in ruins, a consequence of the wildlings' attack depicted in Season 4. The swiftness with which Littlefinger arrived there from the Vale in the previous episode shouldn't be possible. When questioned about the speed at which characters arrive at different locations in the show, writer Brian Cogman didn't really have a good answer. In the show, Brynden Blackfish Tully managed to survive the Red Wedding by sheer luck. He was outside when the massacre began and escaped. Consequently, Walder Frey was appointed as the Lord of Riverrun. In the novels, Blackfish was not present at the Red Wedding as he was entrusted with the command of Riverrun by Robb before the fateful event. Despite the subsequent siege by the Freys, the castle remained impregnable thanks to the Blackfish's strategic prowess. In the city of Braavos, Arya is still being trained by the Waif, who taunts her for her noble background. In the books, Arya encounters a man known as Plagueface instead of the Waif, who criticizes her for being too soft-hearted to fit in with their group. Despite this, he offers her an opportunity to become one of them. Jaqen H'ghar reveals that the Faceless Men were once slaves in Valyria, but later founded the free city of Braavos and established the House of Black and White. Jaqen then gives Arya a vial and informs her that an actress named Lady Crane will be the next recipient of the many-faced god's gift. There is no mention in the novels that Braavos was established by the Faceless Men. Originally, they were a death cult formed by former slaves of Old Valyria and the Dragon Lords, who toiled in vast mines until death for their masters. Gradually, they viewed death as a gift that liberated fellow slaves from their agonizing existence, and eventually perfected their abilities to bestow the gift of death upon the slave masters as well. Braavos was established by slaves who rebelled against their Valyrian overlords on a ship, fled, and established a city free from slavery where they could be safe from their former oppressors, hence earning the title the Free City of Braavos. The Faceless Men arrived later, it is believed. Arya takes great pleasure in watching the actors perform the War of the Five Kings, where they portrayed the Baratheons and Lannisters. However, her enjoyment quickly fades when she sees her father being portrayed as a fool and witnesses the actress playing Sansa exposing her breasts to the audience. Determined to find out more, Arya sneaks into the dressing room to observe the actress playing Cersei, who appears to be intelligent and respectable. Later, Arya confides in Jaqen about her plan to poison Lady Crane's rum, knowing that no one else in the troupe drinks it. She suspects that the jealous Bianca, a younger actress, is behind the plot. However, Jaqen interrupts her, reminding her that as a servant she should not question. The performers in the theatrical production are portrayed by the individuals from the Icelandic indie folk rock group of Monsters and Men. Braavosi play intentionally includes inaccuracies, such as incorrect heraldry and Tyrion's scar, which he actually acquired after Ned's execution. Additionally, the play falsely portrays Tyrion's betrayal of Ned, even though Tyrion was not present in King's Landing at that time. These intentional inaccuracies reflect the limited and slow communication between Westeros and Essos. Furthermore, the play satirizes various criticisms directed at the series, including Joffrey being repeatedly slapped and gratuitous nudity. In a deleted scene, a spectator criticizes the play's violence and profanity, prompting Arya as a stand-in for Dan and Dave, cleverly respond with a jab at the show's detractors. In the books, Arya successfully eliminates the insurance seller, a deed not depicted in the show, and is subsequently relocated to the theatre. Arya is not instructed to assassinate Lady Stork, who is portraying Cersei. It is presumed that Arya is sent to refine her acting abilities, although there is speculation that the Faceless Men dispatched her to a performance centered on her family's downfall to test her. In the realm beyond the wall, Bran is granted a vision by the three-eyed raven. Within this vision, he witnesses a heart tree situated amid spirals of towering stones in a vibrant, verdant valley. The vision unfolds as Leaf and her fellow children of the forest engage in conversation amongst themselves, their anticipation growing evident. Their attention then turns to a prisoner who is securely fastened to the tree. With determination, Leaf approaches the captive and forcefully plunges a dragonglass dagger into their chest. Despite the agonizing screams, the captive does not meet their demise. Instead, they undergo a transformation, becoming the very first White Walker. Bran immediately questions Leaf about the creation of the White Walkers. Leaf clarifies that they were in a desperate situation during the war with the First Men. The episode was honored with an Emmy Award for its exceptional prosthetic makeup. During the Kingsmoot held on Old Wick, Yara Greyjoy emerges as the first contender to assert her claim to the Salt Throne. Yara presents a compelling argument, stating that merely raiding the mainland is insufficient for the betterment of their people, and emphasizes the necessity of employing military might to impart a lesson to the mainlanders. However, her candidacy is challenged by an Ironborn man who questions her suitability due to her gender and highlights the return of her brother, Theon Greyjoy. In a show of support, Theon endorses his elder sister, urging the gathering to rally behind her. He emphasizes her prowess as a warrior, a reaver, and a true Ironborn. The crowd responds fervently, with many voicing their desire for Yara to ascend to the position of their queen. Yara's impending coronation is interrupted by the arrival of Euron Greyjoy, who asserts his claim to the Salt Throne. He openly taunts Theon for his military failures and loss of masculinity, and belittles Yara for being a woman. In response, Yara accuses Euron of murdering their father, King Balon. Surprisingly, Euron confesses to the act, but justifies it by claiming that Balon was leading them towards defeat in the north. When Euron expresses regret for not killing Balon earlier, the crowd erupts in enthusiastic cheers. Theon retaliates by pointing out that while Yara was commanding Ironborn ships and men, Euron was gallivanting overseas for years. Yara proposes the idea of constructing a formidable fleet to launch an attack and leave their mark on Westeros. Euron openly confesses to killing his own brother, Balon, a deed that Euron would never own up to in the novels. In the books, Euron keeps this act secret due to the taboo of kinslaying on the Iron Islands. Asha, Yara on the show, subtly hints at Euron's involvement in Balon's death, but he dismisses her suspicions. In the Forsaken chapter of the 6th book, Euron admits to even more heinous acts, including killing 2 other brothers and sexually abusing Aeron. In the books, none of the Ironborn are aware of Theon's castration, believing him to be deceased. Pilau Asbek has revealed that his portrayal of Euron Greyjoy during the Kingsmoot scene was partly influenced by Donald Trump. This inspiration resulted in a speech that aimed to make the Iron Islands great again. Pilau explained that Euron's speech in the show is intentionally rougher and cruder compared to the books. In the books, Euron is more intellectual, conniving, and disdainful towards his fellow Ironborn. In response, Euron declares his support for the expansion of the Ironborn fleet. Unveiling a surprise plan, he proposes a marriage alliance with Daenerys Targaryen, intending to transport her army and dragons back to Westeros. The Ironborn rally behind Euron's proposal and proclaim him as their king. In the books, Euron refrains from discussing Daenerys openly in public, focusing solely on her dragons, which he aims to seize control of in order to conquer the entirety of Westeros. Asha, in the television adaptation, finds this notion absurd, considering their current struggles in maintaining control over the castles they have already conquered. Euron discloses his intentions of marrying Daenerys only in private, confiding in his brother Victarion, whom he dispatches to Slavers Bay with the Iron Fleet to retrieve Daenerys and her dragons. However, Victarion harbors deep resentment towards Euron for violating his wife, and secretly plots to wed Daenerys himself, utilizing her army and dragons to overthrow Euron. Aeron Greyjoy, the priest of the drowned men, guides Euron to the sea for the customary drowning and rebirth ritual. Aware that Euron will seek to eliminate them once he gains the opportunity, Yara, Theon, and their loyalists escape the Iron Islands during Euron's coronation, taking a significant portion of the Iron Fleet with them. Following his revival, Euron is crowned by his brother Aeron. The filming of the Kingsmoot scene took 2 days, while the underwater shots of Euron's drowning required an additional 2 days. In the books, the Kingsmoot takes place at an earlier point in time, shortly after the death of Tywin Lannister. During this event, candidates vying for the throne present extravagant gifts such as precious metals and gems, hoping to impress the assembled crowd. However, Asha takes a different approach and presents humble items like cobblestones, pine cones, and turnips. Her intention is to highlight the meager gains from their conquest of the North, which have come at the cost of many Ironborn lives. Upon discovering that his niece and nephew have fled with their finest ships, Euron urges his followers to construct their own vessels with the aim of pursuing and eliminating them. In the books, after her failed bid at the Kingsmoot, Asha's return to Deepwood Modder. There, she receives a mocking letter from Ramsay suggesting that Theon is still alive. Viewing this as an opportunity, Asha considers using this information to her advantage by arguing that the Kingsmoot was invalid since a potential candidate, Theon, was not given the chance to participate. Despite the likelihood of Theon being unable to defeat Euron in a subsequent round, Asha herself could potentially garner sufficient support from those who have grown disenchanted with Euron's leadership. Nevertheless, her plans are thwarted when Stannis Baratheon captures Deepwood Motte and takes her as a prisoner. In Vaes Dothrak, Jorah displays his arm to Daenerys. Daenerys is uncertain about how to handle Jorah, as she had banished him twice, witnessed his defiant return twice, and seen him save her life twice. Jorah eventually declares his love for Daenerys, but also discloses his spreading grayscale infection, stating that this time he must leave for good. He begins to depart, expressing his intention to end his own life before the grayscale consumes him, but Daenerys tearfully orders him to seek a cure and return to her side once she conquers Westeros. Jorah then takes his leave while Daenerys and Daario Naharis lead the Dothraki horde back to Meereen. The books indicate that numerous individuals have successfully recovered from the illness, for instance Shireen Baratheon, albeit with lingering scars, although there is no singular cure. While the rulers of Meereen are currently experiencing a fragile peace, Tyrion emphasizes the importance of convincing the Meereenese people that all actions have been carried out under Daenerys' approval. This is crucial because the Masters could exploit Tyrion and Varys' foreign backgrounds to regain control over Slavers Bay. In order to achieve this, Tyrion extends an invitation to Kinvara, the High Priestess of the Red Temple of Volantis, to negotiate the dissemination of Daenerys' achievements. Surprisingly, Kinvara proves to be highly supportive of Tyrion's objectives, firmly believing that Daenerys is the prophesied prince that was promised. Varys, on the other hand, remains skeptical due to his distrust of magic practitioners. He reminds everyone that Melisandre had previously declared Stannis Baratheon as the prince, only for him to suffer defeat twice. Kinvara acknowledges that while the Lord of Light has a plan, his followers are not infallible. She then unnerves Varys by revealing her knowledge of his past, specifically that he was castrated by a mediocre sorcerer. Kinvara offers to repeat the words Varys heard in the flames and identify the speaker. This revelation deeply unsettles Varys, which is uncharacteristic of him. Kinvara assures Tyrion that she will send the most suitable preachers and priests to fulfill the task at hand. There is no mention of a high priestess named Kinvara in the books. However, in the show, she is portrayed as a prominent member of the Lord of Light religion and is believed to possess magical abilities that allow her to conceal her true age, similar to Melisandre. The books provide limited information about the hierarchy of this religion. It is only mentioned that each free city has a high priest. Kinvara's character in the show may be inspired by Benerro, the high priest of Volantis, who believes that Daenerys is Azor Ahai. It is also possible that she draws inspiration from the priest Moqorro, whom Benerro sends to Meereen to aid Daenerys. However, it is Maester Aemon who ultimately concludes that Daenerys is the one who was promised. Kinvara, Melisandre, and Quaithe are believed to be from Asshai, and emphasize the concept of dragons as fire-made flesh. There are no red priests present in Meereen according to the books, nor have they been invited there. Moqorro is currently en route to Meereen, but he has not reached his destination as of now. Bran finds himself alone in the cave, eager to walk back into the weirwood tree. He successfully walks into the tree and witnesses the army of the dead. Slowly making his way through the army, he encounters a group of 4 White Walkers, including the Night King. As Bran realizes that the Night King and the dead can now see him, the Night King grabs his arm. With a scream, Bran snaps out of the vision, waking the others. The three-eyed raven informs Bran, Meera, and Hodor that the Night King can now track Bran, who is marked on his right forearm, and can breach the protective magic shielding the cave from the White Walkers and Whites. Consequently, they must depart immediately, and Bran must embrace his destiny as the three-eyed raven. When Bran asks if he is prepared, the raven responds with a firm no, leading Bran to enter another vision as his eyes turn white. In the books, the Whites exhibit a sluggish and uncoordinated movement. At Castle Black, a military assembly is convened with the presence of Sansa, Brienne, Podrick, Jon, Davos, Melisandre, Tormund, and Edison Tollet. The main topic of discussion revolves around the urgent necessity of bolstering the defences of Castle Black, given that the Karstarks and Umbers, 2 prominent houses in the north, have pledged their allegiance to Ramsay. Jon proposes the idea of rallying support from the lesser houses, including the Mormonts, Glovers, Serwyns, and Masons, to counter their adversaries. There is no mention of House Mason in the books. It is a tribute to Craig Mazin, who works on the show. Jon mentions that there are approximately 24 other vassal houses located in the north. The show mostly focuses on House Stark, Bolton, Umber, Mormont, Karstark, and Manderley, but in the books there are other really important houses such as Serwyns, Hornwoods, Reeds, Dustins, Riswells, Tallhearts, Locks, and Flints, as well as roughly 40 minor houses. In the books, Arnulf Karstark, in the show he is substituted by Harold Karstark, lends his support to the Boltons, not due to Robb Stark's execution of Rickard, but rather because he schemes to seize control of Carhold. The Karstarks, Umbers, and Manderleys, apart from the Starks and Boltons, are the northern houses with the largest armies. In the books, the Mormonts, led by Alysanne, the second daughter of Maege, unexpectedly joined Stannis during his attack on the Ironborn at Deepwood Motte. Following its liberation, the Cerwyns, Glovers, Hornwoods, and a few others, including the Tallhearts and half of the Umbers, also pledged their allegiance to Stannis. In the books, Great Jon Umber remains imprisoned by the Boltons. Hotha Horsebane Umber, the uncle of Great Jon and commander of one faction of the remaining Umbers, submits to the Boltons out of concern for his nephew's safety. On the other hand, Mors Crowfoot Umber, who leads the opposing faction of the surviving Umbers, stands behind Stannis. Sansa emphasizes the enduring loyalty of the North to the Starks, declaring that the North remembers and that the people are willing to make great sacrifices in the name of Stark. She shares news of Bryndon's successful recapture of Riverrun, attributing the information to one of Ramsay's ravens to dissuade Jon from seeking out Littlefinger. Sansa assigns Brienne and Podrick the task of enlisting Bryndon's aid, while the rest depart from Castle Black to commence the recruitment of their forces. Although Sansa is aware of Bryndon's situation in the books, she has no plans to personally visit or reach out to him. Furthermore, she is unable to send Brienne as they have never crossed paths in the books. Prior to their departure, Sansa presents Jon with a cloak reminiscent of their father's, bearing the Stark emblem. As Mira and Hodor make preparations to depart, they become aware of the chilling coldness in the air, causing their breath to become visible. This serves as a clear indication that the army of the dead has arrived just outside the cave. The Night King, accompanied by 3 White Walkers, begins their march towards the cave. In an attempt to defend against the walkers, the children of the forest employ magical projectiles, but unfortunately, they are quickly overwhelmed. To impede the Whites from entering, a fire is ignited around the entrance, successfully preventing their access. However, the walkers extinguish a pathway and proceed to advance. Unexpectedly, the Whites manage to climb over the weirwood and descend through the roots at the top of the cave. Mira, filled with desperation, tries relentlessly to extract Bran from his vision and urges the frightened Hodor to carry Bran away, but her efforts prove futile. Armed with a spear tipped with dragonglass, Mira successfully eliminates the first White Walker that enters and fights alongside the remaining children of the forest, in an attempt to repel the Whites until Bran regains consciousness. The cave becomes inundated with Whites, resulting in the demise of all the children of the forest, except for Leaf. Amidst the chaos, Mira passionately implores Bran to warg into Hodor. In the sight, Bran finds himself in Winterfell, witnessing his father bid farewell to his own father, Rickard Stark, prior to departing for the Vale as a ward. Within this vision, Bran also perceives Mira's desperate pleas to warg into Hodor, and the three-eyed raven advises him to heed her call. Consequently, Bran wargs into both the Hodor of the present time within the cave, and Wylis, the youthful incarnation of Hodor within his vision. It is worth noting that Mira Reed initially utilized a sword for self-defense against the Whites. Given that she only possessed a dagger, bow, and arrows in seasons 3 and 4, it can be inferred that she discovered the sword within the cave of the Three-Eyed Raven. This discovery has sparked speculation among fans that the sword in question is Dark Sister, the ancestral Valyrian sword mentioned by Arya in season 2, as once belonging to Visenya Targaryen, sister of Aegon the Conqueror. The sword was later passed down to Daemon Targaryen, who wielded it during a duel with Criston Cole in the House of the Dragon, a staggering 192 years prior to the events of this particular episode. In the novels, Dark Sister was lost, and its final known owner, Brynden Rivers, possibly brought it with him when he accompanied Maester Aemon to the Wall, as Brynden himself was exiled to the Night's Watch. Brynden eventually rose to the position of Lord Commander, but never returned from a ranging mission beyond the Wall, providing a plausible explanation for how his sword could have ultimately ended up within the cave. In the depths of the cave, Hodor carefully places Bran's lifeless body onto a sled. With Mira and Leaf by his side, they embark on a treacherous journey through a tunnel that leads away from the cave. Tragically, Bran's loyal direwolf, Summer, valiantly fights the Whites but meets his demise. As the relentless Whites draw nearer, Leaf makes the ultimate sacrifice, utilizing her magical powers to create a massive explosion. This selfless act grants the remaining trio enough time to reach a door at the tunnel's end. Meanwhile, as the Three-Eyed Raven and Bran continue their shared vision, the Night King ruthlessly slays the Three-Eyed Raven. Within Bran's vision, the Three-Eyed Raven dissipates into nothingness, resembling nothing more than ashes and tattered remnants. In this episode, the Night King is finally given his name. The origin of this name remains uncertain, as the novels have yet to mention him, although some semi-canon sources suggest an ancient legend as its source. It is worth noting that there is a character known as the Night's King, a legendary Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, who was enticed by a female White Walker or White, shortly after the construction of the Wall. Together, they seized control of the gift and ruled their domain through sorcery and human sacrifices, until they were ultimately defeated by a coalition of Starks and Wildlings. When questioned about the connection between the Night King and Night's King, author George R.R. Martin cryptically hinted that they are not the same character. Hodor struggles to push the door open, managing to do so with some effort. He then pulls Bran through the doorway, returning to assist Mira in closing the door just as the Whites draw near. Mira swiftly takes hold of Bran's sled and instructs Hodor to secure the exit, urgently shouting, "Hold the door!" Meanwhile, within Bran's vision, Wylis becomes aware of Bran's presence and makes a connection between the current Hodor and his past self, Wylis. As Wireless delves into the mind of his future self, he begins to experience seizures, while Mira continues to cry out, "Hold the door." To the present-day Hodor, Wireless collapses to the ground, convulsing and repeatedly uttering the same phrase amidst his seizure. Gradually, the words "hold the door" morph into Hodor, signifying the moment when Hodor loses the ability to articulate any other words. It becomes evident that this is the point at which Hodor's fate is sealed, and he is destined to forever be known by this single word. Hodor of the present day fortifies himself against the door, enduring the onslaught of the Whites as Mira vanishes into the snowy landscape with Bran's motionless form on the sled. Inevitably, the relentless Whites breach the wooden barrier. With no chance of escape, the final scene reveals a glimpse of young Wireless in the past, gripped by a sudden seizure and uttering the haunting word, Hodor. Mira struggles to pull Bran through the snow beyond the wall, as he remains in a vision state. Bran witnesses a series of visions, including King Aerys shouting, "Burn them all," the Red Wedding, his family, Whites in Hardhome, Wildfire, dragons, Jaime Lannister, and the Iron Throne. Pursuing Whites are also spotted. Exhausted, Mira attempts to wake Bran up, who alerts her that "they found us." The sound of approaching Whites through the trees becomes audible. With no strength left to continue pulling Bran, Mira apologizes for failing him as the Whites come closer. Just when all hope seems lost, a mysterious rider emerges and fights off the Whites with a sickle and a flaming flail. After dealing with the immediate threat, he urges Mira and Bran to follow him, warning that the dead don't rest. Together, they escape on horseback. In Bran's vision, the Alchemist Guild is depicted in the act of producing wildfire. Prior to this, the only alchemist observed was Hallyne in Season 2's The Ghost of Harrenhal. Up to this point in the books, Bran remains in the Three-Eyed Raven's cave, encountering visions that do not include the others, White Walkers, the Mad King, or the tragic deaths of his parents and Robb. In the brief scene depicting Mad King Aerys' demise, it is worth noting that the columns of the Great Hall are accurately portrayed as black. In the first season, it was mentioned that King Robert Baratheon had removed all the dragon skulls from the Great Hall. The dragon skulls were missing from the flashback, likely due to their brief appearance not justifying the cost. Upon arriving at Horn Hill, Sam and Gilly make their way towards the residence of House Tarly. Sam and Gilly's voyage to Oldtown in the initial half of Season 6 excludes a significant portion of their storyline from the fourth novel. In the book, they initially travel to Braavos with Maester Aemon. While searching for a way to reach Oldtown, Sam faces harassment from a pair of street thugs. However, Arya Stark happens to be nearby and comes to his rescue. Sam introduces himself to her, but she provides him with a false name, preventing him from realizing her true identity as Jon's lost sister. Subsequently, their group boards the vessel named Cinnamon Wind and sets sail for Oldtown. Unfortunately, Aemon passes away during the journey after passing by Dorne, leaving Sam and Gilly devastated. It is during this time of grief that they share their first intimate moment together. It is worth noting that in the television series, this encounter occurs at Castle Black in Season 5's The Gift. In the final leg of their journey, the Cinnamon Wind successfully repels an attack from the Ironborn fleet, who, under their new king Euron Greyjoy, are assaulting the mainland. In the final chapter of the 5th book, Sam and Gilly make their way to Oldtown via a ship. Upon their arrival, Sam's first destination is the Citadel. His intention is to send Gilly to Horn Hill on her own, while his mother, brother Dickon, and 3 sisters have yet to make an appearance. In the episode, Sam cautions Gilly that they need to assert that little Sam is his son, and advises her to conceal her wildling identity, as his father strongly disapproves of wildlings. Sam presents Gilly and little Sam to his mother, Lady Melessa Tarly, and his sister, Lady Talla Tarly. Despite Gilly's rugged appearance, both Lady Melessa and Talla quickly recognize her beauty. Lady Melessa is overjoyed to meet her first grandchild. Talla attempts to inform Sam about her impending engagement, but Lady Melessa silences her. Talla then takes Gilly under her care, providing her with a dress and a guest room. Gilly, played by Hannah Murray, achieved a new milestone by setting a record for the longest duration a character has gone without changing costumes. Introduced in Season 2's The North Remembers in a rough-spun wool outfit described by showrunner D.B. Weiss as a burlap sack, Gilly has worn the same costume for 4.5 seasons. This surpasses Maisie Williams, Arya Stark's actress, who wore a peasant boy costume for 3.5 seasons before changing, while Hoda's actor Christian Nairn wore the same costume from Season 1 to 6. He was absent in Season 5 and received a fur coat in Season 4, which was considered a costume change. Typically, subordinate houses imitate the fashion sense of the dominant great house that governs their region, except for the Tarlys from the Reach. The Tarlys have distinctive dressing that differs from their liege lords, the Tyrells. This deliberate divergence in style stems from the fact that unlike other great houses, the Tyrells do not have a royal lineage. The Reach was previously ruled by the Gardeners, who perished during the Targaryen conquest. Consequently, House Tyrell, their stewards, ascended to the position of rulers in the Reach, despite other houses, such as House Florent, the ancestral house of Sam's mother, having stronger claims. As a result, many vassal houses view House Tyrell as elevated stewards and do not imitate their fashion choices, as the Tyrells do not command the same level of respect as most other great houses and former kings do. In the heart of King's Landing, Tommen engages in a conversation with the High Sparrow regarding Margaery's Walk of Atonement. Unexpectedly, the High Sparrow extends an invitation for Tommen to witness this event. Curiosity piqued, Tommen steps into Margaery's confined space, only to be taken aback by her unexpected change in demeanor. She speaks of the High Sparrow in a positive light and expresses remorse for her past transgressions, including her previous vanity in aiding the less fortunate. Surprisingly, Tommen finds himself resonating with Margaery's sentiments towards the High Sparrow. In the evening, the Tarlys gather for dinner. Sam's father, Lord Randyll Tarly, and his brother Dickon Tarly are also seated at the table. James Faulkner has made his debut as Randyll Tarly. Dickon Tarly also makes his initial appearance, portrayed by Freddie Stromer before Tom Hopper assumes the role in Season 7. Sam discloses his aspirations of becoming a maester and eventually going back to Castle Black. Randyll disapproves of Sam's weight and ridicules his claims of hunting and fighting skills, acknowledging that Gilly and Jon Snow are the ones responsible for those abilities. Tala is thrilled to learn that Gilly is capable of hunting on her own, and proposes that Randyll should emulate Gilly's father, a suggestion that causes Sam and Gilly to cringe. During the confrontation, Gilly valiantly defends Sam against Randyll's harsh words by highlighting Sam's heroic acts on 3 separate occasions, showcasing his superior skills as a warrior compared to Randyll. However, in her fervor, Gilly unintentionally discloses her origins from north of the Wall. Consequently, Randyll ignores Gilly's argument regarding Sam's exceptional qualities and instead focuses solely on her wildling heritage. Randyll acknowledges Sam as his eldest son, but declares that he will never inherit the title of Lord Tarly. Randyll Tarly, who was Samwell's father, is not currently residing at his residence in Hornhill in the books. Instead, he is in King's Landing and in control of Margaery Tyrell after being released by the Faith. Dickon Tarly's skepticism regarding Gilly's assertion that Sam slew a White Walker reinforces the prevalent belief in Westeros that White Walkers are nothing more than a long-standing legend and never truly existed. Moreover, it further solidifies the notion that the Night's Watch primarily serves as a glorified prison rather than a necessary defense against the supernatural threat. Melessa, completely infuriated by Randyll's actions, proclaims that it is Randyll who is bringing dishonor upon House Tarly, not Sam. In a fit of anger, she storms out, taking Tala and Gilly along with her. Eventually, Randyll reluctantly agrees to allow Gilly and little Sam to remain at Hornhill. Gilly will be assigned to work in the kitchens, while little Sam will be acknowledged and raised as a bastard. However, this marks the final evening that Sam will spend at Hornhill, as he is banished forever. Sam then expresses his remorse to Gilly for his failure to confront his father and assures her that he will depart at dawn. Nevertheless, he promptly reappears before her, proclaiming a change of heart, and insists that they must remain united as they are meant to be together. He emphasizes that they should depart immediately, taking along the family's prized Valyrian steel sword, Heartsbane. In Braavos, Arya engages in a conversation with Lady Crane. While observing the latter half of the Mummer's portrayal of the Bloody Hand, Arya finds amusement in the exaggerated depiction of Tyrion poisoning his nephew and killing his father. In Season 4's The Mountain and the Viper, Arya expressed to the Hound that she would have been content with witnessing Joffrey's death. Therefore, attending the play is likely the closest she can get to experiencing that satisfaction. The crowd, on the other hand, watches the scene with a mournful demeanor. However, Arya's attention is soon captured by Lady Crane's performance as Cersei, which manages to evoke a genuine emotional response from her. It is during this moment that Arya notices Bianca, the actress portraying Sansa, silently mouthing Lady Crane's lines. This discovery further strengthens Arya's suspicion that Bianca may be involved in the Faceless Men's plot to assassinate Lady Crane. Upon the conclusion of the play, she discreetly makes her way backstage and administers poison to Lady Crane's rum, pausing momentarily before carrying out the act. Remaining hidden backstage, she witnesses the Mummers entering, and Lady Crane immediately recognizes her as one of the audience members from earlier. Engaging in conversation, Arya discovers a surprising amount of common ground with the actress. Arya proposes to Lady Crane that Cersei's final speech is inconsistent with the true nature of the Queen Mother. Instead of being consumed by grief, Cersei would be filled with fury and seeking revenge. Impressed by Arya's astuteness, Lady Crane once again praises her and inquires if she enjoys assuming different identities. Feeling uneasy about her actions, or perhaps unsettled by the question, Arya fabricates an excuse that her father is waiting for her and promptly departs. In the books, Arya is not merely a spectator, but an active participant among the cast of actors. She assumes the identity of Mercy, and even the book chapters acknowledge her by that name. During a heated discussion with Isambaro, Lady Crane engages in a debate regarding the enhancement of the script. Just as she is about to indulge in her rum, Arya unexpectedly emerges and swiftly knocks the drink from her grasp. With a pointed finger directed at Bianca, Arya cautions Lady Crane about Bianca's sinister intentions before swiftly making her exit. Unbeknownst to Arya, the waif silently observes this interaction and promptly relays the information. Seeking permission to eliminate Arya, the waif reluctantly receives Jaqen's approval, albeit with a tinge of regret, acknowledging Arya's remarkable talents. However, Jaqen explicitly instructs the waif to ensure that Arya does not endure any unnecessary suffering. Arya, in the meantime, reclaims Needle, indicating that she has abandoned her aspiration to join the Faceless Men and is now fully embracing her identity as Arya Stark. She conceals herself in a cramped chamber, extinguishes her candle, and patiently awaits the inevitable retribution in the darkness. Mace Tyrell leads a battalion through the bustling streets of King's Landing towards a patiently waiting Jaime Lannister. Mace then proceeds to deliver a rather self-important speech, causing Jaime to cringe in discomfort. Together, they make their way towards the majestic Great Sept of Baelor. Outside the grand structure, the High Sparrow, Septa Unella, the Faith Militant, and a multitude of city dwellers are gathered, preparing for Margaery's Walk of Atonement. As the army arrives, accompanied by Olenna Tyrell in a luxurious litter, the High Sparrow is in the midst of addressing the crowd. Jaime boldly demands the release of Margaery and Loras. The High Sparrow dismisses Jaime's threats to exterminate all the sparrows, asserting that each sparrow desires to die in service to the gods. After a tense moment, he declares that such extreme measures will not be necessary, as there will be no Walk of Atonement. Margaery has already made amends for her transgressions by converting another individual to the faith. To Jaime's surprise, the doors of the Sept swing open, and King Tommen emerges accompanied by his own guards. He descends the steps to join the High Sparrow and Margaery, symbolizing the unity between the Crown and the Faith. The crowd erupts in cheers following Tommen's speech, demonstrating that the High Sparrow now enjoys the support of both the Crown and the common people. Mace, perplexed, inquires about the current situation. Olenna, filled with disdain, responds that the High Sparrow has emerged victorious. Simultaneously, an enraged Jaime seethes at the High Sparrow's smug countenance. In this episode, the Tyrell infantry of the Reach is introduced. The Reach is a region in the novels that serves as an equivalent to medieval France. Both the Reach and France are characterized by their large population, warm climate, and distinct division between the northern and southern parts. They share a renowned chivalrous tradition, But the Tyrell's military might is somewhat diminished by ongoing rivalries with their numerous neighboring regions. The Tyrell soldiers don armor reminiscent of classic Western European armor. Being the most significant vassal of Mace Tyrell, Randyll Tarly holds a position on the small council as Master of Laws. In the book, the Tyrells flex their military strength to force the Faith to surrender Margaery, with Randyll Tarly taking charge of her and her cousins once they are freed by the High Sparrow. Olenna Tyrell is absent from the scene in King's Landing. The circumstances surrounding Margaery's release remain unknown, except for the fact that she will face a trial by the Faith at a later date. Furthermore, there is no mention of a Walk of Atonement. In the throne room, Tommen dismisses Jaime from his role in the Kingsguard, asserting that any assault on the Faith is tantamount to an assault on the monarchy. However, Tommen assures Jaime that he will not be subjected to confinement or disgrace. He can still fulfill his duties to the king and the Lannisters, albeit not within the confines of King's Landing. The Iron Throne has not been seen since Season 4's The Laws of Gods and Men until now. At the Twins, Walder Frey is informed that Riverrun has been lost and Brynden Tully has retaken it. He is astonished and places the blame on his sons for allowing the Blackfish to escape during the Red Wedding. Despite having a larger army, Lothar Frey and Walder Rivers inform their father that Houses Mallister and Blackwood have joined forces against House Frey, and the Brotherhood Without Banners is gathering support from the common people while raiding their supply lines and camps. Walder insists on reclaiming the Tully stronghold, refusing to endure the humiliation of failing to hold a castle against rebels. To compel their surrender, he decides to play his trump card, Edmure Tully, who has been held captive by the Freys since the Red Wedding. Walder brings Edmure into his hall and jokingly tells his son-in-law to cheer up, as he will soon be returning home. The root of Walder's animosity to the Targaryen conquest of Westeros 3 centuries ago, when House Tully was appointed rulers of the Riverlands despite never holding the title of kings. The Freys, who have long believed they deserved the position of the Great House, have harbored this grudge ever since. According to Walder Frey, his house boasts 10 times the number of men compared to the Blackfish. Additionally, in the book, it is not Lothar but Walder's grandson Ryman Frey, who leads the Frey army in the mission to retake Riverrun. Walder Rivers, not Black Walder, who is the grandson of Lord Frey, participates in the campaign. In the book, the Freys also encounter difficulties in maintaining control over the region. Although no vassal house openly confronts them, both the Tullys and the Blackwoods have fortified their positions at Riverrun and Raventree Hall, respectively, and have been under siege since then. The Brotherhood solely engages in small-scale guerrilla raids targeting individual Frey members and individuals associated with the Lannisters. Jaime later expresses his dissatisfaction to Cersei about being tasked to assist Walder Frey in reclaiming Riverrun. He reveals his plan to have Bronn recruit numerous hired assassins, then lead an attack on the Great Sept to eliminate the High Sparrow. Cersei advises him to focus on Riverrun, showcasing the Lannisters' strength in capturing a castle. She warns that targeting the High Sparrow would be risky, potentially leading to Jaime's demise and jeopardizing their goals. Cersei assures Jaime that she has the mountain for her trial by combat, eliminating the need for him to be present. Despite the challenges, she remains confident in their ability to overcome their adversaries, ending their conversation with a kiss. Beyond the wall, the rider is making arrangements for a meal. Mira inquires about the reason behind his assistance. To her surprise, the rider discloses that he was dispatched by the Three-Eyed Raven, who has been revived. Coincidentally, as he utters these words, Bran regains consciousness. The rider then unveils his true identity as Benjen Stark, Bran's disfigured uncle, and proceeds to recount his harrowing ordeal. He recounts being fatally wounded by a White Walker's sword and abandoned to perish, only to be saved by the Children of the Forest, who intervened and prevented him from succumbing to the dark magic that would have transformed him into a White. He clarifies that Bran is now destined to become the Three-Eyed Raven. Furthermore, he emphasizes that when the White Walkers invade the realms of men, Bran will be patiently anticipating their arrival. In the Dothraki Sea, Daenerys Targaryen rides alongside Daario Naharis and her recently acquired Khalasar of 100,000. She questions Daario about the duration of the journey back to Meereen and the number of ships required to transport her army across the narrow sea. Daario estimates a week for the return trip and at least 1,000 ships to ferry her new khalasar across the sea. Reflecting on this, Daenerys instructs the khalasar to stop while she continues ahead on her white horse. Later, Daario mentions his intention to search for her, but is interrupted by the distinct shadow of a dragon flying overhead. Shortly after, Drogon emerges and circles the khalasar before landing, with Daenerys mounted on his back. Daenerys questions the khalasar's readiness to cross the narrow sea, conquer the armies of the Seven Kingdoms, and dismantle the fortresses of its lords. Upon receiving their enthusiastic response, Daenerys reminds them of the tradition where every Khal selects 3 blood riders to ride by his side at the front of the khalasar. However, as she is not a Khal, Daenerys declares the entire khalasar as her blood riders. Daenerys uses similar language to what Khal Drogo used when promising to invade Westeros back in Season 1. However, Daenerys understandably doesn't include the part about and enslaving. Daario enlightens Daenerys about her true nature as a conqueror, rather than a ruler confined within castle walls. Meanwhile, in the book, after being stranded by Drogon, Daenerys is still alone walking the Dothraki Sea, where she begins experiencing hallucinations caused by thirst. It is during these conversations with various imagined characters such as Jorah and her brother Viserys that she ultimately arrives at the same realization. This seems to foreshadow her becoming a more ruthless and crueler queen once she returns to Meereen. The Dothraki are known to dread only 2 things: oceans and dragons. Historically, the Dothraki managed to expand their territory across significant portions of Essos following the extinction of the Valyrian dragons post the doom of Valyria. However, they never ventured beyond the ocean due to their distrust of any water that their horses refused to drink. Sandor Clegane, having survived his injuries sustained during his confrontation with Brienne, now resides among a group of villagers in the Riverlands. Brother Ray, their esteemed leader and a Septon, engages in a conversation with Sandor. During their discussion, Brother Ray reveals that he had once saved Sandor's life, mistaking him for a lifeless body. In response to Ray's mention of justice, Sandor expresses his belief that if true justice existed, he would have faced punishment. However, Ray disagrees by suggesting that Sandor may have already endured his fair share of punishment. In the books, the Hound's fate remains a mystery as he disappears after Arya leaves him to die in the 3rd novel. His unexpected return is based on a fan theory derived from clues in a chapter from the 4th novel, A Feast for Crows. In the capital city of King's Landing, Queen Margaery is studying the 7-pointed star at the Sept when the High Sparrow makes his entrance. They engage in a conversation regarding the passage she has been reading, which focuses on the mother's love and mercy. Margaery candidly admits that in the past she feigned love for the poor when, in reality, she merely pitied them. The High Sparrow inquires why she has not consummated her marriage with King Tommen, to which Margaery responds that the desires she once harbored no longer motivate her. The High Sparrow reassures her that desire is not a prerequisite. Rather, she has a responsibility to bear an heir. He subtly hints at a threat towards Margaery's grandmother, Olenna Tyrell, acknowledging her remarkable qualities while condemning her as an unrepentant sinner. After Margaery's arrival at the Red Keep, Olenna arranges a meeting with her in the presence of Septa Unella. Olenna proceeds to insult the Septa, but Margaery intervenes to defend her. In an attempt to have a private conversation, Olenna pulls Margaery into another room, but Unella persistently follows them. Frustrated, Olenna threatens to summon her guards, but Margaery once again stands up for the Septa. Margaery asserts that Unella has been a loyal friend and mentor, which horrifies Olenna. She questions what the Sparrows have done to influence Margaery's perspective. Margaery responds by pointing out that instead of punishing Olenna and her allies for their actions at the Great Sept, the gods have shown them mercy. Olenna disagrees by explaining that their actions were motivated by their concern for Margaery and Loras, who remains imprisoned. She then tries to persuade Margaery to leave King's Landing and return to Highgarden. However, Margaery firmly refuses, emphasizing that her duty obliges her to remain by King Tommen's side. Margaery urges Olenna to go back to Highgarden instead. While passionately convincing her grandmother to return home, Margaery discreetly passes a note to Olenna. Through this action, it appears that Margaery has effectively conveyed to Olenna that her words in front of Septa Unella are not entirely sincere, leading to a change in Olenna's expression as she comprehends this. Olenna decides to go along with the act and agrees to comply before departing from the scene. Olenna discreetly examines the paper once she is out of sight, revealing a delicate rose sketched on it. The presence of the Tyrell emblem on the paper reassures her, suggesting that Margaery is deceiving the Sparrows and remains loyal to their house. It is evident that Margaery is advising her to depart for her own well-being, a message that brings comfort to Olenna. In the north, Jon, Sansa, and Davos embark on a quest to find allies in order to reclaim Winterfell from Ramsay. Initially, they manage to secure the support of the wildlings and their leaders, including Dim Dalba, with the assistance of Tormund and Wun Wun. The wildlings are grateful to Jon for his actions at Hardhome and are fully aware of the consequences of not standing against Ramsay and his forces. Before heading to Bear Island, Davos presents Jon and Sansa with a letter from Lyanna Mormont declining Stannis Baratheon's request for aid. Cersei approaches Olenna regarding her intentions to depart, urging her to stay for the well-being of Margaery and Loras. Olenna counters by attributing the root cause of the current situation to Cersei, emphasizing that it was her decision to empower the Faith militant and allow them to apprehend Loras and Margaery. Cersei acknowledges her error in aligning with the Sparrows, yet stresses the significance of a Lannister-Tyrell alliance now more than ever. Dismissing Cersei's plea, Olenna points out her lack of influence and allies. She informs Cersei of her imminent departure from the city, leaving Cersei to face the harsh reality of her imminent downfall. Jaime and Bronn arrive at Riverrun with the Lannister army. Bronn expresses his frustration to Jaime, emphasizing that he had been promised a lordship, a castle, and a highborn woman as his wife. Jaime and Bronn are joining the Freys, who are pressuring the Blackfish to surrender by threatening Edmure Tully's life. The Blackfish sees through their bluff and stands firm in his refusal to give up the castle. Jon, Sansa, and Davos embark on a journey to Bear Island, where they encounter Lyanna, the 10-year-old leader of House Mormont. In an attempt to win her favor, Jon and Sansa engage in polite conversation about Lyanna's mother, Maege, and her uncle, Jorah Mormont. However, Lyanna remains unimpressed and dismisses their attempts, demanding to know the purpose of their visit to Bear Island. Initially, Lyanna refuses to assist them, emphasizing that House Stark is no more and that she requires her forces to protect Bear Island. Furthermore, she points out that Jon, being a bastard, and Sansa, having married into enemy families twice, cannot be considered true Starks. Just as Lyanna is about to send them away, Davos steps in. After sharing a brief account of his own background, Davos successfully persuades the young Lady Mormont by highlighting the peril that the White Walkers pose to the living. Lyanna agrees to contribute 62 soldiers, which is the maximum she can provide, but assures them that each Mormont warrior fights with the strength of 10 men. Davos remarks that if they possess even half the ferocity of their lady, the Boltons are surely doomed. The leadership of a 10-year-old girl on Bear Island, along with a limited number of fighting men at 62, highlights the devastating impact of the Red Wedding on the prominent northern houses. The aftermath has left a generation of young boys and elderly men to lead, as many vassal houses of the Starks have lost key family members. Jon informed Lyanna Mormont that he served as her uncle Jorah's personal steward. However, before he could continue speaking, she interrupted him. It is possible that Jon intended to reveal his Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw, which Jeor had entrusted to him. The television series and the books both indicate that Lyanna Mormont was named after the late Lyanna Stark, highlighting the strong bond between the two families. Lyanna Mormont affirms that her mother perished while fighting alongside Robb Stark. However, her demise was not depicted on screen. In the books, Maege assumed leadership of Bear Island after her brother Jorah Mormont joined the Night's Watch and his son Jorah was exiled to Essos. What happened to Maege remains a mystery. Prior to the Red Wedding, Robb had dispatched her and Glover on a mission to the north with Ned's bones, and no one has received any news from them since. While marching towards Winterfell, Alysanne, Maege's second daughter, informs Asha or Yara Greyjoy that her sisters, Lyra and Jory, are with their mother, implying that Maege might still be alive. Jaime, unimpressed by the Freys' tactics, takes control of the siege and tries to negotiate with the Blackfish. He cautions that the Lannisters would not show mercy to the Tullys, but if the Blackfish surrenders, his men would be spared. The Blackfish declines the offer, revealing that he has enough supplies to last for 2 years, and warning Jaime that while his men would fight fiercely, the Lannister troops would suffer heavy losses as well. Jaime improved his skill in combat through rigorous training sessions with Ilyn Payne, as depicted in the books. Later, he decided to bring Payne along to Riverrun. Unfortunately, due to medical reasons, Wilko Johnson couldn't reprise his role as Payne for Season 4. Consequently, Jerome Flynn was selected to replace Payne as Jaime's training buddy. This decision logically led to Bronn accompanying Jaime to the siege of Riverrun. In the books, Jaime commands nearly 1,000 soldiers in the siege of Riverrun, not 8,000. In the book, Daemon Lannister constructs siege engines prior to Jaime's arrival. Since Season 1, this is the first episode where we witness Jaime donning the traditional Lannister armor. However, starting from Season 4, he exclusively wore the armor of the Kingsguard. Brynden Tully reminds Jaime of the oath he had taken to bring back Catelyn's daughters. Although Jaime's actual taking of the oath was not witnessed, Jaime is determined to honor his oath. However, in contrast to the television series, he and Brienne reach King's Landing after Sansa has already fled. Nevertheless, Jaime remains committed to upholding the initial portion of his oath by ending the siege of Riverrun without any bloodshed. During the parley, Jaime proposes a duel between their champions to settle the siege with the Blackfish. However, the Blackfish declines. In the books, Lame Lothar and Black Walder do not participate in the siege of Riverrun. Instead, Walder Rivers does, but his role is minor. In the books, Ryman Frey leads the Frey troops that lay siege to Riverrun. He is the one who threatens to hang Edmure and is later humiliated by Jaime. Similar to the books, Riverrun was constructed near a junction where the Red Fork merges with the Tumblestone River. During times of conflict, the Tullys strategically flood the surrounding area on the castle's third side, forming a small island that enhances Riverrun's defense and renders it extremely challenging to conquer. The conversation between Jaime and Blackfish is also more extensive in the books. In addition to offering to spare Edmure if they surrender, Jaime gives Blackfish the option to join the Night's Watch under Jon Snow's command. However, Blackfish refuses this offer as he holds a strong dislike for Jon and has no desire to associate with dishonorable oathbreakers like Jaime and the Freys. He reminds them that Ned Stark had received a similar offer in the past. Later, Jon and Sansa embark on a journey to Deepwood Motte in order to secure the support of House Glover. Upon their arrival, they are met with a chilly reception from Robert Glover. He brings attention to the fact that the late King Robb failed to defend Deepwood Motte against the Ironborn, despite Robert's unwavering loyalty as one of the Starks' most devoted vassals. The Ironborn invaded the stronghold, captured Robert's wife and children, and subjected his people to brutality. It is worth noting that Robb initially intended to aid Robert, but was convinced otherwise by Roose Bolton. Sansa attempts to emphasize the Glovers' pledge of allegiance to House Stark, but Robert acknowledges this only as a gesture of respect towards their father. However, he cautions them that their presence has now become unwelcome. Despite Lord Glover's bitter claim that Robb Stark did not come to his aid, this is not entirely accurate. In Season 2's The Old Gods and the New, Robb was prepared to head back north to address the Ironborn threat, but Roose Bolton proposed sending his son Ramsay instead. Ramsay and the Glovers eventually recaptured Deepwood Motte together off-screen in Season 6. However, in the books, Deepwood Motte is liberated by Stannis, not the Glovers. The Boltons are not involved in this event. Theon and Yara sail the Iron Fleet to Volantis to hide. Within a brothel, Theon sits in a state of despair, while Yara and their companions revel in the company of both fully exposed and partially clothed courtesans. Yara persistently urges Theon to partake in some ale, yet he consistently declines. Yara is encouraging Theon to reclaim his previous identity and self-assurance, as she requires his support in seeking justice and reclaiming the Iron Islands from their uncle Euron. In the books, Euron does not pursue Asha and Theon. In the episode, Theon admits that if justice were to prevail, he would be punished for his wrongdoings. In the end, she persuades him to set aside his guilt and assist her because she relies on him. He consumes some ale and starts to regain his composure. Following their discussion, she discloses her intention to sail the Iron Fleet to Meereen in order to establish an alliance with Daenerys ahead of Euron. Subsequently, she engages in intimate relations with a female prostitute. Yara Greyjoy, referred to as Asha in the books, is not depicted as bisexual and does not engage in any encounters with a woman. In response to a fan query about her sexuality in the novels, George R.R. Martin mentioned having lesbian and bisexual characters, but clarified that Asha is not one of them. Cersei and Daenerys engage in experimentation with women in the books, a detail omitted from the series. Jon and Sansa successfully enlist the support of merely 3 lesser houses, House Mormont, House Hornwood, and House Mason, resulting in a mere addition of 405 soldiers to their army. Lyanna and her troops are observed fighting alongside the Stark and Wildling forces. Davos handles a conflict between the Wildlings and Northern soldiers. Despite facing a significant numerical disadvantage, Jon remains resolute in his decision to launch an assault on Winterfell promptly, fearing that Ramsay will gather more forces and the weather will turn against them. Sansa, on the other hand, disagrees and chooses to focus on recruiting additional houses such as House Cerwyn. When Jon refuses to alter his stance, Sansa takes matters into her own hands and composes a letter, which is later revealed to have been sent by Raven to Littlefinger, accepting his offer for troops that she had previously declined. Jon successfully secures the allegiance of House Hornwood. Sansa also proposed that the Cerwyns would join, but Jon argues that they are running out of time. The Hornwoods, a vassal house of the Starks, control a territory situated between the Manderley's White Harbour and the Bolton's Dreadfort. In the books, both Lord Hornwood and his son perished early in the War of the Five Kings. Ramsay Snow also abducted Lord Hornwood's widow, Donella Hornwood, in secret and coerced her into marriage. He then subjected her to and starvation in a tower until her demise in order to claim ownership of Hornwood Castle. Consequently, the Hornwoods hold a deep-seated animosity towards the Boltons and align themselves with Stannis' forces. House Cerwyn is located directly south of Winterfell. Upon arrival at the gathering, a trio of men affiliated with the Brotherhood Without Banners made an attempt to extort the group. However, upon realizing that the group possessed no valuable possessions, they departed. Sandor cautioned the Septon about the potential return of the Brotherhood and advised Rey to be prepared to defend himself. Rey expressed his belief that violence only perpetuates more violence, to which Sandor countered that succumbing to violence is not a solution either. Despite Arya being last seen hiding in the dark with Needle in her hand, the scene begins with Arya confidently strolling through Braavos without Needle, her hands casually behind her back. She encounters 2 Westerosi traders enjoying drinks at an outdoor table and successfully bargains for passage to Westeros the next morning by displaying hefty bags of money to them. Arya is then depicted standing on a bridge, marveling at the breathtaking sight of the Titan of Braavos. Suddenly, an elderly woman emerges and discloses her true identity as the Waif. Without hesitation, the Waif mercilessly plunges a knife into Arya's abdomen, inflicting multiple stab wounds and cruelly twisting the blade. In a desperate bid to survive, Arya takes a daring leap over the handrail, plunging into the depths of the river. As she emerges from the water, she finds herself disoriented and wounded, navigating the streets of Braavos while leaving behind a trail of blood droplets. Arya later overhears a sailor in Braavos mentioning that their Iron Fleet has been spotted in Slaver's Bay. This implies that a significant amount of time has passed within the episode, as seen with Jon and Sansa's travels to various locations like the Wildlings, Bear Island, and Deepwood Motte. Writer Brian Cogman has acknowledged that there was no attempt to create a detailed internal timeline, as it would be too restrictive, with some progressing faster than others, such as Arya, the Greyjoys, and the North moving ahead of the more interconnected plots in King's Landing and the Riverlands. Upon discovering the gruesome scene of all the villagers murdered and the Septon hanged, Sandor becomes enraged. He grabs an axe and sets off to get revenge. In Braavos, the acting troupe is once again performing The Bloody Hand, with Lady Crane portraying Cersei mourning the death of Joffrey. This time, the play has been altered as per Arya's suggestion, with Lady Crane's Cersei vowing revenge. As Lady Crane leaves the stage, the musician's rendition of The Rains of Castamere fills the air. Following the scene, Lady Crane exits the stage and encounters Arya, who is nursing her injuries inflicted by the waif and seeking solace with Lady Crane. Lady Crane proceeds to tend to Arya, and they engage in a brief discussion regarding their future plans, including a mention of the fate of their rival actress, Bianca. Lady Crane extends an invitation to Arya to join the troupe as they head to Pentos. Arya declines, citing difficulty in memorizing lines. Arya cautions Lady Crane about the impending dangers that may befall them both. Eventually, Lady Crane offers Arya the milk of the poppy, which Arya initially declines but later agrees to, understanding that rest is crucial for her wound to heal. In the books, Lady Crane is referred to as Lady Stork, but no further personal information is provided, except for her fondness for wine prior to each performance. Arya tells Lady Crane that she wants to explore what lies beyond Westeros, since the map ceased to provide any further information on what is to the west. Even though there exists a mysterious landmass to the south known as Sothorios, which can be likened to Africa, it is worth noting that Narth, the birthplace of Missandei, is an island situated off the coast of Sothorios. The Sunset Sea serves as the border for Westeros, and even the seafaring Iron Islanders have failed to discover any land beyond it, only encountering an endless expanse of ocean. According to the World of Ice and Fire sourcebook, scholars and maesters are confident that their world is a spherical globe. They believe that those who venture westward would eventually arrive in Yi-Ti, the eastern region of Essos, which can be compared to China. Interestingly, even George R.R. Martin himself remains uncertain about the existence of another continent akin to America beyond Westeros. In the Riverlands, Gattons and Morgan, members of the Brotherhood Without Banners who participated in the massacre of the villagers, are sharing jokes around a campfire. While engaging in banter about the four men are suddenly attacked by Sandor Clegane, wielding an axe seeking vengeance for the villagers' deaths. Sandor swiftly eliminates two of them and defeats Morgan in a short scuffle. With a forceful swing, Sandor plunges his axe into Gatton's groin, spilling his entrails on the ground. Sandor demands to know the whereabouts of the individual with the yellow cloak, receiving a defiant in response. The Hound criticizes Gattons for his choice of final words and offers him a chance to improve. After a brief pause, Gattons insults him by calling him a prompting Sandor to comment that Gattons is terrible at dying before delivering the final blow. In the bustling streets of Meereen, the Red Priestesses fervently proclaim that Daenerys Targaryen has been divinely chosen by the Lord of Light to bring an end to the abhorrent practice of slavery. Amidst this fervor, Tyrion Lannister and Varys find themselves in the vibrant market square, engaging in a spirited discussion about the wisdom behind Tyrion's decision to employ fanatics in order to maintain order in Meereen. Aware of the importance of allies for Daenerys in Westeros, Varys discreetly prepares for a clandestine expedition. Bidding farewell to Tyrion before they reach the bustling docks, Varys understands that his mission would lose its secrecy if he was seen in the company of the renowned dwarf, prompting him to part ways with Tyrion. However, as Varys departs, Tyrion playfully corrects him, reminding him that he is not only the most famous dwarf in the city, but in the entire world. Varys suggests that Tyrion strikes a bargain with extremists by enlisting the Red Priestesses of the Lord of Light to proclaim Daenerys Targaryen as the Chosen One. This draws a comparison to his sister Cersei, who aligned herself with extremists, the Sparrows, resulting in disastrous outcomes. It is hinted that Varys decides to depart for Westeros at this particular time due to his strong aversion, as shown in Season 3, towards practitioners of magic such as the Red Priests. In the novels, Tyrion and Varys are absent from Meereen. Tyrion remains outside Meereen, with the Second Sons who have aligned with Yunkai, strategizing to persuade them to switch sides back to Daenerys in the impending conflict. Lastly, there are no Red Priests present in Meereen according to the books. The Red Priest Benero delivers his preachings about Daenerys, but not in Meereen. Instead, he does so in Volantis. In King's Landing, the Mountain executes a member of the Faith Militant by beheading him. Qyburn updates Cersei on the Faith Militant's presence in the Red Keep and their demand to see her. Lancel, a member of the Faith Militant, relays the High Sparrow's request for Cersei to meet him in the Sept of Baelor. Despite Lancel's warning that it is a command, Cersei refuses, citing the High Sparrow's promise that she could remain in the Red Keep until her trial. Lancel disputes this promise. When Sir Gregor Clegane is threatened by the Faith Militant, Lancel urges Cersei to intervene to prevent violence. However, Cersei stands firm and refuses to order the Kingsguard to stand down. A member of the Faith Militant attacks Gregor, but he remains unscathed. In response, the Kingsguard swiftly decapitates the attacker, prompting Lancel and his men to back off. In the books, Cersei is not approached by any followers of the faith. Lancel does not engage in any confrontations with Cersei or Sir Robert Strong, and Sir Robert has not yet taken anyone's life in the books. In the meantime, Brienne of Tarth and Podrick Payne embark on a journey to Riverrun with the purpose of delivering Sansa Stark's letter to Brynden Tully. Upon their arrival, they are confronted with the distressing sight of the Lannisters and Freys laying siege to the castle. Their situation takes a turn for the worse when they find themselves surrounded by a group of Lannister horsemen. Brienne, however, manages to communicate her intention of meeting Sir Jaime Lannister and returning his sword, Oathkeeper. While Brienne engages in conversation with Jaime, Podrick patiently waits at the camp. Unexpectedly, he is caught off guard by an unidentified individual who turns out to be Bronn. The sellsword expresses his delight at seeing Podrick and teasingly mocks him about his experiences with intimacy and combat skills. Bronn then offers to impart his knowledge of unorthodox fighting techniques to Podrick, emphasizing their practicality compared to the formal training Brienne has been providing him for 2 hours each day. Brienne has been tasked by Sansa to establish an alliance with Brynden Blackfish Tully to oppose the Boltons. In the novels, the siege of Riverrun takes place at an earlier time, while Sansa is residing in the Vale. Unaware of the happenings in the north and lacking any aspirations to free Winterfell from the Boltons, Sansa has not sent Brienne to Riverrun with a letter for the Blackfish. Brienne remains in the Riverlands in search of Sansa. Furthermore, neither Bronn or Podrick are present at Riverrun. Bronn never accompanies Jaime during the siege of Riverrun, as it is Ilyn Payne and Adam Marbrand who join him. Additionally, when Brienne reunites with Jaime in the village of Pennytree after the siege, Podrick is no longer in her company. Brynden Tully affirms that he had previously fled from the Red Wedding, but he has no intention of doing so again. In the books, Brynden was not present at the Red Wedding as he was instructed by Robb to remain in Riverrun and protect his lady wife who is still alive. Consequently, Riverrun remained unconquered by the Freys. Jaime and Brienne rendezvous discreetly inside a tent. Although Brienne has successfully located Sansa, their circumstances become more complex due to Cersei Lannister's reward for capturing Sansa. Brienne informs Jaime that she has arrived to seek Brynden's assistance in gathering reinforcements for her mission to reclaim Winterfell from the Boltons. However, this proves to be impossible as Jaime is currently besieging Riverrun. Brienne persuades Jaime to allow her to negotiate with the Blackfish, enabling Brynden and his men to depart the castle under the cover of night and make their way to Winterfell. Jaime agrees to grant Brynden safe passage, but stipulates that he must surrender before nightfall. Additionally, Brienne attempts to return her sword, Oathkeeper, as its purpose has been fulfilled. Instead, Jaime insists that she keep it, as it rightfully belongs to her. Brienne reminds him that if she fails to convince the Blackfish to surrender, her oath to Lady Catelyn Stark would compel her to fight against Jaime. Touched by his admiration for her, Jaime responds, "Let's hope it doesn't come to that." Jaime's belief in the book is limited to Arya's demise, not Sansa's. Coincidentally, Brienne and Jaime's paths intersect sometime after the resolution of the Riverrun siege, when Jaime has already proceeded to free Raventree Hall, or House Blackwood. Brienne and Podrick reach the Blackfish. Despite Brienne's efforts, Brynden is adamant about keeping his family's stronghold. Brienne explains her commitment to assisting Sansa, presenting the Blackfish with Sansa's letter. Although he empathizes with his grandniece, the Blackfish is unable to offer support. Brienne instructs Podrick to find a maester to send a raven to Sansa, informing her of their unsuccessful attempt to gain assistance from Brynden. Cersei, Qyburn, and Sir Gregor make their way into the throne room, only to discover a sizable gathering due to a royal proclamation. Cersei inquires of Kevan Lannister why she was not notified beforehand. Kevan denies her the privilege of standing beside her son and asserts that her position belonged to the gallery amongst the other courtly ladies. Reluctantly, Cersei assumes her place there, causing the remaining women to hastily distance themselves from her and Gregor. King Tommen Baratheon begins by stating that the foundation of this world rests upon the crown and the faith, emphasizing that if one crumbles, the other shall follow suit. He further asserts that the Father serves as the ultimate judge, and those who transgress his laws shall face due punishment. Additionally, he proclaims that the trial of Loras Tyrell and Cersei will take place in the Sept of Baelor on the inaugural day of the Festival of the Mother. Upon deep contemplation and prayer, he further declares that trial by combat shall no longer be permitted in the Seven Kingdoms, denouncing it as a ploy devised by individuals seeking to evade divine judgment. Instead, Loras and Cersei will face trial before seven septons, in accordance with the ancient customs of the faith. Upon the king's departure, Qyburn informs a surprised Cersei that her plan of calling for a trial by combat with Gregor as her champion may need to be reconsidered. He reveals that his little birds have been delving into an old rumor she had mentioned to him, and the truth behind it is far more significant than initially believed. In the history of both the books and the show, the faith had the authority to conduct its own religious trials, a privilege that was respected by the first Targaryen king, Aegon, and enforced by the faith militant. However, this right was eventually revoked, and the faith militant was disbanded due to conflicts with Aegon's successor, Maegor the Cruel. Cersei has now reinstated both the faith militant and the religious courts. Nevertheless, in the novels, Loras is not imprisoned or subjected to trial by them. Instead, Cersei sends him to resolve the siege of Dragonstone, where he sustains fatal injuries. Tyrion encounters his advisors Grey Worm and Missandei at the majestic Great Pyramid of Meereen. In order to commemorate the city's revival, he proposes a toast and invites them to join him for a drink. Initially hesitant, Tyrion persuades them to partake in honor of their queen. While Grey Worm complains about the taste, Tyrion proudly mentions his plans to establish a vineyard once Daenerys conquers the Seven Kingdoms. Attempting to lighten the mood, Tyrion suggests that Grey Worm and Missandei share some jokes, but they confess their unfamiliarity with the art. Tyrion proceeds to crack a jest about Westeros lords, but Grey Worm's confusion reveals his lack of understanding. Missandei steps in to explain the concept of a joke, and upon realizing her own enjoyment of the wine, she shares a humorous anecdote about two translators. Tyrion pretends to find it amusing, but Grey Worm bluntly declares it the worst joke he has ever heard. As the others respond with bewilderment, Grey Worm reveals that he was actually making his own joke. This revelation elicits laughter from Missandei and even prompts a smile from Grey Worm himself. In his second attempt to recount the tale of bringing a jackass and a honeycomb into a brothel, Tyrion is once again interrupted before he can finish. The joke likely revolves around a dwarf seeking companionship after his wife leaves him. Jaime later pays a visit to the imprisoned Edmure Tully and expresses regret for the actions of the Freys. Despite Edmure's defiance and insistence that his uncle will not yield Riverrun, Jaime reveals that he has fathered a child with Rosalind Tully. In exchange for persuading the Blackfish and the garrison to surrender, Jaime offers Edmure and his family a comfortable life in exile at Casterly Rock. He promises to provide a good education and lands for Edmure's son in the future. When Edmure condemns Jaime as wicked, Jaime suggests leaving the decision to the gods. Edmure questions Jaime on how he manages to sleep at night given his past deeds. Jaime praises Edmure for his newborn son, conceived on his wedding night while his sister and king were being slaughtered, and then warns that unless Edmure assists in freeing Riverrun, he will have the child executed. In the novels, Edmure also impregnates his wife Rosalind immediately after their bedding ceremony, but he is captured during the Red Wedding shortly after. Due to the slower pace of time in the books, the siege of Riverrun takes place earlier in the story, before Cersei's arrest, leaving Rosalind still pregnant and awaiting the birth of their child. In the show, Edmure asserts that he has been incarcerated for a number of years. According to Tobias Menzies in interviews, he admitted to not having a precise understanding of the duration. It is widely believed that approximately 1 year elapses during each of the initial 3 seasons, with time progressing more slowly in subsequent seasons. Jaime proceeds to recount his experience as a prisoner of Lady Stark. emphasizing how she once struck him with a stone. Despite her animosity towards him, he developed a deep admiration for Catelyn due to her unwavering devotion to her children. Drawing a parallel, Jaime compares Catelyn's maternal love to that of Cersei Lannister's affection for her own offspring. He reaffirms his intense love for Cersei, expressing his willingness to eliminate any Tully who obstructs his path to her. Jaime issues a final warning to Edmure, stating that unless the Tullys surrender, he will launch Edmure's child over the wall and eliminate any Tully who opposes him in his pursuit of Cersei. With that, Jaime departs, leaving Edmure to contemplate his decision. In the books, Jaime's relationship with Cersei has deteriorated due to her deceitful and unfaithful behavior, as well as her struggles with alcoholism. Consequently, Jaime's affection for Cersei has waned, and he harbors no desire to harm others in order to reconcile with her. In the show, Jaime wants to peacefully resolve the siege of Riverrun in order to avoid a confrontation with Brienne. In the novels, Jaime is adamant about not wanting to end the siege of Riverrun through violence, as he had promised Catelyn Stark that he would not fight against the Tullys and Starks again. He privately acknowledges that he was bluffing about threatening to harm Edmure's child, feeling repulsed by the brutal deaths of Aelia Martell's children during the sack of King's Landing. Few are aware of the transformation in his character following the loss of his hand, so he relies on his negative reputation to make his ultimatum seem credible. Nevertheless, he is prepared to storm the castle at the expense of numerous lives, including those of his own men, if the Tullys refuse to surrender. In such a scenario, he hopes to be the first casualty in the attack, as a form of retribution for breaking his vow to Catelyn. Edmure appears to accept Jaime's proposal and proceeds to return to the castle, holding a lit torch. He declares himself as the rightful lord and manages to persuade the guards to lower the drawbridge, despite the objections from his uncle Brynden. The guards comply with Edmure's command due to their sworn allegiance to Hoster Tully and his son. Consequently, the drawbridge is lowered, allowing Edmure to enter the castle. Meanwhile, at the Lannister and Frey encampments, Lothar Frey criticizes Jaime for the loss of their most valuable hostage. Once inside the castle, Edmure ascends the ramparts and orders the Tully garrison to surrender to the Lannisters and Freys, instructing them to lower the drawbridge. Subsequently, Jaime and the Lannister and Frey forces march into Riverrun and take control of the castle, adorning the walls with Lannister and Frey banners. Edmure then commands his soldiers to locate and restrain the Blackfish, delivering him to the Freys. Nevertheless, the Blackfish has already managed to flee. Near one of the castle's exits, he aids Brienne and Podrick in boarding a boat. Brienne attempts to persuade Brynden to accompany them, but he adamantly refuses to flee from the impending battle. He advises Brienne to continue serving Sansa and assures her that she will excel in her duties more than he has. As Brienne and Podrick make their escape, the Blackfish remains behind to make a final stand against numerous Lannister soldiers. Upon the ramparts, Jaime receives news of the Blackfish's demise. He then catches sight of Brienne and Podrick rowing away in their boat. Silently, he bids them farewell, to which Brienne reciprocates with a wave. Before Tyrion can share another joke, the sound of bombardment interrupts them. Peering out from the ramparts, a vast fleet of ships from Astapor, Yunkai, and Volantis comes into view. Missandei informs Tyrion that the slavers have arrived to reclaim their property. As night falls, the slavers' fleet begins using trebuchets to attack the city, inflicting significant damage on Meereen. Acknowledging the failure of diplomacy, Tyrion entrusts Grey Worm with leading the battle. Grey Worm suggests defending the pyramid instead of engaging in a beach fight. Suddenly, they hear movement on the rooftops. Upon stepping out onto the balcony, they are surprised to find that Dany has returned with Drogon. Later, Sandor comes across a clearing in the forest where he discovers that 7 members of the Brotherhood, including their leaders, Beric Dondarrion and Thoros of Myr, are in the midst of executing Lem and 2 other renegades for their involvement in the unauthorized attack on the Riverlands village. With the 3 condemned men standing on blocks with nooses around their necks, Sandor reveals that they had killed his friend and expresses his desire to personally kill them in return. Sandor wishes to inflict a more brutal death upon them than hanging, but Beric intervenes. Out of consideration for Sandor's loss, Beric agrees to allow him to kill 2 of the men. However, Thoros refuses to let Sandor butcher them. Sandor voices his frustration, mentioning that in the past he would have killed all 7 of them to have his way, but ultimately concedes to letting them hang. Grumbling that hanging is too swift, Sandor kicks the blocks from beneath the feet of 2 of the men, including Lem, and claims Lem's boots for himself while the body still twitches. Beric kicks away the block of the 3rd man. Beric Dondarrion's existence ceases to exist within the pages of the books. Despite Thoris's objections, Beric revives the deceased body of Catelyn Stark, sacrificing his own life in return. Consequently, Lady Stoneheart takes his place as the leader of the Brotherhood without banners. Under her guidance, the Brotherhood pursue and execute any individuals who possess loose connections to the Freys or Lannisters, regardless of whether these individuals have actually committed any crimes. Furthermore, they disregard the sacred rules of hospitality, rendering them scarcely distinguishable from typical outlaw groups. Following the executions, Sandor accompanies the Brotherhood to a creek for a meal. Beric proposes that Sandor should align himself with the Brotherhood, emphasizing that they are fighting for a significant purpose and warning of the impending threat from the north. Sandor, however, remains doubtful about their prospects and harbors mistrust towards them based on their previous hostile encounter. Recognizing Sandor's warrior nature, Beric acknowledges their shared fight against forces that aim to annihilate all life. He reassures Sandor that there is still an opportunity for him to contribute. During his meal, the Hound expresses a preference for chicken, reminiscent of a previous encounter with Arya at an inn where he made a memorable threat regarding the poultry. It is evident that the archer who is being threatened by the Hound is not Angui from the 3rd season, portrayed by Philip McGinley. This suggests that either Angui has passed away or departed since then, or it could be due to the unavailability of the actor. In the novels, Angui has chosen to leave the Brotherhood as he no longer supports their oppressive actions targeting Freys and Lannisters indiscriminately. Lem Lemoncloak meets his demise at the hands of the Hound, who proceeds to claim his boots. This particular scene draws inspiration from Arya's act of taking Darion's boots after she eliminates him in Braavos, as depicted in the novels. In the original story, it is Merryt Frey who suffers the Brotherhood's hanging, futilely pleading for mercy. In the books, Lem Lemoncloak is still alive. Lem's only connection to Sandor is through the hound-shaped helmet he acquires from a bandit named Rorge, who Brienne had killed. Despite Thoris's objections, Lem starts to wear the Hound's helmet to inspire fear. The next day, Lady Crane is seen standing on a chair, reaching for some medicine on a high shelf, when she notices a man in her room. Arya is awakened by a loud noise. She discovers Lady Crane brutally murdered, seemingly impaled on the chair's legs she was standing on. The man is revealed to be the Waif, who scolds Arya for failing to complete her mission, resulting in Lady Crane's violent death, and now she has come to kill Arya. Arya jumps out of the window and escapes into the streets. She hides under a wagon and seeks refuge in a bathhouse, but she is unable to shake off the Waif, who is getting closer. Arya barely stays ahead and tumbles down a wide staircase, knocking over several baskets of vegetables in the process. During the course of this episode, Arya's condition improves significantly, allowing her to regain her ability to walk and run properly. It is evident that several days pass while she recuperates at Lady Crane's residence. Arya's wound reopens as she lands harshly, prompting her to escape into an alleyway. She cleverly uses her bloody hand to mark a path leading to a doorway, drawing the Waif into a dimly lit room, illuminated only by a single candle. The Waif eventually catches up to her. Upon reaching the room, the Waif gives Arya an ultimatum: to die either kneeling or standing. Arya defiantly stands up, uncovering her sword needle hidden beneath a blanket. In a swift motion, she slices off the top of the candle with needle, enveloping the room in complete darkness. Jaqen H'ghar then makes his way into the Hall of Faces, only to discover a trail of blood. Eventually, he stumbles upon the shocking sight of Arya having brutally murdered the Waif and placing her face on one of the shelves. Additionally, Arya has mercilessly gouged out the Waif's eyes using her sword. In a tense encounter, Arya confronts Jaqen, who confesses to sending the Waif to assassinate her. Jaqen then declares that Arya has successfully embraced the identity of no one and has passed the rigorous test to join the esteemed ranks of the Faceless Men. However, Arya firmly corrects him, asserting her true identity as Arya Stark of Winterfell and her intention to return home. In response, Jaqen simply nods and offers a barely noticeable smile, while Arya confidently walks away. Arya affirms that the waif, Faye Marsai, is nameless. Indeed, Marsai's character is never mentioned by any name in the show, and it is only in the HBO viewer's guide that she is recognized as the waif. Daenerys and Tyrion engage in a discussion regarding a strategy to confront the slaver fleet while the pyramid is under attack by flaming cannonballs. Dany expresses her desire to annihilate their army, but Tyrion proposes the idea of negotiating with the Masters to discuss terms of surrender. He reminds Daenerys of the disastrous consequences that occurred when her father, the Mad King, planned to destroy King's Landing using wildfire, and how his brother Jaime Lannister had to intervene. In the novels, Jaime disclosing Aerys' scheme to annihilate King's Landing to Brienne was explicitly mentioned as the sole instance he divulged this secret to anyone. Not even Cersei and Tyrion are aware. Hence, Daenerys remains entirely unaware of her father's plot to obliterate King's Landing with wildfire. Daenerys, Tyrion, Missandei, and Grey Worm convene a meeting with the Masters, Razdal Mo'Aratz of Yunkai, Bellico Paenimion of Volantis, and Yazan Zokagaz of Astapor. The Masters present a proposition to Dany, stating that they will allow her and Tyrion to leave the city if they surrender the Unsullied and Missandei to be sold into slavery, and if they permit the slaughter of her dragons. In response, Daenerys informs them that she agreed to meet with them in order to offer them a chance to surrender. Just as she speaks, Drogon arrives to join her, while Rhaegal and Viserion break free from captivity beneath the Great Pyramid of Meereen. Together, they commence burning a few ships from the attacking fleet. The novels depict numerous naval conflicts that quickly ended once dragons entered the fray. Ships are highly susceptible to dragon fire and lack the ability to effectively retaliate against airborne threats, resulting in heavily lopsided engagements. For instance, Visenya Targaryen single-handedly decimated the entire Vale fleet during the Targaryen conquest. While in the Dance of the Dragon Civil War, 5 dragons obliterated 2/3 of a vast fleet from the Free Cities. Meanwhile, Daario arrives in Meereen with Daenerys' Dothraki horde and successfully routs the Sons of the Harpy at the city gates. The soldiers abandon their masters upon Grey Worm's invitation, and Tyrion issues an ultimatum that one of the 3 masters must face death as punishment for their disobedience. Yazan, the least esteemed among the trio, is promptly blamed by the remaining 2 for his lack of noble birth. While Yazan pleads on his knees for Grey Worm to spare his life, Grey Worm swiftly dispatches Razdal and Bellico with a single stroke of his dagger. Tyrion urges Yazan to recount his observations in Meereen and to elucidate Daenerys' capabilities. The Sons of the Harpy refrained from launching their attacks during daylight hours in the books. Additionally, their assaults were halted for a period of 90 days due to the intervention of Hizdahr zo Loraq, who agreed to marry Daenerys in exchange for this ceasefire. The manner in which Hizdahr achieved this remains unknown. However, once Daenerys disappears, the killings resume and Hizdahr finds himself imprisoned. Shortly thereafter, Rhaegal and Viserion manage to escape from the dungeons, not of their own accord, but rather due to Quentyn Martell's unintentional actions in his ill-fated attempt to steal them, resulting in his fatal burns. Following the commencement of Yunkai's catapult attacks on Meereen in the books, any further attempts at parley were abandoned. After Drogon's assault on the fighting pits and departure with Daenerys, the Slavers' Alliance insisted on the dragons being put to death. In the north, Jon, Sansa, Tormund, Davos, Lyanna, and the other northern lords who pledged allegiance to House Stark engage in negotiations with Ramsay, Harold Karstark, and Small Jon Umber before the impending battle. Ramsay proposes surrender terms, offering to pardon Jon for leaving the Night's Watch and the Northerners in Jon's army for rebelling against him if Jon hands over Sansa. Jon declines the offer and proposes a one-on-one combat to settle their differences. However, Ramsay refuses, expressing confidence in his larger army's ability to win the battle. Jon points out that Ramsay's soldiers may not be willing to fight for a leader who won't fight alongside them. In response, Ramsay threatens Rickon. Jon and Sansa are skeptical about Ramsay's claim regarding their brother, prompting Umber to present Shaggy Dog's head as evidence. Sansa rejects the surrender terms and warns Ramsay that he will meet his end the next day before departing. In the novels, Sansa, Littlefinger, and Davos are not currently in the north. Sansa is residing safely in the Vale with Littlefinger, and Davos is travelling to Skargos to retrieve Rickon Stark. Following a meeting in which Jon confers with Tormund and Davos about the battle strategy, Sansa reprimands Jon for launching the attack prematurely, emphasizing the need for a larger force. Jon counters by asserting that they have assembled the maximum number of soldiers possible. Aware of Ramsay's deceitful and sadistic character, Sansa cautions Jon, drawing from her intimate knowledge of him. However, Jon reassures her that he has confronted more formidable adversaries in the past. Ultimately, he pledges to safeguard Sansa from Ramsay, to which she skeptically responds that no one possesses the ability to ensure another's safety. In the encampment, Davos and Tormund engage in a conversation about their past loyalties to Stannis and Mance, respectively, admitting that they might have been serving the wrong ruler. After bidding farewell, Tormund heads off to drink while Davos takes a stroll. At daybreak, he stumbles upon the funeral pyre where Shireen Baratheon was sacrificed, discovering the wooden stag he had crafted and given to her during their last encounter. It dawns on him how she met her tragic end. Meanwhile, Jon has a meeting with Melisandre, instructing her not to resurrect him if he falls in battle. Melisandre insists that she will attempt to do so regardless, emphasizing that it was not her power that brought Jon back, but that of the Lord of Light. She asserts that only the Lord of Light can determine Jon's destiny. Melisandre reflects on the possibility that Jon was revived solely to meet his demise in the impending battle. Daenerys and Tyrion convene with Theon and Yara, who have arrived in the city. In the books released up to this point, Euron Greyjoy dispatches his brother Victarion with the Iron Fleet to Meereen to retrieve Daenerys and her dragons. Victarion arrives midway through the battle for Meereen and aids Daenerys' forces, all the while harboring a hidden agenda to claim her for himself due to his animosity towards Euron. He plans to overthrow Euron upon his return. The show altered this storyline by having Yara and Theon openly switch allegiance to Daenerys, although it remains unclear why their fleet did not participate in the battle as Victarion's did in the novel. In the episode, Theon and Yara propose offering their fleet of 100-man ships to Dany in exchange for her assistance in dealing with Euron and supporting their claim to the Iron Islands. Tyrion, however, remains cautious of Theon due to his past actions against the Starks, which he witnessed firsthand at Winterfell. Theon, on the other hand, asserts that he has already atoned for his crimes. Tyrion acknowledges that Theon mocked him with dwarf jokes during their time together at Winterfell in Season 1. However, in Season 1, it was actually Tyrion mocking Theon and not the other way around. Daenerys, after careful consideration, agrees to support the establishment of an independent kingdom for the Iron Islands. However, she sets a condition that the Ironborn must put an end to their raiding, pillaging, and... Yara initially hesitates at this proposition, but Daenerys reminds her that their fathers, Aerys, Tywin, and Balon, all left the world in a worse state than they found it. By forming an alliance with Daenerys Targaryen, they have the opportunity to leave a positive impact. Persuaded by this argument, Yara ultimately agrees. Daenerys and Yara solidify their pact. Theon and Yara have presented Daenerys with 100 ships, believed to be just a portion of the Iron Fleet. According to the books, the Iron Fleet officially consists of the top 100 ships that are directly under the control of the ruler of the Iron Islands. However, during times of conflict, the fleet can be significantly enlarged by incorporating additional forces and smaller ships from all major vassal houses loyal to the ruler. In the novels, Daenerys refrains from speaking negatively about her father, as those in her vicinity, including Selmy, consistently present a distorted version of the truth regarding the Mad King. The most severe revelation Selmy ever disclosed to her was that he had harbored inappropriate desires for Joanna Lannister, Tywin's spouse, and behaved inappropriately during her wedding night celebration. The armies assemble the next day while Ramsay presents Rickon. After dramatically brandishing a knife, he releases Rickon from his restraints and informs him that they are going to play a game. The sole rule is to run towards his half-brother. As Rickon begins to do so, Ramsay readies his bow and aims an arrow, causing Jon to hastily gallop out on horseback in an attempt to rescue Rickon from the arrows Ramsay is shooting. Initially, Ramsay seems to deliberately miss Rickon with his shots, but just as Jon nears Rickon, the boy is fatally struck by an arrow in the back. Jon, devastated and furious at his half-brother's death, charges at Ramsay and the Bolton troops by himself. Davos commands the Stark cavalry to charge forward. The Bolton archers targets Jon and hit his horse. Now vulnerable in the midst of the battlefield, Ramsay orders the Bolton cavalry to charge at Jon. In the books, it is rumoured that Rickon is concealing himself in Scargos alongside Osha and Shaggy Dog. Their current status remains uncertain. However, efforts are being made to bring Rickon back so that the North can unite under his leadership against the Boltons. As Jon wields Longclaw and prepares for a fight to the death, the Stark cavalry charges into the Boltons, narrowly rescuing Jon from being trampled. At the rear, Davos countermands his order to the archers, instructing them not to release arrows into the chaotic clash of infantry. He fears that his own men, who are engaged in close-quarter combat, would be casualties as well. Eventually, he decides to send the archers forward to provide more effective support in the heart of the battlefield. In contrast, Ramsay shows no hesitation. He has twice the number of men to spare and little regard for sacrificing his own forces. He repeatedly and deliberately commands volleys of arrows that indiscriminately kill all fighters in the center of the field, seemingly aiming to create a strategic barrier of human death. The battle featured in the show was a logistical challenge that had never been seen before in television history. Most hour-long television episodes are typically shot over a period of 8 to 12 days. The battle sequence alone took a total of 25 days to film, which included the parley scene and the aftermath. Initially, director Miguel Sapochnik estimated that he would need at least 28 days based on the showrunner's description of the battle. 80 live horses were utilized during the filming of the cavalry charges, with no reliance on digital duplicates. The sequence featuring Jon standing in the field as the Bolton cavalry charges towards him was executed practically, devoid of any visual effects. Shallow canals were excavated for the horses to gallop in, ensuring they passed each other safely, despite the appearance of near collisions with people and other horses. The Stark forces appear to be unaware of the unfolding strategy and impending trap. Bolton soldiers have been commanded to advance, forming an impenetrable horseshoe shape with tall shields and spears in a phalanx formation that encircle three sides of the Stark forces, pushing them towards the death mound and gradually squeezing them into a vulnerable and disorganized mass. At the same time, Small John Umber leads a unit of soldiers over the mound of bodies to strike the besieged Stark infantry from the rear, completing the deadly encirclement. Despite Wun Wun managing to eliminate a few Bolton soldiers, it is insufficient to break through their phalanx. Panic ensues, prompting Tormund to realize the hopelessness of the situation and urging his wildlings to retreat towards the pile in search of a potential escape route. More than 600 crew members, 500 extras, 65 stuntmen, and 4 distinct camera crews participated in the filming of the Battle of Winterfell. Amidst all of this, Jon finds himself overwhelmed by his own forces, struggling to breathe as men pile on top of him. However, he manages to rise to his feet. In the final scene, a grand total of 257 bodies were meticulously crafted to form the pile of fallen soldiers. Some observers have pointed out the presence of a Baratheon soldier in Jon's army, who was somehow a survivor of Stannis' failed attack on Winterfell back in Season 5. Just as the Stark forces are on the brink of defeat, a horn is heard in the distance signaling the arrival of Sansa and Littlefinger with the Knights of the Vale, carrying banners displaying the Arryn sigil. Mounted on horses, they launch a surprise attack on the Bolton soldiers from the rear, breaking the encirclement. Small John, momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Arryn forces, is swiftly dispatched by Tormund, who tears out his opponent's throat before delivering the final blows, repeatedly stabbing him in the face with a dagger. Ramsay witnesses his soldiers being cut down and makes the decision to retreat inside Winterfell. However, Jon, Wun Wun, and Tormund give chase. Despite his general's belief that the battle is lost, Ramsay remains confident that they still have control over Winterfell and that the Stark army is too weak for a siege. despite the reinforcements from the Vale. Nevertheless, Wun manages to break down the gates of Winterfell, allowing wildling archers to flood into the castle. The remaining Bolton garrison is swiftly overwhelmed and slaughtered. Despite Wun's brave efforts, he is eventually overcome by arrows and killed when Ramsay shoots him through the eye. Despite the defeat of his army, Ramsay taunts Jon, suggesting that he is now open to the idea of one-on-one combat. As Jon approaches, Ramsay fires 3 arrows at him, but Jon successfully blocks them all with a Mormon shield he finds on the ground. Just as Ramsay prepares to fire a 4th arrow, Jon closes in and knocks the bow out of Ramsay's hands before delivering a powerful blow to his chest, causing him to fall to the ground. Before Ramsay can regain his footing, Jon pounces on him and mercilessly beats him with his fists. Surprisingly, Ramsay does not attempt to defend himself or fight back, instead grinning maniacally throughout the beating, convinced that Jon will not kill him. However, Jon continues to relentlessly pound Ramsay, only stopping when he notices Sansa and realizes that she also deserves revenge. Jon then orders Ramsay to be imprisoned. Ramsay Bolton refused Jon's proposal to resolve the conflict through a one-on-one duel due to the significant numerical advantage of his army over Jon's. However, it might have also been due to his lack of expertise in swordsmanship. While the television series portrays Ramsay as a skilled archer who hunts people for sport with his bow, the novels explicitly state that he has never undergone any formal combat training and would have no chance of defeating Jon in a sword fight. Iwan Rheon expressed his anticipation for the long-awaited clash between Jon and Ramsay ever since he was cast as the latter. Both characters, being bastards who have risen to power, possess distinct personalities that sharply contrast each other. Interestingly, despite this being their first on-screen encounter, Rheon and Kit Harington have been close friends since the 4th season. The Bolton banners have been removed from Winterfell and the Stark banners have been hoisted in their stead. Melisandre surveys the courtyard as Davos stares up at her, holding Shireen's charred stag. Jon commands for Rickon's remains to be interred beside his father in the crypts, while Sansa presses Jon to reveal the location of Ramsay's confinement. This implies that Ned's bones, previously received by Catelyn in Season 2's Garden of Bones, were eventually brought to Winterfell and laid to rest in the crypts. In the books, Tyrion had Ned's remains sent to Riverrun as a gesture of goodwill. However, the bones have not reached the north yet. That evening, Sansa heads to Ramsay's kennels to confront her former tormentor, who is tied to a chair in the common area of the kennels. Ramsay, aggressive and cruel until the end, provokes her by stating that she will never be able to get rid of him because he is now a part of her. Sansa replies that Ramsay's actions and name will fade from memory in the future. He then realizes that his hounds are slowly approaching him, as Jon purposely left the kennel doors open where Ramsay is restrained, still covered in his own blood. Initially, Ramsay denies the danger he is in, insisting that his dogs are loyal to him. Sansa calmly points out that he had been starving his dogs for a week. As they start sniffing and licking their lips, Ramsay desperately commands them to obey, but they ignore him. Ramsay's arrogant confidence finally gives way to panic as the hounds attack and start tearing him apart. Sansa walks away, a satisfied smirk on her face as the sound of barking hounds mixes with Ramsay's screams. In preparation for the trial of Sir Loras Tyrell and Cersei Lannister, the inhabitants of King's Landing are bustling with anticipation. The common people make their way into the majestic Great Sept of Baelor, accompanied by Queen Margaery Tyrell, Lord Mace Tyrell, and Sir Kevan Lannister. Meanwhile, Grand Maester Pycelle proceeds towards the Sept, only to be halted by a young child who discreetly imparts a secret message into his ear. The faith-militant Sparrows escort Sir Loras to the presence of the High Sparrow, foregoing the need for a trial as Loras willingly confesses his crimes. Expressing his desire to dedicate his life to the faith, Loras is informed by the High Sparrow that this commitment would require him to renounce his family name and his future lordship of Highgarden. Despite his tearful agreement, the Sparrows proceed to apprehend Loras and mark a 7-pointed star on his forehead. Mace, in a desperate attempt, tries to intervene but is restrained by Margaery, her voice trembling with shock. Margaery, appalled by her brother's mutilation, protests to the High Sparrow, who responds by reminding her that he had only promised Loras his freedom after Cersei's trial. Mace Tyrell expresses his dismay at the treatment of his son by the Faith militant, yet shows little reaction to his admission of being involved with Renly. Olenna Tyrell also appears nonchalant about Loras's homosexuality in Season 3. While the books do not provide clear details on this matter, author George R.R. Martin has verified that Loras's entire family is aware of his orientation and accepts it. In the novels, Loras Tyrell is never brought to trial by the Faith for his relationship with Renly, nor does he accuse Renly of treason. He has already departed King's Landing of his own accord to assist in the recapture of Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon's island stronghold, on behalf of the Crown, where he has been gravely injured taking the castle. King Tommen is getting ready to leave the Red Keep for his mother's trial, but Sir Gregor Clegane stops him from exiting his chambers. The novels do not reveal the true identity of the enigmatic Sir Robert Strong, who is later revealed in the series to be a resurrected version of Gregor Clegane. Lancel informs the High Sparrow that Cersei is still inside the Red Keep, prompting the High Sparrow to send Lancel to fetch her. However, as Lancel is on his way out, Arthur, one of Qyburn's spies, leads him to the catacombs beneath the Sept. Meanwhile, Pycelle follows Francis, another spy, into a room where Qyburn is waiting for him. Qyburn expresses his regret to Pycelle for the inconvenience, and then a group of children surrounds Pycelle and brutally stabs him to death. Varys, not Qyburn, is responsible for Pycelle's murder in the book. The killing takes place off-screen. Pycelle's demise does not occur due to numerous stab wounds. Rather, Varys inflicts fatal damage by brutally crushing his skull. Margaery, upon realizing the absence of Cersei and Tommen at the Great Sept for the trial, decides to confront the High Sparrow. Despite her warning about the impending danger, he chooses not to heed her words. Meanwhile, Lancel trails Arthur beneath the Sept, who accidentally drops his torch. As Lancel bends down to retrieve it, he is attacked by a child who stabs him in the spine before fleeing. Paralyzed, Lancel notices a hidden cache of wildfire nearby, set to be ignited by 3 candles. In a desperate attempt to prevent disaster, he struggles to reach the candles. Margaery immediately urges everyone to evacuate the Sept, but the Faith militant obstruct the exits. Unfortunately, Lancel fails to reach the candles in time, leading to the catastrophic explosion of wildfire. The resulting devastation engulfs the Sept, incinerating the High Sparrow and causing the entire structure to collapse, wreaking havoc across the city. In A Feast for Crows, Cersei chooses to destroy the Tower of the Hand with wildfire instead of the Great Sept of Baelor. This event takes place early on in the story after Tommen's wedding, and no one suffers any harm as a consequence. Cersei gazes out of a window in her chamber, a smile playing on her lips as the explosion lights up the sky. The screams of the frightened and dying people echo through the air. In his own quarters, Tommen watches the explosion with a look of shock and disbelief. Upon learning of the explosion and the loss of his dear wife, Tommen removes his crown, places it on a nearby surface, and then jumps out the window with a sense of calmness, meeting his tragic end. Cersei, still reveling in her triumph, pays a visit to the unconscious Septa Unella, who is securely bound to a table. To rouse her, Cersei douses her face with wine, causing her to stir and struggle. With a smug demeanor, Cersei goads Septa Unella into admitting that she took pleasure in tormenting her during her captivity, not out of devotion to the gods, but simply because it brought her satisfaction. Mockingly, Cersei proceeds to confess her crimes, including her illicit relationship with Jaime, her role in Robert's demise, and the brutal massacre of the innocent in the Sept, all done for her own gratification. As a final reminder, Cersei recalls the promise made by Septa Unella that her face would be the last thing she saw before her death. In response, Septa Unella defiantly declares her lack of fear towards death. Gleefully, Cersei assures her that death will not come swiftly, and that her torment will endure for many days. She then summons Sir Gregor Clegane, who removes his helmet and begins his gruesome task. Leaving the room and closing the door behind her, Cersei repeats the word shame 3 times, echoing the very word Septa Unella had used during Cersei's Walk of Atonement. Meanwhile, the Septa's screams of horror fill the air as she faces her dreadful fate at the hands of Sir Gregor. Jaime Lannister and Bronn make their way to the twins to commemorate their triumph at Riverrun and solidify the alliance between the Freys and the Lannisters. However, Jaime had to journey north from King's Landing to recapture Riverrun from the Blackfish, with the persuasion of Edmure Tully. Despite this, Walder Frey takes pride in his victory and attempts to establish a connection with Jaime by referring to them both as Kingslayers. Offended by the comparison, Jaime angrily questions the necessity of having House Frey support the Lannisters if they are unable to maintain control over the Riverlands. Subsequently, he departs from the festivities, leaving Walder dumbfounded. Brynden Blackfish Tully is still alive in the novels, having been aided in his escape by Edmure. As of now, his location remains a mystery. Jaime and Walder do not cross paths in the novels, possibly influenced by Edwin Frey's declaring the attendees of the Red Wedding as rebels and traitors to the crown while at the siege of Riverrun. Jaime highlights that the Freys themselves rebelled against the crown before betraying Robb Stark, effectively making them double crosses. He takes pleasure in witnessing Edwin's smile swiftly disappear thereafter. After the resolution of the siege of Riverrun in the books, Edmure Tully is dispatched to Casterly Rock. However, in the show, Lord Frey states that Edmure is once again imprisoned at the Twins, despite Jaime's earlier pledge in Season 6's no one to escort him to Casterly Rock for his son's knightly training. Cersei's triumph is significantly diminished after the discovery of Tommen's lifeless body. Alongside Qyburn, she stands by the covered remains and expresses her desire to have one final glimpse of her son's face. Considering that the Sept of Baelor is no longer viable, Qyburn inquires about Cersei's intentions regarding the funeral arrangements. In response, she instructs him to cremate Tommen's body and inter the ashes at the very spot where the Great Sept of Baelor once stood. This way, Tommen can find eternal rest alongside his siblings and grandfather. Sam, Gilly, and her son have at last reached Oldtown in their journey. As they gaze upon the high tower, they witness the majestic sight of numerous white ravens taking flight, symbolizing the onset of winter. Upon reaching the bureaucrat's desk within the citadel, Sam discloses to the Maester that he has been dispatched by the Night's Watch's Lord Commander, Jon Snow, with the intention of receiving training as a Maester. The bureaucrat, maintaining an impassive demeanor, exhibits hesitancy due to the recorded positions of Jorah Mormont and Aemon as the Lord Commander and Maester of Castle Black. Sam, feeling uneasy, proceeds to inform him that both individuals had passed away before any ravens could be dispatched. While making arrangements for Sam to meet with one of the Archmaesters, the bureaucrat grants him access to the Citadel's library, but firmly denies entry to Gilly and her son. As Sam ventures through the library alone, he is overwhelmed by the extensive assortment of books and scrolls. This particular episode marks the first appearance of Oldtown on the screen, making it the second Westerosi city to be explored after King's Landing. However, only Lannisport, Gulltown, and White Harbour are considered cities due to their size. The prominent lighthouse in Oldtown is appropriately named Hightower after the ruling house Hightower. Additionally, the Citadel houses the largest library in all of Westeros. It is possible that Oldtown drew inspiration from the ancient Egyptian city of Alexandria, which was renowned for its grand lighthouse, one of the 7 classical wonders of the world, and its great library. Sam does not bring and her baby to the Citadel in the books. Instead, they reach Oldtown via a ship, while Sam proceeds to the Citadel alone. His intention is to send Gilly to Horn Hill by herself. After a lengthy wait and a conversation with a novice named Alleris, Sam is finally escorted to meet the Archmaester. Without anyone inquiring, he updates the Archmaester on the events that unfolded at Castle Black and relays Maester Aemon's final wish for the Citadel to urgently dispatch a Maester to Daenerys. However, Sam is warned not to speak of these things unless he wants to get himself poisoned. Melisandre and Jon Snow find themselves in Winterfell's main hall, where Jon is lost in memories. Suddenly, Sir Davos Seaworth storms in, throwing Princess Shireen's burned wooden stag at Melisandre, demanding an explanation. Initially silent, Melisandre eventually confesses that she persuaded King Stannis Baratheon to sacrifice his own daughter to the Lord of Light. She justifies her actions by claiming it was necessary due to Stannis' army being stranded by the snow, and that Shireen's parents were also involved in the decision. Davos refutes this by pointing out that they perished regardless. He declares that her god is malevolent and tearfully reveals his love for Shireen Baratheon as if she were his own child. Holding back tears, Melisandre acknowledges her grave error in believing Stannis was the chosen one of the Lord. Davos argues that because of her mistake, not only did an innocent child die in vain, but also many honourable soldiers. Davos requests Jon's permission to carry out the executions of Melisandre due to her actions. Upon being informed of this, Jon inquires if Melisandre has any defense to present. In response, she claims that she merely followed the Lord of Light's guidance and hints that he played a role in Jon's resurrection. Furthermore, she insists that she can still contribute in the upcoming battles against the Night King. Despite his deep dissatisfaction, Jon instructs Melisandre to travel south, warning that he will hang her as a murderer if she refuses. Additionally, Davos emphasizes that he will personally carry out her execution if she ever dares to return to the north. In the most recent book release, Melisandre and Davos have not yet visited Winterfell. It is worth noting that Davos never explicitly expresses his love for Shireen as a father would, as their interactions in the novels are quite limited. As Melisandre departs from Winterfell, Jon and Sansa observe her departure. Jon informs Sansa that he has prepared Eddard and Catelyn's master bedroom for her, but she insists that he should have it instead. Jon acknowledges Sansa as the Lady of Winterfell and credits her for their survival and the reclamation of Winterfell. Sansa apologizes for not informing him about Littlefinger's Knights of the Vale. Jon questions Sansa's trust in Littlefinger, to which she firmly denies having any trust in him. Understanding the importance of trust between them, Jon emphasizes that the Starks have numerous enemies and they must rely on each other. He affectionately kisses her forehead, symbolizing their unity. In the Water Gardens, Ellaria and the Sand Snakes convene with Olenna Tyrell, who is currently grieving the loss of her son and grandchildren. Following the Queen of Thorns' dismissal of the Sand Snakes' attempts to communicate, Ellaria proposes that they collaborate for survival, given Cersei's declaration of war against both of their groups. Despite voicing her suspicions of Ellaria for being behind the deaths of Doran Martell and Trystane Martell, Olenna explains that her house's future has been ripped away from her. Ellaria then assures that forming an alliance with them will grant Olenna her newfound desire. When Olenna sarcastically questions what that may be, Ellaria responds with justice and vengeance. Just then, Varys makes his presence known and revises fire and blood. Olenna mentions the Tyrell Lord in conversation with Ellaria and the Sand Snakes, who is Lord Lionel Tyrell. He commanded King Daeron Targaryen's army during the conquest of Dorne 150 years before the events of the series. Following the victory, Daeron appointed Lord Tyrell as the governor of Dorne. Lord Tyrell had a fondness for Dornish women, and one night he accidentally triggered a mechanism near his bed that released 100 scorpions from the canopy, resulting in his death. This event led to new revolts, ultimately undoing the conquest within a fortnight. Olenna appears to be uneasy with the recent actions of the Sand Snakes, particularly their acts of kinslaying and betrayal. However, her mention of red scorpions suggests that there is a deeper and long-standing animosity between the Reach and Dorne, which is explored in more detail in the books. Both regions have a history of conflicts related to culture and territory, and the Tyrells do not share the Martells' relaxed attitude towards illegitimate children, especially those in positions of power. Additionally, the Tyrells hold a grudge against Oberyn Martell because he accidentally injured Olenna's grandson Willas during a joust, although Willas himself never harbored any resentment towards Oberyn for it. In Meereen, Queen Daenerys Targaryen is met by Daario Naharis, who informs her that the fleet is almost prepared. He expresses his curiosity about how the Dothraki will fare on the open sea. However, Daenerys informs Daario that he will not be accompanying them. Daario interprets this as an opportunity to seize Casterly Rock and prevent the Lannisters from retreating. Daenerys clarifies that Daario is to remain in Meereen with the Second Sons, ensuring peace until the city can choose its own leader. Additionally, she explains that she cannot bring her lover to Westeros, as her marriage is a valuable asset for forming new alliances. Daario pleads with her, arguing that kings often have extramarital affairs, and queens should be no exception. However, Daenerys remains steadfast in her decision. Daario realizes that Tyrion Lannister influenced her choice, but acknowledges its political wisdom. Feeling sorry for himself, he reflects that no woman could ever compare to the Mother of Dragons, although he believes he will have many more lovers. Daenerys assures him that she will provide him with specific instructions for governing the newly named Bay of Dragons. With that, Daario takes his leave. The Bay of Dragons is the new name for what was once known as Slaver's Bay. This name holds historical significance as well, as the Valyrian freehold used their dragons to cross the bay multiple times in order to conquer the Giscari Empire, a civilization that heavily relied on slavery. In the books, Sir Barristan Selmy remains alive, serving as the Queen's trusted advisor. When he leaves, she seeks out Tyrion, who attempts to offer her comfort without success. Dany expresses her gratitude towards him, but confesses that her distress does not stem from. Rather, she was troubled by how easily she could dismiss someone who cared for her deeply. Tyrion reassures her by mentioning that Daario was not the first man to love Daenerys, and certainly will not be the last. The conversation then shifts to Tyrion's governance of Meereen during her absence. After justifying his decisions, Tyrion reveals that he has lost faith in himself and others, except for his belief in her. Touched by his words, Daenerys presents Tyrion with a pin she had specially crafted for him, the brooch of the hand of the Queen. Overwhelmed with emotion, Tyrion kneels before her. Later, Walder Frey is having his evening meal in his grand hall. As a servant presents him with a pie, he fails to recognize her and promptly questions her identity, playfully slapping her behind while sarcastically pondering if she is one of his offspring. He proceeds to express his annoyance regarding the tardiness of his sons, Black Walder and Lothar Frey. However, the servant earnestly assures him that they are already present, guiding his bewildered gaze towards the pie. Walder cautiously opens the pie, only to be filled with horror as he discovers that he has been served the flesh of his own sons. A chilling sight of a fingertip, complete with a nail, peeks out from the stuffing. In a shocking twist, the servant removes her disguise, revealing herself to be Arya Stark of Winterfell. She has arrived to remind Walder of his heinous crimes and seek vengeance. With a cheerful demeanor, Arya informs him that the last image he will ever witness is that of a triumphant Stark looking down upon him as he meets his demise. Lord Walder, taken aback and desperate to escape, attempts to flee. However, Arya swiftly seizes and restrains him, proceeding to slit his throat. With a contented smile, she watches as the man responsible for the murders of her mother, brother, and pregnant sister-in-law, as well as the orchestrator of the infamous Red Wedding, succumbs to his own blood loss. The Freys who met their demise and were cooked within a pastry are not Black Walder and Lothar. Jared, Rhaegar, and Simon Frey mysteriously vanished during their journey from White Harbour to Winterfell. There is a strong possibility that they were baked into pies under the command of Lord Wyman Manderley, although this has yet to be verified. The pies are delivered to Ramsay's wedding, not to the twins. Lord Frey abstains from attending the wedding, thus refraining from consuming the pies. However, his third and sixth sons, Aenys and Hostine, partake in eating the pies as well as Roose Bolton. Later in the Godswood, Sansa encounters Littlefinger. Curious about his intentions, she asks him what he desires from her. Littlefinger confesses his ambition for the Iron Throne, with Sansa by his side. He attempts to kiss her, but she stops him and walks away. Littlefinger claims that he has openly pledged his loyalty to House Stark. Sansa reminds him of his past allegiances to other houses, highlighting his self-serving nature. Littlefinger argues that he is focused on the future and considers Sansa as the future of House Stark. He questions Sansa on whom the North should support, a legitimate daughter of Ned and Catelyn Stark, or a motherless bastard born in the South. Sansa contemplates his words but continues walking without looking back at him. In the books, Littlefinger never expressed his desire for the Iron Throne. Benjen leaves Meera and Bran at a grove near the wall where a weirwood heart tree stands. He explains to Bran that he cannot go any further due to the magical barrier of the wall, which stops the dead from passing through, including himself. Benjen expresses his commitment to continue fighting for the living and prepares for the impending war. In the books, Cold Hands, who most likely not Benjen Stark, encounters Sam and Gilly initially, telling them he cannot cross the wall due to the ancient spells etched into its very foundations. Then he guides Bran's group deeper into the northern territories beyond the wall, disclosing that he is similarly barred from entering the Three-Eyed Raven's cave for the same reason. After expressing his gratitude to his uncle, who departs on his horse, Bran directs his attention towards the weirwood tree. Mira voices her concerns about his preparedness, but Bran firmly asserts that he must embrace his role as the Three-Eyed Raven. Placing his hand upon the intricately carved face on the tree, Bran experiences another vision of the events that unfolded at the Tower of Joy, resuming from where he had left off before the intervention of the previous Three-Eyed Raven. Having learned from his past mistakes, Bran refrains from calling out to his father, who briefly glances back before hastening into the tower. Inside, accompanied by Bran, Ned discovers his sister, Lyanna Stark, lying in bed, surrounded by handmaidens and blood-stained sheets. One of the handmaidens presents Ned with a newborn baby, which he cradles in his arms. A weakened Lyanna whispers to Ned, revealing the true identity of the child and emphasizing the importance of keeping him safe, as Robert would seek to harm him if his true parentage were to be exposed. As Ned gazes upon his infant nephew, the child's eyes open to reveal the distinctive dark-colored eyes of Jon Snow. It dawns upon Bran that Jon is indeed the son of Lyanna. Within the grandeur of Winterfell's Great Hall, Lord Jon Royce expresses his opposition to forming an alliance between the Knights of the Vale and the Wildling intruders. Tormund, however, rebuts by stating that they were invited into the realm and should not be labelled as invaders. Jon interjects, reminding the gathering that the Free Folk fought alongside the Northmen and the Knights of the Vale, emerging victorious. He further adds that his father used to emphasize the significance of true friendships forged on the battlefield. Lord Clay Serwyn counters by asserting that with the defeat of the Boltons, the war has concluded. The arrival of an exceptionally frigid winter, as confirmed by the Maesters, necessitates everyone returning home to weather the impending storms. Jon counters this notion by emphasizing that the war is far from over, and that the true adversary does not wait for the storm to pass, but rather brings the storm itself. As a result, the assembled individuals begin to engage in heated arguments amongst themselves. Lyanna Mormont rises from her seat and directs her attention towards Lord Wyman Manderly, expressing her disappointment in his recent refusal to answer the Stark summons, despite the fact that his own son was brutally murdered at the Red Wedding. She then turns her gaze to Lord Robert Glover, reminding him of the oath he swore to House Stark and how he failed to come to their aid when they needed it the most. Lastly, she confronts Lord Clay Serwyn, reminding him of the horrific fate his father suffered at the hands of Ramsay Bolton. Yet he too chose not to support the Starks. With unwavering determination, she asserts that both House Mormont and the entire North remember that their true ruler is the King in the North, who bears the name Stark. She dismisses any concerns about Jon Snow's legitimacy as a bastard, for he possesses the blood of Eddard Stark, and therefore, until his demise, he is their rightful king. Wyman Manderly's character in the books is portrayed as extremely overweight, rendering him unable to engage in physical activities such as fighting or horseback riding. When Davos approaches him to seek support for Stannis' cause in the north, it is not Lyanna Mormont but Davos himself who reminds Wyman of the tragic fate of his son Wendell at the Red Wedding. Despite this, Wyman declines to openly pledge his allegiance. However, in a private conversation with Davos, he reveals that his refusal was merely a ruse to deceive the Freys, who are holding his son Wylis captive. Secretly, Manderly remains loyal to the Starks and agrees to aid Stannis on the condition that Davos locates Rickon, the missing Stark heir believed to be on Skargos. In the books, Willa, the granddaughter of Lord Manderly, is the one who voices her support for the Starks, not Lyanna Mormont. The gathered individuals begin to engage in a hushed discussion until Lord Wyman rises to his feet. He acknowledges Lady Mormont's blunt yet truthful words and confesses that he made a mistake by disregarding Jon's call to prevent further casualties among the Manderlys. Lord Wyman admits that Jon has sought vengeance for the Red Wedding and proclaims him as the White Wolf, the king in the north. With a display of loyalty, Lord Wyman unsheaths his sword and kneels before Jon. Following suit, Lord Robert expresses remorse for not fighting alongside Jon and seeks forgiveness, to which Jon humbly responds that there is no need for forgiveness. Lord Glover then addresses the other lords, declaring that there will be more battles to face and that House Glover will continue to support House Stark, just as they have done for centuries. He too unsheaths his sword and kneels, acknowledging Jon as the king in the north. Robert Glover, in the books, was apprehended by the Lannisters prior to the occurrence of the Red Wedding. However, he was subsequently set free as part of a prisoner swap. He played a crucial role in assisting Stannis in reclaiming Deepwood Motte, while steadfastly maintaining his allegiance to the Starks. Inspired by their actions, the rest of the Assembly, including the Lords of the Vale, rise and join in, proclaiming Jon as their king in the north, reminiscent of the support given to Robb in the past. Even Davos pledges his allegiance to Jon. Lady Mormont observes her male counterparts with satisfaction and cheers. Jon stands up and exchanges a glance with a smiling Sansa. However, Sansa's smile fades as Littlefinger gazes at her with a sinister expression. Robb Stark earned the title the Young Wolf, while Jon is now known as the White Wolf. Jaime, Bronn, and the Lannister army they lead return to King's Landing, only to be met with a shocking sight: smoke billowing from the ruins of the Great Sept and its surrounding areas. Later, Cersei and her Kingsguard make their way to the throne room, flanked by Lannister soldiers. Cersei climbs the steps and stands in front of the throne. Qyburn, now her hand, declares Cersei as the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms and all its titles. He places a crown on her head and she takes her seat on the throne. The gathered nobles stare at her with open animosity, fully aware of the ruthless action she took to seize power. They pledge their loyalty out of fear of Cersei's retribution, but her gaze is fixed solely on Jaime, whose face remains impassive. Cersei has finally achieved her lifelong goal of becoming the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, or at least the portion still under Lannister control. Jaime remains absent from King's Landing in the books, as he is still situated in the Riverlands. Following the resolution of the sieges at Riverrun and Raventree Hall, he encounters Brienne at Pennytree. Brienne and Podrick had a confrontation with the Brotherhood without banners, who gave her an ultimatum to either execute Jaime or be killed herself. In order to protect Podrick, Brienne attempts to deceive Jaime into a trap by pretending she requires his assistance to rescue Sansa Stark from the Hound. Their final appearance shows them departing together, and their current location is undisclosed. After a while, Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion soar above the gathered Dothraki, Ironborn, Dornishmen, soldiers of the Reach, and the unsullied armada of House Targaryen. Daenerys, dressed in Targaryen black, is positioned on the main ship's deck with Tyrion, Missandei, and Varys gazing towards the upcoming phase of the power struggle. Either the boon of a fresh supporter or yet another brutal conflict within House Targaryen over the Iron Throne. This particular episode signifies a turning point in the series, as it surpasses all the storylines from the novels that came before it. From this episode onwards, Cersei and Jaime's storyline continues beyond the books. Additionally, the series excludes a significant subplot from the novels involving Aegon, the surviving son of Rhaegar Targaryen, who was believed to have been killed as a baby during the sack of King's Landing. In the novels, Aegon becomes another contender for the Iron Throne. And when you get the chance, check out our Game of Thrones-inspired Choose Your Own Adventure game here on YouTube by clicking the video link on the screen right now.